Chen Yin, who grew up in an orphanage, has always harbored a simple yet warm dream: to own a small restaurant of his own. At the age of 27, he finally mustered the courage to invest all his savings and partner with a friend to realize this dream. However, fate dealt him a heavy blow. That friend turned out to be a complete fraud, making off with all the money and leaving him with an empty restaurant on the verge of bankruptcy. Disheartened and despairing, Chen Yin decided to close the restaurant after one last service and end his failed life. Yet, when he pushed open the familiar restaurant door once more, the scene outside was not the streets he remembered but a dead silence, thick fog that lingered, and strange shadows lurking within. In this suffocating fear, he noticed a figure huddled in the corner at the entrance, a ragged little girl, her body covered in grotesque growths, shivering in fear. The girl looked at him with eyes mixed with despair and longing, as well as at the restaurant behind him, which seemed to be the only source of warm light in this apocalypse. This time, opening the door, Chen Yin stepped into not only an unknown world of terror, but also a new journey of redemption and survival. His little restaurant might just become the only beacon of hope in this dead, foggy world. Chapter 1. One of them must be mad. In an alternate world, please do not correlate with reality. In the Good Come Again restaurant, the silence was so profound that one could almost hear the dust floating in the air. Chen Yin sat behind the counter, staring blankly at the text messages on his phone. Yin, I'm sorry, but I took the investment money to Macau, thinking I'd win it back and treat you to a good time, but I didn't expect. At this point, you're on your own. I'll repay you in my next life by working for you. Anyway, don't look for me again. This was his only childhood friend, Qi Shi, whom he genuinely believed in. Chen Yin forced a smile that was more painful than tears. On the table across from him lay a bank's demand for payment. The glaring red stamp almost blinding, with a figure so astronomical it was impossible for him to repay in his lifetime. That he was an orphan, having lived in a welfare home since he could remember. His only dream was to open a small restaurant of his own, to warm those lonely souls drifting in the city just like him with food. Good Come Again, that was the name of his restaurant, and it was also his hope for what the place could achieve. To realize this dream, he had staked all his savings. In the end, his friend vanished into thin air. What was left for him was an empty shell and a debt that could crush anyone. Dreams shattered, leaving not even a fragment behind. Shaking his head, he turned and walked into the kitchen. He was going to make one last meal. For himself, in the kitchen. The stove was as clean as new, each utensil gleaming coldly under the light. He expertly lit the fire, heated the pan, and poured in oil. Sizzle. The golden egg mixture quickly puffed up in the hot oil, and the rich aroma of eggs instantly filled the air. Last night's rice hit the pan, quickly broken apart with a spatula, each grain evenly coated in egg, happily dancing in the iron skillet. Finally, he sprinkled green onions, tossed the pan, stir-fried, and served it. A bowl of golden fried rice, each grain distinct. He carried the bowl back to the table, taking bite after bite, eating quietly. The rice was fragrant, the taste familiar. But once in his mouth, he could discern no flavor, as if chewing wax. Finished. He stood up, calmly removed the pristine white chef's apron. He folded the apron neatly and placed it on the bar, as if bidding farewell to a silent old friend. Then he looked around the small restaurant that had gathered all his efforts, his gaze terrifyingly hollow. Finally, he glanced at the time, exactly midnight. A good time to set off. He had no intention of simply bearing Qi Shi's debt. His right hand instinctively felt the hard outline in his backpack, and a smile crept to his lips. It was a knife, very sharp. He had been abandoned by his parents to the welfare home, and had few friends along the way. The girlfriend he dated in college left him for a rich kid, and the only friend he truly believed in, Qi Shi, was a born loser. He, Chen Yin, had always been a solitary figure, since Qi Shi wanted to serve him in the next life. Very well, then he would send him off a bit early. Chen Yin gripped the cold doorknob, ready to push it open. Roar! A sound, not of this world, mixed with pain and madness, suddenly erupted from outside the door. The sound was sharp enough to pierce his eardrums. Chen Yin halted his movements. A hallucination? He thought self-deprecatingly. His dreams shattered. Was his mind starting to slip too? He didn't think too much and pushed the door open with force. Outside, there was no familiar street, no bustling traffic, and certainly no dancing aunties from the opposite community square. What greeted his eyes was a blood-red sky, thick like congealed blood. Beneath the sky lay endless gray fog. Twisted, broken skyscrapers jutted into the sky, like the silent corpses of giants. The air was filled with a stench of rust and decay, invading his nostrils and making him want to gag. Chen Yin stood frozen, his mind blank. He looked down at the familiar concrete beneath his feet, then looked up at the hellish scene outside the door. Inside was a small restaurant, lights bright, warmth as usual. Outside was the end of the world. He numbly closed the door. Yet through the glass, the world outside remained desolate and terrifying. Very well, he had finally gone mad. This hallucination is quite unique, he muttered to himself, even finding it somewhat amusing. Just then, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a figure huddled by the door. It was a thing. The reason for using thing was that it was no longer recognizable in its original form. Its body was covered in numerous, writhing, grotesque growths, as if countless tumors had been forcibly stitched together. Only the vaguely discernible outline and its tattered dress could barely suggest that this was once, perhaps, a girl. She curled there, motionless. Only a pair of hollow, dead eyes gazed numbly at this mad world through the tangled strands of hair. Chen Yan's heart was sharply pierced by that gaze. He recognized that look. Hunger. Hunger on the brink of death. He remembered himself many years ago, a small, thin figure hiding in the corners of the welfare home, starving and panicking. The whole world had collapsed, yet that feeling of hunger was so real. By some strange impulse, he let go of the doorknob. Then he took out a bag of bread from his backpack. Looking at the bread in his hand, he laughed self-deprecatingly. Looks like I really must be going mad. If movies are to be believed, hallucinations are related to the traumas one has endured. So, are you me as a child? Why are you still in a dress? I don't have that kind of kink. He spoke in a tone of complete resignation as he tore open the bread's packaging. He crouched down, ignoring the disgusting tumors writhing about. After all, it was just a hallucination. He held the bread out to that area near what could barely be called a mouth, squeezed by the growths. Just consider it a long overdue consolation for the hungry self of the past. He thought. The monster trembled slightly. She slowly raised her head, and in her hollow gaze, a barely perceptible ripple finally appeared. Her deformed, ugly fingers, still twitching slightly, hesitated before reaching for the ordinary bread. The moment her fingertips touched the bread. Boom! A line of cold, clear text appeared in Chen Yan's mind. Bread, common. Description. It is quite ordinary, but a rare kindness in this apocalypse. Consumption effect. Fully restores stamina. SAN value 1. SAN value. Before Chen Yan could comprehend this unfamiliar term, a sharp, dry voice rang out behind him. You're the new manager, huh? This time it's a restaurant? Chen Yan turned around abruptly. The voice came from the counter. What was once a beckoning cat was now a pitch-black skull. Its jaw opened and closed, and its hollow eye sockets seemed to be staring at him. Why aren't you speaking? The skull's voice carried a hint of amusement. Oh, so you're just an ordinary person who knows nothing. Chen Yan's expression changed completely. This didn't seem like an illusion at all. The special text floating before him, the eerie skull on the counter, and this crazy yet tangible world were all telling him a more plausible truth. He wasn't the crazy one. It was this world. Beside him, the monster girl snatched the bread he had handed over, devouring it with a nearly savage demeanor, making a guttural sound as if she were about to tear herself apart. Chen Yan slowly straightened up and looked outside again. The endless ruins under the scarlet sky. He took a deep breath of the iron-tasting air, the coldness stinging his lungs, but it made him even more alert. It seems, he murmured, his voice filled with daze. I really am in an extraordinary situation. Chapter 2. Deceived and crippled after realizing that everything was indeed off, Chen Yan felt a mix of anger and absurdity. Just when he was about to hide from debt collectors under the cover of night and confront that beast, he thought that things couldn't possibly get worse. Yet, merely a few minutes later, he found himself and his shop transported to this obviously uninhabitable world. As the saying goes, he thought he had hit rock bottom, only to find out there was still room to fall. All right, heavens, you win. After standing in a daze for a while, Chen Yan finally managed to piece together his shattered worldview. At that moment, a hoarse and unpleasant voice came from the lower right. It had finished the bread, and its tumor-ridden mouth opened and closed, seemingly trying to express something. But to Chen Yin, it was just a series of incomprehensible syllables. He frowned and instinctively retreated back inside the glass door, examining the outside world through the thin glass. Since this wasn't an illusion, then the monster was a real monster. Thinking of this, a cold sweat broke out on his back. It had been reckless of him to approach that monster so boldly. It was far too dangerous. Fortunately, this monster didn't seem aggressive. Seeing Chen Yin retreat into the shop as if avoiding a plague, its struggle to stand suddenly stopped. A fleeting hint of indescribable sorrow flashed in its murky eyes, and then it returned to being the dead thing lying motionless on the ground. Seeing the monster's gaze, Chen Yin felt a stab of pain in his heart. But he did not take out the bread again. He had arrived in a completely unfamiliar world, and the environment didn't seem very friendly. He couldn't recklessly waste his food supplies until he understood the situation. With that thought, he unstrapped the bulging backpack from his back, unzipped it, and pulled out a thickly wrapped kitchen knife. The handle was a bit slippery from the sweat of his palms, but the cold touch helped him calm down significantly. Gripping the handle tightly, he cautiously stepped toward the skull on the counter and finally stopped 2 steps away. "What the hell are you? Did you bring me here?" His voice was not loud, but it carried a determined edge. The skull didn't seem to mind Chen Yin's somewhat rude attitude. Instead, it burst into a harsh laugh. Your capacity for acceptance isn't bad." My identity?" At this, the skull paused for a moment, a hint of confusion in its tone. "Of course, I have an identity. I'll tell you. You can call me Inca, a poor creature imprisoned by myself. As for you, don't look at me. Your arrival is purely random, and it has nothing to do with me. However, since you're here, why not think of it from a different perspective? This might be your starting point for a new life." Chen Yin did not respond, only silently glanced at the terrifying scene outside, then fixed his gaze back on the skull that called itself Inca, all words unspoken. "In that case, I should have means to become stronger, right? System, shop, or enhancement potions?" Chen Yin asked with a hint of expectation. Clearly, if he had no means of strengthening himself, this traversal would be meaningless. Surviving in this near-apocalyptic place as an ordinary person, what was the difference from just being a sitting duck? "Of course you do, and it's very simple. Open a shop and make money." Faced with Chen Yan's confusion, Inca explained, "Money is the measure of order. Only it can prove the prosperity of order. As long as you earn money through your shop, you can enhance the order power attached to you in the shop, as the manager. You can spend these units of power, order coins, to gain the ability to interfere with the world. So, work hard to earn money, my dear manager." Inca's tone suddenly turned playful. "Look, your first customer has already arrived, hasn't it?" As soon as the words left its mouth, Chen Yin caught a glimpse of a shadow from the corner of his eye. The shadow staggered out from the dark corner of the street, but when he saw its full appearance, he felt a chill run down his spine. That IT was a creature with a fish head and a human body. It was draped in rotting seaweed and tattered fishing nets, tightly gripping a rusty harpoon, the tip glimmering with a ghostly green light. Chen Yin was completely frozen. Was this what you called a customer? As soon as it appeared, its murky fish eyes locked onto Chen Yin in the restaurant. In the next second, it charged forward. The heavy footsteps sounded like drums, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Damn! Chen Yan's pupils dilated. A wave of immense fear gripped his heart. His survival instinct kicked in, causing him to retreat sharply while desperately raising the kitchen knife in front of his chest, as he watched the fish-headed creature charge fiercely towards the fragile glass door. But just at that critical moment, a distorted figure, rolling and crawling, used all its strength and in a desperate and tragic manner, threw itself against the side of the fish monster. It was the monster from earlier. After being knocked aside by the monster covered in swollen tumors, the fish monster's protruding eyes instantly filled with rage. It let out a piercing screech, unhesitatingly raised the harpoon in its hand, and thrust it fiercely into the monster's body. Thud! The harpoon easily pierced through its deformed body, several tumors bursting with a pop. Yellow-green pus splattered all over the fish monster. As soon as the pus came into contact with the fish monster's skin, it hissed, creating a corrosive effect similar to high-concentration strong acid, releasing clouds of white smoke. This made the fish monster even angrier, roaring endlessly. The fishman, whose head was clouded with rage, bent down, his robust grayish-blue arms covered in scales, and grabbed the writhing monster, attempting to tear it apart with sheer brute force. Just as that deformed body was about to be torn to shreds by the terrifying strength, a cold light suddenly struck from the side. On the blade, a faint golden glow flashed and precisely slashed into the fisherman's neck. It was Chen Yin, his eyes wide open, hair standing on end, using all his strength to force the knife down that was stuck halfway. Crack! Accompanied by the crisp sound of bones breaking, a massive fish head flew up into the air and crashed heavily to the ground. The headless torso shook, black-green blood gushing out like a fountain, before it fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, a new piece of information appeared in his mind. Congratulations, you have unlocked a new ingredient. Deep diver note. Possessing a faint aura from the old ones, it may help the consumer learn to swim more easily when cooked. Pollution level. Moderate gold required for purification. 2. But at that moment, Chen Yin couldn't care less about this. His attention was entirely on the monster next to him that had been pierced by a harpoon. No matter if it was a monster or not, just because it was willing to risk its life for him, Chen Yin couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Having never encountered any friends in his life, he never expected that in the apocalypse, a monster would be willing to sacrifice itself to save him. But the problem was, Chen Yin was a cook, not a doctor, and this situation probably wouldn't help even if a doctor came in a moment of desperation. He didn't have time to think much that he dashed over, enduring the stench and visual discomfort, and half-dragged, half-hugged the monster along with the harpoon stuck in it into his restaurant. Bang! He slammed the glass door shut with his back. He turned his head and growled at the skull on the counter that was leisurely watching the scene. Is there any way to save it? Save? Ha ha ha. The skull laughed as if it had heard something amusing. Just as Chen Yin was about to bring the blood-stained kitchen knife down on the skull's skull, Inca finally stopped laughing. My dear shopkeeper, you may have misunderstood something. She, perhaps, does not need your salvation at all. Chen Yin paused with the knife raised, furrowing his brow. What do you mean? This beautiful girl is a sacrifice of the god of suffering and joy, and also its most devoted priestess. The skull spoke in a strange, chant-like tone. She has long completed the path of false blessings bestowed by the deity and has tasted the heavenly illusions. Now, she is walking on the final staircase to the divine throne, the endless path of suffering. There was a hint of morbid admiration in Enka's tone. As long as this grand ritual has not come to an end, as long as that deity is still admiring her sacred posture struggling in pain, she will not truly die. Even if torn to pieces, her flesh and blood will reassemble under the power of the divine. Heh, what a uniquely tasteful deity. It deliberately places the utmost pleasure before the most brutal torment, just to appreciate the unparalleled brilliance of despair when the soul falls from the clouds into the abyss. But this has nothing to do with you, my dear shopkeeper. As a chosen sacrifice, her soul will ultimately become a brilliant gem on the divine throne. And you just need to quietly witness this sacred moment, and that will be the best help you can provide to her, this devout believer. Chen Yin fell silent. He slowly lowered the kitchen knife in his hand, his gaze shifting from Inca to the deformed body on the ground that was slightly writhing, with flesh buds growing wildly at the wound. Oh, you mean she was originally a normal person, right? Chen Yin's tone was somber. Inca hesitated for a moment before continuing. This is the glorious path she chose for herself, shopkeeper. Are you really going to pollute a willing martyr just to satisfy your own moral needs? Denying her will, isn't that another form of cruelty? Chen Yin raised his head, looking directly into Inca's hollow eye sockets, his voice calm. So you mean I do have a way to save her, right? Do you know? Inca, in my homeland, we don't call this we call it being misled to the point of crippling. Chapter 3. The girl, the contract, and the new customer. The soul-shattering pain dissipated without warning. That in its place was a long-lost warmth, seeping into every inch of skin, reaching every bone. That Lilith's consciousness floated in this warmth. She couldn't help but recall a long, long time ago, when the sun had not yet grown tendrils, and Dust Harbor was still called Prost Harbor, and the deep red tide had not yet swept in from the horizon. She had followed her parents on the street to bask in the sun, the warm, non-chilling sunlight covering her body, cozy and without the worry of becoming a monster. That was a feeling called peace. Uncertain how much time passed, the warm feeling slowly faded, But the excruciating pain did not return at the same time. She could no longer feel the omnipresent gaze of the deity. Lilith suddenly opened her eyes, and what met her gaze were a pair of pale, delicate hands, even revealing faint blue veins beneath the skin. The marks of pollution and distortion brought by the control of power, and the ritual had vanished without a trace. In confusion, she instinctively lifted her head. Warm light spilled from the ceiling, gentle beyond belief. This place resembled a restaurant that shouldn't exist in this dying world. Exquisite tables and chairs, clean floors, and the air was filled with the aroma of food, rather than the blood and decay she had long grown accustomed to. The man who had once provided her with uniquely delicious food was quietly standing in front of her. He wore strangely shaped but exceptionally neat clothing, holding a gleaming kitchen knife, the blade showing no signs of rust. The man's expression was serious, silently staring at her. In an instant, confusion and fear gripped her heart. She instinctively wanted to curl up her body, praying instinctively to the deity she believed in. But as the ritual began to form in her mind, an unprecedented sense of terror overwhelmed her. She could clearly see her meager soul power pointing towards the man before her through the ritual. In that moment, she understood everything. There was no sadness, no anger, only the relief of surviving a disaster and absolute fear of her new master. Almost relying on her instinct for survival, she directly knelt before the man, pressing her forehead firmly against the cold floor. "Master, I am willing to offer you everything, my soul, my faith, my life. Please so, is this enough?" Chen looked at the labor contract in his hand, which emitted a faint white glow and the pure light cocoon floating in front of him, asking with some doubt. A few seconds earlier, following the instructions given by the skeleton named Inca, Chen had dripped the blood of the monster onto the labor contract he had just printed from the store's printer. Once the blood touched the paper, it wriggled on its own to the employee's signature line, transforming into a name Chen did not recognize but instantly understood the meaning of. Lilith, that should be her name. Then, the contract glowed brilliantly, soft white light pouring from the pages, completely enveloping the monster on the ground, transforming into the light cocoon now hovering before him. Inca confirmed his question. "Yes, as long as a contract is signed with you. She is your employee. That divine being wouldn't recklessly provoke you over a trivial gem." Chen scoffed. "Well, I must have quite a big face." As they spoke, the light faded away. The deformed monster on the ground had vanished, replaced by a girl in tattered clothing, curled up on the ground. Her skin was pale to the point of being almost translucent, her features delicate, and a waterfall of silver hair spilled across the ground, but her beautiful ruby-like eyes were hollow and devoid of spirit. The girl slowly lifted her head, her gaze gradually focusing. When she met Chen Yan's eyes, her body trembled slightly. Then, her previously vacant expression filled with terror. In the next second, she rolled and crawled to kneel at Chen Yan's feet, pressing her head firmly against the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably with fear. "Master, I am willing to offer you everything. My soul, my faith, my life. Please, stop. Before the girl could finish, Chen interrupted her. "I'm not a master. We signed a labor contract, not a master-servant agreement. Just call me boss or store manager." Although being called master by such a beautiful girl with a hint of youthful beauty might be thrilling in fantasy, in reality, Chen felt a wave of inexplicable shame and awkwardness overwhelming him. If it weren't for being in a post-apocalyptic world, he might have thought he was hearing police sirens. His gaze lingered slightly on the girl's pale skin exposed by her ragged clothing. Then he cleared his throat and forcibly looked away. "Come with me. I'll find you some clothes." "Yes, master. Store manager." The girl's voice still trembled uncontrollably as she kept her head down, following Chen like a shadow. Chen felt a sense of relief at her attitude. This unexpected obedience meant the likelihood of her repaying kindness with malice had dropped to a minimum. Initially, due to Inca's words, he was a bit worried that the girl, once she recovered, would indeed be angry with him for disrupting her pilgrimage. So, he had even added a clause in the contract stating employees are prohibited from harming the employer in any form. According to Inca, the written provisions in the contract had absolute binding force on employees who signed it. But now it seemed that concern was a bit unnecessary. Even in this abnormal world, survival remained a primary pursuit, not some pilgrimage. Enka was indeed talking nonsense, and Chen Yin secretly heightened his vigilance towards Enka. Upon entering the bedroom, Chen Yin took out a set of his own t-shirt and pants from the wardrobe and tossed them to the girl behind him. "You can wear this for now. Come out when you're dressed. I have some questions to ask you." With that, Chen Yin turned and left the bedroom, shutting the door behind him. As soon as he stepped out, Enka's noisy voice rang out. "Store manager, I know you might be busy with personal interests right now, but I must remind you that a new guest seems to be arriving. I advise you to prepare in advance. After all, until this moment, you've been squandering the little order power left in the store without completing a single transaction, which is very dangerous." Hearing this, Chen Yan's expression darkened, but he was not in the mood to argue with Enka at this moment. He casually picked up the kitchen knife that had been left on the dining table and, looking through the glass, carefully observed the scene outside. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a figure dressed in black limped out from the alley where the fisherman monster had just emerged. His face was pale, filled with terror, and he glanced back frequently. Behind him, several monsters with bat wings and sharp claws were relentlessly pursuing him, emitting piercing shrieks. However, as soon as the man staggered into the illuminated area of the restaurant, those monsters halted their chase, seemingly afraid of the light, shielding their eyes with their wings, and then let out a reluctant howl before turning around and flying back into the darkness. Seeing the pursuers retreat, the man, with 2 bloody holes in his right leg, still did not relax at all, as the scene behind him was too abnormal. In this dead zone, abnormality meant death. Thus, the man dared not linger for another second and immediately tried to escape, limping away from that cozy yet strange place that resembled a shop. But before he could take a step, a hand pressed down on his shoulder. Chapter 4. The first business. The man whose shoulder was pressed down suddenly tensed up. It was a reaction deeply ingrained in his bones. A survival instinct honed from struggling to exist in this wasteland. There was no scream, no turning back. With a flick of his wrist, a dagger slid out from his sleeve like a venomous snake, striking, aiming for the neck of the person behind him. The entire movement was fluid, so quick that it left almost no afterimage. However, the expected sensation of the blade slicing through flesh did not come. A faint golden halo flashed around Chen Yan's neck, as if the dagger had hit an invisible wall and was easily deflected. The shock in the man's eyes was fleeting. His wrist went numb, and his body stiffened for a moment due to the recoil. Now's the time. Chen Yan was also drenched in cold sweat, but fortunately, Enka had not deceived him. As long as he was near the restaurant, as long as the power of order had not been exhausted, he was safe. This was the confidence that allowed him to step outside. Taking advantage of the man's momentary daze, he unhesitatingly swung the other hand, wielding a heavy frying pan that he had prepared earlier. Bang! A dull thud echoed, and the man's world spun. Stars flashed before his eyes. The strength to resist vanished in an instant, and his body went limp, ready to fall. Chen Yan reacted quickly, grabbing the collar of his shirt and dragging him into the warm, bright restaurant. The glass door closed automatically behind him, completely isolating the cold and darkness of the outside world. Finally, someone who looked human. "You're eating this meal today, whether you want to or not," Chen Yan mumbled as he tossed the man into a corner. "This business is mine, for sure." He then casually moved a chair over and sat down opposite him, his gaze fixed on the man with an unfriendly demeanor. Anyone would look unwell if a stranger tried to stab them upon meeting. The man shook his dazed head, his vision finally refocusing. He saw Chen Yan clearly, a creature dressed in impossibly clean clothes, holding a frying pan, in this warm, tidy place that smelled of food. Fear gripped his heart once more. Chen Yan didn't give him much time to dwell on his thoughts. He pulled out a sealed bag of sliced bread from his backpack and slammed it on the table. "A bag of bread, $100. Show me the money." His tone was concise and firm, leaving no room for doubt. "Money?" The man was stunned. The word was both familiar and strange to him, but he quickly understood it as a code according to the logic of the Wasteland. He realized that the powerful being before him, disguised in human skin, was demanding a forced transaction. His expression darkened instantly, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He could never believe that the money referred to by such an existence would be the worthless paper or metal of the old world. In this dead world, the true hard currency was only extraordinary materials, knowledge, or even life and soul. He instinctively reached into his chest, where he had carefully wrapped a small grass that emitted a faint glow. The Ader's grass. It was the only hope to save his wife. No, he absolutely could not give it up. The man's gaze turned resolute in despair. He suddenly slid off his chair, knelt on the ground, and knocked his head heavily on the polished floor, making a muffled sound. Great one, respected being. His voice was hoarse and filled with pleading. I have no money, but I am willing to offer my soul. I am willing to enter any contract with you. I only ask that you forgive my offense and let me go back. My wife. She is very ill. She needs me. Chen Yin was momentarily stunned. What was going on here? Stop. He waved his hand impatiently. Who wants your soul? I want money. Money. Don't tell me you guys have regressed to bartering. That works too. Take out anything valuable on you, clothes, jewelry, whatever, and trade. This was a rule he had confirmed in detail with Enka earlier. The core of the transaction was the act of exchange itself, which was key to the generation of order coins. As for the value of the traded items, it only affected the quantity of coins produced. For someone as broke as Chen Yin, the most crucial thing was to make a breakthrough from 0 to 1. Master Store Manager. Enka's unpleasant voice suddenly interrupted the conversation. Actually, souls are also a form of high-quality currency. If he is willing to exchange his soul for this bag of bread, the premium you gain will bring you a considerable amount of coins. Shut up. Chen Yin interrupted it rudely. I'm running a legitimate restaurant, not some shady workshop for human meat buns. He didn't want his restaurant's grand opening to resemble some kind of evil god's altar. The man on the floor was stunned by Chen Yan's words, his panicked mind finally beginning to process the information. Money? Jewelry? His understanding seemed to have deviated. This powerful being did not want his life, nor the life-saving grass in his arms, but rather the useless items from the old world. He trembled as he got up, half believing, and took off his tattered backpack, dumping its contents onto the table. Most of it was tools like wrenches, screwdrivers, crowbars, covered in oil and rust. Chen Yan's gaze swept over the pile of junk and was soon drawn to a deep, dark blue. It was a sapphire pendant set in a platinum base, the main stone resembling the purest night sky, surrounded by a circle of fine diamonds. Under the soft light, it refracted a breathtaking brilliance. Although Chen Yin didn't understand jewelry, just looking at the pure color and perfect cut, he knew this item would be quite valuable in his original world. He reached out and tapped the pendant with his finger. The man followed his finger and was momentarily stunned. He had picked up this pendant a few days ago from an abandoned jewelry store, intending to bring it back as a little toy for his daughter. In the old days, it might have been a priceless treasure. But in today's world, where people couldn't even fill their stomachs, it was just a pretty stone. But he reacted quickly, immediately understanding Chen Yan's intent, and hurriedly took out the pendant, pushing it in front of Chen Yan. Great one. Is this enough? Chen Yan didn't hesitate and directly accepted the pendant. The moment he took it, a line of peculiar golden text clearly appeared in his mind. Transaction established. Transaction value assessment. 10 order coins. Current coin holding. 10 order coin balance greater than 0. Store basic functions activated. Would you like to activate store protection? Store protection. Within the protection range, you are the sole rule maker. All entrants, including employees, must unconditionally comply with the rules you establish. You can set the visibility of the protection range for specific objects. Basic protection cost, 1 coin day. Intermediate protection cost, 10 coins day. Advanced protection cost, 100 coins day. It's here. Chen Yan's heart stirred, and he unhesitatingly chose yes. 1 order coin paid. Basic protection activated. Remaining time, 23:59. 59. Current coin holding, 9. An invisible wave spread silently from the restaurant center, as if wrapping this small space in an unseen, solid shell. Chen Yin instantly felt a closer connection to the restaurant, a sense of unprecedented security flooding over him. He once again turned his gaze to the man in front of him. The earlier tension and awkwardness had completely vanished, replaced by a kind of kindness that resembled seeing quality leaks. Ahem. Chen Yin cleared his throat and revealed a smile that could be described as gentle. Friend, instant noodles. Want to get a try? Saying this, he took out a pack of braised beef noodles from his backpack and waved it in front of the man. The man looked at the pendant in Chen Yan's hand, which he treated as a toy, then at Chen Yan's kind smile, still unable to process it all. But he at least understood one thing. This mysterious shopkeeper was indeed collecting the wealth abandoned by the world. His survival instincts kicked in, prompting him to take action immediately. He started rummaging through his pockets and soon pulled out 2 lustrous necklaces from a closed pocket, the gems embedded in them sparkling under the light. He had also picked these up casually, intending to bring them back to his wife, so she could be happy even while ill. "Shopkeeper, is this okay?" he asked with an uncertain tone, trembling. Chen Yan's eyes instantly lit up as he unceremoniously accepted the necklaces. The cold metal and gemstones touched his hand, and familiar golden text appeared in his mind. Transaction established. Transaction value assessment. 30 order coins. Current coins held. 39. Chen Yan was overjoyed, but his expression remained calm as he nodded in satisfaction. "Wait, the noodles will be ready soon." He then took a bowl from the kitchen, tore open the packaging, poured in hot water, and soon the aroma of braised beef noodles filled the main hall of the restaurant. This scent was just a familiar flavor to Chen Yan, but to the man who had been struggling in the wasteland for a long time, it was an immense mental shock. The man's Adam's apple rolled up and down uncontrollably, and his stomach protested like thunder. Saliva was secreted wildly, nearly overflowing from the corners of his mouth. It was as if his soul was being called and tempted by this aroma. Just when he was about to go crazy from the torment of this scent, the monster he saw as wearing human skin finally pushed the prepared noodles in front of him. The man, who had been telling himself to find a way to refuse any food from this strange shop, now looked at the red oily noodle soup, unable to utter a single word. Maybe I could give it a try? After all, refusing might anger the monster in front of him. Once the mental defenses showed a crack, they would be instantly crushed by the hunger's desire. The man trembled as he picked up the plastic fork that Chen Yan kindly offered, then tentatively speared a bit of noodles and brought it to his mouth. Hot, fragrant. The familiar taste, which only existed in distant memories, exploded on his tongue, and tears streamed down the man's face. After the first bite, the next came uncontrollably. He could no longer think and just kept shoveling food into his mouth. Just as he picked up the fork, new text appeared in Chen Yan's mind. Instant noodles, comment, description. The rising steam and rich aroma can temporarily make one forget the cold and cruelty of this wasteland. Consumption effect, full stamina recovery, gain a temporary satisfaction state, SAN value slowly recovers within 5 minutes. Chapter 5, The Port of Twilight, Scavengers. In the origin of disaster, Chen Yan sat to the side, somewhat surprised as he watched the man across from him devour his food. The sight was reminiscent of a refugee who had been starving for centuries. No, it was even more exaggerated than that. He practically buried his whole face in the bowl, oblivious to the scalding soup splashing onto his face. But then again, considering the clearly inhospitable environment outside, if the human digestive system in this world hadn't undergone any significant evolution, food scarcity was almost inevitable. Soon, the man finished a bowl of instant noodles, drinking every last drop of soup. Along with the food entering his body was a peculiar warmth, making him feel as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Even the pain in his right leg had subsided. Right leg? The man suddenly looked down at his right leg, only to be astonished to find that the wound had disappeared. Through the 2 torn holes in his pants, he saw only smooth, intact skin, with not even a scar left behind. Chen Yan observed this change closely. Did complete recovery of physical strength also include the healing of external injuries? He silently noted this discovery. This was much more powerful than he had imagined. Feeling better? Chen Yan's calm voice broke the silence. The man jolted, looking up sharply. The fear in his eyes had completely faded, but it was now mixed with deep reverence and confusion. Yes, much better, sir. Don't call me sir. Just call me shopkeeper. Chen Yan waved his hand. My name is Chen Yan. What yours? Riss. My name is Riss, the man quickly replied, lowering his posture. Riss. Chen Yan nodded. I think you can tell that I'm not a local, so I'd like to learn some information from you. For example, what is this place, and who are you? Where did you come from? Faced with Chen Yan's questions, Riss, despite his confusion, dared not show any signs of negligence. This is Twilight Port, one of the coastal ports of the same kingdom. Before the disaster broke out, I was a carpenter here, but now I'm just a scavenger in the shelter. Disaster? Chen Yan inquired curiously, What kind of disaster? When did it happen? Is it what caused this place to become like this? Upon hearing this, Riss appeared even more perplexed. I can understand that you're from outside, but is there really a place in this world that doesn't know about the disaster? But despite his confusion, he still earnestly answered the series of bizarre questions posed by this strange individual. Perhaps this was what Dr. Fawn had mentioned as echo, so it was normal for someone to lack understanding of the current world. Through his conversation with Riss, Chen Yin roughly understood the situation. According to Riss, this place was called Twilight Port, or Prosport, which was originally a livable and prosperous town. However, a year ago, a disaster broke out. The celestial phenomena became abnormal. The sea began to rise, many dangerous creatures came ashore, and cultists turned the town into chaos. Consequently, they were forced to retreat to the hillside behind the town, seeking refuge under the protection of Viscount Rost, which was what he referred to as the shelter. Suddenly accepting so many people, the resources in the shelter could naturally not meet the demand. Therefore, those at the bottom like Riss had to go down to the area they call the Dead Zone, which was where the restaurant was currently located, to scavenge for supplies, hence the term scavenger. Food was extremely scarce in the castle district, and to support their families, they had to come to the Dead Zone and try their luck, looking for something useful. As he spoke about his family, Riss's expression suddenly changed, as if he remembered something very important. The slight color that had just returned to his face instantly drained away, replaced by anxiety and panic. Shopkeeper. He suddenly knelt down. My wife. She is still sick, waiting for me to bring back herbs to save her. Please, I beg you, let me go. Seeing him in such a state, Chen Yin didn't have the heart to detain him any longer. He didn't press Riss further, simply standing up and casually saying, All right, get up. I didn't plan to keep you. You can go. Oh, right. Remember to help me promote the shop when you go back. Bring me more customers. Chen Yin pointed to the bag of undamaged bread on the table. And don't forget the things you bought. Riss stared at Chen Yin in shock, seemingly unable to believe that the other party let him go so easily. He hesitated for a moment, but eventually scrambled to his feet, quickly grabbing the bag of bread and tightly stuffing it into his arms. Then he turned and dashed out of the shop without hesitation. The warm light was cut off behind him, and the man's slender figure was once again swallowed by the cold darkness. After watching the first customer disappear into the night, Chen Yin turned his gaze to the girl by the wall. Lilith had already dressed and come out, but seeing that Chen Yin was busy, she didn't call for him and quietly leaned against the wall like a soulless puppet, motionless. Lilith. Chen Yin waved his hand. The girl's body trembled slightly, and a hint of focus finally appeared in her vacant eyes. She stepped forward, standing in front of Chen Yin. The oversized t-shirt hung loosely on her, and the two long pant legs were simply rolled up, exposing a slender, pale ankle. Chen Yin's gaze passed over her. Thinking that he would need to find a way to get her a fitted outfit, he wondered if there would be any in the shelter Riss mentioned. You've seen it. I need to understand this world, Chen Yin stated directly. Can you tell me about your experiences? Lilith lowered her head, her voice flat and devoid of any emotion. Yes, shopkeeper. As you know, my name is Lilith. Before the disaster, I lived with my parents at 11 Wasteland Street. Later, when the disaster suddenly broke out, we didn't have time to escape. In a moment of crisis, to protect me and my mother, my father performed a pact ritual summoning my former master, god of suffering and pleasure, Aspeton. At this point, her voice showed a barely perceptible pause. Later, my father returned to the embrace of the Lord while spreading the Lord's gospel. My mother sacrificed herself during a ritual to summon a deity, and I was chosen as the new saint, becoming a priestess. Then I embarked on the ritual, and then I was chosen by you to become your employee. When the girl spoke of these things, her tone was calm, as if reciting a tale that had nothing to do with her. Yet Chen Yin noticed that her hands, hanging at her sides, were slightly whitening from the force of her grip. In that past, completely controlled by the will of the divine, Lilith had never felt that there was anything wrong with it all. Death was a return, and devotion was glory. But at this moment, free from the all-seeing gaze, as she recalled the once gentle, now blurred faces of her parents, a faint resentment, surprising even herself, quietly rose from her numb heart. But it was quickly suppressed instinctively. Humans had no right to question the arrangements of the divine. That was blasphemy. No matter which deity one faced, obedience was the only path to redemption. She told herself in her heart. Chen Yin suddenly felt a bit regretful. How was this any different from making her reveal her own scars? Feeling guilty, he attempted to change the subject. By the way, since you were once a priestess of the church, do you know what is really going on in this world? Did the god you once worshipped ever tell you anything? He never mentioned it. Lilith shook her head, her brow slightly furrowing as if she was trying to recall something. Then she added uncertainly, but just before the disaster, my father. He had gone on a long trip, and when he came back, he seemed incredibly anxious. He locked himself in his room, repeating one phrase over and over. Chen Yin raised an eyebrow. What phrase? Lilith paused for a moment, her tone filled with confusion. He said, "Our world has been discovered." Chapter 6. Cold Days and Conspiracies. Lilith's voice was very soft, yet it sent a chill down Chen Yan's spine that was hard to describe. The phrase "being discovered," with its simple words, revealed a chilling malice behind it. Just as he was about to press further, an untimely sound broke the heavy silence. Gurgle. The sound was faint, but in the quiet restaurant, it was particularly clear. The source of the sound came from the girl across the table. Chen Yan's expression instantly became a bit strange. He looked at Lilith and tentatively asked, "Are you hungry?" Lilith calmly nodded her head, her doll-like face still devoid of any expression. She slightly bent forward and said in a flat tone, "I'm very sorry, manager. You don't have to worry. Why didn't you say you were hungry earlier?" Chen Yin interrupted her, frowning. The girl's response made Chen Yin once again feel the distortion of this world. Hunger was a trial. Believers should not disturb the divine with such trivial matters. After hearing this, Chen Yin was momentarily at a loss for how to react. His silence was mixed with a hint of bitterness. He took a deep breath, extended 2 fingers, and spoke with unprecedented seriousness. "Listen, Lilith. I want to emphasize 2 points to you. First, I'm not a god. I am a human, an ordinary person. Second," he pointed to the clean and tidy dining table around them, "I run a restaurant." What is a restaurant for? It's a place for people to eat. If you starve to death here, that would be the greatest insult to me and the utmost desecration of my restaurant. So from now on, if you're hungry, you must tell me immediately, understood? The girl raised her head, her ruby-like eyes fixed on Chen Yin, seemingly digesting this somewhat niche oracle. After a long while, she gently nodded. "What do you want to eat?" Chen Yan's tone softened. Lilith's face showed obvious confusion, as if this was an extremely difficult question to answer. Seeing her like this, Chen Yin sighed and decided not to press her further. "Forget it. I'll choose for you. Let us just have a simple egg fried rice for now. Other dishes take longer to prepare." After saying that, he turned and walked toward the kitchen. It wasn't until Chen Yan's figure disappeared behind the door that Lilith belatedly realized the manager was going to cook for her. An existence as dignified as a god was going to prepare food with his own hands for her. The numb expression on her face finally showed cracks for the first time. Confusion, incomprehension, and a hint of fear surfaced. But soon, she found a reason to convince herself of this incomprehensible act. She looked around the warm, bright restaurant and recalled the scavenger named Reese, who had exchanged a pile of useless trash for precious food. Perhaps this was the way her new master conveyed blessings and power, through the medium of food. With this thought, her tense heartstrings relaxed. At least, this method should be much better than carving runes on her skin with a knife. In the kitchen, the sizzling sound of oil and the crisp clatter of spatula against pan echoed. Chen Yan's movements were very skilled, cracking eggs, heating oil, adding rice. Tossing it all together, everything was done in one go. Soon, a plate of egg-fried rice, distinct grains glistening and golden, mingled with the aroma of eggs and scallions, was freshly made. The pure, food-related fragrance instantly filled the entire restaurant. "Lilith, it's time to eat." Chen Yin came out from the kitchen, holding the plate. But he did not see the girl at the dining table. Turning his head, he found Lilith standing by the restaurant's glass window, gazing blankly at the sky outside. Then, he heard her softly utter in a dreamy tone, "The tide is receding. The sun is about to come out." Chen Yin followed her gaze. In the next second, he witnessed a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. The deep red sky, which seemed eternal and unchanging, was now surging violently like the sea. At that moment, Chen Yin suddenly realized that it was not the clouds he was familiar with, but a thick, scarlet ocean suspended in the sky. Now, this bizarre sea was receding, slowly shrinking toward the distant horizon, revealing the pure and deep void behind it. Then, a sun slowly rose from the end of that void. Chen Yan's pupils suddenly constricted. The so-called sun was far larger than the one he remembered, nearly occupying a third of the visible sky. It was not a blazing sphere of light, but a massive, irregular mass of flesh that writhed slowly. Chen Yin could even see the dark red patterns on its surface, resembling blood vessels, crisscrossing across it. And at its edges, several gigantic tentacles were flailing about, as if they had no bones. At the center of that mass of flesh, a circular area about half its size emitted a dim, cold, dead white light. Yes, cold sunlight. Until this moment, Chen Yin had never thought that one day he would use the word cold to describe sunlight. The pale light spilled onto the ground, instantly brightening the world outside the restaurant. But along with the light came not warmth, but a bone-deep chill. Countless icicles were growing at a visibly rapid pace along the edges of the ruined buildings, flickering with a pale light. In the sky, some fragmented white substances, resembling snowflakes, began to drift down. Just by looking through a layer of glass, Chen Yin felt a chill that seemed capable of freezing his very soul. Meanwhile, in another part of the harbor, Reese was desperately running toward the shelter on the hillside. His breath had turned into white mist, and every step felt like stepping on a knife's edge. Today was a tide-receding day, and daylight might come very early. He had to return to the shelter before the sun fully rose. Otherwise, he would freeze to death outside. Finally, before his strength gave out, the outline of the shelter, transformed from an old noble manor, appeared in his sight. He stumbled and crawled to the front door, where the guard recognized him as the scavenger who often went out and let him in without much trouble. As soon as he entered, he bumped into a refined middle-aged man in a white coat and glasses. Dr. Fawn. Upon seeing the newcomer, a look of joy instantly filled Reese's eyes. But in the next second, he felt a deep confusion. Tentatively, he asked, "Doctor, are you going out now?" The man known as Dr. Fawn was also a bit surprised to see him, his eyes flashing with a hint of indecision. Eventually, he nodded and said, "Yes, I have some urgent matters to attend to." Reese immediately grew anxious, lowering his voice and pleading, "But doctor, my wife's illness." Dr. Fawn sighed, his gaze falling on the bulging backpack in Reese's arms. "You found the Adries herb, right?" Seeing Reese nod, Dr. Fawn pondered for a moment and said, "All right then. I'll help you prepare the potion before I leave. Let's go to your home." In Reese's shabby little house, built from wooden boards and iron sheets at the edge of the shelter, Dr. Fawn asked him to keep watch at the door. "If anyone comes looking for me, just say you haven't seen me, understand?" The doctor's tone was extraordinarily serious. Reese glanced at the doctor's tightly furrowed brow and finally sensed that something was amiss. But he still nodded heavily. Right now, nothing was more important than his wife's potion. Just as Dr. Fawn carefully ground the herbs, mixed them, and finally produced a pale green elixir, outside the window, the ghastly white light completely enveloped the earth. The tide had receded, and the sun had come out. "Doctor." Fawn adjusted his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, his brows knitting into a frown. Reese looked at the rapidly forming frost outside and said worriedly, "Doctor, it's daytime now. This cursed weather is too dangerous. Why don't you wait until nightfall to leave? The tide might come in quickly today." "Doctor." Fawn shook his head and handed the potion to Reese, his voice lowered to a whisper. "There's no time. Captain Layton, he has been seduced by an unknown evil god and is secretly planning a terrible ritual in the shelter. I accidentally discovered his secret, but he also found out about me. I must leave now, while he still thinks I won't dare to go out during the day. I need to cross part of the dead zone and take another route to report to Lord Viscount and expose his treachery." Hearing this, Reese gasped, no longer trying to dissuade him. He knew this was something he couldn't help with. Dr. Fawn packed his belongings, preparing to leave through the back window. However, just as he was about to climb out, Reese looked at the vial in his hand that could save his wife and then at the perfectly packaged bag of bread on the table, his heart torn in conflict. Ultimately, he made up his mind and finally spoke, "Dr. Fawn, thank you for saving my wife. If you find yourself in dire straits in the dead zone, perhaps you could Try your luck on Henton Street." Dr. Farn's movement suddenly paused. He turned back, his scrutinizing gaze lingering on Reese's haggard face for a moment before sweeping over the bag of sliced bread that was so out of place in the surrounding environment. His eyes narrowed slightly, but in the end, he asked nothing. He simply gave Reese a deep look, nodded, and then his figure disappeared into the ghastly white sunlight and shadows. Chapter 7, Finding the Second. Guess the pale sunlight fell from the sky, dyeing the entire dusk port into a dead gray white. That writhing, gigantic, fleshly sun hung above like a massive eye gazing down upon the earth. Once a giver of light and warmth, it now frantically plundered the earth's remaining warmth with its brilliance. In the ruins of broken buildings, icicles hung everywhere. Fragments of white material continuously drifted down from the sky. Not long after the sun rose, the ground was already covered with a thick layer of snow. They looked like snow, but were colder and more lethal than snow. Silently, they covered the entire street, draping this dead world in a false layer of purity. However, at the end of this icy world, there was a cozy restaurant with lights on. A thin layer of glass separated two completely different worlds inside and outside. Outside the window was the soul-freezing coldness and silence. Inside was soft lighting, warm air, and the aroma of food. Chen placed a steaming plate of fried rice in front of Lilith on the table. The golden egg strands evenly enveloped each translucent grain of rice, with green scallions sprinkled throughout, simple yet exuding a warmth that could touch the heart. Fried rice, ordinary. Description: golden egg strands wrap around distinct grains of rice. Its simple aroma evokes memories of a place called home amidst the ruins. Eating effect: completely restores stamina, grants a temporary peace of mind state, slightly boosts mental resilience, making it less likely to panic. Lilith stared blankly at the food before her. After the disaster broke out, most of her food had been bitter pastes mixed with unknown herbs or raw meat with a fishy smell. She had forgotten the last time she had seen such normal food. Hesitantly, she picked up the spoon that Chen handed her, her movements awkward and stiff. Then, she scooped up a small spoonful and carefully brought it to her mouth. In the next second, the girl's body suddenly shuddered, her ruby-like eyes widening in shock. A warm and pure fragrance, mingled with the sweetness of rice and the freshness of eggs, exploded on her taste buds. It was a taste she thought she had long forgotten. Unlike the twisted ecstasy brought by divine gifts, nor the soul-stinging pain from rituals. This was a pure feeling, one of deliciousness that originated from the food itself. The warm food slid down her esophagus into her stomach, transforming into a warm current that instantly spread throughout her limbs. And she felt once again that sensation of being enveloped in warmth. Tears fell from her vacant eyes without warning. One drop, another, splattering on the table. She recalled a long time ago, before the world had gone awry, when her family would sit together enjoying a simple dinner. That memory, once blurred, became unprecedentedly clear at this moment with the aroma of the food. She could no longer control herself, picking up the spoon and shoveling bite after bite of fried rice in her mouth, as if trying to swallow all her grievances and longing. Chen watched her actions and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it didn't seem to be bad enough to make her cry. "Eat slowly, don't choke," he said softly, pushing a cup of warm water towards her. Lilith paused her movements, lifted her tear-streaked face, and glanced at Chen. Then, she gently nodded and slowed her eating pace, though she still did not stop. Chen gaze turned back to the pale, icy world outside the window. From Lilith, he had learned about the current celestial phenomena of this world. After the disaster broke out, the normal cycle of day and night had ceased to exist. When the sky was shrouded by that inverted crimson ocean, it was referred to as the high tide period, which usually lasted about a week, akin to the old days. After the high tide period ended, it would be low tide day. The crimson tide would recede, and that terrifying sun would rise, using its cold sunlight to gradually strip the earth of its heat. Then, the deep red tide would rise again at an indeterminate time, and these two states would cyclically alternate, forming the current day and night of this world. The sun that once provided light and warmth had now become the source of spreading cold. This completely contradicted the physical laws Chen Yin knew. If the sun no longer provided heat, how could this world be merely cold to such an extent? Where did the heat necessary for basic life come from? But then he thought, if the sun has grown tentacles, what else is impossible? This world could no longer be judged by common sense. He walked to the door, curious, and gently pushed it open a crack. The cold wind howled outside, swirling with deadly snow. But strangely, the biting cold wind could not enter the restaurant at all, as if it were blocked by an invisible wall. Inside remained warm as spring. Chen Yin understood that this was probably the effect of the shop's protection. Then he extended his hand, reached out the door, and caught a few falling white snowflakes. The bone-chilling cold instantly surged from his palm, colder than he had imagined. What was even stranger was that these snowflakes did not melt into water in his palm. Instead, they directly evaporated, turning into a barely noticeable wisp of white mist that disappeared, taking away a bit of warmth from his hand. It must be at least minus 10 or 20 degrees. Chen Yin clicked his tongue in amazement and quickly closed the door. Despite the shop's protection, that ugly sun in the sky still instilled in him a primal fear and disgust. However, just as Chen Yin was about to turn away, his movement suddenly halted. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a staggeringly moving snowman on the snow-covered street in the distance. Farn was struggling to trek through the ruins of the street. His complexion was terrible. This low-tide day was colder than any previous time. Even though he had already consumed the alchemical potion, Survival of the Fittest, from Sequence 17 before setting out, he now felt as if his body was about to freeze stiff. He was wrapped in a heavy black tarp, trying to minimize contact between his skin and the deadly snow. The potion had caused his body fat to reorganize, forming an efficient insulation layer. A thick layer of black fur had also grown on his skin, making him look like a monkey trudging through the wind and snow. Yet even so, his heat was still rapidly dissipating. The cold wind was like a knife, whipping icy snow particles against his face. His consciousness began to blur, and his footsteps grew heavier. At this rate, before he could reach the Viscount's castle, he would first become a frozen corpse. Looking at the swirling snowstorm and the nearly half journey ahead, despair washed over him like a tide. Perhaps dying like this wouldn't be so bad. After all, the White Tower had long since fallen, and this world had already died. But just then, he suddenly remembered the words of the scavenger Riss before he left. If you find yourself in a desperate situation in the dead zone, perhaps you could try your luck on Henton Street. Henton Street. A wry smile emerged at the corner of Farn's mouth. I must be crazy, but it doesn't hurt to try. At least if it's a nest. I can die fighting against the strange things, and it won TB in vain for having been an investigator for half my life. With that thought, he turned around and moved toward the location of Henton Street in his memory. But as he dragged his heavy steps around a street corner and looked at the street that had long turned into ruins, the last glimmer of hope in his eyes vanished. There was nothing there. Just when he was about to give up, the next moment, a restaurant emitting a warm orange light appeared out of nowhere at the end of the street. A hallucination? Was it a terminal illusion appearing before death? Fawn's brain was already struggling to think normally. But soon, he was sure it wasn't a hallucination, because the door of the restaurant was pushed open. A young man, dressed only in a thin short-sleeved shirt, calmly rushed straight out into the icy world. A bizarre figure. This was the last thought that flashed through Fawn's mind. But due to the extreme cold, his limbs had already become stiff, making it impossible to dodge flexibly. He could only watch helplessly as the illogical young man charged towards him with an unstoppable momentum. Fawn instinctively tried to sidestep. Bang! A dull thud sounded. The back of his head was struck hard by an unknown heavy object, and stars instantly filled his vision as the world spun around him. Even though he felt something was wrong, his body no longer obeyed him. The next moment, his consciousness smoothly sank into darkness. Chapter 8: Alchemical Potions and Purification. Chen Yin looked at the snowman he had dragged into the room, now lying unconscious on the floor, and was momentarily stunned. He and T thought too much before. He simply believed that encountering a creature that seemed human in such a desolate place was not easy, and perhaps it was a potential customer. So he spent 1 gold coin to give himself a temporary invincibility effect that immune to all damage and rushed out. But now he had brought the person in, and in this state. After entering the door, The white snow covering the snowman he had knocked out with a frying pan quickly disappeared. However, what was revealed beneath the snow layer was not the human face that Chen Yan had expected, but a face covered with thick black hair. A primitive man? Chen Yan's eyelids twitched violently, feeling that he had gained a deeper understanding of the diversity of species in this world. However, before he could recover from his shock, the snowman on the floor underwent another transformation. The dense black hair quickly retracted beneath the skin like a receding tide. In the blink of an eye, a gaunt, middle-aged man with rugged features appeared. What was going on? Chen Yan was completely bewildered, seeing the undisguised surprise on Chen Yan's face. Lilith hesitated for a moment, and then softly spoke. "Manager, this should be the effect of the alchemical potion." Chen Yan looked at her in confusion. "Alchemical potion?" Lilith nodded and explained in her usual calm tone. "It's a potion made using alchemy, extracting power from some extraordinary materials, then mixing and reassembling them to form potions with various special effects. In the old days, alchemists and investigators would prepare and use such potions. However, anything extraordinary is tainted. This type of potion is no exception, so there are strict restrictions on using them. They cannot be taken consecutively in a short period. Otherwise, once the pollution in the body accumulates to an uncontrollable level, it can lead to mental collapse at best, or completely mutate into a mindless monster at worst. Generally, the higher the sequence number of the potion, the stronger the pollution, and the longer the required cooling-off period after consumption." She paused, lowering her voice a bit, and added, "My father was once an investigator, and he taught me some related knowledge." Just as the two were conversing, the man on the ground slowly regained consciousness. Almost a moment he became aware. He opened his eyes wide. There was no hint of confusion from just waking up, only the sharpness and vigilance of a hawk. He instinctively touched the back of his head, which was a bit sore, and then flipped over, quickly springing up from the ground and calmly surveying his surroundings. Farn's gaze quickly swept across the entire space. The warm lighting, clean tables and chairs, and the aroma of food permeating the air. There were no cultists chanting filthy spells. He was not tied to an altar, and his limbs were still intact. Aside from the dull pain in the back of his head and the stinging sensation from the side effects of the alchemical potion, survival of the fittest, his body was fine. This left him momentarily perplexed. Of course, he did not let his guard down because of it. He quickly retrieved a slender test tube filled with a blue liquid from the small leather pouch at his waist and drank it without hesitation. Sequence 83, Pollution Awareness. A cold sensation surged into his brain, significantly enhancing his distorted perception of himself and the surrounding environment for 10 minutes. However, he still did not detect anything unusual. The scene before him showed no signs of change. Aside from the residual pollution from the alchemical potion he had consumed, he could not sense any additional distorted power. This situation usually represented two possibilities. First, he was indeed safe, and this was just an ordinary place, but that was clearly impossible. Second, the entity within this lair was of a rank far beyond his imagination. So much so that even the pollution awareness potion could not perceive the distortions it caused. Upon thinking of this, a layer of cold sweat broke out on Farn's back. Meanwhile, Chen Yan, standing opposite him, was taken aback by his fluid actions. This person was quite theatrical. With the posturing and drinking the potion, the sense of ritual was full. Chen Yan cleared his throat and decided to get straight to the point. "I know you might find it hard to believe," he said in a flat tone, as if stating a fact, "but this is truly just an ordinary restaurant." Then he shifted his tone, still calm. "However, our establishment has its own rules. All guests must dine before they can leave." This was a script he had long prepared. Explaining to the people here probably wouldn't convince anyone. Plus, he himself didn't know how to explain the situation of his restaurant. So he simply didn't explain. As long as the business could continue, that was sufficient and wouldn't waste time. Then, he casually took a clean paper cup from a nearby table, poured a cup of hot water, and handed it over. "Have some water first, calm down." However, just as the man hesitated to take the cup, familiar text appeared in his mind once again. Hot water, ordinary. Description: the white mist rising from the cup is one of the few cleanses in this grim world. Consumption effect: slightly restores stamina, mildly purifies internal pollution, and grants warm status, temporarily immune to cold. Chen Yan's eyebrows raised slightly. Even hot water had special effects. This made him change his mind. He had initially thought of just casually handing over a cup of water, but since it now had special effects, he looked at the man. His expression remained unchanged, but his outstretched hand did not retract. Instead, it remained open in front of the other party. Unfortunately, sir, hot water in our establishment is not provided for free, so payment is required. Varn, holding the steaming cup of water, was stunned. Pay. He looked at the young man in front of him, who had a smile and appeared harmless, and felt a sudden, sinking sensation in his heart. Was this a ritual of forced exchange? Once he accepted this cup of water, he would have to pay the corresponding price. Seeing the seemingly bewildered expression on the man's face, Chen Yin kindly added, if you don't have money, you can pay with the alchemical potions on you. After all, as an ordinary person who had just lived in a normal world not long ago, he was quite interested in these extraordinary things, which sounded extraordinary just by their names. Since there was plenty of hot water, it wouldn't be a loss to trade for a potion. Hearing this, Farn fell silent for a moment. He then placed a paper cup on the dining table and opened his leather pouch at his waist. Inside lay several test tubes filled with different colored liquids. His fingers glided over them one by one, and he finally selected the one on the far right, pulling it out. He then handed the test tube filled with a turquoise liquid to Chen Yin and tentatively said, Sequence 103, Physical Enhancement. After consumption, physical attributes will increase by about 20% for 12 hours. Is this acceptable? Chen Yin nodded and succinctly replied, deal. He then took the potion and curiously held it up to examine it closely. Meanwhile, lines of golden text reappeared in his mind. Transaction established. Transaction amount assessment. 8 order gold coins, current gold coins held. 46, sequence 103, physical enhancement. Pollution level, low. Gold coins required for purification. 1, 8 gold coins. Less than expected. It seems that this transaction is still more inclined towards things that are closely related to currency. However, the text that appeared next caught Chen Yan's attention. This can also be purified? Interesting. Chapter 9. Hot water and green pepper fried rice. Casually tucking the potion into his pocket, Chen Yan turned to introduce himself. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Chen Yan, and I'm the manager of this store. He pointed to the quiet girl standing beside him. This is Lilith, my staff. Chen Yan's gaze returned to the man, his tone softening, and he smiled while pointing to the cup of hot water he had placed on the table. By the way, since you've already bought this cup of hot water, aren't you going to use it to warm yourself up? Perhaps. It will bring you an unexpected surprise. Rather than empty words, letting him experience the effects of this ordinary hot water firsthand might be more persuasive. Farn's gaze fell on the cup of unclear material on the table. The hot water was rising with curling white steam. He hesitated for a moment. Rationality told him this was extremely dangerous, but he knew he might have no other choice. Based on his experience as an investigator in such situations, either the contamination had already occurred or it was indeed safe. Since Reese had returned to the refuge unharmed, and he had not sensed any distorted aura from him, perhaps this place was not as deadly as he had imagined. Maybe it was just a new, relatively mild, evil spirit. As long as he did not violate its rules, he might not be harmed. He looked at the pure, rising white mist in the cup, gritted his teeth, and finally picked up the disposable cup slowly, bringing it to his lips. The warm liquid slid down his throat, and a wave of warmth instantly spread in his stomach, rapidly diffusing to his limbs and completely driving away the lingering chill inside him. However, just as the warmth flowed through his entire body, Farn's eyes widened suddenly. The effect of the sequence 83, pollution awareness, had not completely faded, and he could still see clearly the level of contamination within him. Yet, within just a few seconds of drinking this cup of water, he was astonished to find that the contamination, which had accumulated in his body like a parasite, had actually decreased. Although the amount was not significant, it was indeed reduced. Removing contamination was notoriously difficult, and this was a well-acknowledged fact among scholars in this world. Even if the contamination from alchemical potions was relatively mild, it could only be slowly resolved over a long period or suppressed by other contaminants. But now, the contamination within him had been resolved by a cup of hot water. How could this be possible? Even the so-called miracle rituals of the past, White Tower merely raised the tolerance threshold of specific individuals to pollution. This was an entirely different concept from directly resolving contamination. Farn's worldview was violently shaken at this moment. As a seasoned investigator, he prided himself on being well-informed and having a strong acceptance of various bizarre matters. However, everything happening before him completely challenged his foundational worldview. How could there be a supernatural power capable of directly resolving contamination? The supernatural itself was pollution. This was not mystical at all. A deep confusion, stemming from a collapse of understanding, surged from the depths of his heart. Am I trapped in a carefully woven illusion by some malevolent, evil spirit? Or is this the residual dream of some incredibly powerful ancient echo? His gaze involuntarily shifted to the strangely dressed young man in front of him and the exquisitely quiet girl next to him. No, he did not see even a hint of distortion or aberration in either of them. They were as clean as if they did not belong to this world. After a brief moment of confusion, Farn forced himself to regain composure. Was this the redemption finally bestowed by a true deity? Or was it yet another mockery by a demon? He was too exhausted to discern. At least at this moment, he was willing to believe it was redemption. People tend to believe in what they want to believe. The mad sage who once traded with an unknown entity was like this, and Captain Layton, who was bewitched by an unknown evil god, was the same. Now it was his turn. After all, the refuge had long since run out of options, and the path before him, at least on the surface, seemed much gentler than Layton's bloody transformation ritual, didn't it? Once he made a choice in his heart, Farn felt significantly more relaxed. His tense shoulders loosened, and the vigilance and wariness in his eyes were replaced by a mix of awe and humility. He slightly bowed to Chen Yan and spoke with an unprecedentedly respectful tone. I apologize, Manager Chen Yan. My name is Farn, Doctor. Seeing his change in attitude, Chen Yan merely nodded noncommittally. After introducing himself, Farn did not hesitate to pull out another test tube from the small bag at his waist. Inside was the same deep blue liquid he had previously drunk. Sequence 83, Pollution Awareness. He handed the potion to Chen Yan, his tone carrying a hint of earnest probing. I would like to exchange for another cup of water, if possible. Chen Yan looked at his eager expression and smiled gently. He took the potion, glancing at the words indicating a few more gold coins had been credited, and casually pointed to the water bottle on the table, waving his hand. Pull it yourself. I'm not so heartless as to charge by the cup. After saying this, he pushed a menu in front of Farn. Take a look and see what you'd like to eat. As soon as he spoke, Chen Yan suddenly realized a problem. Can people from another world understand Chinese characters? However, to his surprise, after Farn took the menu, there was no trace of confusion on his face. He looked down at the square characters on the menu, and the expression in his eyes revealed pure curiosity and astonishment. He clearly did not recognize a single character, yet the names, ingredients, and prices of the dishes on the menu naturally and vividly appeared in his mind. Moreover, the entire process was devoid of any pain or distortion associated with forcibly imparting knowledge. This only deepened his sense of wonder about this store, and his gaze involuntarily held more reverence. At the same time, the names of the dishes on the menu intrigued him. Green pepper shredded pork, fish fragrant eggplant, kung po chicken. These dish names were completely unfamiliar to him, even before the disaster broke out in the old days. The diet in Hui Port mainly consisted of fried fish, potato pancakes, and black bread. The naming style of these dishes was entirely different from what he was used to. After hesitating for a long time, unsure of how to choose, fearing that his choice might violate some taboo, Chen Yan timely offered a suggestion. If you're in a hurry, I recommend trying the fried rice. Ultimately, under Chen Yan's recommendation, Farn chose a serving of green pepper shredded pork fried rice among several fried rice options. Just a moment. Chen Yan nodded and turned to head to the kitchen. Watching Chen Yan disappear behind the door, Farn seemed to come back to his senses and hurriedly picked up the water bottle to pour himself another cup of hot water. He could feel that with each cup he drank, the contamination within him decreased, and this sensation was utterly intoxicating. Soon, clear sounds came from the kitchen. First, there was the rhythmic chopping sound of vegetables. Next came the sizzling sound of hot oil hitting the pan. Then, The crisp sound of the spatula clashing against the iron pot, along with the unique, bustling noise filled with a sense of warmth from high-heat stir-frying. Farn held his water cup and listened quietly. These sounds were so unfamiliar to him, yet somehow, they brought him a sense of peace. Before long, an indescribable aroma wafted in from the direction of the kitchen, instantly filling the entire restaurant. Fawn's action of drinking water suddenly paused. He had been drinking cup after cup, feeling somewhat bloated. But when that mixed aroma of meat, rice, and a certain vegetable fragrance entered his nostrils, he felt his stomach, which had just been filled with hot water, send out signals of hunger once again. His eyes instantly moved away from the water cup and fixed intently on the kitchen door. Just in time, he saw Chen emerge with a plate of freshly made fried rice. It was nothing like any disgusting mush he had seen before, nor was it raw meat with a bloody smell. It was a dish that seemed to glow. The bright green strips of bell pepper and the soy sauce-colored strands that seemed to be meat were evenly scattered among the golden rice, and the rising steam mixed with a rich aroma. Each strand of flavor seemed to tell a story of life and vitality. Seeing the almost glowing look in Fawn's eyes, Chen Yan's lips curled into a satisfied arc. Green pepper pork fried rice. Normal. Description: the crisp and slightly spicy bell pepper combined with the savory and tender pork constructs a rich layer on the tip of the tongue. Consumption effect: fully restores stamina, grants a brief aftertaste state, senses become sharper, slight enhancement in awareness of anomalies. Chapter 10. Coinbase. So, are you still planning to follow your own plan and take a detour to meet that Viscount Rost? To expose that guard captain named Leighton? After a meal, Chen Yan and Farn became quite familiar with each other. With Farn's explanation, Chen Yan already knew the reason for his appearance here. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Reese in his heart. This guy is really helping out with the promotion. With that thought, he felt a bit guilty. Such a conscientious guest, and he only made him a pack of instant noodles. It was simply too inappropriate. Next time, he would definitely prepare a few hearty dishes for him. In response to Chen Yan's inquiry, Farn nodded firmly. But Chen Yan was a bit puzzled. How can you be sure that the Viscount is safe? After all, the castle has been sealed off by the guards, so the Viscount situation might not be very optimistic, right? Farn sighed. The alchemical formation of the refuge has not failed, so the Viscount should not have encountered any trouble yet. Seeing Chen Yan's confused expression, he further explained, to maintain the operation of the formation, besides the extraordinary materials that people need to collect daily and the stockpiled talismans, another key factor is the extraordinary power from the Viscount's noble bloodline. He paused, seemingly organizing his words. In the old days, some more extreme nobles in the kingdom would use forbidden techniques to preserve corruption in their bloodlines, ensuring that the control over the extraordinary was passed down through generations. And the Viscount belongs to this category. The extraordinary corruption from his lineage grants him a unique ability to initiate the protection ritual, as well as resistance to other forms of corruption. Therefore, the Viscount's safety is already tied to the survival of the entire refuge. In any case, rescuing the Viscount is a must for me. Chen Yan understood completely now. The point was not whether this matter could succeed, but that he had no other choice but to pursue this path. He and the so-called crumbling refuge had long been left with no alternatives. Farn turned to glance at the seemingly unending snowstorm outside, a self-deprecating smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Retracting his gaze, he opened the leather pouch at his waist and said, "Shopkeeper, how much do I need to pay for this meal and potions?" Chen Yan waved his hand. "Oh, I don't only accept alchemical potions. In fact, I prefer to accept currency, jewelry, and similar items. Do you have such things? For example, jewelry you found somewhere, or leftover money from before the disaster?" Upon hearing this, Farn paused in his movements. "Oh, so you're referring to things related to the concept of old wealth?" A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. "Well, I might indeed have something here that you would be interested in. What is it?" Chen Yan's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. "A cursed coin." Farn carefully pulled out a small object wrapped in yellowed paper from a pocket inside his clothing. The paper seemed to have a complex diagram resembling a magic circle drawn on it. He unwrapped the paper, revealing a coin lying quietly within. One side of the coin featured the head of a bearded old man with a stern expression. The other side depicted a grand architectural pattern resembling a palace. The person who possesses it will have extremely bad luck and could even face life-threatening dangers. Farn's tone was serious. It comes from Coinbay. A few years ago, while I was helping an employer investigate the reasons behind his repeated misfortunes, I discovered it. Fortunately, after leaving Coinbay, the corruptive power it contains is not strong, so I easily sealed it away. I kept it because I considered that its properties might have unusual effects in certain situations. At this point, he raised his head, looking intently at Chen Yan. So how about it, shopkeeper? Can we trade with it? Chen Yan's gaze fell on the coin, and he did not answer immediately. It wasn't that he was worried about being cursed. He felt that his own advantages should be more powerful than this coin. He just wasn't sure about the value of this coin. If it turned out to be worth only one order coin, wouldn't he be at a loss? However, he was indeed curious. After some thought, he said, "How about this? This coin plus one alchemical potion will be the price for your meal." Farn did not hesitate at all and immediately pulled out a bottle containing an orange-red potion from his pouch. He handed the potion along with the coin to Chen Yan. Sequence 17, Survival of the Fittest. The user will spontaneously adjust and adapt to various harsh environments within 3 hours, of course, with its limits. Chen Yan reached out to take it, and the moment his fingertips touched the coin, golden text appeared in his mind once again. Transaction confirmed. Transaction amount estimated. 58 order coins. Current coin holdings, 112, sequence 17. Survival of the fittest. Pollution level, medium. Coins required for purification, 2. Curse coin, pollution level, low. Coins required for purification, 1. This is a good deal. The valuation of this old currency is far higher than he imagined. Chen Yan's smile grew even brighter as his account balance surpassed 3 digits, giving him an unprecedented sense of security. However, amidst the excitement, Chen Yan also noticed the name Coinbay. From the name, it seemed that it might be a good treasure spot for him. Coinbay. Is it the Coinbay I'm thinking of? Chen Yan asked curiously. Farn was not surprised. Rather, he seemed to be expecting this. He and the people of the refuge needed a way out, and this seemingly gentle yet unfathomable shopkeeper in front of him might be worth a try. Coinbay used to be the wealthiest city on the coast, Aurelia, but now, most of it has sunk beneath the sea. Only the tallest domes of banks and exchanges still protrude above the water, like black rocks. It is rumored that beneath the waters there are treasures of gold and silver, and before the disaster fully erupted, many attempted to salvage those cursed treasures, but most of them never returned. After all, that body of water is filled with anomalies cursed by the greed for gold. As Farn said this, he looked deeply at Chen Yan. Since the shopkeeper is interested in old treasures, then it is indeed a good place to go. However, it might not be possible to go there now. He changed the subject, his tone filled with helplessness. To get there, you need to go through King S Road now. 1. But after the disaster broke out, we organized people to follow road number 1, but we couldn't make it out. Not only were there anomalies on the road, but it seemed to have no end. What used to take about an hour to reach Puta City now takes 3 days and 3 nights to get there. We're practically trapped in this small corner. After speaking, Farn looked at Chen Yan with a mixed expression of reverence and expectation. But perhaps, the shopkeeper might have a way to change our trap situation. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan immediately understood. Farn was clearly trying to indicate that he wanted him to help break through their trapped circumstances. However, Chen Yan didn't mind. After all, whether or not to go to that so-called road number 1 was entirely up to him. Seeing that Chen Yan did not speak, a flash of disappointment crossed Farn's eyes. However, he quickly composed himself, stood up, and respectfully bowed. "Shopkeeper, it's an honor to make this transaction with you. I hope we meet again by chance." But just as Farn was about to push the door open, Chen Yan suddenly called out to him. "Farn, wait a moment. I have an idea I want to try." After stopping Farn at the door, Chen Yan's gaze turned to the black skull on the counter that had been quiet for a long time. However, just before he could speak, Inca's sharp and piercing voice interrupted him as if it knew what he was about to ask. "Store manager, I told you from the very beginning, as long as you have money, there is nothing that can't be done. If there is, it simply means the money is insufficient. So why bother asking me?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yan was taken aback. He instinctively sank his thoughts into his mind, looking at the number 112, and a thought suddenly arose. Is there a way for me to safely leave here to explore the outside world without worrying about any risks? Then, new text indeed appeared in his mind. Would you like to create a clone? Ordinary person clone, 10 gold coins piece. Spirit clone, 100 gold coins piece. Divine clone, 1,000 gold coins piece. Chapter 11. Clone, Otherworld and Footprints clone? So this is how it's resolved? But it really is a good idea. Chen scanned the list of options that appeared in his mind, quickly calculating in his heart. The divine clone was out of the question. At a price of 1,000 gold coins, he simply couldn't afford it. The spirit clone was purchasable, but at a cost of 100 gold coins. Buying it would leave him broke, which didn't seem necessary. So, only one option remained. Chen took a deep breath and silently recited in his heart. A normal human clone. 10 order coins paid, current gold coins held. 102. Clone creation in progress. Almost the moment the command was issued, 10 peculiar gold coins appeared out of thin air in Chen palm. One side of the coins bore a dizzying, intricate non-Euclidean pattern. The other side displayed a cold, hollow eye that was quietly open. This never-before-seen coin made Fane's eyes light up instantly. Immediately, the 10 coins flew out of Chen hand and hovered in midair. They merged together, instantly transforming into a swirling mass of golden liquid. In the next second, this liquid began to openly defy the law of conservation of mass, wildly proliferating, expanding, and dripping. The golden liquid traced and molded itself in the air, creating a golden statue that was indistinguishable from Chen. From the distinctly defined strands of hair to the casual folds of the clothing, from the slightly helpless expression to the scrutiny deep within the eyes, there was no difference from the original. Then, the dazzling gold quickly faded, settling into the color of flesh and blood. A person who looked exactly like Chen stood alive before them. Fane's breath completely halted at that moment. He felt his worldview shatter once again. This completely violated the fundamental principle of equivalent exchange in alchemy. It was no different from creating something out of nothing. He felt a sudden chill in his heart. The shopkeeper before him was indeed not an ordinary anomaly, like a wicked spirit. This was at least a being of divine nature, possibly an ancient god who truly grasped authority. Lilith, on the other hand, simply bowed her head more devoutly. To easily create a perfect clone that could carry one's will was a miracle far beyond that of her former master. It was known that Absconded had gone to great lengths, struggling immensely to seek a vessel capable of carrying his consciousness, allowing him to escape the depths of that endless abyss. Yet, in the hands of the shopkeeper, all of this seemed so effortless. Compared to the bloody and frenzied gifts of the god of suffering and joy, the power of the master before them appeared more restrained, more pure, and even more incomprehensible. However, Chen had no time to pay attention to their psychological activities at that moment, because he was feeling a bit dizzy. To be precise, he was very dizzy. At the moment the clone opened its eyes, two completely different perspectives simultaneously appeared in his mind. One perspective came from the original, watching the clone, Fane and Lilith. The other perspective came from the newly born clone, looking at the original, Fane and Lilith. This threw him into an indescribable sense of confusion. In the midst of the chaos, his original body swayed unsteadily, and his body softened, barely holding onto the table to sit in the chair. Meanwhile, the clone, which had just been lively, stumbled and fell flat on its face. Thud! The sound was crisp. The entire restaurant fell into a dead silence. The scene became quite awkward. A crack appeared in Fane's expression, which was almost frozen in awe. He found it hard to believe. The profound existence before him, suspected to be an ancient god, just fell? He instinctively cast a questioning glance at Lilith. The girl tilted her head slightly, as if deep in thought. After a moment, she continued with her expressionless face, calmly saying, "The shopkeeper has his reasons for doing things." Fane's mouth twitched uncontrollably. At this moment, Chen clone had already gotten up from the ground, brushing off the dust from its body while saying in an affectedly calm tone, "Ahem, it's nothing. Just a bit excited on my first time using a clone, lost my balance." Meanwhile, his original body leaned back in the chair and slowly closed its eyes. To quickly adapt to this state, Chen simply temporarily shut down all perceptions from the original side, completely focusing his consciousness on the perspective of the clone. This proved to be very effective. The dizzying sensation quickly disappeared, and he finally regained normal mobility. "Lilith, I'm stepping out for a bit. The shop is in your hands," he instructed Lilith. The girl respectfully bowed. "Yes, shopkeeper." Then the clone looked at Fane. "Let's go." However, just before pushing the door open, looking at the raging pale wind and snow outside, he seemed to remember something and turned back to the kitchen. Moments latte. He pulled out a large stainless steel thermos for travel, opened the lid, and filled it with boiling hot water. Satisfied, he nodded and then stepped out into the snowstorm with Fane, carrying a large thermos of hot water. The two walked on the snow-covered street. The pale sunlight had no warmth. The wind and snow howled, whipping up the white powder on the ground, striking their faces with a stinging coldness. Fane looked at the disposable paper cup that Chen Yin referred to, his eyes filled with wonder. Under such temperatures and this snowstorm, the cup of hot water should have frozen solid by now. Yet at this moment, it still released curling steam in the wind and snow, as if it had created a warm domain of its own. Along the way, he had thoroughly witnessed how magical the water in this restaurant was. Not only did it not freeze at all in this bizarre cold, but every cup he drank warmed his body for a while, completely unaffected by the wind and snow. This made him look at the young man, strolling ahead with increasing reverence. Meanwhile, Chen Yin felt like a country bumpkin visiting the city for the first time, curiously surveying his surroundings. After all, this true otherworldly journey was not something everyone could experience. The broken buildings, twisted steel, and the huge ice spikes shimmering with strange light under the pale sunlight all gave him a sense of novel shock. He even took an interest in studying a bizarre, completely frozen object resembling a car by the roadside. Just then, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Fane, did you hear any sound?" Fane was taken aback, listening intently. Apart from the wind, there was nothing. "What sound?" "Footsteps." Chen Yin pointed to a spot not far ahead. "Right there." Fane instinctively looked up in the direction he pointed. Then, his pupils suddenly constricted. In the snow not far ahead, a clear set of footprints appeared. The footprints were deep, as if a very heavy person had just walked by. But just as Chen Yin looked forward along the footprints, Fane, who was behind him, spoke urgently. "Don't look. Quickly close your eyes. Don't follow those footprints." However, it was all too late. Chen Yin had already seen the end of the footprints. There was nothing. But the moment he focused on it, a brand new, deep footprint silently appeared in the snow. At that instant when he saw this scene, Chen Yin felt as if his brain had been struck hard by an invisible hammer. Boom! A loud bang exploded in his mind, and the entire world instantly lost all its colors, leaving only a distorted black and white. At the same time, in the warm and bright restaurant, the real Chen Yin, who had his eyes closed and leaned back in his chair as if he were asleep, suddenly opened his eyes wide. His pupils contracted to the extreme, and he instinctively exclaimed in terror, "What the hell?" Chapter 12. Death, Extra-Legal Entities, and Secret Passages Inside the Restaurant. Lilith was startled by Chen Yin's sudden exclamation and quickly snapped out of her doll-like state, hastening to his side. "Manager, what's wrong?" The girl's voice carried a hint of concern that she was not even aware of. "It's nothing." Chen Yin waved his hand, his tone relaxed, signaling her not to worry. "I just died once." Lilith was clearly taken aback by his words, but Chen Yin had no time for further explanations. He pressed his still, somewhat painful temples and closed his eyes again. A line of golden text was quietly floating in his mind. "The clone has died. Would you like to spend 10 gold coins to resurrect?" Countdown 0-10. Looking at this line of text, Chen Yin felt a wave of tooth pain. He had barely taken a few steps outside when he died. Was this world a bit too inhospitable? However, complaints aside, resurrection was necessary. Otherwise, the clone would have been a waste. 10 gold coins paid, clone has been resurrected. Meanwhile, in the biting wind and snow, Farn slowly opened his eyes, trembling, and carefully confirmed that there were no suspicious footprints around before sighing in relief. He then turned his head to look beside him. Chen Yin's clone was lying quietly in the snow, bleeding from all openings, looking just like a real corpse. Farn still held a glimmer of hope in his heart. He reached out a finger and poked the seemingly lifeless face on the ground. No response. But just as he was about to give up, The hand that lay in the snow twitched imperceptibly. The next second, accompanied by a violent gasp, the chest of the corpse began to rise and fall again. Then, Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Well, not completely opened, because the blood that had just flowed out had frozen into a layer of ice on his eyelids. Ah, my eyes! He could only let out a pained cry. Seeing this, Farn quickly poured some hot water from his thermos, carefully helping him melt the blood ice on his face. Only then did Chen Yin regain his sight, and he hurriedly took out a tissue to wipe the blood off his face. As he wiped, he asked Farn, still shaken, what just happened? Why did Thud-An die? In the moment before his death, he had clearly heard Farn's last warning, so he was sure the latter knew something. Farn looked at the man who had returned from the dead, his expression complex, filled with both fear and a hint of reverence. After a moment of silence, he sighed heavily. It seems you are indeed, as you said, a visitor from another world. Let me briefly introduce you to the strange knowledge related to this world. Farn paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. We generally refer to those incomprehensible entities as strange beings. Among them, those with divinity are what you know as evil gods. The rest, without divinity, can be categorized into two types based on their intelligence. Those with intelligence are called evil spirits or echoes, which are closer to what people in the old days referred to as ghosts. As for the category without intelligence, Farn's tone grew increasingly serious. In the writings of the mad sage Edgar Arian, they are classified as extra-legal entities. They leak through holes in the veil of reality, existing as pure chaos that does not follow any rules of this world. They are more like a phenomenon than a living being. What you just encountered was one of these things. Its name is unclaimed footprints. On any path where clear footprints could be left, a traveler may, at a certain moment, hear the sound of heavy footsteps coming from ahead. If you look up at this moment, you will see that there are indeed deeper, larger footprints than a normal person's ahead of you. But at this time, you must remember to immediately close your eyes, stop in place, and wait for the footsteps to fade away. Under no circumstances should you look in the direction of the footprints or towards their source. Otherwise, you will encounter the situation you just faced. Farn looked at Chen Yin and added with a complex expression, of course, we ordinary people do not have the opportunity to resurrect like you. After hearing Farn's account, Chen Yin was filled with astonishment, and he gained a deeper understanding of the malice of this world. What the heck? Just looking at it can get you killed. This is really unreasonable. Chen Yin couldn't help but exclaim, then continued to ask, so, does this thing not exist alone? Yes, Farn nodded. More common ones include tangible sounds, flowing mountains. The two continued to face the wind and snow while discussing the various bizarre and deadly phenomena of this world. After an unknown amount of time, the two finally stopped. They arrived in front of a steep cliff. Chen Yin looked up at the nearly vertical rock face, momentarily dazed. We have to climb up from here? How is that possible? Farn quickly shook his head at this. Even the legendary investigator, Mr. Carter, would probably not be able to do this. Saying this, he set down the paper cup in his hand and brushed away a thick layer of snow. After feeling around on the exposed rock wall for a moment, as if searching for something, he finally found the right spot. From another bag at his waist, he pulled out a glass vial filled with dark red liquid. Removing the cork, he poured the viscous liquid onto a specific spot on the rock wall. With a hissing sound, the hard ice layer on the rock wall rapidly melted at a visibly fast speed, revealing the dark rock below. Seeing the astonished look on Chen Yin's face, Farn smiled and explained briefly the bodily fluid of fire salamanders, combined with some alchemical techniques. It was originally used to create incendiary bottles that can burn strange beings. It works well for melting ice too. As the solid ice melted away, an intricately patterned rock wall recess appeared before the two. Following this, Farn took out a similarly intricately patterned stone disc from his pocket and carefully embedded it into the recess. With a click, the stone disc fit perfectly into the recess. Boom! The stone wall in front of them trembled violently, and countless ice shards fell. A dark opening large enough for one person to pass through appeared before them. This was a secret passage that led directly to the Viscount's residence. At that time, the old Viscount invited me to help solve some troubles arising from his bloodline. During that assistance, I accidentally learned about this secret passage. Farn smiled slightly, looking a bit embarrassed as he continued. Later, when chaos broke out, I thought it might be useful, so I casually kept this key for a while. Chen Yan's eyes widened in surprise, and he couldn't help but admire the seemingly unremarkable doctor in front of him. As expected of an investigator, you really do carry everything you can wherever you go. Chapter 13, The Young Viscount. The secret passage was pitch black. The entrance was narrow, allowing only one person to pass through. Standing at the entrance, one could feel a cold, damp air mixed with the scent of earth and decay rushing towards them from deep within. Fawn did not enter immediately. Instead, he took out something resembling a fire starter from the side pocket of his backpack. A gentle breath ignited a stable orange flame at the tip. He brought this flame close to a makeshift torch he carried, which was instantly lit, dispelling a small area of darkness around them. The dim yellow light illuminated the stone steps winding upward ahead. On either side of the steps, the stone walls were covered in large patches of unknown gray-green moss, which glistened with an extremely uncomfortable oily sheen under the firelight. Chen Yan noticed that Fawn's face darkened slightly upon seeing the moss, and his lips pressed tightly together. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing, just a reminder of some unpleasant past." Fawn shook his head, saying no more, and raised the torch to step onto the stairs first. Chen Yan followed closely behind, curiously examining the secret passage hidden within the mountain. The feeling of climbing inside the mountain was quite novel to him. As the two delved deeper, their surroundings began to change. Faintly glowing vines started to appear on the stone walls. They twisted around the rocks like glowing veins, complementing the torchlight and illuminating the path ahead. Under the glow, Chen Yan noticed that the stone walls were surprisingly smooth and flat, with some special patterns carved into them. These were rugged black lines outlining thorn-like shapes, with countless finer lines radiating outward from the main trunk, intertwined with the glowing vines, exuding an indescribable, eerie beauty. "This is the thorn family crest of the Ross family," Fawn's voice echoed in the narrow passage. "It symbolizes their noble virtue of enduring pain and hardship etched into their bloodline. In fact, this is indeed true, as they inherit one of the 13 extraordinary bloodline legacies of the kingdom. Thorn." Chen Yan's gaze fell on the strange pattern. "Thorn?" "Yes," Fawn replied, his tone carrying a hint of complexity. "Those who possess this bloodline can exchange suffering for power. The more intense the blood, the sharper the thorns." Chen Yan pondered this, reaching out to touch the cold, smooth stone wall, and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is quite an engineering feat. How did they manage to dig such a path in the mountains?" "I'm not sure, but it should also be achieved through alchemy." Fawn shook his head, speaking uncertainly. Chen Yan was immediately taken aback. "Alchemy can even do this?" Fawn confirmed Chen Yan's statement. "Yes, the scope of alchemy is very broad. In a sense, all technological achievements of humanity in mysticism fall under alchemy. However, I only have a superficial understanding. My focus is primarily on alchemical potions." He seemed to recall something and added, "But if you're interested in this, you can find Ethan at the shelter later. That guy's a serious alchemist and knows much more than I do." Chen Yan nodded, committing the name to memory. During their conversation, the two finally reached the end of the stone steps. An ancient wooden door adorned with the same pattern as the mural appeared before them. Fawn inserted the torch into a crevice in the wall and stepped forward to push the door. The wooden door did not budge. He had anticipated this. Then, he skillfully retrieved a test tube containing a colorless, transparent liquid from a pouch at his waist. Removing the stopper, he poured the liquid onto the lock. With a sizzling sound, the solid brass lock dissolved at a visible speed, vaporizing and quickly leaving a fist-sized hole in the door. Then, he reached through the hole, groped for a moment, found the latch, and pulled it open. With a creaking sound that grated on the teeth, the wooden door slowly opened. Fawn then extinguished the torch, and the two stepped inside. It was a typical noble bedroom, with a soft, thick, deep red carpet on the floor, a carved wardrobe against the wall, and a soft, luxurious large bed in the center of the room. Suddenly, the carpet was pushed aside, revealing a hole beneath. Fawn poked his head out, cautiously glancing around to confirm there were no abnormalities before fully climbing out of the tunnel. He dusted himself off and smiled at Chen Yan. "Looks like we're in luck." Chen Yan also stood up and looked around. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. As expected of a noble, Even the bedroom is this big. Then, he saw Fawn walk straight to a decorative cabinet, skillfully pulling open a drawer and quickly rummaging through it. "Aren't we going to look for that Viscount?" Chen Yin asked curiously. Fawn's movements suddenly halted, as if he had just remembered the main task. He awkwardly lifted his head, quickly closed the drawer, and cleared his throat. "Sorry, it's a professional habit." Chen Yin couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. What kind of good person's professional habit is this? Are you a doctor or a thief? Are your investigators usually this wild? Fawn naturally did not notice Chen Yan's inner thoughts. He had already regained his professional demeanor, tiptoeing to the door and pressing his ear against it. After a moment, he slowly turned the doorknob and opened the door a crack. Confirming that there was no one outside, he fully pushed the door open, and he and Chen Yin slipped out one after the other. Once in the hallway, Fawn visibly relaxed. There was no alien, distorted aura here, indicating that the Viscount's condition should be fine. We can go directly to see him. However, just as his words fell, a strong voice suddenly echoed behind them. "Dr. Fawn? Is that really you? My old friend, what brings you here?" Both of them froze and turned around abruptly. They saw a handsome young man standing in the shadows of the hallway, dressed in a well-fitted black tailcoat. His jet black hair slicked back neatly, and a warm smile on his face as he squinted at them. "Viscount, sir," even though they had encountered their target. Fawn's voice held no trace of joy. Instead, it was filled with uncontrollable shock and horror. Chen Yin turned his head, whispering, "What's wrong? Is something off? Isn't he the Viscount you're looking for?" Fawn shook his head, staring intently at the man, his face grim. Yes. But he was already over 70 years old when the disaster first broke out. Chapter 14, Ambush a Man in his 70s? Chen Yan's mind momentarily crashed. He looked at the young nobleman in front of him, no more than 30, handsome as if he had stepped out of a classical oil painting. Comparing this with the information in Fawn's words, a sense of absurdity arose. The atmosphere in the corridor had solidified the moment the Viscount appeared. The warm smile still hung on that young face. But at this moment, in Fawn's eyes, that smile was more chilling than any bizarre scream. Fawn's voice was dry and hoarse. He stared hard at the other person, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth. "My Lord Viscount, the aura around you. Is it the god of suffering and pleasure? When did you come to an arrangement with the one lurking in the dead zone?" Upon hearing this, the Viscount's smile became even more radiant. He elegantly adjusted his bow tie and said in a light tone, "My friend, there is no need to put it so harshly. This is no longer the old days. To survive in this world, one cannot rely solely on their own strength. Rely on the gods." Fawn let out a mocking cold laugh. "Huh, you traded the Thorn lineage in your blood as a sacrificial offering to him? The glory of the Rost family, the honor of protecting the kingdom, has all been thrown away by you, an unfilial descendant. Glory?" The smile on the Viscount's face instantly vanished, replaced by a near-twisted grimace. He seemed to have hit a sore spot, roaring angrily at Fawn. "The kingdom no longer exists. Disaster has struck. Everything is ruined. Who knows if there are any living souls in this world besides our corner? I must prioritize survival. My own strength is simply insufficient to maintain such a massive, sheltering ritual. Seeking strength from the great god is a last resort. You, a former investigator who only hides in a shelter, have the right to criticize me here?" Fawn looked at his seemingly mad demeanor, his eyes growing colder. He was not deceived by the other-s rhetoric at all. "Huh, you really think you're something great? What about the others in the castle? Your servants, your butler, where have they gone? And your youthful appearance? Is this also a sacrifice made for shelter?" Fawn's tone was full of unabashed sarcasm. Under Ethan's modifications, the array of the sheltering ritual had long since distributed the pain brought by the bloodline inheritance to everyone in the shelter. All who were willing to stay in shelter were using their flesh and spirit to share the cost necessary to maintain the array. But now it seemed that all this suffering had been treated by you as merchandise, sold off to that lurking evil god in the dead zone, right? He showed an expression of extreme indignation, his tone growing more intense. No wonder Ethan has complained to me multiple times that the effect of the array was severely inconsistent with his expectations, and the scope of protection has also shrunk considerably. Everything seemed normal, but the efficiency of pain conversion was decreasing, even forcing some people to deliberately self-harm to ensure the ritual could generate sufficient strength. It turns out the problem originated from you. You hypocritical liar. Faced with Farn's merciless exposure, the Viscount's anger gradually faded, replaced by a morbid laughter. So what? From the moment I was born, I've been tormented by this damned bloodline curse. But why? To ensure the family can be forever glorious? But what does that have to do with me? I'm just a minor Viscount. Why must I endure this pain for a lifetime? Now that disaster has erupted. Nothing exists anymore. I have no obligation to establish a shelter to save those lowly commoners. His eyes were filled with resentment and disdain. Besides, are those people in the shelter innocent? During the escape, did you not see their ugly faces as they schemed against each other and betrayed each other? If it weren't for my possession of extraordinary power, I would have been torn apart by that mob the moment they rushed up the slope. So why should I save them? Now, the noble God has promised me eternal life and a beautiful future without pain. And the price is just a group of lowly commoners. He leaned closer to Farn, a mocking smile on his face, and softly asked, "Tell me, what's unprofitable about this deal? What reason do I have to refuse?" Farn was completely shocked by his cruel and vicious remarks, his eyes filled with undisguised disgust. "Your soul is truly filthy. If there is anywhere in this world suitable for your homecoming, I can only think of hell." He took a deep breath, as if thinking of something. "So, Leighton is also acting on your orders?" "Leighton?" The Viscount's smile faltered, revealing a genuine look of confusion. What happened to him? Seeing his expression, Farn suddenly chuckled. The Viscount's brows instantly furrowed. "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at you. Not only evil, but also foolish." The moment the words fell, the Viscount's eyes suddenly turned cold. He abruptly raised his hand, aiming at Chen, who was still enjoying the spectacle nearby. In an instant, several dark thorny vines burst forth from the shadow beneath Chen's feet. In the blink of an eye, they wrapped around him, piercing through his body. Chen felt a sharp pain surge through him, and his consciousness quickly sank into darkness. Just before dying, he could only spit out a single word filled with countless emotions. "Grass," a type of plant, but Farn reacted quickly. At the moment the Viscount raised his hand, he rolled backward to dodge. Immediately after, he swiftly pulled out a glass vial from his pocket, throwing it at the approaching thorns without even looking. The vial shattered in midair, and a ball of blazing fire exploded, igniting the dark thorns instantly. However, just as he attempted to escape backward, several similar black thorns emerged from the walls on both sides, forming a great net that instantly blocked all his escape routes. Behind him, the Viscount walked over leisurely, the sound of his polished shoes echoing on the floor. "My friend, since you've come, why rush to leave? Perhaps we can talk." Farn slowly turned around to face the Viscount, his eyes cold. "What is there to talk about between you and me?" "There is, of course." The Viscount smiled. "You need to survive, and I just happen to be able to help you. At the same time, I need your knowledge to help me deal with that." "God, you see, we already have the basis for cooperation, don't we?" "Deal with the god?" Farn scoffed. "Didn't you say he promised you eternal life? Why, now you want to go against him? If the god's promise were truly trustworthy, then how could that white tower have collapsed before the disaster?" The Viscount's tone was filled with disdain. "He needs me to help him raise those livestock into shelter and provide offerings. But now he has become increasingly greedy, and the supplies of the shelter are about to reach their limit. Without the shelter, my value to him would greatly diminish. So I must prepare for myself in advance." He looked at Fane with a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. "What do you think, my old friend? For your own life, are you not considering collaborating with me?" Fane fell silent. A look of struggle appeared on his face, as if he were engaged in an intense mental battle. Ultimately, he seemed to have completely given up resistance, letting out a long sigh. "Well, it seems I have no choice. I am willing." Seeing him yield, the Count's lips curled into a victorious smile. However, in the next second, a dull whooshing sound suddenly rang out. Bang! A muffled explosion. A rusty crowbar was suddenly grasped tightly by the Count, who had turned around abruptly, just a few centimeters from his forehead. His eyes were filled with incredulous shock. "Aren't you already dead?" In front of him, Chen held the crowbar tightly with both hands, looking equally bewildered. "What the hell? You can react to this." The Count's expression darkened in an instant, his hand gripping the crowbar, suddenly exerting force. Countless black thorns once again stirring from his arm. However, at that moment, a cold gleam of light shone from behind him. The sound of a blade piercing flesh was distinctly audible. The Count's body suddenly stiffened, and the thorns on him immediately dissipated and disappeared. He slowly and laboriously lowered his head, only to see a stone dagger emitting a faint blue glow piercing through his chest. The dagger still carried his warm, dark blood. Chen Yin grinned, revealing a brilliant smile. Now, you certainly can't react to this, right? Chapter 15, Explosive Progress. The Viscount collapsed with a thud. His eyes were wide open, fixed on the ceiling, and the last trace of incredulous shock was frozen on his youthful and handsome face. Chen Yin glanced at the twitching body on the ground, and then looked at the calm and composed Fawn beside him. Is this done? Fawn shook his head, took out a clean cloth from his pocket, and carefully wiped the black blood off the stone dagger. There's still some time. As he wrapped the dagger back up with talisman paper, he explained, "This is the cursed stone dagger. I obtained it at a forsaken altar of an evil god when I was young. Creatures stabbed by it will experience prolonged rigidity at the wound, and then their bodies will gradually petrify. This process takes about 1 to 3 days for humans and is basically irreversible. Even if he has a blessing from the evil god, it can at most only delay the petrification. This is good for us because the ritual in the shelter requires him to be alive for a while, at least until the high tide arrives." However, before Fawn could finish speaking, boom! The entire castle shook violently without warning, and dust fell from the ceiling. Fawn's expression suddenly changed, and without thinking, he pulled out a bluish potion from his pouch, twisted off the cap, and gulped it down. Chen Yin watched his fluid movements, and his heart tightened. It seemed the situation had unexpectedly changed again. After drinking the potion, Fawn's world was instantly tinted with different colors. It was the aura emitted by the pervasive pollution in the environment. He clearly saw the family crest patterns made of thorns on the floor beneath his feet. The once clear black lines were now fading at a visible speed and rapidly disintegrating. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed. The Viscount was clearly still alive. In the next second, it seemed he realized something and abruptly turned to look at the man on the ground who was supposed to be waiting for petrification in rigidity. Fawn's pupils constricted sharply. The Viscount, at some point, had completely lost his breath. But under the dim candlelight, the shadow of his body lying on the ground was bizarrely writhing. Countless pitch-black thorns were crazily sprouting, entwining, and converging in that shadow, as if something even more terrifying was about to be born. "It's that evil god. He has already sensed that something is wrong with his servant." Chen Yin also noticed the abnormality of the shadow and asked in a low voice, "Is the situation not good?" Fawn's expression was extremely grave. He nodded and said urgently, "We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's get out first." Before he finished speaking, he shot out like an arrow from a bow, rushing toward the corridor. Chen Yin didn't dare to delay and immediately followed closely behind. They had barely taken a few steps when, behind them, the writhing shadow exploded with a roar. Countless black thorns surged like a flood, instantly filling the entire corridor, sweeping toward the two fleeing for their lives. Chen Yin glanced back and was instantly terrified. He had personally experienced how painful that thing could be. He dared not look back again and push himself to run faster. However, just as the two were about to burst out of the castle door, a figure appeared at the entrance without warning. The person wore a wide black hood and was cloaked in a black robe, quietly blocking their way. Fawn, who was in the lead, felt his heart leap at the sight of the figure in the black robe. A deadly sense of danger, stemming from the instincts of an investigator, made him instinctively slow down. Chen Yin, who was following behind, noticed his deceleration and followed his gaze to look at the mysterious figure in the black robe. Just a glance. Buzz. Chen Yin's mind felt as if it had been gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand and then twisted into a mess. When his vision cleared again, he found himself standing in a sunny Western-style church. The church's spire was pure white, and stained glass windows cast colorful light. In front of him, a priest was addressing the congregation below, a compassionate smile on his face. Chen Yin frowned. Before he could make sense of the situation, the priest suddenly nodded and smiled at him. In the next second, the priest's white, robe suddenly inflated. Puffed. A spider-like monster made of viscous flesh and limbs tore through the priest's white robe and burst forth. The priest then crumpled to the ground like a skin that had been drained of all its contents. The monster jumped into the crowd and began a frenzied massacre. The once devout worshippers scattered like birds and beasts, screaming as they fled in all directions. Chen instinctively panicked, but soon realized that the spider monster seemed to be unable to see him, rushing straight past him. Thus, in a daze, he stood there, watching the slaughter unfold. The monster chased the crowd out of the church. The entire church was left with nothing but severed limbs and bloodstains on the ground. Then the light and shadows outside the stained glass windows began to change at an unbelievable speed. Day turned into night, and the stars shifted. No one ever returned to the church again. Gray-green mold began to grow on the flesh and blood. It spread wildly at a visible speed, taking over everything here. The pews, the pulpit, the walls, and finally, even the faceless statue in the front wearing a hood was covered in mottled fungal threads. In a daze. In the center of the church, opposite Chen Yan, a man wearing a black hood quietly appeared. A word suddenly appeared in Chen Yan's mind. At the moment this word appeared, he felt his brain being struck hard by an invisible heavy hammer again. The clone has died. Do you want to spend 10 gold coins to resurrect? Countdown. 0 10 Great. Another familiar feeling. Chen Yan had completely gotten used to this operation, and his heart was no longer shaken. He immediately chose to resurrect. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself still in the posture of running forward. In front of him was the mysterious hooded man. Behind him was the deadly thorns surging like a tide. That long and bizarre experience seemed to have occurred in the blink of an eye. But Chen Yan understood what it was. He could no longer care about anything else and quickly called out to Fawn ahead. Be careful. This guy is Asputin. Hearing this name, Fawn's body jolted, and his heart nearly jumped out of his throat. He trembled all over in fear and directly pulled out something wrapped in oilcloth from his backpack that resembled a bundle of explosives. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the fuse and threw it with all his might toward the hooded figure at the door. Immediately afterward, he executed an extremely standard tactical move. Dropping to the ground, Chen Yan was dumbfounded. Wait, you even have this thing? The next second, boom, a deafening explosion, accompanied by a scorching shockwave, erupted. Chapter 16. Decay. The explosion was very effective, but the problem was that it was too effective. The searing flames not only engulfed the shadow of the hooded figure at the entrance, but also rolled back, consuming half of the castle's sidewall. The front exterior wall of the entire castle burst outward like a cookie, smashed by a giant force. The scorching shockwave, carrying countless fragments of stone and wood, transformed into a devastating wave, rushing towards them. Fan's pupils constricted to the extreme in the firelight, just as he completed his motion to lie down. The shadow of death had already descended. However, the expected tearing and burning did not come. A faint golden translucent shield silently unfolded in front of them. Countless fragments struck the shield, producing a dull thud, yet not even a ripple was stirred as they were deflected and shattered. The raging flames collided with the shield as if hitting an invisible reef, flowing to the sides and rolling back to completely engulf the wreckage of half the castle. The smoke and heat waves dissipated. Amidst the ruins, the faint golden light slowly faded. Chen Yan stood in place, watching Fan, who was coughing violently from the dust, his eyes reflecting an indescribable complexity. No, this explosive power is a bit too much, isn't it? If it weren't for the strong reflexes Chen Yan had developed through continuous deaths, he would have lost another 10 gold coins and a fellow investigator this time. He felt that Fan must have been a bit reckless. Otherwise, with such high-powered explosives detonated so close, he wouldn't just have been able to lie down, digging a hole to hide, and would have been barely enough to survive. Fan coughed until his face turned red, waving his hand in an attempt to disperse the dust in front of him, still somewhat dazed. Cough, I don't know either, cough. It's the explosive package modified by Ethan. He said he used some alchemical tricks. I never had the chance to use it before, and I didn't know his little tricks would be so shocking. Chen Yan shook his head, reached out, and pulled the still coughing Fan up from the ground. What do you plan to do next? I see your shelter is probably not going to hold up much longer, right? Fan's body stiffened as he followed Chen Yan's gaze. Below the castle, Those makeshift shelters made of simple shacks and dilapidated buildings were now exposed to the harsh white sunlight. The ash and dead snow had begun to fall on the roofs of the shacks. The alchemical array had failed. A sense of suffocation gripped his throat, making it difficult to breathe. But he quickly forced down the panic with the resilience he had honed through countless life-and-death crises. His panic lasted only a fleeting moment before he regained his composure. He steadied himself, looked at Chen, and spoke with a tone of clear respect. "Can you provide us with help? There should still be some remnants of ancient treasures in the shelter. We can." Before he could finish, Chen raised his hand to interrupt him. "I have some ideas. If feasible, they might indeed help you. But let's first go take a look at the specific situation." Chen's tone was calm, revealing no emotion. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to Fan and directly led the way towards the shelter below. Chen understood the situation of the shelter much better than Fan did. In his view, every corner and every inch of land in the shelter was overrun with phantasmal gray-green mold. It was exactly the same as what he had seen in that brief illusion before. This was the essence of absconded, the god of suffering and pleasure. That was merely a misleading facade, a carefully woven lie. Its true nature was an extension of the concept of decay, relying on the decay of all things to enhance itself. Suffering represented the torment and distortion of vitality, motion, and beauty, the decay of the physical form. Pleasure represented the emptiness and degradation of reason, will, and self, the decay of the spirit. It attempted to usurp the authority of these two concepts, but in the end, it was merely decay. Fan and the Viscount had all misunderstood. The reason Isbaden went to such lengths to cooperate with the Viscount to maintain this small shelter until now was that the pain produced by the rituals was nothing more than dessert after a meal. What it truly craved was the decay of hope. It used this small arc of a shelter to prolong the last hope of the survivors, then quietly, with great anticipation, enjoyed the process of that hope inevitably decaying and deteriorating in the face of despair. The betrayal of the captain, the human conflicts under extreme survival conditions, the mutual suspicion and hostility that left everyone on edge, all provided it with enough power. And now, with the array collapsed and the Viscount dead, it was finally going to open its mouth and swallow this already thoroughly decayed sweet fruit. Chen was unsure if he could deal with it. Perhaps money could resolve it, but the order coins he had might not be enough. So he did not make any guarantees. Fan noticed the unusually grave expression on Chen's face, and his heart sank. He realized that the situation might be far more serious than he had imagined. He stopped speaking, quickened his pace, and closely followed Chen. As soon as they entered the range of the shelter, Fan's brows furrowed. The air was permeated with a faint musty smell, but he looked around and couldn't find the source of the odor. The sight before him made his heart sink continuously. Hungry people curled up in the makeshift shacks that had half collapsed from the earlier tremor, shivering from cold and fear. Their eyes were hollow and lifeless, only showing a flicker of weak spirit when they caught sight of Fan. In Chen's view, a thin, colorful glow surged from those people, while the gray-green mold greedily absorbed this light like parasites. This might be the reason for their stupor. But there was one exception. Reese. He was kneeling in front of a collapsed shack, frantically digging through the heavy debris with both hands. Beside him, a little girl with a red face from the cold sat on the ground, tightly clutching a bag of toast and crying loudly. Chen's heart tightened. He instinctively quickened his pace and ran over. As he got closer, he could hear Reese's hoarse, dreamlike murmurs. "Cynthia! Cynthia!" He seemed to be possessed. Chen recalled Reese had mentioned his beloved wife. He immediately understood what had happened. Chen quickly crouched down and began to move the wooden planks and stones that were pressing underneath. At that moment, Reese finally noticed him. When he saw that the newcomer was the black-haired, black-eyed restaurant owner with terrifying power, a glimmer of light suddenly sparked in his previously utterly despairing eyes. He crawled and knelt in front of Chen, his hands, covered in blood and dirt, pressed against the snow-dusted ground. He repeatedly bowed his head to Chen, striking his forehead against the frozen earth, producing dull sounds, yet he seemed oblivious to it. His voice was broken and hoarse. "Please, save Cynthia. Save my wife. I will accept any cost, please." Chen quickly reached out and stopped his self-harming actions. His gaze swept over the pervasive gray-green mold around them, his expression cold. Then he lifted his head and glanced at Fan, whose expression was complex behind him. Finally, his gaze returned to Reese's face, filled with pain and pleading. He spoke clearly, word by word, "Don't worry, no one will get hurt." Chapter 17. Busy. The half-collapsed shed resembled a skeleton gnawed upon by a giant beast, casting twisted shadows onto the pale sunlight. People huddled among the wreckage, their bodies trembling with cold and despair, their hollow eyes reflecting no light. However, as Chen Yan's words fell, a faint yet resilient golden light quietly emerged from within each survivor. The gray-green mold that had clung to everyone like maggots began to dissolve and disintegrate under the illumination of this light, as if touched by the blazing sun. 20 gold coins paid, halting all human life signs within the specified area. Duration: 159. 59. Chunyan shifted his gaze from the golden text that appeared in his mind. He looked at the slightly relaxed expression on Farn's face and said, "No one will die for now. You go organize them a move, and also find a group of people to bring all the money you have. Then lead them to my restaurant. You know, my help is not free." Chunyan was willing to help for two reasons. Firstly, he seemed to indeed have the ability to do so, and he genuinely sympathized with them. Secondly, his restaurant needed customers and money. From these few hours of contact, he had realized how dangerous the world had become. If he watched this group of people die, where would he find another batch of somewhat decent customers? Therefore, even for the sake of making money, he had to save these people. As for whether he would offend the so-called deity because of this, Chen Yin felt it unlikely. It had already completed its feeding, and at the moment the ritual collapsed, it had achieved its purpose. The remaining people in the shelter were merely refused to it. Chen Yin could reasonably ascertain that it would not attack him for these scraps, because in that initial illusion, when the figure in the black robe locked eyes with him, he sensed a distinct wariness towards order. Farn, upon hearing this, showed no surprise and nodded seriously. The next moment, he took a deep breath, using all his strength to shout loudly to those around him, "Get up, we still have a way out." His voice pierced through the wind and snow, echoing in every corner of the ruins. Upon hearing Farn's call, the previously vacant-eyed crowd suddenly flickered with a hint of light, as if awakening from a dream, shaking off their despair and confusion. Those survivors who still had some strength in their limbs immediately struggled to rise from the ground, unsteadily gathering in the open space in front of him. They looked at Farn with confusion. Someone cracked their chapped lips, seemingly wanting to ask something. Farn raised his hand to stop him. "I will explain everything later. For now, do as I say. Gather all the old coins, jewelry, anything that once represented wealth, and then follow me. We will use them to exchange for a chance to live." Although the survivors were filled with confusion, they followed Farn's gaze to the young man with black hair and black eyes. They noticed Reese's unusual respect towards that man, and an involuntary awe rose in their hearts, causing their eyes to instinctively lower. No one asked further questions. The experience of struggling in the apocalypse had long taught them one lesson: curiosity is a deadly vice. They immediately began to act on their own, searching through the ruins for the items Farn mentioned. Old coins, dusty jewelry, rare gems. These things that had lost their former value after the world changed were quickly dug out from corners by the people. Watching this scene, Farn suddenly seemed to recall something and raised his voice again. "Where are Leighton and his squad? And Ethan, where are they?" A weak man closer to him answered weakly, "Captain Leighton." Just a few minutes before the earthquake, he quickly gathered his team and rushed out into the heavy snow. He took some civilians with him and said nothing before leaving. We don't know where they went. However, their eyes were very frightening at that time. Mr. Ethan was also taken with them, as if he were being escorted. Farn's brow tightened instantly. He was worried about Ethan's situation and uneasy about Leighton's intentions. However, at this moment, he had no strength to pursue their whereabouts. Saving the remaining people was the priority. He could only temporarily suppress this concern in his heart. At that moment, relying on the golden light Shan Yin had cast on the people, Cynthia beneath the ruins also emitted a faint glow. Her position was quickly identified. Reese and a few men worked together to lift the heavy wooden planks, revealing the curled-up figure underneath. Cynthia was unharmed, just unconscious. Seeing his wife still alive, Reese's tense body suddenly relaxed, and he slumped to the ground, his heart, which had been suspended, finally settling back in his stomach. Chunyan also leaned against a broken wall, slowly sitting down. He flicked his fingertip, and an order gold coin silently fell, forming an almost imperceptible shield around his body the moment it touched the ground. Then he closed his eyes. Inside the restaurant, Chunyan suddenly opened his eyes wide and stood up from his chair. Nearby, Lilith was sitting in front of the transparent glass window, staring blankly at the raging wind and snow outside. Noticing the movement, she quickly came back to her senses, walked briskly to Chunyan, and slightly bowed. "Manager, was there anything special while I was away?" Lilith shook her head, her voice soft. "Everything is normal. The wind and snow outside are heavy. Even those believers wouldn't leave the district protected by the deity at this time." Chunyan nodded. He looked at the girl and changed the subject. "By the way, can you pick vegetables? There will be a big order coming in, and I need to prepare more dishes as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Lilith hesitated for a moment, but still gently nodded. Chunyan noticed her hesitation, but didn't mind, simply waving his hand casually. "It's fine. It's very simple. You can learn on the spot." Having said that, he led Lilith to the spotless kitchen. In the kitchen, metal utensils shimmered with a soft glow, and ingredients were categorized and neatly arranged on storage shelves or in baskets. Chunyan assessed the available ingredients and thought for a moment. Then he took a potato from a basket and picked up a peeler. "Peeling potatoes, can you do it?" "It's simple. Just peel off the skin like this." He demonstrated, and the thin potato skin curled and slid off along the blade. Lilith nodded, also taking a potato and a peeler, and began to peel. At first, her movements were a bit clumsy, but she quickly became proficient. Chunyan nodded in satisfaction and said to her, "You just focus on peeling the potatoes for now. Finish all of those in this basket." After that, Chunyan stood up and began to wash rice and cook. The kitchen became busy immediately. Outside the restaurant, the wind and snow grew even more intense. But inside the glass doors, everything remained peaceful and warm. Chapter 18. Branch store in the kitchen. Chunyan placed the washed rice into the steamer, covered it with a lid, and turned the knob to the maximum. He then turned and walked toward the storage rack, skillfully beginning to take and process other ingredients. Beef, pork belly, green peppers, onions. The ingredients were washed one by one, restoring their true colors under the flow of water. Following that, Chunyan deftly sliced them into thin pieces or cut them into evenly sized strips. The knife fell, colliding with the cutting board, producing a series of crisp and rhythmic sounds. The potatoes were cut into uniform chunks, each piece with sharp edges. The pork belly was sliced into consistent pieces, with a clear marbling of fat and lean meat visible. The connective tissue of the beef was precisely removed, and then it was cut into neat cubes against the grain. Next came the hot pot, pouring in oil. Spices exploded in the hot oil, and a rich aroma instantly filled the entire kitchen. The beef cubes were added to the pot, quickly shrinking on the surface under high heat, locking in the juices and sizzling. On the other side of the stove, steam rose, enveloping the neatly stacked rice noodles and slices of pork belly, with fat slowly seeping out under high temperatures, soaking every grain of rice noodle. Dish after dish of home-style dishes were rapidly prepared by Chunyan. Steamed pork with rice flour, beef stew with potatoes, shredded pork with green peppers, fish-flavored eggplant, hot and sour shredded potatoes. The wind and snow raged across the wasteland, the howling like the low growl of a beast. Fawn led the survivors, struggling through the dead snow that reached their calves. The team was silent. Only the sound of heavy breathing and the crunching of snow underfoot could be heard. Everyone kept their heads down, tightly wrapping themselves in their clothes to fend off the biting cold. If it weren't for the faint golden light that always enveloped them, they might have already collapsed in this white world of ice and snow. At that moment, Fawn at the front of the line stopped and lifted his head. At the edge of his vision, a point of orange, warm light appeared in the monotonous gray and white world. When that familiar glass door, which seemed out of place with the surrounding environment, reappeared in sight, his tense nerves finally relaxed a bit. "We have arrived." A hoarse, trembling shout spread through the team. Everyone raised their heads. Seeing their destination finally appear, their steps instantly became lighter. When they finally reached the glass door, The wind chime hanging on the door rang with a crisp and pleasant sound as they pushed it open. A warm airflow mixed with the aroma of food rushed towards them, dispelling the cold that clung to them. But when they saw the scene before them, the survivors behind Fawn all froze in unison. They stood dazed at the entrance, looking at this beautiful, otherworldly sight, doubting whether they had fallen into an illusion. It was only under Fawn's urging that they snapped back to reality and, somewhat awkwardly, followed him into the restaurant. Inside the restaurant, Lilith, who had come out from the kitchen at Chen Yan's instruction, greeted them with a blank expression. "Welcome. Our restaurant requires payment before serving." The girl somewhat awkwardly repeated what Chen Yan had instructed her to say, then extended her fair hand towards Fawn. After receiving bags containing small amounts of jewelry or coins from the survivors, Lilith checked them briefly before continuing. "Fighting or grabbing is not allowed in the restaurant. Please line up in order to receive your meals, and violators will bear the consequences." After finishing her statement, Lilith's ruby-like eyes turned to Fawn. The latter immediately understood and assured, "Don't worry, I will organize the order." Hearing this, Lilith nodded slightly and then turned to walk towards the kitchen. Moments latte. Plates of steaming hot dishes were brought out by her and placed on the table in front of everyone. The rich, overpowering aroma instantly invaded everyone's sense of smell. Their previously numb stomachs began to uncontrollably churn. That was the sound of hunger, and upon receiving a nod from Dr. Fawn, everyone eagerly began to taste the dishes. A man trembled as he picked up a spoon, scooping up a piece of beef coated in sauce and bringing it to his mouth. The beef was stewed to extreme tenderness, almost melting away without chewing, dissolving on his tongue. The rich meaty flavor and thick broth exploded in his mouth. A wave of warmth slid down his esophagus into his stomach, instantly spreading to his limbs. The man's body stopped trembling and began to devour the food ravenously. In his hollow eyes, it seemed something was melting, and 2 streams of hot tears silently rolled down his cheeks. In the kitchen, Chen Yan looked at the constantly refreshing golden text in his mind, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Transaction successful. Transaction amount evaluated. 3,354 order coins. Current coins held. 3402. Current coin count surpasses 1,000 for the first time. Store star rating increased by 1. Current star rating, 1 star. Probability of creating high-quality food increased by 10. Branch store permission unlocked. Current number of branch stores, 01. Steamed pork with rice flour. Normal. Description: the fatty pork belly becomes melt-in-your-mouth tender in high-temperature steam, with each grain of rice noodles soaked in rich fat. This luxurious texture is enough to briefly remind any starving survivor of the days of abundance. Consumption effect: full recovery of stamina, gaining a temporary vitality status, slight reduction in physical damage taken, additional resistance to fear status. Beef stew with potatoes. Normal. Description: soft potatoes and tender beef meld together in thick broth, each bite feeling like a return to peaceful and tranquil times. Consumption effect: full recovery of stamina, gaining a temporary comfort status, slight temporary increase in strength, slight increase in carrying capacity, and significant reduction of mental shock effects. Chen Yan continued to stir the dishes in the pot while memorizing the effects of these dishes. After all, as a chef, he needed to know the effects of the dishes he made. Otherwise, it would be difficult to charge for them, although he had been charging randomly so far. There should be some baseline, right? Additionally, when the text about the store star rating increase appeared, a small 5-pointed star emitting golden light suddenly appeared in Chen Yan's mind, which surprised him for a moment. However, he did not notice any changes in himself, so he did not plan to delve deeper into it for now, deciding to ask Inca about it when he had the time. Inside the restaurant, everyone was clearing the dishes placed on the table with a momentum like a whirlwind. However, due to the restaurant's rules and Fawn's mediation, they maintained basic restraint and did not cause any major scuffles or chaos. Meanwhile, on the hillside, Chen Yan's clone also opened its eyes. During this period of adaptation, Chen Yan had gradually gotten used to operating in dual lines, no longer feeling dizzy because of it. The reason he activated his clone at this moment was simple. He planned to open a branch store in this shelter that had lost its effectiveness. The alchemical array of the shelter had failed, and the survivors could no longer rely on it to escape the bitter cold brought by the sun. However, Chen Yan's restaurant was not large enough to accommodate so many people. If he wanted to maintain the shelter effect outside the restaurant for an extended period, the consumption would be too great. Even though he had earned quite a bit now, it wouldn't last long. This was clearly a dead end. So the shelter in the area with a peculiar low population still held its value. At least here, Chen Yan only needs to expand the shelter until the tide comes, so as not to fall into a situation of being unable to make ends meet. After making up his mind, Chen Yan stood up. Amid the awed gazes of the remaining people in the shelter, he looked around. Eventually, he stopped in the middle of a relatively flat piece of land. Then, with a thought, he initiated the process. 300 order coins have been paid. Branch establishment in progress. 300 coins flew from his hand, gathering in midair into a swirling mass of golden liquid. The liquid expanded wildly, dripping down and forming the outline of a restaurant on the ground. Then, the golden light faded. A restaurant identical to the one in the snowstorm, the Good Come Again, suddenly appeared before everyone. It was brand new, warm, and formed a miraculous contrast to the surrounding desolation. They gaped, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, staring intently at the building that had appeared out of nowhere. At that moment, the way they looked at Chen Yan was as if they were gazing at a deity. Chen Yan paid no attention to their astonished looks and simply pushed the door open and walked inside. A glance around revealed that the furnishings here were completely consistent with the main store. However, when he walked into the kitchen and storage room, he found no ingredients at all. So it really is like this. Although he had anticipated it, he still felt a twinge of disappointment at that moment. Shaking his head, he turned and walked out the door, waving to the people outside. "Come in, it's warmer inside. Also, what do you usually eat? Find me some edible ingredients." He wanted to try if the native ingredients of this world could also be used to make food with unique effects. From then on the hillside, there was an additional flame that would never extinguish. Chapter 19. Rising tide and curtain called the door of the branch store was pushed open, and warm air, infused with the scent of wood, greeted them. People hesitated at the entrance, their bodies rigid, not just from the cold. Their gazes crossed over Chen Yan's shoulder and fell inside the store. The spotless wooden floor, the glass windows polished to a shine, the neatly arranged tables and chairs, and the chandelier hanging from a ceiling, casting a soft orange glow. Everything here was in stark contrast to the dilapidated, gray, snow-covered world outside. Chen Yan did not urge them. He merely stepped aside to allow them passage. Eventually, under Reese's guidance, the survivors cautiously stepped over the threshold, as if afraid that the dirt and cold clinging to them would tarnish this sacred place. They brought the last remaining food from the shelter, several cans of pickled fish with faded labels, a small bag of dried mice that felt as hard as stones, some gray-green items resembling lichen scraped from the rock walls, and a few rough black loaves mixed with a lot of sawdust. Chen Yan looked at these items on the table, his brow involuntarily furrowing. He had anticipated the scarcity of supplies, but the scene before him gave him a more intuitive and profound understanding of the phrase at the end of one's rope. Without the Viscount's betrayal, without the captain's escape, the demise of this shelter was merely a matter of time. His gaze swept over the meager offerings that could barely be called food, finally resting on a few black tubers the size of eggs, caked in dirt. Chen Yan pointed at them. "What is this?" Reich, who had just settled his wife and daughter, quickly turned and walked over, his demeanor respectful. "This is demon potato, a variety improved by Master Ethan, and the only crop that can grow in the open spaces around the shelter." There was a hint of bitterness in his voice, but the yield is very low, so there is a strict rationing system in the shelter. These few are all that remain. They were originally meant for the next planting cycle, but now. Chen Yan nodded. "Oh, I see." He picked the black demon potatoes out from the clutter and handed them back to Reese. "Since these are seeds, let's keep them safe." His tone was calm. "We are not in a hurry, at least for now. As long as we can cooperate normally, your situation likely won't be so dire." This statement carried a tangible weight, easing the tension among those present. Previously, they could feel the kindness radiating from this almost divine man. But that had only been a feeling. It was only at this moment, hearing his almost explicit words, that the boulder that had long hung over their hearts finally crashed down. The divine had finally bestowed its mercy. Reese trembled as he extended his hands. gently taking the few seeds that concerned their future, carefully storing them away. Chen then turned his attention back to the remaining food items on the table, falling into a brief silence. Even with his advanced chef certification, there was little he could do in this situation where there were no ingredients. It seemed unrealistic to rely on local supplies for a short time. Perhaps he could directly purchase ingredients with gold coins, which was likely feasible. He could ask Inca later. However, that would sharply increase the cost of dishes, and pricing would have to be reconsidered. They could no longer operate as they were, making a business without capital. Fortunately, even so, there was one product that could still be considered a no-cost operation: hot water. Chen stood up and walked over to start the electric water dispenser. Just like the main store, the branch was fully equipped with water and electricity. Chen had no idea where the water and electricity came from. But as the saying goes, if it works, don't ask too many questions. You might as well use it. Surely the power and water company wouldn't come across worlds to demand payment? He shook his head, dismissing these chaotic thoughts. Then he took the rough black bread, cut it into thick slices, and lightly heated it. He then handed the warm slices to those who were already dizzy with hunger. Farn and the others will be back with food soon. Just hang in there a little longer. For those who were thirsty, they could grab paper cups over there to get some water and warm themselves with hot water. In the dead zone, inside the main store, the survivors had eaten and drunk their fill. The warmth from the food, along with the boost from vitality and comfort, brought a hint of long-lost color to their pale faces. The stools in the restaurant were not enough. They did not all sit down, but took turns. Even those standing did so with great caution, carefully avoiding touching any furnishings. This was not only out of respect for Chen, the unfathomable store manager, but also out of desire to cherish and protect this beautiful place. Every table and chair, the spotless floor, felt like fragments from a bygone era, evoking a sense of nostalgia in them. Finally, the dishes packed for them to take back were ready. Farn stepped forward, organizing everyone to take the food and most of the remaining ingredients from the store. Lilith had already informed them, as per Chunyan's instructions, about the branch store established on the hillside. This news revitalized their spirits once more. They could hardly wait to return to see their families and the miracles next to their homes. Then, the people lined up, heads bowed, silently and swiftly stepping out of the store, re-entering the raging wind and snow. Lilith watched as their figures disappeared into the storm, her ruby-like eyes calm and unwavering. Chen stood beside her, hanging a wooden sign that read "Closed for business" on the glass door. In fact, Chen felt that doing such a thing here was somewhat superfluous, but it could still be considered a sense of ritual. Then his voice was calm. "You've worked hard. Come and eat." Lilith turned her head in surprise. A table had been cleared, with several steaming home-cooked dishes placed on it, the aroma wafting through the air. A slight ripple passed through her usually calm eyes. She quickly lowered her head, nodded lightly, and hurried to the table. After hesitating for a moment in front of the chair, she slowly sat down. The group in the snowstorm struggled to make their way out of the dead zone. However, just as they reached the foot of the mountain, a somewhat muffled yet crystal-clear sound of rising tide suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Everyone instinctively looked up. The tide was rising. At the edge of the clear sky, a crimson, liquid-like light began to appear. Almost in the blink of an eye, that crimson spread at a visible speed, engulfing the entire sky. The world darkened in an instant. A faint crimson light fell, casting the snow-covered ground in an ominous blood-red hue. At the same moment, the sun disappeared. The surrounding temperature rose at an unreasonable speed. The solid ice on the ground melted rapidly, leaving no trace of water. On the exposed black earth, deep red, eerie patterns appeared, more complex and denser than the last time the tide rose. Although the rise in temperature during the tide period was good news for them, the sudden dimming of the light also cast a shadow over their mood. But soon, someone pointed toward the hillside and shouted loudly, "There's light on the hillside." Everyone looked up. In their current shelter, among the familiar dilapidated shacks, the familiar orange glow was quietly shining, dispelling the gloom and fear brought by the crimson light. Inside the restaurant, Lilith suddenly stopped her movements, turning her head to look out the window. "The tide is about to rise," she said, her voice crisp. Chen followed her gaze, and, as expected, A familiar and eerie crimson hue appeared at the edge of the sky. Don't worry, the shop has its own time, so there's no need to be concerned about the outside world. Lilith nodded slightly, lowered her head again, and quietly continued eating. After finishing his meal, Chen Yin prepared to rest. Since crossing over to this world, he had hardly taken a moment to pause. He had been busy with customers, exploring, and single-handedly managing a food supply far beyond expectations. If it weren't for the ability to refresh his stamina with gold coins, he would have definitely collapsed in the kitchen. Now, everything had finally come to a temporary halt. He decided to get a good night's sleep. No matter how this world might turn out in the future, taking care of his spirit was always the right choice. Of course, before resting, he prepared a guest room for Lilith on the second floor. The room was small but clean and tidy, with a soft bed and a window that offered a view of the outside scenery. From now on, this will be your room. After explaining everything, Chen Yin returned to his bedroom and threw himself heavily onto the soft bed. Almost the moment his head hit the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep. A straight black road extended infinitely toward the edge of the wasteland. On both sides of the road were knee-high, withered yellow grasses swaying in the breeze. The wide and smooth road was devoid of any signs of life, quiet except for the sound of the wind. A group was slowly advancing on this road. They were a ragged group of commoners, herded in the middle by a bunch of guards in tattered armor. At the front of the line was a young man wearing relatively intact armor. He had a small scar at the corner of his left eye, and his sharp gaze was constantly alert to everything around him. In the middle of the group, a teenager dressed in a gray robe, looking no older than his teens, was being pushed along by two guards with swords, reluctantly following the procession. The boy raised his head to look at the man at the front of the line. Knight Leighton, even if the Viscount might have problems, are you sure this path is the right one? His voice carried an unmistakable confusion. Trusting an echo of the past? Deep within the boy's azure eyes, subtle alchemical patterns were slowly rotating. In his line of sight, the man known as Knight Leighton was accompanied by a beautiful girl in an intricately designed white princess dress, who followed in tandem. The girl had a waterfall of golden hair and a delicate figure, like a phantom. Upon hearing the boy's words, the golden-haired girl turned her head, revealing a hint of disdain in her smile, her pure golden eyes filled with cold, inhuman indifference. Leighton did not turn back. He simply stated in a tone that was neither heavy nor light, "Master Ethan, you've misunderstood one thing. The point is not whether the path I chose is correct. It's that your original path has already reached its end. Otherwise, do you think I would suddenly disregard everything and take you away from there?" His voice held no fervor, nor was it obsessive, only an almost cruel calm. "I'm merely upholding the initial promise, choosing to do my best. That's all." Hearing this, the boy called Ethan was momentarily stunned, opened his mouth, but could not say anything. Chapter 20. Dreams, Ingredients, and the Restaurant of Travel in the Half-Dream, Half-Awake Chaos. Chen Yin had a dream. In the dream, he found himself once again in the church where he had encountered Spaten. The mingling of bloody stench and sweet decay filled his nostrils. The stained glass windows still cast colorful light, but it felt as if they were draping a decaying corpse in a magnificent burial shroud. Where the light reached, it was filled with congealed dark red bloodstains and broken limbs. Below the pulpit, the torn, shriveled body of the priest hung silently. Chen Yan's thoughts were somewhat sluggish. He stood still, as if his body did not belong to him, merely a passive observing lens. In a daze, Chen Yan felt a cool dampness at his ankle. He looked down. The gray-green mold had, unbeknownst to him, crawled up his shoes and was attempting to cling up his pant leg. At that moment, the small pentagram in his mind, radiating golden light, suddenly shone brightly. Warm, golden light flowed through his entire body in an instant. At his ankle, those mycelia quickly curled, withered, and turned to ash upon contact with the light. Chen Yan's gaze instantly regained clarity and vigilance. This was not a dream, or rather, it was certainly not an ordinary dream. Meanwhile, on the wall opposite Chen Yan, the gray-green mycelia began to writhe frantically, gathering. They intertwined, forming a line of twisted text. Chen Yan had never seen this script, yet understood its meaning the moment he saw it. Why save them? Because you need them to complete your ritual? Chen Yan's expression was unchanged, his eyes calm, and he did not respond, merely waiting silently for what came next. Sure enough, the mycelia on the wall changed again. Perhaps we can cooperate. I need their hope. You need their support and dependence. Our needs do not conflict. Seeing this line, Chen Yan's brows furrowed slightly. The text on the wall continued to appear. I bring them fear, harvest their hope. You serve as their last lifeline, allowing them to willingly engage in your ritual in despair. How about that? Chen Yan scoffed, a look of disdain crossing his face. Sorry, I'm not interested in such cooperation. His voice was clear and steady, echoing in the empty church. In fact, even without you, I can make them participate normally in my ritual. Your help is unnecessary. I have no reason to share any benefits with you. The mycelia on the wall paused for a moment, seemingly digesting his response. Then new text slowly took shape. Humans are no longer obedient once they lose the threat of survival. I don't need them to be obedient. Chen Yan chuckled lightly. His tone is relaxed, as if discussing the weather. I just need them to come here to eat. Fortunately, at the moment, they don't have a better option than me. Who told me I might be the last proper restaurant in this world? The joy of monopoly is unimaginable. This time, silence lasted a long time. Long enough that Chen Yan thought the other party had given up on communication. The mycelia on the wall began to writhe violently again, forming a new line of text. Do not attempt to touch my parish. Before Chen Yan could respond, the entire scene in the church suddenly blurred. Like an ink painting splashed with water, distorting and fading. Chen Yan abruptly opened his eyes. The bedroom was dim. Outside the window, the eerie scarlet dawn penetrated the glass, casting an ominous deep red hue on the white ceiling. He lay in bed, his body still somewhat stiff, quietly recalling the excessively vivid dream he had just experienced. It was definitely that Gaius Baden causing trouble. Instead of doing his proper business as an evil god, he came to disturb others' sleep, showing absolutely no sense of public morality. However, it seemed he had no way to deal with himself either. That last warning had an unmistakable air of bluster. With that, he still wanted to pull a fast one? Huh. Chen Yan sat up, glanced at the digital alarm clock on the bedside, and realized he had slept for nearly 9 hours. Then he stretched, his joints cracking with a series of subtle pops. The fullness from a night of restful sleep, dispelling all fatigue from the previous day. He felt unprecedentedly refreshed. He threw off the covers, got out of bed, walked into the bathroom, and turned on the faucet. The cold water splashed on his face, fully waking him up. After he finished washing up and stepped out of the bathroom, Lilith's door across the hall was just gently pushed open. The girl seemed to have just woken up. Her silky silver hair was somewhat messy, with a few strands playfully sticking to her fair cheeks. The obviously oversized shirt she wore had shifted during the night, exposing a small portion of her delicate collarbone and rounded shoulders. She was still half asleep, her eyes carrying a trace of lingering confusion, radiating an unguarded, pure beauty. Chen Yan's gaze met hers for a moment before he calmly looked away. Good morning. His voice was flat. Gee, good morning, store manager. Upon hearing Chen Yan's voice, the girl seemed to have pressed a switch, instantly waking from her daze, her body instinctively tensing, nervously lowering her head, her hands anxiously gripping the hem of her shirt. Seeing her like this, Chen Yan felt somewhat helpless. He just wanted to greet her normally. You don't need to be so nervous. He tried to soften his tone. I'm not a demon. The moment he said that, he realized he had misspoken. Lilith visibly flinched, lowering her head even further, her voice tiny as a whisper. Why, yes, I'm sorry. Chen Yan felt a bit of a headache. It seemed that turning this girl's deeply ingrained perception around couldn't be rushed. He said no more, merely stepped aside to clear the way to the bathroom. He had already taught Lilith how to use the facilities here yesterday. Watching the girl almost escape into the bathroom, Chen Yan shook his head and turned to go downstairs. In the lobby on the first floor, the orange light was soft and bright. At the counter, the black skull Enka was quietly waiting, its two hollow eye sockets seemingly gazing into the void. Good morning, Chen Yan casually greeted. Hee, good morning, store manager. Enka's signature voice, harsh like scraping wood, immediately rang out. Chen Yan glanced at it, unable to help but complain. Can't you have a normal voice? Hey. Enka seemed to chuckle. In my homeland, such a magnetic voice is a characteristic of the higher-ups. Chen Yan paused, somewhat surprised. You have a home? Of course. Not. Inca's voice carried a hint of mockery. I'm just playing around with you, store manager. After all, that little girl you recently took in is far too quiet and boring as a toy. Isn't she? Chen Yan's expression darkened instantly. He turned around, walked up to the counter, and stared directly into those two black voids. She is Lilith, my employee, not a toy. Please remember this seriously. His tone was not heavy, but it carried an undeniable firmness. He. Understood. Inca's tone remained casual, devoid of any emotion. As you wish, my dear store manager. Chen Yan did not linger on the topic. He knew that arguing with this guy was pointless. He directly asked about his most pressing concern. What to do about the ingredient problem. Inca didn't keep him guessing this time. It opened its jaw. A faint light projected from its mouth, forming a translucent virtual list in the air before Chen Yan, radiating a golden sheen. Lines of text clearly appeared on the list. Potato, common, 100 kilograms 1 order koi rice, common, 100 kilograms 1 order coin beef, common, 100 kilograms 1 order coin pork, common, 100 kilograms 1 order coin. Potato, good, 10 kilograms 1 order coin beef, good, 10 kilograms 1 order coin. Special unlock ingredient. Deep diver, kin, 110 order coins. Looking at the detailed list before him, Chen Yan felt a surge of confidence. Although these common ingredients seemed a bit overpriced, considering the scarcity of resources in this world, it was somewhat understandable. What truly surprised him was the special unlock ingredient at the bottom of the list, deep diver. What would happen if he bought it? Would spawn a fish-headed monster right there and then attack him? After imagining that scenario, Chen Yan decisively abandoned the dangerous thought. First, the risk felt uncontrollable. Second, he really had no interest in such an ingredient. It was ugly enough, but the fact that it had a somewhat human shape made it feel like he was dissecting a corpse, which was bizarre beyond measure. This was also why he had thrown that fish-headed monster's corpse outside before. Thinking of this, he instinctively turned his head to see if the corpse was still there. However, when he clearly saw the scene outside the glass door, he was momentarily stunned. Outside was no longer the familiar ruins of the dead zone. Instead, it was a straight, desolate black road. The wide, flat road extended infinitely toward the horizon under the crimson sky, with knee-high, withered wild grass swaying in the gentle breeze. His restaurant sat there, all alone beside this deserted road. Previously, due to the dim light and heavy thoughts, he hadn't noticed this at all. It was only at this moment that he realized his restaurant had moved. In shock, he immediately calmed his mind and sensed the doppelganger on the hillside. The doppelganger stood up from the bedroom bed of the branch store and walked to the window to look outside. Fortunately, the branch store was still in its original position, surrounded by those dilapidated shanties, everything as usual. Chen Yan breathed a sigh of relief, then furrowed his brow as he looked at the black skull on the counter that only the main store had. What was going on? Inca's voice was calm and unperturbed. To better spread order, your restaurant will automatically travel to a new location every 24 hours. This is one of its features. Of course, the branch store remains fixed. Chen Yan's frown deepened. Why didn't you mention such an important thing earlier? You didn't ask. Inca still had that infuriating tone. You. Chen Yan paused, squinting as he scrutinized the black skull. Was it a feature of the restaurant? Or was it your doing? How could it possibly be me? This time, Inca's tone carried an inexplicable, profound meaning. Don't forget, I told you from the very beginning that I am a prisoner who voluntarily chose to be confined here. Please do not doubt my loyalty, dear manager, because the only value of my existence is to witness whether you can complete this experiment that has already failed many times. Experiment? Chen Yan keenly grasped this word. So, am I just your lab rat? There is no need to feel offended by that term. Inca's voice revealed no emotion. Due to its nature, all beings, including gods and even itself, are subjects of its experiments. And precisely because of that, I was born. So, this term is merely an objective statement. Inca paused for a moment, seemingly pondering more suitable wording. But if you can reach the end of this experiment, then perhaps you can confront its existence. Who is it? Chen Yan pressed on. You are not yet at the point of knowing its name. After all, you have not yet grown to the level that can withstand its gaze. Chen Yan immediately felt bored. Another riddle. Fine, if you don't want to say, I'm not interested in hearing it anyway. He waved his hand, no longer paying attention to Inca. Glancing outside, it was still that empty, lifeless road, devoid of any human presence. He turned and walked into the kitchen, preparing to make a simple breakfast for himself and Lilith, who had just gotten up. No matter how the world changes, meals must always be eaten. Chapter 21. Guests in the kitchen. The cast iron pan made a sizzling sound as it met the flames, and the aroma of grease quickly filled the air. Chen yawned and skillfully cracked 2 eggs into the pan, the golden yolks rapidly solidifying in the hot oil, the edges turning crispy and fragrant. No matter how tumultuous the outside world may be, a steaming hot breakfast always brings the simplest comfort. Just as he was about to transfer the fried eggs to a plate, he heard the restaurant's wind chime ring once. Immediately after, a muffled, pleading whisper followed. Chen stepped out of the kitchen with the plate in hand, and the sight before him made him stop in his tracks. An elderly man, dressed in ragged clothes, was trying to squeeze through a crack in the glass door to enter the restaurant. He was covered in dirt, his hair matted into clumps, his tattered clothing barely covering his body, and his bare ankles were riddled with cracked wounds and black mud. His face, marked by deep lines, bore eyes that were murky and sorrowful, evoking a tightness in anyone's heart that saw him. However, Lilith stood in the doorway, tightly gripping a broom. Her usually gentle face was now icy, her gaze sharp with no warmth. "Get out." Her voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable resolution. The old man flinched, making a sound of unintelligible whimpering, yet his dirty hand stubbornly reached toward the inside, as if trying to grasp something. Lilith's lips pressed into a straight line. She raised the broom without a moment's hesitation and struck the reaching hand with a fierce blow. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. The old man cried out in pain, swiftly retracting his hand. Taking advantage of the moment, Lilith stepped forward and forcefully shut the glass door. The old man outside glanced timidly at the interior of the restaurant, but ultimately did not try again. Instead, he hobbled away, his back hunched, disappearing at the end of the desolate road. Lilith stared at his retreating figure until he was no longer visible, her tense shoulders slowly relaxing. She let out a sigh, turned around, and found herself facing Chen somewhat surprised gaze. For some reason, a sense of panic seized her in an instant. Store manager. She instinctively wanted to bow, but her words came out first, filled with an urgency she herself didn't notice. That was the innocent victim. She couldn't show any kindness to him, otherwise she would be dragged down by him. Chen noticed her nervous demeanor and immediately understood that she had misunderstood his attitude. He waved his hand and spoke casually. "Don't be tense, I know what that was." He placed the plate he was holding on a square table. "I was just surprised to see you like that for the first time. I'm not angry. On the contrary." Chen's tone was very sincere. "I should thank you for warding off a big trouble for the restaurant." Hearing the gratitude, Lilith became even more awkward. She eagerly shook her head, speaking rapidly. "No, this is what I should do." Seeing her like this, Chen felt a bit helpless and simply changed the subject. "All right, let's not dwell on this. Let's eat. Breakfast is ready." He pulled out a chair and sat down. Lilith nodded, the blush on her cheeks gradually fading as she returned to her usual calm demeanor. Following closely behind Chen, she quietly took a seat across from him. Chen cut a piece of fried egg and put it in his mouth, while his mind recalled the information about this evil spirit that Fane had introduced yesterday. Innocent victim. It appeared as a terribly miserable, homeless old man, and anyone who saw him would inevitably feel pity at first glance. However, the only correct approach at that moment was to immediately insult it and tell it to go away, and, if necessary, to beat it until it left in disappointment. It was imperative not to show it an ounce of kindness or offer any form of help. Otherwise, the helper and their family would inevitably face misfortune in a short time, almost guaranteed to die in an accident. Before the rules were understood, countless well-meaning individuals who took it in for a night or simply gave a piece of bread ended up with their families destroyed. Thieves, fires, diseases. Disasters took on countless forms, but the one constant was that it always survived these calamities, continuing to play its innocent role. As Chen chewed his food, a chill rose in his heart. No disaster was directly caused by it, nor would it ever retaliate against any wrongdoing towards it. Thus, it was absolutely innocent, but all those who attempted to offer assistance would be dragged down by its suffering as it would always remain a victim. Its existence was like a vortex of suffering, pulling all good intentions, trying to approach it into the abyss of destruction. Lost in thought, Chen Yin finished the last bite of fried egg and was about to get up to clear the dishes. Dingling, the wind chime at the entrance rang out once more with a clear sound. Chen Yin looked up toward the door. A blond young man was leaning against the door frame, not immediately entering. He wore simple gray clothing, but his meticulously groomed golden hair and those shifty eyes gave him an air of shrewdness and slickness that didn't match his attire. Chen Yin was a bit surprised. He initially thought the road outside the restaurant was quite empty, not expecting there to be quite a few customers. Then, he stopped clearing the plates and took the initiative to approach. "Hello, what would you like to eat?" he casually asked while presenting the menu to the young man. However, the blond young man ignored Chen Yin, instead scanning every detail of the restaurant's decor with his eyes, as if assessing the value of each item. Chen Yin didn't rush him, casually tossing the menu aside and pulling out a chair to sit down, watching the young man's odd behavior leisurely. In Chen Yin's view, the blond young man appeared like a mirage, and at the center of this mirage was a slowly rotating 20-sided die resembling brass. Just as Chen Yin focused on observing the floating die before him, a faint golden sheen began to appear in his eyes. In the next moment, the blond young man seemed to sense something, suddenly lowering his head and staring intently at Chen Yin, who was seated before him. Then he revealed a slick smile. "Hello, Mr. Store Manager. I'm Mike, a lucky gambler from the southern countryside of Enel County. Would you be interested in a wager with me?" As soon as the young man finished speaking, Lilith, who had just finished clearing the plates, furrowed her brows tightly. Immediately after, her calm voice rang in Chen Yan's ear. "Store Manager, he is Gambling Mike, also an evil spirit." Chapter 22, The Gambler and the Game, Gambling Mike. The appearance is not fixed, but often resembles a young man dressed in typical southern farmer attire. Once it sets its sights on someone, that person must engage in a game of chance with it. The consequence of refusal is that everything about the game, rules and stakes, is determined unilaterally by it, ensuring inevitable loss. The correct response is to proactively relinquish the right to set the rules and to propose a clear, unambiguous stake first. Upon hearing Lilith's words, Chen Yin immediately recalled the information that Farn had once shared with him. He then turned to the blond youth leaning against the doorframe. His tone is calm, as if asking about the weather. "What do you want to bet?" As he spoke, he casually picked up a ruby from the counter, one he had taken in yesterday, and tossed it lightly in his fingers. "I'll use this as the stake." This item was of no use to him anymore. In fact, he had once considered returning these jewels to the shelter for them to use, cycling through to earn more coins. But this genius idea was ruthlessly dismissed by Enka. According to Enka, what truly held value was the order carried by these old circulating equivalents due to their symbolism. Once the transaction was complete, the power would be stripped away, and they would revert to ordinary stones and metals. Therefore, using this scrap as a stake did not bother Chen Yin at all. According to Farn, Mike had a high acceptance rate for jewelry stakes. However, the blonde youth's reaction exceeded his expectations. Mike shook his head, the oily smile on his face widening as he finally stepped into the store. No, Mr. Store Manager. Why would some of your stature gamble over such a trivial thing?" Chen Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. At the moment Mike rejected his stake, he clearly saw wisps of faint golden light escaping from the body of this evil spirit, silently merging into the restaurant's floor, walls, and furniture. He was all too familiar with this aura. It was the power of order, but unlike the solid and pure power within his own order coins. The energy emanating from Mike, though vast, was unstable and almost like a formless, free-floating energy. At that moment, Chen Yin finally understood the true intention of the other party. This evil spirit was also collecting order, but its methods were far more crude than his. And at this moment, it was coveting the more perfect and purer order within this store. Understanding this, a faint smile appeared on Chen Yan's lips. A line of text also timely appeared before his eyes. Abnormal power detected, correct? He did not respond immediately, but instead looked at Mike and asked in line with the other's words, "Then what do you want to bet?" Lilith, standing behind Chen Yin, stiffened imperceptibly at this question. The store manager's current behavior completely violated the safety guidelines for dealing with Gambling Mike, which was a major taboo. But this thought flashed by in an instant. She remembered the light that had pulled her away from the ritual and this restaurant that felt like a divine realm. A sense of guilt and fear surged in her heart. She had unconsciously treated the deity with the kindness of a mortal, which was utterly inappropriate. Amidst the turmoil of her emotions, she turned to grab a cloth and began to meticulously wipe the recently cleaned table, as if there were invisible stains on it. However, Chen did not notice the brief fluctuation of emotions from the girl behind him. At this moment, all his attention was focused on the blonde youth in front of him. To be precise, it was focused on the brass die that was slowly rotating on its chest. Mike seemed a bit unnerved by his gaze and instinctively took half a step back. But soon, the wariness in its eyes was replaced by a raw, unmasked greed. "I want to bet. Your position, store manager." Its voice trembled slightly with excitement. "If I win, I become the new manager of this store. And if you lose," Chen Yin countered, "then you can take everything from me." As Mike said this, its body began to tremble slightly, and a sickly, twisted pleasure appeared on its face. This expression made Chen Yin feel a wave of revulsion. He hated gamblers, especially those completely dominated by the thrill of gambling. It reminded him of his childhood friend, Qi Zhishi, who had a heart of a beast. Suppressing the rising disgust, Chen Yin stared directly at the other party. "All right, but since you're setting the stake, according to the rules, I will set the game rules." "Of course." Mike elegantly extended its right hand, making a gesture of invitation, its face full of confidence as if victory was assured. Chen Yin smiled. "I don't like complicated things. Let us just bet on a coin toss." As his words fell, a pure golden coin of order appeared at his fingertips. One person calls heads or tails. One round decides the outcome. The moment Mike saw the coin, the hopeful smile on its face froze. It frowned, feeling a strong sense of unease from the intense aura of order that almost became tangible. "Using the coin you provided? That doesn't seem fair. What if you tampered with it?" Chen Yin raised an eyebrow, flicking the coin, which traced a golden arc and landed precisely in Mike's hand. "You can check it as you like. If there's a problem, we can switch to another." Mike's expression immediately darkened. Chen Yin's meaning could not be clearer. "Even if I cheat, as long as you can't tell, you have no reason to object." This was an unwritten rule on the gambling table, belonging to the strong. But all along, it was Mike who had forced opponents into desperate situations with such tactics. Yet today, the positions of the two seemed completely reversed. It was Mike who felt like the helpless gambler being cornered, while the human before it felt more like an evil spirit in human skin. Holding the heavy coin that radiated a terrifying aura, it felt an unprecedented sense of frustration, but did not regret it. Isn't gambling all about this thrill? Even if it leads to death, it is filled with incomparable joy. Mike flipped the coin back and forth, pretending to examine it carefully, and finally nodded. "All right, let us use this coin." It lifted its head, a glint of cunning flashing in its eyes. "However, since the tool is provided by you, I will be the one to toss it." "Fine," Chen Yan replied indifferently. Raising his hand to gesture, "You toss. I'll call heads." Mike's smile returned. It placed the coin on its thumb and flicked it upward with a sudden motion. The coin spun rapidly in the air. In Chen Yan's view, as the coin ascended, the brass die inside Mike began to spin wildly. An invisible force enveloped the coin, causing the patterns on both sides to change rapidly between the eyes and geometric shapes. Finally, the coin fell, and Mike caught it steadily, quickly covering its right hand with its left. It could clearly sense that the side facing up was the geometric pattern. It had won. Mike's smile nearly burst forth, and it lifted its head, ready to announce its victory. However, what it saw was Chen Yan's gaze, one that resembled a caregiver's looking at a mentally challenged person. Mike's expression froze suddenly. An ominous premonition seized its heart, if it had such an organ. It abruptly flipped open its left hand. On the back of its hand, the golden coin lay quietly. The side engraved with the one-eyed pattern was clearly facing up. "No!" Mike screamed hysterically. "This is impossible. I clearly adjusted the probability. The result can't be this." Chen Yin shook his head, the smile on his face unwavering. "Unfortunately, you lost. Now, it's time to fulfill your promise." "You cheated," Mike shouted frantically, pointing at Chen Yin. "Oh." Chen Yin leaned back in his chair, leisurely asking, "Didn't you?" Mike's expression froze and then became even more frantic. The phantoms around him began to fluctuate violently, as if they wanted to attack. But in the next second, an invisible yet irresistible great power enveloped him from all directions, squeezing him. No! His body began to transform into countless golden specks of light, rapidly dissipating. Only the last brass, 20-sided die fell from the disintegrating light, clanging as it hit the ground and rolling to Chen Yan's feet. Chen Yan bent down and picked up the die. To be honest, he found this evil spirit somewhat cute in its foolishness. It was almost like it had water in its brain, especially when it couldn't defy the rules of his restaurant. When Mike unleashed its power but found it couldn't shake the restaurant's rules, it should have retreated. Chen Yan didn't even need to use any complicated abilities. He only needed to add a temporary rule in his mind. The result of this coin toss must be heads up. In this restaurant, the rules he set are an undeniable reality. However, he could guess the logic behind this evil spirit's behavior. It was simple. It was a greedy gambler. When it discovered such a tempting place, its first reaction was not to assess the risks, but rather to think, I must take a gamble. What if I win? It didn't care how low the odds were, because it was just a pure evil spirit, driven only by greed and the desire for risk. Chen Yan held the die in his hand, feeling its cold touch. At the same time, a series of brand new golden texts were continuously refreshing in his mind. Betting victory. Receiving order coins, 5,350. Current held coins, 8,752. Mike's die. Pollution level, extremely high. Purification required coins, 100. Effect 1. Throwing it can be used to predict the success or failure of an event. It will likely predict accurately, but there is a very small chance of error. After all, gamblers always overlook that low probability events can also happen. Effect 2. Consuming it grants one certain success. This effect is influenced by divinity. After all, what gambler doesn't desire to be the destined winner in an unpredictable game? Looking at the text before him, Chen Yan smiled even more brightly. The slight discomfort he initially felt towards this evil spirit completely vanished. This big brother is a good person. He traveled a long way just to deliver equipment and experience to him, helping him on the path of numerical inflation without looking back. Honestly, if this guy had left even a corpse behind, Chen Yan would have wanted to erect a tombstone for it. On the desolate black road, silence reigned. A group was struggling to move forward on this seemingly endless highway. They were a ragged group of peasants, herded in the middle by a dozen soldiers in tattered armor, moving forward numbly. Fatigue and exhaustion hung like a heavy layer of dust on everyone's face. Their eyes were hollow, reflecting a kind of zombie-like despair. Only at the front of the group was a young man in relatively intact armor, his gaze still sharp, holding a long sword. He vigilantly scanned the dry grass on both sides of the road, a scar at the corner of his left eye adding a touch of coldness to his demeanor. Beside him, a golden-haired girl in a splendid white princess dress followed closely, her face adorned with a faint smile, showing no signs of fatigue. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the back of the group. An old man, filthy and gaunt, had appeared beside the group, reaching out a dirty hand in an attempt to grab a peasant's clothing, mumbling a garbled plea. Get lost. Leighton didn't turn around, only harshly scolding. Several soldiers immediately stepped forward, mercilessly pushing the old man to the ground with their sword sheaths, kicking him a few times until he crawled away, limping into the overgrown grass. Looking ahead at the seemingly endless road, Leighton frowned tightly. The further they went, the more strange encounters they experienced, and the more frequent they became. He looked up at the distant horizon, the crimson light staining the horizon with an ominous blood color. Does this road really lead to hope? Just then, his pupils suddenly constricted. Not far ahead, amidst the monotonous, barren scenery, a building glowing with warm orange light stood quietly. It was a restaurant? Chapter 23 New Life, Automated Restaurant. In an encounter in the dead zone, twisted metal and broken bricks intertwine, illuminated by the dim, crimson light, resembling a silent maze. Fawn leads 4 scavengers, carefully navigating through it. Their footsteps are light, crunching softly on the rubble. Each person's movements are extremely cautious. After all, during high tide, the strange creatures and the afflicted in the dead zone become active. They must be careful enough to safely gather what they need and return. This ring should be worth quite a bit. A man picks up a silver ring embedded with a dull sapphire from a pile of charred debris and wipes it on his tattered clothing. Stop looking. Put it away quickly. Another urges in a low voice. It's about time. We should head back to the restaurant for a meal. Upon mentioning the restaurant, a mixed smile of awe and happiness appears on several faces. Fawn's gaze shifts away from a broken beam, and he can't help but reflect. Once upon a time, they went out to find anything edible to avoid starving in the shelter. Now, they're searching diligently for these jewels and coins that symbolized wealth in the old days. With these, they can exchange for steaming delicious dishes at that restaurant, eating even better than before the disaster struck. The survival model of the shelter has completely changed. Nowadays, scavenging requires a group of 5. Before setting out, everyone eats a portion of stir-fried rice with shredded pork and green peppers. The reason is simple. The effect of aftertaste is too good. In the aftertaste state, they can have an almost instinctual perception of potential contamination. It is more sensitive and safer than the pollution awareness potion. The latter requires visual confirmation of the pollution source, while the former is merely a warning that seems to stem from the depths of their souls. When facing certain horrific contaminants that could drive one to madness and death with just a glance, the advantage of this feeling is equivalent to life itself. Just as he is lost in thought, a leisurely set of footsteps comes from the direction they arrived. Fawn's pupils constrict, and he quickly turns around, his right hand swiftly pressing on the short knife at his waist. But upon seeing the newcomer, his hand slowly relaxes. It's Reese, who is briskly approaching with a few others. "Dr. Fawn," Reese calls out in a hushed voice, "I finally found you." Fawn looks at him with some confusion. "What's wrong? Is there something?" "The manager is looking for you." Reese steps closer, pausing before continuing. He seems to have encountered Leighton and Ethan. "Fawn, huh?" On the hillside, inside the branch store, survivors come and go, already accustomed to this extraordinary miracle. Someone walks into the store, first pausing to look at the menu redesigned by Chen, which clearly describes the magical effects of the dishes and the required gold coins. Then, they walk to the counter, placing several old coins and a dusty pearl on it. In one corner of the counter, a newly appeared palm-sized screen immediately lights up with a line of golden numbers. Value assessment, 10 order coins. The man nods and says to the black-haired, black-eyed, somewhat dazed manager's avatar behind the counter, "1 serving of beef stew with potatoes." As soon as he finishes speaking, the coins and pearl in front of him vanish without a trace. Moments later, from the direction of the kitchen, a steaming plate of beef stew with potatoes floats out of thin air, landing steadily on the table in front of him. The man is unfazed, picking up his utensils and digging in eagerly. Compared to the other miracles of the manager, this small scene is hardly worth mentioning. The reason for this phenomenon at the branch store is simple. Chen has activated the automated meal service. Just that morning, he was still troubled about having to provide meals for the entire shelter by himself, until he inquired with Enka about the recruitment method for ordinary staff. Enka's response almost drove him to grab a kitchen knife and smash it against the skull of that black skeleton. "Why don't you just command your kitchenware to work?" Enka's voice was as sharp as ever. As the sole owner of the store, you can order them to work on their own. After all, yesterday, they learned your cooking techniques. Although they cannot make dishes you haven't created or exceed your level, replicating your actions is not a problem. Chanyan's expression at that moment was one of exasperation, gritting his teeth. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Did you just watch me struggle alone yesterday?" "You didn't ask," Enka replied as if it were obvious. "I thought you were enjoying the fun of being busy." Chen. In short, after making all his signature dishes by hand and teaching the kitchenware, Chen left his avatar at the counter to idle while he focused all his attention back on the main store. Because there, at that moment, were customers who needed his attention more. Inside the main store, located beside the desolate avenue, Chen puts down the playing cards in his hand, face down on the table. Then he raises his head, calmly surveying the group of new customers before him, ultimately landing his gaze on the young man at the forefront. Recalling how Fawn had described him, Chen tentatively speaks, "You wouldn't happen to be Leighton, would you?" Leighton grips the hilt of his long sword at his waist tightly, his heart racing, instantly on high alert. When he saw this restaurant on the road, he hadn't intended to get close at all. What could be more bizarre and out of place than a cozy restaurant suddenly appearing in the desolate wasteland? Whether in the investigator's summary handbook or in the bard's tales, such places represent traps and danger. However, the one who could determine their direction was not him, the captain of the guard, but the ethereal girl before him, who had guided them to the current echoes of the past. She chose to enter this restaurant. They had no choice but to follow. On this bustling, deserted road, losing her protection would be tantamount to walking to their deaths. I do go by that name. Leighton's voice is dry and cautious, but why would the manager ask that? Do we know each other? Chen shakes his head succinctly. I know Fawn. He then looks at the blue-eyed boy, who is being flanked by 2 guards. In the latter's uncertain gaze, he continues, if I'm not mistaken, this must be Master Ethan? Then, Chen Yan's gaze returns to the ethereal girl with pure golden eyes before him. May I ask who this young lady is? As soon as he finishes speaking, the ethereal girl slightly lifts her skirt, performing a flawless, courtly curtsy. A dignified and detached smile appears on her face, and her diamond-shaped golden pupils clearly reflect Chen Yan's figure. Good day, esteemed manager. Her voice is ethereal, carrying a peculiar rhythm as if it comes from a distant time and space. I am Princess Ophelia from the Empire of Idorn. At this moment, I am on a long journey back to my homeland. After the fatigue of travel and my servant's exhaustion, encountering your establishment is like finding sweet water in a desert. May we impose upon you for a moment and take a brief rest? Chen Yan. Chapter 24 echoes, hearing the words of the illusory girl. Chen Yan was momentarily taken aback. Noticing this, Lilith quietly stepped forward half a pace, leaned close to Chen Yan's ear, and quickly whispered in a voice only they could hear. Store manager. The Kingdom of Idorn is an ancient empire located on the continent of Arctis, on the other side of the Shattered Straits. Before the disaster struck, their fleets would occasionally dock at Twilight Harbor. She paused for a moment, lowering her voice even further. But this girl should be an echo, and, judging by the intensity of the power around her, her consciousness is probably nearly gone. Her words might just be delusional fabrications. Chen Yan nodded slightly, feeling reassured. After pondering for a moment, his gaze swept over the weary and tense group of attendants, ultimately resting on Ophelia. Rest is fine, and eating is also okay, he said, his tone returning to its usual calmness. But our store requires payment before dining. Do you have any jewelry, coins, or similar items on you? With that, he turned and casually grabbed a handful from behind the counter, laying a few old coins and a dull gemstone in his palm. Do you have treasures like this? The expressions of Leighton and the others instantly froze. When they left the shelter, the situation was urgent, and everyone was focused on food, weapons, and essential survival supplies. Who would bring along these useless stones and scraps of iron that were only nice to look at in the apocalypse? Seeing their awkward expressions, Chen Yan felt a throbbing pain at his temples. He sensed the air of a losing bargain. Just as both sides fell into a subtle embarrassment, Ophelia spoke again, her voice carrying a hint of just the right amount of apology. I'm sorry, Mr. Store Manager. We were in a rush and indeed did not bring any valuables. She extended her slender hand and gracefully removed a necklace made of tiny gemstones from her pale neck. Would this necklace suffice for food? She offered, her actions tinged with a barely perceptible reluctance. As Chen Yan looked at the necklace, which had a similar illusory, translucent quality as its owner, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He then sighed softly, realizing that this deal was likely a loss. Your Highness is too polite. Chen Yan declined in a perfunctory tone. I was just joking earlier. It is an honor for our store to have your presence. How could I charge you? He recalled the common knowledge he had heard from Fawn about echoes. An echo can be seen as a previous state of a malevolent spirit. It is an existence between a soul and a phenomenon. Those with strong, unfinished obsessions, if they happen to encounter special pollution before death, may become echoes. Generally speaking, echoes are much less dangerous than malevolent spirits. They're closer to traditional ghosts, retaining some level of reason and humanity. If their obsessions are followed and their wishes fulfilled, they will dissipate on their own. However, all of this is predicated on not piercing the illusion that they are still alive. Once provoked, the remaining humanity of an echo can be overwhelmed by pollution, leading to unpredictable consequences. This is especially true for echoes that have existed for a longer time. As their memories and humanity become increasingly blurred, and they act solely based on their obsessions. At this stage, they are closer to phenomena than to humans. When their humanity finally dissipates, the pollution they possess will transform them into malevolent spirits, which is also how malevolent spirits come to be. To avoid trouble, Chen quickly calculated in his mind and decisively chose the safest course of action. He then snapped his fingers. The kitchen stove ignited automatically, and pots and pans flew about, making a clattering sound. Since they were getting a free meal, they shouldn't be picky. A hearty serving of cheap fried rice was just perfect. In the next moment, amidst a chorus of gasps, plates piled high with golden, fragrant fried rice flew straight out from the kitchen window. They floated as if held by invisible servants, landing lightly and silently on each table. When the first plate flew out, Leighton's body suddenly tensed, his sword half drawing with a suppressed metallic scrape. However, Ophelia merely cast him a cold glance. Leighton's movement froze, his brow furrowing tightly, but he ultimately relaxed his grip, allowing the sword to slide back into its sheath. The golden rice was sprinkled with green scallions, and the rich aroma of eggs and oil rushed in, unrelentingly penetrating everyone's nostrils. Yet, neither Leighton nor the guards and civilians behind him dared to move. Their eyes were filled with fear and awe at this incredible sight. However, Ophelia, as if nothing were amiss, naturally picked up a spoon and took a large bite of fried rice, elegantly chewing. This scene even surprised Chen. Do ghosts also eat? Initially, when a plate floated in front of the girl, Chen thought it was due to his kitchenware not being intelligent enough. But now it seemed he had underestimated the situation. Just then, a somewhat inexperienced, trembling voice broke the silence. "Mr. Store Manager, you mentioned you know Dr. Fawn?" Chen turned his head to look at the slightly trembling blue-eyed boy. It was Ethan. His eyes were filled with fear. Yet he still forced himself to look directly at Chen. "Did you go to our shelter? How? How is it? Is it really?" Chen carefully chose his words. "If you're referring to the original alchemical array of the shelter, then it has indeed failed." He watched Ethan's face turn pale in an instant and quickly change his tone. "But the shelter itself is fine. The people there are still alive. Because I opened a branch there." Ethan was stunned. He seemed unable to immediately comprehend the meaning of this statement, his brows furrowing tightly. "You mean you sheltered the entire refuge?" "It can be understood that way." Chen nodded. "The situation is a bit complex. You all should eat first. After you finish, you'll understand some of it." He glanced around at the still motionless crowd, adding helplessly, "Don't worry, I won't harm you. It's not that complicated." This statement seemed to carry some kind of magic, quickly shaking the psychological defenses of the crowd. More than half of those present couldn't help but swallow hard. After walking for so long, they were indeed starving. The hunger in their bellies had become almost unbearable after smelling that overpowering aroma. Nothing tempts a starving person more than carbohydrates. At this moment, Ophelia, who had been quietly eating, also lifted her head. Her pure golden eyes looked at Leighton across the table, her tone carrying an undeniable command. "What are you waiting for? Eat quickly." As her words fell, Chen could clearly see countless fine golden threads, thinner than spider silk, extending from Ophelia's fingertips, gently trembling. The other ends of those golden threads were connected to the necks of Leighton and every person behind him. Chapter 25. The Church and the Priest. As Ophelia's voice fell, a faint golden shimmer flashed in everyone's eyes simultaneously. Their expressions froze in an instant. Their movements became stiff, as if they were puppets being controlled, mechanically lowering their heads to scoop up the first bite of fried rice and send it to their mouths. Only after completing this action did the golden light in their eyes quietly fade, as if their minds had returned to normal. But the next moment, a surge of overwhelming, domineering, pure deliciousness exploded on their taste buds. The rice grains were distinct, wrapped in golden egg liquid. The richness of the oil perfectly blended with the aroma of green onions. This warmth slid down their throats into their stomachs, dispelling the hunger and fatigue along the way. Someone let out a satisfied sigh, and then they no longer cared about any etiquette or image. Fear and vigilance were completely overwhelmed by the instinct of hunger. and for a moment, the restaurant was filled only with the crisp sounds of spoons clashing against plates and the sounds of people gulping down their food. Ethan was no exception. He felt that this was the best food he had ever eaten in his life. He buried his head, taking one bite after another, completely unaware that Chen Yin had silently walked to his side. "I told Fawn about the situation here." A deliberately lowered voice suddenly rang in Ethan's ear. "He said you might have a way to deal with this echo, and he wants me to ask for your help." Ethan trembled all over. The mouthful of fried rice he had just taken stuck in his throat, neither up nor down. His face instantly turned red, his eyes widened, and he desperately pounded his chest. Seeing this, Chen Yin was startled as well and quickly grabbed a cup of water from the nearby table and handed it over. "Eat slowly. No one is going to steal from you." Ethan snatched the paper cup, not caring about the heat, and tilted his head back to gulp down the hot water. The warm liquid slid down his throat into his stomach, finally washing down the deadly rice. He let out a long breath, but the next moment, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning, completely frozen. Deep in his eyes, the barely perceptible alchemical patterns suddenly lit up, spinning wildly. Fear, at this moment, was replaced by extreme shock and horror. What? What did I just drink? He suddenly raised his head, staring intently at Chen Yin, his voice sharp with excitement, momentarily forgetting his awe of the unknown. "Huh?" Chen Yin was somewhat puzzled by his reaction. "It's just hot water. What's wrong?" He was completely unaware of the immense storm that had erupted in Ethan's heart. Contamination. He could clearly feel that as the cup of hot water went down, the pollution that had accumulated deep within his body from studying alchemy was actually dissolving a little, although it was just a tiny bit, so weak it could almost be ignored. But this completely overturned all his understanding over the past decade. The knowledge of alchemy itself carried pollution, which was common knowledge among alchemists, because the source of alchemy was knowledge exchanged with the mad sage and unknown entities. Therefore, every alchemist's path was one of accumulating pollution. The more one knew, the heavier the pollution they bore. What limited an alchemist's potential was often not their talent, but their tolerance for pollution. But now, the pollution he had accumulated was actually decreasing. The significance behind this, Ethan could hardly imagine. He looked at Chen Yin again, his eyes no longer holding any suspicion from before, only pure, primal, or remained. To be able to so casually manipulate and overturn the fundamental rules of the world. What kind of terrifying existence was this before him? So it turns out that the refuge received divine grace. Understanding this, all of Ethan's fear and unease instantly vanished. He no longer doubted Chen Yin's words. There was no need for him to tell such meaningless lies to a small worm like himself, let alone shelter a refuge, even if it meant crushing this world. It would probably be no more effort for him than blowing a breath. Chen Yin naturally had no idea what this young man was thinking. Seeing him lost in thought, he reached out and patted his shoulder. "What are you dazed about? Did you hear the question I just asked you?" "Huh?" Ethan seemed to wake from a dream, quickly snapping back to reality, nodding vigorously. Then a hint of confusion arose. Can't you just deal with her directly? With your great power?" "I can," Chen Yin directly interrupted him, his tone tinged with an air of annoyance. "But that costs money. You guys have already racked up a meal bill without offering anything in return. I don't want to waste money on unnecessary things. So, tell me how you would normally deal with this kind of situation." "Huh? Oh." Ethan was a bit dazed now, not fully understanding the meaning of the great being's words, but he didn't dwell on it too much. After all, the first sentence of Fundamentals of Mysticism is, "Never attempt to guess the thoughts of any great being." Having understood this, Ethan felt a sudden clarity and his thoughts became clearer. The conventional approach is to satisfy her obsession. He respectfully replied, but fulfilling her obsession is too difficult, clearly not feasible. So, there is only one way left. Based on the characteristics of the echo, we could try to harmlessly stimulate her power through a specific alchemical formula, allowing her to temporarily regain some of her humanity and memories from when she was alive. Then, we can attempt to communicate with her, who has regained some sanity. If her personality, when she was alive, was good enough, perhaps we can persuade her to voluntarily withdraw her power and lift her control over everyone. He paused and added, "Of course, if she was a wicked person, then this method would be useless. However, Judging by her behavior of protecting us all along the way, even if her humanity is almost gone, her instinct still leans towards protection. I believe her nature should not be bad. After listening, Chunyin nodded. This plan sounded good. Most importantly, it was free. Let us go with that. A moment later, Ethan used a piece of charcoal to draw a complex and precise alchemical array on the floor of the restaurant. He stood up, walked in front of Ophelia, bowed deeply, and spoke in a sincere and earnest tone. Your Highness, the road ahead is long, and your power may be diminished due to the long journey. I have an ancient alchemical ritual here that can help you stabilize your power and awaken deeper memories, perhaps. It can help you find the way back to your homeland more quickly. Ophelia's pure, golden diamond-shaped pupils quietly gazed at him. After a long while, she slightly nodded, a trace of a restrained smile appearing on her face. You are thoughtful. She lifted her skirt and elegantly walked to the center of the alchemical array. Ethan let out a sigh of relief and immediately retreated to the edge of the array, placing his hands on the ground and beginning to chant the dry and convoluted incantation. As he chanted, the patterns on the ground lit up one by one, emitting a soft white light. The light grew stronger and eventually converged into a dazzling beam, completely engulfing Ophelia's figure. The entire restaurant was enveloped in this pure white light. Chen was not alarmed by the scene before him. Ethan had already warned that once the ritual began, everyone present might be drawn into an illusion formed by Ophelia's deep memories, but it was harmless. However, when the dazzling white light slowly faded and the scene before him became clear, Chen Yan's expression instantly turned serious. He saw the church again, in a dream, in a Spartan. The white church, long covered in bloodstains and mold, stood there. But this time, he was no longer inside the church. Instead, he stood across from it, on a sunny, clean street. The warm sunlight bathed him, and the sounds of bustling pedestrians and cheerful laughter filled the air, making everything seem so peaceful and beautiful. Yet, Chunyin felt a chill creeping up his spine. A familiar figure stood before him. The person wore a pure white robe and had a gentle smile. It was the priest who had been disemboweled by the monster. His eyes were fixed directly on Chunyin, as if he could truly see him. Just as Chunyin couldn't help but feel goosebumps all over, the priest finally spoke. His voice was soft, yet clearly reached Chunyin's ears. Hello. I didn't expect we would meet again so soon. Chapter 26. Memories, Pollution, and Meteorites. Looking at the obviously unwell priest, Chunyin's breath momentarily halted. But just as he was about to respond, a crisp and melodious voice, filled with urgency and questions, rang out from behind him. As soon as I received your letter, I couldn't wait to rush over. Father, is what you wrote in your letter true? A blonde girl, dressed in a simple dress and bearing a striking resemblance to Ophelia, was quickly approaching. Her figure was like a phantom, passing straight through Chunyin and Ethan's bodies. Chunyan's tense nerves suddenly relaxed. It turned out she was not speaking to him. He realized that the vibrant girl before him was likely the Ophelia from her past, and they were merely bystanders to this memory. Then, the scene before them rippled like water, swiftly changing. The bright church vanished, replaced by a dim underground room. The air was thick with a pungent mixture of herbs, metal, and some unknown reagent. Various glass vessels hung on the walls, and a long table was cluttered with complex alchemical instruments. This is an alchemical laboratory? Ophelia gazed at the scene before her, her beautiful green eyes filled with shock. But hasn't the church always regarded alchemy as heresy? How could you? The priest chuckled nonchalantly, turning to a shelf filled with jars and bottles. That is merely the perspective of some narrow-minded individuals. His voice remained gentle, but there was a hint of something different. I have always appreciated effective means over meaningless prayers. As long as the goal of salvation is achieved, the method is just a trivial detail. Since alchemy is useful, who can say it is not another form of truth? As he spoke, he turned back to her. The color drained from Ophelia's face. In the priest's eyes, crimson blood vessels writhed and proliferated, squirming like living creatures. That aura, Ophelia's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Her beautiful eyes filled with terror as she stared at the priest. Father Saren. Her voice quivered. You have come into contact with the pollution? Yes. The priest's smile widened, becoming frenzied and twisted. To understand what your mother described in the letter, I visited the Vitoan Empire a year ago. Why? Ophelia stumbled backward, her back hitting the cold stone wall. Of course, it was to save. The priest spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the whole world. Pollution will not stop on its own. Vitoan's merchant ships arrive at Aurelia's port every day. Meanwhile, the dying king and short-sighted nobles continue to ignore the warnings your mother issued and the omens from the White Tower. They are blinded by immense wealth, willingly believing in the explanations and reassurances from some unknown source in Langdon City. Therefore, I must act immediately. If I wait until the pollution spreads uncontrollably, it will be too late. But you are polluted now. Ophelia's voice suddenly became sharp as she cautiously moved toward the door, her hand reaching for the doorknob. No, child, you are mistaken. The priest shook his head, the blood vessels in his eyes writhing even more violently. What I just said was merely my previous thought. In fact, when I crossed the increasingly violent ocean and traversed the continuous Ria Mountains, witnessing Langdon City's current state with my own eyes, I realized I had been wrong. That is not pollution. His voice rose, filled with a chilling fervor. That is divine grace. It is merely because mortals' perspectives are too shallow and their bodies too fragile that they cannot receive this great blessing. And now, I have received divine grace, and next, I will spread his salvation across this continent. Only in this way can we seize this one path to survival in the face of the impending disaster. You are insane. Ophelia no longer hesitated, abruptly turning the doorknob in an attempt to push the door open. However, the heavy wooden door wouldn't budge. What do you want? She turned around desperately, fear written all over her face. The priest smiled, stepping closer to her one step at a time. Have you ever wondered why? In the pollution that swept through the entire court, only you managed to escape? Ophelia's pupils dilated. What do you mean? What I mean is... The priest's tone grew increasingly fervent. You perfectly embody divine grace. Your bloodline has achieved a unique balance with him. And did you forget? You were the first to encounter him. You are the most important piece in my plan. With you as a reference, I will design the paradigm for new humanity. So, the priest raised his hand, the blood in his eyes intensifying. Recall that moment. The moment you saw him. Everyone's vision went dark. When the light returned, they found themselves in a magnificent and lavish palace. The surrounding scenes changed rapidly, flickering like a revolving lantern. A refined young man was smiling, using his polished leather boot to crush a howling cat to death. He looked up at Ophelia, still wearing that gentle expression, but with a glaring stain of blood on his right cheek. Brother. Ophelia's voice trembled with disbelief. The scene shifted. Another tall young man was eagerly describing the latest tortures from the prison to her. His blue eyes sparkled with a fanatical light as he animatedly detailed the gruesome specifics of flesh being torn apart. Brother, please stop. Ophelia's face turned pale as she stepped back repeatedly. A maid beside her quickly supported her. But when Ophelia looked up, she saw an utterly unfamiliar face. She remembered that her personal maid did not look like this. Who are you? She blurted out. The maid's expression showed confusion. Your Highness, what is wrong? It's me, Emily. Ophelia opened her mouth, but found that she could not recall what Emily was supposed to look like. Invisible rumors were breeding in the shadows of the court. They were cold, slippery, and coiled around the girl's heart like a venomous snake. The ruler of the empire, her father, had not appeared before the public for a long time. And her mother, the empress of the empire, had now become a power-hungry, which in others' eyes, even, a monster that had usurped a human body. The gazes directed at her were filled with either sympathy, pity, or warning, ultimately converging into one sentence. Your mother is dangerous. Your father is dead, and the murderer is your mother. Ophelia did not believe it, until that letter sealed with her father's royal seal summoned all royal family members to a long-overdue family banquet. The heavy stone in her heart finally eased a little. She was going to see her father. She was going to shatter those vicious lies. But just in the deep corridor leading to the banquet hall, a cold hand suddenly reached out from the shadows and yanked her inside. Ophelia's startled cry was muffled. In the darkness, she smelled a familiar scent of roses mixed with tears and sorrow. It was her mother. The woman rumored to have turned into a monster stood right in front of her. Moonlight poured through the high window, casting half of her mother's face in light and the other half in shadow. She had lost so much weight. The dark circles under her eyes were heavy, like two indelible bruises. Yet those eyes looking at her remained gentle. At this moment, that tenderness was filled with an indescribable sadness. However, after gazing at Ophelia for a moment, that sadness was quickly replaced by a sense of relief. At this moment, Ophelia was certain that she was not a monster. She was still that mother who would hold herself in her lap in the garden, softly telling stories of knights and dragons. All the panic and unease that had settled in her heart collapsed at this moment. She broke free from the hand covering her mouth and, disregarding everything, leaped into her mother's embrace. Mother! Her mother's body trembled violently. With all her strength, she held her daughter tightly, her broken voice, filled with tears, ringing in Ophelia's ears. My child, you're okay. That's really good. But her next words made Ophelia feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Listen, Ophelia, listen to me. That family banquet is a trap. You must not go. Your father. Her mother's voice choked. She forced herself, using her last bit of strength to continue. He is no longer your father. Ophelia felt cold all over. We have failed. Something we cannot understand has already contaminated this place. You must leave here immediately. The further away, the better. Her mother suddenly released her, and in her tear-filled eyes was a steel-like determination. I have arranged everything. They will take you to the port, and you will sail to Aurelia. What about you? Mom, let's go together. Ophelia cried out, desperately holding on her mother's cold hand. But her mother just shook her head. She gently wiped away the tears on her daughter's face with her fingertip, her gaze filled with all-consuming love. I must stay. For this country, and for you. If I don't stop it, the entire world will be consumed, so I must try again. She forcefully pried open her daughter's fingers, pushing her toward the two knights stepping out from the shadows behind her. Go quickly, my child. If one day everything changes, trust me, we will meet again. This was the last sentence Ophelia heard. Then, she was taken away by the dark guards, rushing across the sea to Aurelia. The illusion twisted and shattered once more. The scene returned to an earlier time, in the royal garden under the night sky. It was tranquil and beautiful. A younger Ophelia, looking only 12 or 13, was walking in the garden with her maid. She sat on a swing, looking up at the starry sky. A shooting star, trailing a long tail, streaked across the night and fell straight into the garden. Look, a shooting star, she exclaimed excitedly. But the maid beside her looked puzzled. Your Highness, where is the shooting star? Unwilling to accept this, Ophelia jumped off the swing, pulling the maid to search in the direction of her memory. Deep in the garden, on the grassy ground, she found a fist-sized stone with a texture like black crystal. Curiously, she picked it up and examined it closely. The stone was cold and smooth, reflecting her curious face. Just as she was entranced by it, a strong sense of disorientation hit her. She saw a crack silently appear on the surface of the stone. Inside the crack was a huge, cold, golden eyeball. The eyeball turned indifferently, staring at her. Ah! She screamed and suddenly threw the stone away. Your Highness, what happened to you? The maid's anxious voice brought her back to reality. Ophelia suddenly opened her eyes, finding herself still sitting on the swing, having unknowingly fallen asleep. It turned out to be a dream. She breathed a sigh of relief, patting her chest. However, when that eyeball opened in the illusion as an observer, Chen felt a chill run down his spine. At that moment, he was certain he saw something. A colossal entity flashed before his eyes. That feeling made his scalp tingle. Chapter 27. The harmful life and health of chaos. Just as Chen was about to delve deeper, the illusion shifted again. The dark basement vanished, replaced by a much larger space. A massive alchemical array, intricate and ominous, was etched into the ground, pulsating with a sinister red light. In the center of the array, Ophelia lay on the cold ground. Her body had lost all signs of life. Surrounding her, in 13 directions, were the withered corpses of others, slumped over. Suddenly, the scene jolted violently. The image before everyone was abruptly lifted, piercing through the layers of earth and stone, returning to the street. However, the sunlight had vanished, and the sky was stained a thick blood red. The once pristine white church was now engulfed in raging flames. thick smoke billowing skyward. Above the church, a strange blood-red vortex was slowly forming, rippling outward in crimson waves. On the street, screams and cries echoed. Terrifying, spider-like flesh monsters were chasing after the fleeing citizens, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. In the scarlet sky, a massive shadow flickered past. Chen Yan's eyes widened in shock. However, before he could discern what it was, a deafening roar came from the direction of the ocean. He turned abruptly, stunned. He saw the sea rising. The endless dark blue water defied the laws of physics as it gathered and ascended, forming a water wall taller than mountains. In a daze, Chen Yan seemed to see the seawater condensing into a blurry, towering human silhouette. He even felt that within that figure. A gaze pierced through the distance of time and space, landing directly on him. Look! He instinctively opened his mouth, his body swaying uncontrollably. Lilith quickly reached out to steady him. "Manager, what's wrong?" Chen Yan pointed at the collapsing coastline in the illusion, his voice hoarse. "There is a huge figure." Lilith followed his gaze, but her clear eyes were filled with confusion. "The waves are high, but I don't see a figure." Chen Yan's brows knitted tightly. He began to regret activating this memory of the echo. The sister's memory was a bit too intense. Was this something a normal person could experience? Just as Chen Yan was losing his mind, the scene returned to the depths of the church. Everyone witnessed the entire process of Ophelia becoming an echo. Above her corpse, dots of light gathered, gradually coalescing into an illusory form identical to her in life. At that moment, Ophelia opened her eyes. They were cold, emotionless, pure golden diamond pupils. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines under her gaze, and Leighton and Ethan instinctively took a step back. But Chen Yan felt much more than that. As Ophelia appeared in her echo form, he once again sensed a colossal presence. This time, he finally understood the source of the feeling. Something was right before him, but his brain couldn't process the visual information his eyes received. What he saw was not something that mortal eyes could observe, nor could mortal minds comprehend. In fright, Chen Yan instinctively called upon the powers of the restaurant. Deep within his eyes, a complex golden pattern composed of countless non-Euclidean geometric shapes quietly emerged. His vision was reconstructed in that moment. He saw it. In the illusion, Ophelia floated in midair, unconsciously radiating countless golden threads that danced wildly around her. And at the back of her neck, there was a distinctly different blood-red thread. At the other end of the bloodline was a deep red, pulsating, tumor-like mass that floated behind her. That thing had the texture of flowing mist, filled with ominous vitality. But Chen Yan knew that the colossal entity he saw was not that thing. At least, not entirely. His gaze fixed on the Ophelia from memory, his mind highly focused. Finally, he saw clearly. It was a massive and illusory tear. It abruptly appeared in the center of the church, piercing through heaven and earth, as if reality itself had been torn open. Inside the tear was a writhing, endless blood-red expanse. The deep red mass was merely a trivial part that spilled into the real world from this rift. Just as Chen Yan saw the tear, a silent ripple suddenly surged in the crimson sky outside the restaurant, where the tide had always been calm. It was as if some invisible presence had lightly touched the surface of the world, causing a ripple. Near an unknown bay, a child-sized figure in a soaked black robe crawled out of the murky seawater. It carried a bulging burlap sack and looked up at the fleeting ripple in the sky. But under the shadow of the hood, there was nothing. After a moment, it chose a direction and began to walk. Inside the restaurant, as the memory reached its conclusion, the Ophelia in reality, with her pure golden eyes, instantly turned colder, even revealing a hint of blood. How could this happen? Ethan's forehead beaded with cold sweat, his voice trembling. Why does the memory of death and becoming an echo appear? Dead people. How could they still have memories? But at this moment, it was clearly too late to think about pausing the ritual. The gold in Ophelia's eyes was rapidly being tainted by blood red. Then, without warning, she turned her hand towards Chen Yan. A deep red light poured out from her fingertips, aimed directly at Chen Yan, who was still focused on observing the tear. At that moment, Chen Yan had no time to care about external disturbances. He deeply understood that even if there were hooks, one shouldn't act recklessly. Lines of frantically refreshing text filled his vision. Detected from, please recalibrate reality. Detected from, please recalibrate reality. Detected. Manager, Lilith exclaimed. She saw Ophelia's attack target and Chen Yan's dazed state. Without time to think, she instinctively raised her hands. A complex array composed of pure darkness instantly manifested at her fingertips. Then her consciousness connected to an incredibly deep and dark space. Her reason and mental strength were being eroded and consumed wildly, but she could no longer care about that. Following her instincts, she skillfully drew upon the power of that dark world. Buzz. An invisible barrier unfolded before Chen Yan, precisely blocking Ophelia's attack. With the attack thwarted, Ophelia's blood-red eyes immediately turned towards Lilith. But after casting her spell, Lilith was already on the verge of collapse, her vision spinning, completely unable to stop the next wave of attacks. The deadly red light surged again, but this time, Chen Yan had freed his hands. His eyes narrowed, and he immediately called upon the powers of the restaurant. The rule on the restaurant wall, stating that fighting was not allowed, suddenly shone with blinding golden light. Then an irresistible great power descended. Ophelia, along with the deep red tumor-like mass behind her, which was several times larger than in memory, instantly fell into a state of stasis. Then Chen Yan hurriedly supported the almost falling Lilith, letting her lean against the chair. Only then did he look at the deep red entity suspended in mid-air, his expression cold. In the next second, hundreds of order coins appeared in his palm, gathering into a dazzling golden sphere of light. Then, the golden light surged towards that ominous deep red object. At the moment of contact, the golden light and the deep red entity annihilated each other, evaporating completely. The blood-red thread connected to Ophelia's nape also snapped inch by inch, dissipating into nothingness. The blood color in her eyes faded, returning to pure gold. Chen Yan frowned. He could sense that there was still a power that had not disappeared. It was a presence closer to what he felt when he first sensed the invisible colossal entity. However, just as he was about to do something further, Ophelia, floating in mid-air, suddenly dropped like a puppet with its strings cut. Ouch! She fell to the ground with a cry of pain. Immediately, she raised her head and happened to see Chen Yan, who was raising his hand as if he was ready to do something. The expression on her face instantly shifted from confusion to fear, and she scrambled to the farthest corner of the wall, using her hands and feet. Don't kill me. I'm not harmful. Please don't kill me. Chen Yan. Chapter 28. Divine Avatar, Aurelia, and the sailboat. Chen Yan looked at the girl huddled in the corner, trembling, and was momentarily stunned. The contrast with Ophelia's previous demeanor was too great. He then discreetly shifted his gaze, calmly scanning the faces of Leighton and the others standing nearby. They were all filled with shock and confusion. Chen Yan felt a sense of certainty. It seemed this was not a normal situation. After a moment of thought, he temporarily established a new rule in the shop prohibiting disguises. He then looked back at Ophelia. Then why did you attack me just now? I don't know. At that moment, I didn't know why. I couldn't control myself. Ophelia's voice was choked with tears, her words incoherent. I know I was wrong. I won't dare again. I haven't harmed anyone. They volunteered to be my followers, and I just took them with me. I won't do this again. Please spare me. Chen Yan examined the ghostly girl before him for a long time. The malice that had lingered deep within her soul, like a dark current beneath ice, had indeed dissipated. Confirming this, he no longer focused on Ophelia. All right, I understand. You can go. With that, he turned and walked back to Lilith's side. The girl's face was as pale as paper, cold sweat trickling from her forehead and dampening her hair, clinging to her skin. Her originally clear eyes now appeared somewhat vacant, as if shrouded in a layer of fog. How are you? Chen Yan supported her slightly swaying shoulder. I'm fine. Manager. Lilith tried to force a smile, but her trembling body betrayed her. Just the backlash of the spell, some rationality lost, and the side effects of mental exhaustion. Her voice was very soft. Manager, I want to drink fish head tofu soup. Is that okay? The beautiful girl's eyes looked at the menu displayed at the counter, where a description of the dish read, fish head tofu soup. Normal. Description. The soup color is milky white like jade, tofu is tender and smooth like fat, and the fish meat is fresh and without fishy smell. The essence of this soup lies in its freshness and clarity. Drinking it will temporarily take you away from the world's noise and madness, leaving only a rare peace. Eating effect: slight recovery of stamina, significant recovery of mental strength. Gain calm state: SAN value continuously recovers for 10 minutes. Chen Yin nodded, his mind moving, and the sound of igniting the stove came again from the kitchen. He then handed Lilith a cup of warm water, softly saying to her, "Just wait a moment, it will be ready soon." The girl gently nodded, her gaze passing through the rising mist of the glass, staring blankly out the window. At this moment, in her eyes, the world outside appeared blurry. Countless twisted and indescribable shadows moving, swimming, and spreading under the scarlet light of the sky. The fall of rationality made her feel as if her soul was completely exposed to this unkind world. Every corner outside the window, every shadow, seemed to hide watching eyes, locking onto her. A shiver, stemming from the instinct of her soul, made her unable to stop trembling. The only comfort was that the restaurant remained clean. The orange light shining on her slightly dispelled the deep chill that had seeped into the real world and gave her aching brain a bit of relief. Seeing Lilith like this, Chen Yin felt somewhat regretful. Why didn't he prepare this dish with good recovery effects in advance for emergencies? He then noticed the extreme, abnormal fear in the girl's eyes as she looked outside, his brows furrowing slightly. A golden light flickered at his fingertips. The next moment, an imperceptible shield enveloped Lilith. Is this better? Lilith's body visibly relaxed, and she looked gratefully at Chen Yin, nodding emphatically. The fish soup is ready. The warm broth slid into her stomach, a pure warmth quickly spreading, finally dispelling the chill in her soul. The splitting pain that had lingered in her mind also faded rapidly with the food. Confirming that Lilith's condition was improving, Chen Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then turned his gaze to Leighton and Ethan, who had been silent and still nearby. "What are your plans next?" Leighton and Ethan exchanged glances and almost in unison said, "Return to Huigang." Since the refuge was safe and sound, they naturally had no reason to continue gambling their lives on this bizarre, endless road. Rather than entrust their fate to the unknown, it was better to return to a familiar place. "I want to go to Huigang too," a clear voice suddenly interjected. Ophelia had gotten up from the corner at some point and quickly walked to the front of the group, declaring with confidence, showing no trace of her earlier fear. "I have to go home. I must cross the sea from the port. There must be a boat." After saying that, she suddenly turned around, her finger almost poking Leighton's nose, looking indignant. "You liar. Earlier, I was confused and didn't recognize the road. And you actually tricked me into thinking this road leads to my hometown, making me run so far for nothing." Leighton was immediately at a loss for words, awkwardly turning his head away. Chen Yin looked at this scene with some helplessness and rubbed his forehead. "All right, since our destination is the same, let's go together." He interrupted Ophelia's accusation. "I'll be a good person to the end and see you all off." As the words fell, he raised his hand. "Create divine avatar. Cost: 1,000 gold. Confirm a considerable amount of gold gathered into a point of light in his palm, which then suddenly burst forth. Golden light intertwined and outlined, quickly forming a figure identical to him. As the light dissipated, a black-haired, black-eyed avatar stood there, its gaze calm, yet an inhuman, distant divine aura naturally flowed around it. Chen Yin was not so generous out of kindness. Instead, an unprecedented sense of crisis loomed over him. That damned main shop's random teleportation mechanism was like the sword of Damocles hanging over his head, ready to throw him into some dire situation at any moment. The only relatively stable and controllable source of gold he had was the branch in Huigang. However, the deep sea that hid unknown giant creatures, as recalled by Ophelia, also made him wary. He needed to strengthen the power left at the branch. Ordinary avatars had too poor resistance, and once they lost the initiative, they would be very passive. Moreover, avatars could not directly use gold. It was troublesome to have to make determinations and allocations through his main consciousness. A divine avatar could do many more things. It could escort this group back and serve as a powerful trump card to guard the branch. Before everyone set off, Chen Yan's gaze fell on Lilith, whose complexion had now returned to a rosy hue. "Lilith, do you want to come back to Huigang with us?" Chen Yan's suggestion was heartfelt. He had kept her in the shop before due to the uncertain situation. But now that there was a branch in Huigang, with Fawn and the others, it was livelier and not particularly dangerous, compared to staying in the main shop and randomly being transported to an unknown place every 24 hours. Perhaps the branch in Huigang would be more suitable for her, if it weren't for his vague feeling that something extremely bad might happen if he strayed too far from the main shop. He would have wanted to leave only an avatar to wander with the main shop, while his main body returned to Huigang to develop steadily. No, Lilith instinctively blurted out, her voice not loud, but exceptionally firm. As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized her reaction was too presumptuous, and a flustered expression instantly appeared on her fair face. She lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. The main store can teleport randomly, but manager, you still don't understand many common knowledge about this world. I can help with that. I also know some knowledge in the field of mysticism. And I also want to follow you to see other places in the world. Chen Yan was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Soon, a warm feeling flowed in his heart. He looked at the girl in front of him, who was lowering her head and nervously tapping her toes on the floor, and finally said simply 2 words. Thank you. Lilith's body trembled slightly, and she suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with confusion. After a moment, she seemed to come to a realization. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her head again, feeling a whirlwind of uncertainty in her heart. Will the random teleportation take me back to my hometown? Ophelia cautiously interrupted the silence. I don't know. Chen Yan shook his head, even if it could. He wasn't sure how long it would take. Ophelia furrowed her brows and didn't ask further. Everything was agreed upon. The divine avatar led Leighton, Ethan, Ophelia, and a group of survivors back on the road to the dark harbor. On the hillside, in the branch store, Chen Yan had already informed Farn, who was drinking beer at the counter, about what had happened in the main store. What you saw was probably a highly malevolent summoning event of a dark god, Blood Church, that occurred just before the sinking of Aurelia City. After hearing Chen Yan's description, Farn stopped his actions, and his expression became extremely serious. In that incident, the White Tower lost 3 legendary investigators, and nearly 100 experienced investigators went missing. Yet in the end, the city still sank. Then that part of history was classified as a taboo by the White Tower. I don't know the whole picture, but I didn't expect. You actually caught a glimpse of such history. Farn's tone was filled with emotion and wonder. In an unknown sea area, under the dim crimson sky, on the eerily calm and deep sea surface, a faint mist was spreading. Suddenly, a dilapidated sailboat, belonging to an unknown era, appeared in the mist, drifting aimlessly on the vast sea like a lonely fallen leaf. Chapter 29, Divinity, Ghosts, and Mysticism on the Desolate Highway. Chen Yan's divine avatar walked at the forefront of the group. He did not deliberately do anything. He simply allowed the divinity derived from order within this body to spread out. A simple halo field formed around him, enveloping the entire team. Wherever the field passed, the shadows that were stirring under the crimson sky quietly retreated. The strange creatures hidden in the dry grass also avoided him, not daring to confront this power. The road, which was originally fraught with danger, now presented a bizarre tranquility. However, at the rear of the group was a figure that seemed out of place. Ophelia floated at the back, peeking curiously, appearing as if she wanted to get closer but did not dare to. Her ethereal body trembled at the edge of the divine field, as if the warm light were a fierce flood. Chen Yan turned his head and looked at her, somewhat puzzled. Shouldn't you be able to walk on your own? Why do you have to follow us? Upon hearing this, Ophelia cautiously floated a little closer but still maintained a certain distance. There are too many strange things on this road. I'm scared, she answered with conviction. Ethan, walking beside her, showed a confused expression. But you are a strange being too? There's no rule that says a strange being can't be afraid of other strange beings. Ophelia retorted, I'm not bothering you, just borrowing some energy. Chen Yan's eyelid twitched. A ghost saying she wants to borrow energy sounded a bit odd. Look at the ruins of the dead zone. Leighton's calm voice interrupted this rather abnormal conversation. We're almost there. Following his gaze, Chen Yan saw that, sure enough, on the horizon ahead, a distorted, shattered silhouette of buildings stood silently, marking the iconic outline of the dead zone of the Twilight Port. He frowned. So soon? You've probably not been on this road for that long, right? This is the main road after the disaster. Leighton's tone was very calm, as if stating a very ordinary fact. Going outward is endless, but returning can quickly take you back to the starting point. It's like we never really walked far out. A one-way imprisonment? Chen Yan's avatar murmured, his expression somewhat solemn. Ethan took over the conversation, a curious light flickering in his eyes. Right? That's what I think too, but what is the principle of this imprisonment, and how do we break it? I have no clue. Have you thought about taking other roads? Chen Yan pressed on. Ethan shook his head, looking somewhat dejected. Besides this main road, other paths go through dense forest, which are even more filled with strange beings. At least on this road, we can still come back. Those who ventured into the forest have never returned. He paused, glancing at the distant sea. As for the ocean, there haven't been any ships on the sea for a long time. After that group of deep divers went mad, the ocean has become a forbidden zone. Chen Yan nodded. That indeed makes things difficult. Then he turned to look behind him. The straight black highway still extended infinitely into the distance, eventually disappearing beneath the blood-red horizon. If this is a form of imprisonment, a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. What exactly is it imprisoning? He did not believe that a group of struggling refugees warranted such elaborate measures. You just said there are no ships on the sea? Ophelia had somehow floated over, getting close to Ethan, her expression oddly inquiring. Ethan was startled by her sudden appearance, but he was, after all, an alchemist who had struggled through the apocalypse. He had grown accustomed to this enigmatic being who possessed a surprising amount of humanity and harbored no malice. Yeah, what's wrong? Then, what is that? Ophelia raised her translucent arm, pointing toward the distant sea. Ethan was puzzled and looked in the direction of her finger. The sky was dim, the coastline still far away, and a thin mist enveloped the sea surface, making it hard for him to see anything clearly at first. He blinked. The next moment, the alchemical patterns in his eyes quietly lit up, and the world in his vision instantly became clear. At that moment, his expression first froze, then rapidly transformed into shock. In his view, on the Dead Sea surface, an old, dilapidated, single-masted sailboat was silently drifting, swaying with the waves. Look over there. Ethan's voice was suppressed, but it couldn't hide the tremble within. Everyone turned their gaze toward the sea upon hearing him. Most of the survivors looked bewildered. Only Chen Yan's avatar, Leighton, and a few keen-eyed guards vaguely saw the outline of the boat. Is that a ship? Ethan's tone was filled with astonishment. Chen Yan calmly shook his head. Hard to say. According to your description, in this environment, anything still drifting on the sea is likely not a good sign. Do you think I could take that ship home? Ophelia's voice carried a hint of naive hope. Chen Yan glanced at the eager ghost girl, remaining silent. Throughout this journey, he had come to understand. It was true that she was full of humanity, but she was also quite naive. However, the idea of a strange being potentially boarding a strange ship did seem logically plausible. A ghost princess battling a ghost ship? Or perhaps the royal flagship accidentally transformed into a ghost ship, crossing the ocean just to bring the princess home? Just as Chen Yan's mind was uncontrollably spinning with these thoughts, Leighton was less polite, directly shattering her fantasy. If you can accept that the fare is considered food for it, then sure, go ahead and try. Ophelia pouted in dissatisfaction. Oh, if it won't work, then it won't work? What's with that attitude? I saved you, you know. You even deceived me. Leighton turned his head, completely ignoring her accusations, and continued to share his opinion. Although that ship may not even come toward us, it's better for us to head back as soon as possible. The sudden appearance of something like that on the sea, those shallow sea devotees full of fishy smells don't know what kind of madness they might unleash. The crowd suddenly fell silent. Those who survived in the apocalypse could distinguish between priorities. The pace of the group abruptly quickened, hurrying toward the nearby hillside. The sensations of the avatar receded like a tide. In the main shop, Chen Yan opened his eyes. Sitting opposite him, Lilith had been quietly resting her chin on her hand, gazing at his side profile while he was closed-eyed. Upon seeing him open his eyes, her gaze quickly slid away, her ears slightly flushed. But soon, she shifted her gaze back, although her tone carried a hint of barely perceptible awkwardness. Manager, you're back? Yeah, they've reached the shelter. Chen Yin did not notice the girl's unusualness, casually explaining, then looking at her. How are you feeling now? Are you all right? The kitchen has been simmering corn rib soup and chicken. If you're hungry, you can have some. Lilith quickly shook her head, a blush creeping onto her fair cheeks. No, it's fine. I'm already okay. The fish soup earlier was very effective, and I just ate, so I'm not hungry. That's good. Chen Yin nodded, his expression becoming serious. Then, can you tell me now what it was that you used before? That malicious power had left a deep impression on him. Lilith's expression also became serious. She nodded, seeming to weigh her words. After a moment, she softly spoke. I don't know if you are familiar with the concept of mysticism. I've heard Fawn mention it. Chen Yin thought for a moment, and it seemed to be a general term for a kind of powerful yet dangerous knowledge. It is said that generally only cultists would recklessly seek to engage with it. This description is indeed sufficient for outsiders. Lilith continued, but to be precise, mysticism is actually knowledge about the real world. Chapter 30. Long talk. Beside the desolate black highway, there stood a quiet restaurant. The only establishment amidst some wild grass and rubble. The orange light filtered through clean glass windows, casting a warm territory in the dimness. Inside, the silence was only broken by faint breaths. Chen Yin sat across from Lilith, his gaze curious and focused. Under his watchful eyes, the girl began to narrate a different kind of knowledge about this world. This was a perspective that normal people lacked, unique to those who had faced either the madness of zealous followers or completely deranged scholars. Lilith's voice was calm, as if she were recounting a story unrelated to herself. In the eyes of people like us, the scenes commonly seen in the world were merely illusions. She paused momentarily, seemingly searching for more appropriate words. It was as if the light illuminating an object merely cast a shadow on the wall, a real reflection. Normal people perceive the world through their five senses, deducing what lies beyond their sight through experience, and naively believe this to be the essence of the world. But only we know that all of this is merely a shadow cast upon the curtain known as reason. Chen Yin became increasingly focused. The true nature of the world behind that curtain is what I refer to as the real world. The knowledge that describes this world is what is known as mysticism. In other knowledge systems, such as alchemy, there's also knowledge called mysticism, but that is merely a superficial understanding without knowing the underlying reasons, a desperate measure. Because that layer known as reason serves both as an obstacle and a protection. Knowledge of the real does not belong to humanity. The minds of mortals are too fragile that upon witnessing the real, they would go mad. At this point, Lilith's tone unknowingly carried a hint of excitement. But the followers of the divine need not worry about this. Only by glimpsing the real can one draw closer to the divine. Alongside the polluted knowledge that chases after humanity, there is also power. The extraordinary is pollution, and, conversely, this statement holds true. Since reality is a reflection of the real world, then through some operations concerning the real, one can reverse interfere with reality, achieving effects beyond mortal comprehension, which is the essence of magic. A powerful servant can do more for their master, and a soul that has burned through reason is more capable of understanding the divine will. Thus, engaging with true mysticism is a natural choice. Therefore, Lilith's voice unconsciously grew more elevated, her speech faster. A hint of abnormal flush appeared on her face. Suddenly, Chen Yan's heart tightened, an inexplicable discomfort surged within him. He instinctively reached out, grasping Lilith's hand resting on the table, her knuckles whitening from force. A warm sensation came through. Lilith's words abruptly stopped, her body jolting. The fervent flame in her eyes extinguished in an instant, leaving only bewilderment. Lilith, his voice was calm and clear, don't get too excited. You are no longer anyone's servant. You're just an employee of this restaurant. I'm not a divine being, just the manager. Interrupted like this, Lilith seemed to awaken from a dream. Her eyes, which had been overly wide from excitement, returned to their usual calm. She relaxed entirely, finally breaking free from that euphoric state. The bewilderment in her gaze was quickly replaced by shame and panic. She suddenly lowered her head. I'm sorry. The effects of my declining reason haven't ended. I couldn't control my emotions. I'll go get some soup. With that, the girl quickly withdrew her hand, stood up abruptly, and fled toward the kitchen. Chen Yin watched her retreating figure, his worry still evident on his brow. What she had just said was merely her inability to control her emotions. At that moment, the shrill voice of Inca suddenly pierced through the silence at the counter. After the decline of reason, this little white rabbit had finally become a bit amusing. If you can't speak, then shut up. Chen Yan's tone was cold. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind establishing a rule to prohibit you from speaking again. Inca quickly begged for mercy, but its tone remained annoyingly flat. My dear manager, my head is fixed to this counter. Aside from talking, I can't do anything. If you take away my ability to speak, then... Chen Yin ignored its words, his gaze still fixed on the kitchen direction. Lilith had not yet come out. In the next moment, he turned his head, intensely staring at Inca. A temporary rule was established. His conversation with Inca would not be heard by any third party. What do you think about what Lilith said regarding the real world? Also, is the impact of declining reason really as simple as she described? Can merely supplementing SAN through food really negate the effects? Inca chuckled lightly. How to look at it? Are you referring to her taking her own mind as a price to gain a glimpse of the world as it is? Or are you asking if she truly believes she can help you, or even aspires to be close to you? Get to the point. Chen Yin had unknowingly produced a shiny kitchen knife in his hand, glinting coldly under the light. Inca's tone finally became serious. All right. Let's get straight to the point. First, your employee's notion of the real world does indeed exist. However, what she does not know is that this reality is only relevant to the perspective of mortals. She has inadvertently stumbled into a viewpoint that does not belong to her. And her mind, of course, cannot bear this dislocation. After all, as she herself said, that knowledge does not belong to humanity. But from a higher level, the reality she perceives is merely another poorly executed painting. Everything is nothing more than a foolish dream. How can there be any truth? The only essence that can be called the nature of the world is the absurd itself. Chen Yin nodded, signaling it to continue. Inca's voice resumed. Second, the decline of reason will lead her to uncontrollably see things beyond her mental capacity, feeling malice that exceeds her endurance. However, all of this can be mitigated through the restoration of reason. She did not lie to you. That is indeed the case. However, Inca deliberately elongated its tone. Can someone who has witnessed the world behind the curtain of reason truly remain content in the cramped reality? Can she resist the unending call from that world, especially when she still harbors those ridiculous and childish delusions in her heart? Mortals are such foolish and inferior creations. Their minds are incredibly fragile, so they can easily be enslaved by superior wills. Their souls are dry and lacking, so they will blindly attempt to chase after even the slightest glimmer of light. I don't know if all mortals are like you say, but it seems that you, who consider yourself superior, are still trapped here at this very moment. Chen Yin coldly interrupted it. It seems that you are not so brilliant after all. Of course, you are right, manager. I am just a fool. Inca's tone still held no anger, even exuding a sense of pride for some reason. But Chen Yin had lost interest in arguing with it, because Lilith had already come out, holding a bowl of steaming soup. Her eyes had returned to that kind of dead calm as she quietly walked over, quietly sat back in her place, and quietly drank the soup. Chen Yin broke the silence. So, you occasionally recalled that knowledge before, as you said, peeking into that real world, right? Previously, Chen Yin had occasionally felt that cold aura emanating from Lilith. However, it was very weak and fleeting, so he didn't think much of it at the time. Lilith's back visibly tensed. She suddenly stood up, her expression flustered, her posture humble like a child who had done something wrong. Yes. I thought maybe you needed me to be more useful. No, that's not right. I want to know a bit more, and then, I didn't know you would hate that. I shouldn't have. She had already reacted when Chen Yin interrupted her earlier. She had been mistaken. She had thought her actions would please the new master, but clearly, the store manager was different. The manager's power was warm and pure. He would treat those clean humans kindly, which indicated that the manager probably despised those abnormal cultists and madmen. So she had done something wrong. She rashly tapped into a power that the manager loathed. Chen Yin also stood up, reaching out to press down on her trembling shoulder, signaling her to calm down. I really don't like the feeling brought by that power, but I don't think you did anything wrong. He looked directly into the girl's eyes, filled with fear. Don't forget, you used it to save my life. If we didn't have a way to regain our sanity, I would absolutely not suggest you touch those things again. But Chen Yan's tone suddenly became relaxed. Since eating something can restore SAN value, what's there to be nervous about? You just said that it was knowledge not belonging to humanity. A playful smile crept onto his lips. But who says it cannot be used by humans? In the past, the cost was high, so it was not feasible. But now we have a cheat, so what is there to be afraid of? Chen Yan was serious. It is well known that recovery-type cheats are meant to be consumed. There are those who gamble their lives for health recovery. So isn't it normal for them to gamble their sanity to learn new knowledge? Lilith was completely stunned. A cheat? This term was entirely unfamiliar to her, but she could strangely sense the relaxed and almost arrogant connotation it contained. She looked up, her beautiful eyes full of confusion and misunderstanding, staring blankly at Chen Yan. I thought you would hate my actions. Her voice was soft, carrying a trace of residual trembling. After all, that was a power you disliked. She had rashly tapped into a power that the manager abhorred. Being rejected, being abandoned. Once this thought surfaced, it was like a festering sore, plunging her into an uncontrollable panic. I dislike the unknown dangers, not the power itself. Chen Yan corrected her statement, his tone calm, but with an undeniable certainty. Anything that is useful and has a controllable cost can be used as a tool. This has nothing to do with you or the nature of the power. He looked at the girl's still bewildered eyes, making his explanation clearer. However, I need to remind you that any future contact with that kind of knowledge must be done under my supervision. Moreover, you must prepare food that can restore sanity in advance and strictly control the time. Remember, I need a mentally sound employee, not a madman lost in dangerous knowledge. Do you understand? Lilith finally understood. The manager did not despise her. He was just establishing a set of safety operating procedures. He was not concerned about whether the source of power was pure, but whether the user was safe. This was fundamentally different from all the fanatics she had encountered in the past, all the madmen chasing forbidden knowledge. They regarded knowledge and power as ends in themselves, willing to sacrifice sanity and life for it. Yet the manager seemed to see them merely as resources to be utilized. Understanding this, all the panic, unease, and self-loathing that had been haunting her heart instantly dissipated. A warm current surged from her heart, gradually relaxing her tense back. Lilith nodded vigorously, her eyes becoming a little misty. I understand, manager. As the oppressive atmosphere completely dissipated, Chen Yan also let out a sigh of relief. Then he subtly moved his mind, and the tea canister nearby flew up, the lid spinning open, a small handful of tea leaves accurately falling into the cup. Boiling hot water flew out from the container, pouring into the cup. The tea leaves unfurled in the boiling water, and a graceful fragrance instantly filled the air. In the kitchen, a fruit knife detached from the knife rack, rinsing itself under the faucet. Immediately after, a round watermelon floated up, suspended in midair by an invisible force, and the fruit knife accurately sliced it into evenly thick pieces. The entire process was smooth and silent. Finally, a clean white porcelain plate flew over, steadily catching the cut fruit, gently landing on the table between the two. Chen Yan did not bring up the previous topic again. He simply picked up the teacup and looked out at the unchanging, desolate road outside the window. Have some fruit, he called out. I plan to sleep a bit later today. I want to see how this shop actually moves. He took a sip of tea and casually said, if you're tired, you can go rest first. Lilith sat quietly across from him, and upon hearing this, she curiously looked out the window. I'm not tired either. She shook her head, then picked up a piece of watermelon, taking small bites, the sweet juice spreading in her mouth. The orange light softly illuminated the two of them. Outside was a dead silence of the wasteland and a blood-red sky, while inside the shop was warm, peaceful, and even a bit leisurely. Time flowed slowly in this tranquility. Lilith accompanied Chen Yan, initially watching the outside eagerly, anticipating that moment. But gradually, her eyelids grew heavier. The warm and comfortable environment, coupled with the fatigue from the previous intense emotional fluctuations, made her feel a bit drowsy. Her head nodded slightly, engaged in a stubborn battle with sleepiness. Chen Yin noticed her appearance and found it somewhat amusing. If you're tired, just go to sleep. No, I'm not tired. Lilith jolted awake, sitting up straight and forcing herself to say, "This is an order." Chen Yan's tone was not heavy, but it carried an undeniable firmness. Lilith's body instinctively stiffened, then relaxed again. She lowered her head and softly responded, "Yes." Then she stood up, reluctantly glanced out the window, and then turned to lightly ascend the stairs. After her footsteps disappeared, the entire first floor was left with only Chen Yan. He leaned back in his chair, poured himself another cup of tea, and redirected his gaze out the window. Anka still played the role of a qualified ornament at the counter, making no sound. Chen Yan also did not want to pay it any mind. He just quietly waited, waiting for that unknown moment, and for the journey that was destined to come, with an uncertain endpoint. Chapter 31, the current state of the sanctuary. After Lilith went upstairs, the hall on the first floor fell completely silent. Chen Yin sat there alone, feeling a bit bored. The restaurant was fully equipped with utilities and lacked nothing, but there was no internet. For someone like him, who was used to living in an age of information explosion, this was quite difficult to endure. His phone had long become a mere ornament that could only tell the time. He absent-mindedly spun the teacup in his hand, his gaze sweeping across the empty hall. The situation in the restaurant today was completely different from yesterday. The desolate road outside remained devoid of any human presence. Even if someone did appear, it was highly likely to be an innocent victim or gambling addict types that purely came looking for trouble. To avoid any hassle, Chen Yin had long set the restaurant to be invisible to outsiders. He did not want to experience a situation like before. Just thinking about that group from Layton made his chest ache. It was a total loss. A free meal of fried rice could be overlooked since the cost was low. As long as they didn't come every day, he wouldn't be that stingy. But after seeing the abnormal crack in Ophelia's memory, he directly spent a whole 1,000 order coins to calibrate reality. 1,000. His heart still bled at the thought. Then, purifying that obviously sinister deep red tumor cost him another 300 coins. Finally, to ensure the safety of the branch, creating that divine avatar cost him yet another 1,000 coins. His recently acquired wealth had suddenly shrunk significantly. The more he thought about it, the more regretful he became. If he had known, he wouldn't have looked so carelessly. If he couldn't see clearly, then so be it. Why bother with it? Lost in thought, Chen Yin couldn't help but yawn. With Lilith gone, being alone was indeed a bit desolate and boring. Even after drinking hot tea, he still felt drowsy. He glanced at the electronic clock on the wall. There was still some time before the shop's transfer. Since he had nothing to do, Chen Yin simply sank his consciousness down and shifted to the ordinary avatar that was idling in the branch of the sanctuary. Inside the branch, people came and went, but it didn't feel noisy. Only the muted sounds of conversation and the clinking of utensils could be heard. Since the normal day-night rhythm had long ceased to exist, the survivors in the sanctuary adopted a 3-shift rotation for their routines. One shift went out scavenging. Another was responsible for vigilance and chores in the sanctuary, while the last shift rested. Therefore, there would always be customers at the branch at any given time. However, Chen Yin didn't find it troublesome. Ever since he unlocked the functions of the avatar idling and kitchen automation, the branch could operate 24 hours a day without anyone present. Behind the counter, Chen Yan's avatar originally had a vacant expression, like a soulless doll. But the moment Chen Yan's consciousness shifted to this side, his eyes instantly regained their spark. He suddenly looked up and happened to meet Ethan's gaze. Ethan was just about to place an order, having laid a pile of clinking old copper coins on the counter. Then he saw that indescribable great existence suddenly awaken from a state of reverie, and his gaze landed directly on him. He was startled and instinctively tensed up. After a moment, he finally reacted and hurriedly bowed in greeting. "Hello, store manager." Chen Yin wasn't frightened, but looking at Ethan in front of him, he felt a bit dazed. If his avatar's memory wasn't mistaken, this guy seemed to have come by 2 or 3 times today. Adding in the time spent on the road, this fellow had been active for almost 20 hours straight. Chen Yin was a bit curious. "Haven't you rested? Aren't you tired?" Ethan paused for a moment, then revealed a slightly fatigued smile. "Yeah, I'm a bit tired, so I came here by a cup of tea." He pointed at a line on the menu. "Hot tea, common, description. In the amber-colored tea soup, curled leaves slowly unfurl. The initial taste, is bitter, but the subsequent refreshing sweetness can wash away mental dullness and fatigue. Consumption effect: slight recovery of stamina, moderate recovery of mental power, and gain a short-term clarity state, slightly increased thinking speed, reduced effects of mental interference. Don't you consider sleeping? Chen looked at the dark circles under his eyes. What have you been so busy with? A steaming cup of tea floated automatically from the kitchen and landed steadily in Ethan's hands. He took a sip. The scalding tea made his whole face twist in bitterness, but soon that bitterness transformed into a slight sweetness. His previously dazed eyes also regained their brightness. "I was too busy with much," Ethan replied, his tone tinged with uncontainable excitement. "I just went through most of the introduction to alchemy that I planned to spend my whole life slowly learning. Then, because I learned some interesting new things, I plan to research a potion that catalyzes plant growth again. If it succeeds, the sanctuary will have a stable food source." At this point, Ethan's voice abruptly stopped, and the excitement on his face was instantly replaced by tension. "Store manager, I'm not saying that the current food supply in the sanctuary is unstable. What I mean is, all right, don't be so nervous." Chen waved his hand, interrupting his incoherent explanation. "I know what you mean. As long as you all want to eat something with special effects, you'll always have to come to me. I don't mind the rest." Then he shifted his tone, adopting a somewhat businesslike demeanor. "By the way, if your experiment really can produce edible things, I could also have an additional supply channel. When the time comes, dishes made with your homegrown ingredients, I'll give you a discount." Ethan finally let out a sigh of relief, a smile returning to his face. "Then if the store manager has nothing else, I'll head back." Chen nodded, watching him hurriedly leave. Then he scanned the shop again, not finding any other familiar faces, so he didn't disturb anyone further. With a thought, his consciousness shifted again. This time, the target was the divine avatar in the central open space of the sanctuary. In the central open space of the sanctuary, originally, a golden statue identical in appearance to Chen stood tall, radiating a soft and sacred glow under the orange lights. When Chen consciousness descended, the surface gold of the statue quickly faded, transforming into a real flesh and blood body. This is one of the characteristics of the divine avatar, which can transform into a statue form, passively gathering and converting the prayers and beliefs of the surrounding weak-minded into its own power. Although the efficiency of this conversion is far inferior to gaining order coins through transactions, it is stable and lasting. This is also why Chen specifically spent 1,000 coins to leave a divine avatar in the sanctuary. He only needed the people here to pray to him for order and stability in their hearts. This didn't even require him to guide them deliberately, because order and stability were the most extravagant desires of all survivors. Of course, to avoid breeding fanatics and to not be purified as an evil god by that old investigator Fawn. He still explained and regulated the content and form of the prayers to the people of the sanctuary in detail when he arrived. He certainly didn't want to end up with not much power gained, but instead a group of lunatics bowing to his statue every day. Nor did he want to be stabbed by Fawn. He still remembered that when Fawn first saw this divine avatar, his hand had instinctively reached for his backpack. And that motion of rummaging made Chen eyelids twitch. While thinking about these things, Chen strolled through the rebuilt sanctuary. The air was filled with the scent of freshly turned soil and wood shavings, mixed with the sounds of hammering coming from a distance. The previously collapsed shed had been cleared away and new homes had been built. Since the restaurant was in a larger area that could be sheltered during low tide than the original alchemical array, the entire shelter had expanded outward. He even saw 2 men dressed in guard uniforms building new houses at the outermost perimeter. It seemed that Leighton and the others had been readmitted. This was within Chen expectations. Although he didn't know the specifics of their conversation with Farn, since there were no core conflicts of interest. Farn couldn't possibly refuse the return of this living force. After all, there were only so few people in the entire shelter. Any internal strife would lead them closer to death. After bypassing a newly built shed, Chen finally found a familiar face, Farn. He was leaning against a large stone, smoking an old pipe, gazing into the distance at the outline of the restaurant, seemingly lost in thought. Upon seeing Chen approach, he immediately stood up, first showing a hint of surprise on his face, which was then replaced by a bit of awkwardness. "Shopkeeper, you're here? Is there something you need from me?" Chen Yin found it a bit strange. After going through so much together, his relationship with Farn had become quite familiar. So much so that the latter had been able to suppress the impulse to throw a bomb when facing his divine avatar, and instead had taken out a notebook to ask detailed questions about divinity, as well as his goals and requirements. After asking, Farn had earnestly taken notes and expressed to Chen Yin that if he had submitted this notebook before the disaster broke out, he would definitely have been awarded a legendary investigator badge directly by the White Tower. Therefore, Farn's current demeanor was quite unusual. He directly asked, "It's nothing. Just taking a stroll. But you seem troubled. This politeness isn't like you." Hearing this, Farn fell silent for a moment, but eventually spoke up. "It's not. It's just that I do have something I want to discuss with you." Chen Yan's curiosity was piqued. "What is it?" Farn hesitated for a moment and pointed towards the distant restaurant. "There are still many pipes in the shelter, and we've also picked up some outside. I was wondering if we could draw water from your restaurant to use?" After finishing, he quickly added, "Of course, if you don't agree, then forget it. If you consider me a friend, then don't use you." Chen Yin waved his hand and then showed an approving expression. "This is indeed a good idea. I didn't even think of that. With your idea, we can not only draw water, but also draw electricity." "Huh?" Farn seemed a bit confused. The term electricity was too unfamiliar to him. Chen Yin realized this and slapped his forehead. "Oh, right, your technology tree hasn't reached that point yet. This isn't urgent. Let me think of a way to see if it can be realized. However, we can definitely try to draw water now." "Oh, right," Chen Yin added. "Since you're using my water, there will be a water fee. 2 order gold coins every 24 hours. Is that okay?" After receiving Farn's affirmative response, Chen Yin estimated that the time was about right and decided not to linger any longer. He turned and walked back to the center of the square, transforming back into the silent golden statue. Inside the main store of the restaurant, Chen Yin suddenly opened his eyes wide. He raised his head and glanced at the clock on the wall. The time had finally come. Chapter 32. Vines, drunkards, and Westea. The wall clock's hour hand, minute hand, and second hand perfectly overlapped at that moment. Midnight had arrived. There was no tremor, no sound. But Chen Yin somehow knew that something was different. It was a strange feeling that was hard to describe, as if the restaurant was a small boat lifted by an invisible giant hand from the stream of reality and placed into a completely unfamiliar water. His perspective was suddenly elevated infinitely. The entire world transformed into an endless, profound darkness beneath his gaze. In the dark, only scattered points of light flickered, shining with a faint golden glow. But before he could discern what those light points were, his vision abruptly constricted, rapidly descending towards one of the light points. The sensation of weightlessness flashed by. When he regained his senses, he was still sitting in the restaurant chair, holding the cup of tea that had long since gone cold. However, the scene outside had completely changed. No longer was it the desolate black highway. Instead, it was a silent city ruin-shrouded in crimson twilight. The architectural style was still somewhat Western, with the broken spire of a clock tower and stone buildings featuring arched window frames visible. But everything was in ruins. The streets were covered with collapsed bricks and twisted metal, resembling a steel giant that had been eviscerated and abandoned. Most striking were the peculiar vines entwined around the building debris. They emitted a faint blue glow, like cold, glowing veins in the dimness, adding an eerie beauty to this dead city. The restaurant was located at the corner of a block, not far from the entrance. There was a building that had collapsed on one side. A huge, gaping hole yawned open, as if it had been struck down by some giant object. Through the glass window, Chen Yin could see several figures wandering outside. Their heads appeared somewhat disproportionate to their bodies, with slightly larger heads and stiff walking postures, like marionettes on strings. A man walked up to a broken wall, made a pushing motion as if opening a door, then sidled in. Not far away, a woman lay on a bed frame left exposed to the elements, making a motion as if pulling up a blanket over herself, then fell peacefully asleep. These scenes exuded an absurdity that sent chills down Chen Yan's spine. He sighed helplessly in his heart. Indeed, there was no normal place in this world. Just then, a staggering figure turned the corner from the street. It was a young man in tattered work clothes, also with a disproportionately large head. His eyes were glazed, his steps unsteady, and his face bore an unusual flush. Yet his destination was clear, the restaurant. After some consideration, Chen decided to open the door to welcome the guest. After all, he had to deal with the people here. Creak. The glass door was pushed open. The drunken man stumbled into the store, almost falling over. He leaned against the door frame, squinting his eyes, curiously surveying this shop that seemed out of place in the surrounding environment. Wow, when did such an impressive place open here? He mumbled incoherently, his eyes wide with wonder. Is this a tavern? Still open so late? Aren't you afraid of the monsters in the shadows taking you away? Standing before the man, Chen caught a key phrase. Monsters in the shadows, what are those? The man turned his head, his bleary eyes focusing on Chen face, grinning widely. Aren't you a newcomer? Just open shop here? No wonder I don't remember you. Yeah, just arrived, Chen nodded. You're actually the first customer I've met here, he silently added in his heart. So how is it? Pretty nice here, right? The man puffed out his chest, a sense of pride that was utterly inconsistent with his disheveled appearance. In this chaotic world, only we in Wasteland can still be considered stable. You don't have to worry about anything except the monsters in the shadows. So, what exactly are the monsters in the shadows? Chen patiently asked again, but the man seemed to have not heard, directly skipping over the question and walking to a table, plopping down into a seat. Do you have beer here? Bring me a glass. Chen stopped pressing for answers and simply walked to sit opposite him. I have beer, but you have to pay first. His gaze swept over the man's ragged clothes without disguise. The man seemed offended, scoffing, of course I have. Oliver, never default on payment. Here, take this. He rummaged in his pocket for a while and pulled out a piece of vine, still emitting a faint blue glow, slapping it down on the table. What, stunned? Never seen so much money? He looked at Chen with a smug expression, his tone arrogant. Don't worry, I have plenty of money. This is for you directly. And if you can't make change, don't bother. Chen glanced at the piece of vine that had already started to wither, its glow dimming, thought for a moment, and nodded. All right, deal. A bottle of chilled beer and a plate of peanuts. Automatically, he flew out from the kitchen, landing in front of the man. He picked up the beer bottle, turning it over and over, his eyes filled with amazement. This is glass? High-end stuff. Not bad, not bad. He seemed very satisfied and took a big swig. Chen pulled out a chair and sat across from him, showing a friendly smile. My name is Chen. I'm a manager of this shop. I'm from, a place called Huigang. What do you go by? The man looked puzzled. Huigang? Never heard of it. Sounds like a port? That's quite far from here. I'm Oliver. Used to be a coal miner, but not anymore. Why not? Chen asked at the right moment. Oliver looked around cautiously, then leaned in, lowering his voice. I'll only tell you this. Don't spread it around. I found a gold mine. Or else. How do you think I could give you such a big piece of gold? After saying this, he took another big gulp of beer, letting out a satisfied sigh. Good wine. Damn, this is good wine. I've never had such good wine. He appeared even more drunk. Chen leaned slightly forward, speaking sincerely. Mr. Oliver, I just arrived not long ago and don't know much about this place. Can you tell me about any customs or taboos here? But Oliver waved his hand, speaking with a thick tongue. We're not like out there. There are no taboos. You don't have to be afraid of anything. In Wasteland, Old Jack will eliminate all the oddities. Here, everything is just as wonderful as in the golden age before the disasters. This is the last pure land in the world. So don't think too much, manager. Here, you could just relax. And what about the monsters in the shadows? Chen silently noted the names Wasteland and Old Jack in his mind, preparing to ask Fawn later. What monsters? Manager, are you drunk? Oliver's response, however, surprised Chen. Chen frowned. You're the one who's drunk. I haven't had any alcohol. Nonsense. How could I be drunk on this little bit? Oliver wanted to argue further, but suddenly, a rustling sound like countless insects crawling came from outside. Chen turned his head and saw that the glowing vines that had been climbing and entwining around the ruins of the block had disappeared without a trace. Oliver suddenly stood up, looking anxiously toward the direction of the clock tower ruins. It's already this late. I need to get back quickly. Goodbye, manager. Your wine is good. I'll come back next time. Chen did not try to keep him, watching as he stumbled out of the restaurant, his figure quickly disappearing into the darkness of the street. He He withdrew his gaze and looked at the segment of vine on the table that had completely lost its luster, becoming dry and shriveled. Transaction completed. Transaction amount assessed. 0 order coins. Current coins held. 6,523. Congratulations, you've unlocked a new ingredient. Whispering Dream Vine. Note: a seed from forbidden alchemy, accidentally nourished by a dream, resulting in countless roots sprouting. After consumption, perhaps a beautiful dream can be experienced. Pollution level: high. Coins required for purification. 10 Whispering Dream Vine. This can also be used as an ingredient. Chen muttered to himself thoughtfully. He picked up the dried vine and turned his gaze toward the window again. Outside, there was a complete silence. Everything unusual seemed to have vanished, and he did not find any trace of those vines. After observing for a long while, he couldn't help but yawn. With a slight thought, he set the restaurant to an invisible state, then turned and went upstairs. Whatever it is, it can wait until tomorrow. He was indeed feeling a bit tired. Chapter 33. The Dream of the Thread. The moment Chen Yan's head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long it had been when he opened his eyes again. Bright sunlight streamed through the window, casting warm patches of light on the wooden floor, and tiny dust particles floated in the air. Is it dawn? Chen Yan felt a bit dazed. He sat up, feeling as if his brain was shrouded in a layer of fog. In his confusion, he walked to the window and looked outside. The street was clean and tidy, bathed in sunlight, and the dilapidated buildings from last night looked as good as new. The clock tower, not far away, was also intact. People were coming and going on the street. Laughter and chatter filled the air, creating a scene of prosperity and peace. Everything looked unreasonably bright. But soon, he furrowed his brow. Something's off. This is a dream. The stars in his mind scattered golden light, easily dispelling the fog in his consciousness. Then, Chen Yan pushed open the door and went downstairs to the lobby. In the lobby on the first floor, Lilith was diligently wiping a table with a cloth. She was wearing a clean white dress, her smooth silver hair tied back in a simple ponytail, and the sunlight outlined her gentle profile. Hearing footsteps, she looked up and smiled naturally. "Good morning, manager. What a lovely day it is," Chen Yan absent-mindedly replied with a but his gaze lingered on the peaceful scene outside the window. Lilith seemed to sense something unusual about him, and her movements came to a halt. A look of confusion filled her beautiful eyes, but she quickly seemed to recall something. She then lowered her head and closed her eyes, a fleeting cold and deep aura emanating from her. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow. "Lilith?" At the sound of his voice, Lilith looked up at him again, but her smile had vanished, replaced by a sudden bewilderment. She glanced around, her pretty brows quickly knitting together, casting a tentative look at Chen Yan. He silently nodded at her. "Manager, what is this?" she asked directly. "A problematic dream," Chen Yan replied in a deep voice. "But I didn't expect you to be caught up in it too." Just then, outside the restaurant, the once sparse pedestrians suddenly multiplied. Groups of elegantly dressed men and women formed long lines, curiously peering into the store. A low, indistinguishable whisper echoed in both Chen Yan's and Lilith's minds. "It's time to open." Chen Yan was not affected. On the contrary, he focused on that fleeting sensation and turned his gaze toward the clock tower. A hint of confusion flashed across Lilith's face, but soon, that cold aura enveloped her again. By confronting the reality, she forcefully dispelled the whispers of a dream and regained her clarity. She looked at Chen Yan, her voice laced with worry. "Manager, what should we do?" Chen Yan looked at the faces outside the window, each sporting a strange smile, and quickly weighed his options in his mind. "In any case, let us first see if we can wake up from this dream. Give me your hand." Without hesitation, Lilith immediately extended her fair right hand. Chen Yan grasped her hand. The young girl's hand was slightly cool and soft. He didn't let himself get distracted and immediately connected with the tiny golden star in his mind. Guided by instinct, he directed that warm and pure power to flow throughout his body and then, through their clasped hands, to envelop Lilith. He didn't know if this would be effective, but he felt it was worth a try. It turned out his intuition was correct. In the bedroom, Chen Yan suddenly opened his eyes. Outside the window, the thick, eerie crimson light still lingered. He turned to look at the alarm clock. 7 hours had already passed. After confirming the time, He immediately got out of bed and walked to the window. The street was still a desolate wasteland, with entwined vines emitting a faint blue light. He opened the door. Lilith happened to be standing outside, seemingly about to knock. She still looked a bit sleepy, and upon seeing Chen Yin, she uncertainly asked, "Manager?" "Just now." Chen Yin nodded. "We indeed had a mixed-up dream." Then he recalled Oliver's drunken ramblings about the Golden Age from last night, the resident's stiff movements, and that newly unlocked ingredient effect. "And if I'm not mistaken," he continued, "there might be more than just the two of us caught up in this dream." Oliver felt cursed. Or rather, he felt he was going insane. The story began this morning. Early today, he woke up from a hangover and saw his neighbor, Hank, mowing the lawn. But in the blink of an eye, he seemed to see half of Hank's house collapsed. Hank stood in front of a pile of rubble, seriously trimming the air. However, since the illusion lasted only a moment, he didn't think much of it. But after that, such hallucinations became more frequent. He saw Mrs. Martha at the street corner making a door-opening gesture towards a broken wall. The burly man at the blacksmith's was swinging a hammer, striking a twisted rebar, yet wore a satisfied expression as if forging a divine weapon. Their movements were sometimes as stiff as puppets. Yet when he asked about it, everyone looked at him as if he were crazy, then continued with their lives. At first, he thought it was just a hangover symptom, so he planned to go to that tavern for a drink to alleviate it. Coincidentally, his drinking buddy Barton approached him, claiming to have brought a good bottle of liquor. This lifted Oliver's spirits, and he patted his chest, boasting about taking Barton for some real good stuff. However, when Barton pulled out the liquor from his pocket, Oliver felt his blood freeze instantly. It was a segment of a glowing blue vine. It writhed vigorously in Barton's hand like a long worm. At that moment, Oliver's soul nearly left his body. His drinking buddy, the one who had fought alongside him in the mines, seemed completely unfazed. He even held the vine split into his mouth, greedily sucking the bluish juice flowing out. At that moment, Oliver felt his worldview shattered. His hallucinations intensified, and the surroundings completely transformed. At a glance, there were no intact streets or houses. All he saw were ruins, overgrown with that eerie blue vine. His neighbors, his friends, all wore vacant expressions and stiff smiles, as if participating in a poorly acted play. The scene lasted only a moment, yet it uncontrollably made him scream and stumble away in panic. No, this was not the world he lived in. Those people weren't his neighbors and friends. They had all been replaced by monsters. He ran breathlessly, finally stopping at the corner of Wishing Street. He looked up, instinctively glancing at the position where the tavern had been last night. Then a tremendous fear gripped his heart. The tavern was gone. He frantically ran back and forth on the street several times, but found nothing. The warm and bright sunlight shone on him, but he felt no warmth, only a chilling sensation. He finally realized that the problem lay with that tavern. Strange details exploded in his mind. Wishing Street was an ordinary residential area. How could such a luxurious tavern exist? No customers, open until dawn. The lights inside were also unreasonably bright, and it seemed like the beer had flown to his table by itself. This is just like the sorcery described by bards. He has been cursed by a wizard. At that time, he was too busy drinking, his mind filled with the never-before-tasted, crisp, and sweet flavor, and he couldn't react in time. It wasn't until this moment, after sobering up, that he realized how terrible his situation was. He needed to find old Jack immediately. Chapter 34, The Vanished City. Perhaps it was because it was daytime in the dream. Through the glass door of the restaurant, Chen Yin could see the shadows on the ruined street visibly increasing. They wobbled as they walked, stiffly greeting each other. Some people began to set up stalls by the roadside, but the stalls only displayed clusters of variously shaped azure vines. In their perception, these vines seemed to be everything in the world. Chen Yin saw someone exchange a bundle of vines for another, as if they were handling a rare treasure. Others directly stuffed the vines into their mouths, devouring them with expressions of ecstasy, as if enjoying a delicacy. "Manager, what's wrong with the people here?" Lilith's voice was tense. For an observer, this small town, named Westia, exuded a chilling strangeness every second. "Do you remember the dream we just had?" Chen Yan's voice was low, his eyes fixed on the outside. They might have always been living in that dream. Always living in a dream? Lilith found it hard to comprehend. "I'm not sure about the actual situation, but it should be related to those vines. Chen Yin pointed to the glowing vines that had spread outside the restaurant at some unknown time. Those things probably have hallucinogenic effects. But it's likely not just the vines. After all, we didn't consume them, yet we still ended up in a dream. Chen Yin added, "Don't forget the voice in the dream. This suggests that there is likely a controller behind this dream." After saying this, Chen Yan's gaze shifted away from the collapsed bell tower ruins and scanned the increasingly bustling street again. Lilith's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of worry in her eyes. "Manager, should we open for business?" Chen Yin felt a bit of a headache. This was indeed a problem. "Let's open. From the current situation, the people here will only trade with vines, but the problem is that the vines aren't valuable, so it would be a losing business. But if we don't open, then this trip would be in vain." Last night, the scenes he saw while moving the restaurant confirmed two things for him. First, the restaurant's movement wasn't as random as Enka had said. Those scattered lights on the dark ground were likely the coordinates of the destination. Second, those lights were limited. Clearly, this journey was not endless. So, what would happen when the endpoint arrived? Chen Yin remembered what Enka had said. He came to this world because of an experiment, and the experiment had never succeeded. It was evident that this was not a leisurely sightseeing trip in another world. If Chen Yin closed the door out of fear of danger, then when they reached the final destination, the most likely outcome awaiting him would be failure. Weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Chen Yin decided to open for business. This trip could not be in vain. However, before opening, he had one more thing to do. He turned to the girl standing silently beside him, like an exquisite doll, and succinctly instructed, "We definitely need to open the door. But let me first go to the Twilight Harbor and ask Fawn if he knows about the situation here." After saying this, Chen Yin casually pulled over a chair and sat down, then closed his eyes. Twilight Harbor, branch store. The Chen Yin doppelganger behind the counter, whose eyes were previously empty, instantly regained their luster. Then, he raised his head and scanned the hall. His gaze briefly passed over Ethan, who was reading a book while gnawing on tea leaves, Leighton, who had just devoured 3 large bowls of fried rice and was now eating a 4th, and Ophelia, who was using oil-splashed chili as a broth for her wontons. He precisely locked onto Fawn, sitting at a small table around the corner, who was talking animatedly with several old men about past glorious days, his face flushed from drinking. Chen Yin walked straight over. The moment he appeared, the previously noisy table fell silent. Except for Fawn, the others immediately looked uneasy. Chen Yin waved his hand. "You all continue. I'm just looking for Doctor Fawn to discuss something." Fawn also sobered up, stood up, nodded at Chen Yin, and followed him to sit down at an empty table. "Your shop has left the Twilight Harbor area?" Fawn did not wait for Chen Yin to speak and asked first, his tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible urgency. "Where to? Are there still living people outside?" Chen Yin was not surprised by his reaction. For those trapped in Twilight Harbor, besides survival, their greatest concern was whether this world had truly been left with only them in this wasteland. Chen Yin nodded. "Yes, we have indeed left the Twilight Harbor area, and there are indeed people living in the new place. But the problem is they're not quite normal." Chen Yin paused, looking at Fawn inquisitively. "You know Westia?" He then shared everything he had seen and heard since arriving in Westia with the seasoned investigator, waiting for his response. However, after Chen Yin finished his narration, Fawn displayed an extremely strange expression. "What's wrong? Is there something I overlooked?" Chen Yin frowned. "No, that's not what I mean." Fawn shook his head, his Adam's apple bobbing, his voice dry. "It's just, are you sure that city is called Westia? Is there a problem with that name?" Chen Yin raised an eyebrow. "There's a big problem." Fawn raised his glass and gulped down a beer as if needing the alcohol to calm his nerves. "Let's put it this way. I do know a city named Westia, located in the western part of the same plains, a small border town." Fawn paused, his tone becoming somber, but the problem is that city disappeared long ago, shortly after the end of the Golden Age, during the initial phase of the arrival of the anomalies. Chen Yin couldn't help but sit up straight, leaning forward slightly. "What does disappeared mean? Am I in a city that has long been vanished?" "It's hard to say. Perhaps it's just a coincidence of names." Fawn shook his head, pouring himself another large glass of beer. "But the Westia I know is the only one." Chen Yin continued to press. "Whether it's a coincidence or not, tell me everything you know. Also, what does the Golden Age mean?" The previous drunk had also mentioned the Golden Age, making Chen Yin want to learn more. All right, Fan nodded. The so-called Golden Age refers to the time before the anomalies appeared on this land. During that time, while there were alchemists and mysterious scholars from Atlan, there were no evil gods, evil spirits, or other chaotic anomalies. Overall, the extraordinary was still in a state unknown to most people. Later, with the appearance of the first evil god in the world, the god of wealth, in the capital of the kingdom, Imperia, the world began to fall into chaos. And various evil spirits and anomalies emerged, and Westia probably disappeared during this period. A hint of dread flashed in Fawn's eyes. I don't know the specific time it disappeared. In fact, no one in this world may know exactly when it vanished, because after it disappeared, all our memories, as well as all written records about it, were also erased. Chapter 35, The Investigation of Westia. Chen Yin couldn't suppress a look of disbelief. As if to say, are you kidding me? How could you possibly know that it has disappeared? At first, we truly knew nothing. Farn's voice was steady, not wavering in the slightest at Chen Yin's skepticism. But a city, as long as it has truly existed, will always leave behind traces beyond memory and text. He paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. The whole beginning stemmed from a few folklorists. While sorting through the folklore from various parts of the kingdom, they discovered a bizarre blank. For example, a celebration that should have involved 4 cities was clearly recorded in all relevant cities as involving 5 cities. Strangely enough, the customs representing the cities in the celebration also happened to number 5. Initially, they thought this was merely an amusing anecdote in the evolution of customs, even giving it a name, the phenomenon of the vanished city, and they wrote an article that provided plenty of material for bards to spin tales. But soon, things spiraled out of control. As the rumors of the vanished city fermented, the number of missing persons reported from cities around Westia began to surge. Moreover, the statements from the reporters were extremely bizarre. They said they always felt that someone was missing from their home. It could be a child or another relative. Even though they remembered their family members clearly, the sense of one is missing was suffocating. 1 or 2 could be dismissed as hallucinations. But when hundreds or thousands of people in different cities experienced this feeling, it was no longer just collective hysteria. The rumors of the vanished city mixed with the surge in missing persons cases could not be ignored by the White Tower, which immediately decided to send in senior investigators. It was at this time that truly strange things began to happen. Farn's tone darkened. While mobilizing personnel, the White Tower unexpectedly found that the number of investigators in the West had inexplicably decreased by nearly 1/3. This was impossible at the time, as anomalies began to surface. The kingdom was heavily reliant on the strength of investigators. The White Tower was unprecedentedly powerful and could never deploy so few personnel in the densely populated Western Plains. This quickly drew the attention of the higher-ups, and a terrifying hypothesis was proposed. Perhaps, in a past that we all have forgotten, we have already lost a war. Next, 2 legendary investigators personally led a team, mobilizing all available forces in the West to conduct a thorough search in the blank area delineated by scholars, trying to find any trace of that city. And the result? Chen Yin pressed. Nothing was found. Farn shook his head. There was nothing there, just a wasteland, with no signs of any human habitation. Chen Yin was even more puzzled. How do you know that city was called Westia? Because we still had the White Tower at that time. Farn's eyes reflected a hint of nostalgia. During a special celestial event, we sought answers beyond the stars. And at the cost of a master alchemist's early retirement, we obtained the answer. The sunken city, Westia. Is that all? Chen Yin blurted out. That's enough. Farn drained his cup, the spicy liquid burning his throat. This answer confirmed its existence. It also confirmed its end. As the headquarters of investigators, the White Tower knew all too well the meaning behind the word sunk. Thoroughly fallen, irretrievable destruction. Farn took another large gulp of wine, his eyes mixed with pain and a self-deprecating helplessness. We are merely patchers of the real world, risking our lives to fill in those tiny cracks. Sometimes the cracks are too large for us to even attempt to fill. For cities that have already fallen from reality, we are utterly powerless. The world never belonged to us. Humanity is just a group of lucky insects squirming on the fragile canvas called reality. He chuckled bitterly. Oh, now even the canvas has been torn. In short, after that, the investigation into the Wasteland incident was terminated and all information was sealed in the White Tower's archives. Then my restaurant really knows how to pick a place. Chen clicked his tongue, digesting this shocking information, and then remembered another matter. By the way, have you heard of a plant called Whispering Dream Vine? He described the vine's shape and effects to Farn. Farn frowned and thought for a long time, eventually shaking his head. I've seen plenty of glowing vines. Most are mutated plants affected by slight pollution, nothing special. But the one you're talking about is unheard of. He then added, however, since you mentioned it might originate from alchemy, perhaps you could ask Ethan. He knows more about this than I do. Chen nodded and went to ask Ethan, who was already half a step into the realm of ascension. However, although Ethan's eyes lit up when Chen mentioned the seed from alchemy, he also stated he had no clues. His level of alchemy knowledge wasn't up to that. Seeing no fruitful inquiry, Chen continued to hang around the counter. Wasteland, inside the main store. Chen slowly opened his eyes, and Lilith's calm, blood-red eyes immediately came into view. Manager, you're back. The girl stood up from her chair, slightly bowing. Everything was normal while you were away. Those people outside were completely unaware of our existence and showed no signs of gathering here. However, the girl hesitated for a moment and continued. Just now, a ragged man ran back and forth on this street several times. He seemed a bit deranged. But the strangest thing was that his gaze landed precisely on the location of our shop multiple times. Chen raised an eyebrow, a faint guess forming in his mind. Lilith, can you describe his appearance? Lilith gently nodded and meticulously described the man's features, which matched Oliver's perfectly. Chen guess was confirmed, making him more confident about his upcoming plans. He then looked up at Lilith. Lilith, you go to the counter and get ready. We're about to open. Lilith nodded and walked towards the back, while Chen headed straight to the front door. With a thought, the restaurant's invisible state was instantly lifted. Creak. The door pushed open outward. At that moment, all the wandering figures on the street seemed to have been pressed on the pause button, and then pairs of hollow, numb eyes, as if waking from a dream, all turned to look at the restaurant that had appeared out of nowhere on the street. However, there was no panic or commotion. On their faces was only a fleeting confusion, as if this shop was supposed to be here, a matter of course. Chen had long anticipated this. The night before, when he deliberately made the beer fly over to test Oliver's reaction, he had achieved a similar effect. These people, intoxicated in their dreams, had already lost much of their logical judgment. If it weren't for the fact that they were out of money, Chen couldn't help but want to trick them into emptying their wallets in one go. Unfortunately, he didn't want to harvest a warehouse full of vines right now. As Chen had predicted, people on the street slowly gathered around. He immediately put on a warm smile, welcoming these special guests into the store, serving them dishes at the lowest cost possible. Since he wasn't making any money, he could only try to minimize the loss. Looking at the pile of vines stacked high next to the counter, Chen felt his heart bleed. It was such a waste. But the next moment, all his attention was firmly drawn to a disheveled figure not far from the street corner. It was Oliver. Chapter 36, Fire and the Invisible Dragon. At the same moment Chen noticed Oliver, the latter suddenly turned his gaze towards him. Their eyes met. Oliver's already pale face instantly drained to the last trace of color. An expression of extreme terror appeared on his face, as if he had seen a devil in human skin. Chen merely raised his hand, intending to say hello. But this action seemed to become the last straw that broke the camel's back. After letting out a short and piercing scream, Oliver abruptly turned and fled frantically towards the small alley at the street corner. Running so fast, Chen raised an eyebrow, without any hesitation. He flipped his wrist, and 10 order coins appeared out of thin air in his palm, emitting a pure and warm glow. He then clenched the coins tightly and threw them forcefully in the direction Oliver was running. The golden stream of light flashed by, and in the blink of an eye, it followed Oliver into the dark alley. After doing all this, Chen immediately turned around and walked briskly towards the counter. As he walked, his expression began to grow vacant. Before his consciousness completely shifted, he quietly instructed Lilith, "I'll step out for a while. The shop is in your hands. If anything happens, just nudge me." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen body lost all strength, and he fell forward. Lilith reacted quickly, immediately reaching out to support his collapsing body, then carefully placed him on a nearby chair. In the dark alley, debris and garbage were scattered everywhere. Oliver stumbled as he ran, each breath carrying a metallic taste. The hallucinations before his eyes were becoming increasingly severe and stable. The thick scarlet sky, like coagulated blood, tinged everything in his view with an ominous hue. The surrounding buildings were all ruins, walls covered with eerie vines that emitted a ghostly light. This place was utterly unsuitable for running, but he couldn't care less. The wizard's restaurant appeared again, and Old Jack. No, that wasn't Old Jack. The series of mind-bending experiences had already driven him close to madness. At this moment, only the thought of escape remained. Escape. The further away from that wizard, the better. However, in his panic, he tripped over a protruding stone. His body lost balance in an instant, and he uncontrollably fell forward. Just as he was about to make intimate contact with the ground, a hand reached out from the side, firmly grabbing his shoulder and stopping his fall. Breathless with fear, Oliver instinctively looked up at the person who had caught him. But the next second, his expression froze. The one holding his shoulder was none other than the terrifying restaurant owner. "Why are you running when you see me?" Chen Yan's voice was calm, as if it were a normal greeting. But to Oliver, it sounded like the whisper of a devil, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. "I never intended to harm you," Chen Yan said, looking at his expression with some helplessness. "Otherwise, do you think you could have walked down my shop last night?" Upon hearing this, Oliver finally gathered a bit of courage and cautiously asked then, "What do you want me to do, Master Wizard? How can I? Have you lift the curse, Wizard?" Chen Yan chuckled at his response. "Huh, your imagination is quite vivid, but unfortunately, I'm not a wizard. I'm just a restaurant owner." But Oliver couldn't laugh. His face was filled with despair. "Sir, please don't joke. If it's not a curse, then what I'm seeing, what does it count as?" As he spoke, he desperately glanced around at the real ruins. However, Chen Yan only looked at him with an almost pitying gaze. Seeing that look, Oliver's heart suddenly jolted. A crazy speculation he dared not think about slithered up from the depths of his heart like a venomous snake. The thought was so terrifying that just imagining it made him shiver, leaving him speechless. Chen Yan released his grip on Oliver's shoulder. His tone still calm. "I'll say it again. I'm not a wizard, nor did I curse you." He paused, shifting the topic. "If you firmly believe this is a curse, why not try the juice of those vines? Perhaps your curse will be lifted." You already guessed the answer in your heart, didn't you? At this, Oliver's body shook violently. "But how is that possible?" He muttered in a daze. "Still don't believe it?" Chen Yan smiled. "I remember you said last night that you discovered a gold mine. Why not think carefully about where you dug up that gold mine?" Oliver instinctively replied. "Of course it was in my backyard." As soon as he said it, his whole being felt as if struck by lightning, his eyes widening in shock. Unable to utter a word, Chen Yan gently patted his shoulder, his voice tinged with sympathy. "Compared to the gold mine in your backyard, this is all just a dream. Which one is more real?" The ragged man completely broke down. He looked around in confusion, finally lowering his head weakly, his voice hoarse. "But when did this all start?" "That's exactly what I want to ask you." Chen Yan's expression grew serious. "In your memory, is there a particular time when something unusual happened? Or do you remember when the gold mine in your backyard appeared?" I don't know." Oliver's voice was weak, his gaze utterly vacant. "In my memory, Westia was always normal. The gold mine was last year? No, the year before? That's not right." He held his head, seemingly trapped in a loop, repeatedly muttering "not right." Seeing this, Chen Yan narrowed his eyes slightly and posed another question. "Do you remember when Old Jack appeared in Westia?" Surprisingly, upon hearing that name, Oliver displayed a completely unfamiliar look of confusion. "Old Jack? Who is he?" Before he could finish, he suddenly raised his head sharply, sniffing vigorously, his expression growing even more dazed. "Do you smell something burning?" The next second, the confusion on his face was replaced by a sudden realization. "I remember. There was a big fire. A huge fire broke out in the city. However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Cough. Cough, cough." Oliver suddenly started coughing violently, his face contorting in pain as if he were being choked by invisible smoke. "Fire. The fire is coming." He screamed in terror, his voice piercing. "Help me. Save me. Cough, cough." He suddenly knelt on the ground, his skin visibly turning an abnormal red at a rapid pace. Then, to his astonishment, his clothes began to turn black, carbonizing and emitting wisps of green smoke, as if truly ignited by fierce flames. Chen was also startled by this sudden change, looking uncertainly at Oliver, who seemed on the verge of collapse, his mind racing. The next moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of the surrounding vines, and a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately reached out and forcefully tore off a section of the glowing vine that was spreading across the nearby wall. Then he stepped forward, directly pinning the writhing Oliver down, aligning the cut end of the vine with his mouth, and forcefully squeezed the shimmering blue juice inside. Chen was right. Oliver's struggles ceased instantly, and the signs of burning on his body quickly faded. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, a hint of confusion in his gaze. He first looked around, feeling somewhat puzzled. How did I end up sleeping here? Are you okay? Chen Yan's voice sounded at the right moment. Oliver raised his head and saw Chen Yan. This time, there was no panic in his eyes. Instead, he displayed a hearty smile and waved casually. Hey, isn't this the manager from last night? Good morning. I'm fine. Probably just drank too much last night, couldn't make it home, and ended up here for the night. He smacked his lips, looking nostalgic. Your drinks are strong enough. Manager, let me head back first, and I'll come by later for more drinks. Chen Yan also smiled and nodded. Sure, you're welcome to come again. But my shop has more than just drinks. The food is quite good too. You should try it next time. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. However, before Chen Yan finished speaking, a rumble. The ground beneath them suddenly shook violently, and then the entire ruined city began to shake dramatically. The two were caught off guard, their bodies swayed, and they quickly reached out to support themselves against the wall behind them to barely stand firm. What is going on? Is there an earthquake? Chen Yan frowned, looking around warily, but he soon felt that something was off. This tremor didn't feel like an earthquake. It was heavy, rhythmic, with a certain fixed cadence, completely unlike the shifting of tectonic plates. That feeling felt more like some unimaginable colossal creature was walking on the ground, step by step. Boom! Another earth-shattering roar rang out. This time the sound was several times clearer and closer. A dragon. Oliver's terrified scream exploded in Chen Yan's ears. The dragon is coming. A dragon? Chen Yan's heart skipped a beat as he followed Oliver's gaze. But what he saw sent a chill racing up his spine. He didn't see any dragon, but at the end of his line of sight, those towering ruins were collapsing one after another without warning. The way they collapsed was orderly and uniform, as if there was indeed an invisible, mountain-like giant in the air, taking heavy steps forward. In its direction, Chen Yan's pupils suddenly constricted. Judging by the sequence of the building collapses, it was heading towards the restaurant. Chapter 37. Old Jack inside the restaurant. As the rumbling sound approached, all the noise suddenly ceased. The diners, who had been devouring their meals, were instantly replaced by expressions of terror. They scrambled to their feet, stumbling towards the exit, frantically fleeing outside. It's a dragon. The dragon is coming into the city. It's coming this way. In an instant, screams and cries mixed together, creating chaos throughout the restaurant. Lilith could not see the dragon, but the heavy and rhythmic footsteps that shook the ground were clearly transmitted through the floor beneath her feet. She also saw outside the window, where the distant ruins of buildings were collapsing in orderly rows. An unseen, colossal creature was approaching the small restaurant with heavy steps. A cold, deep breath spread from her, enveloping her. She instinctively turned her head, ready to alert the manager. But when she looked over, she found Chen Yan had already opened his eyes. His black pupils were calm and undisturbed, quietly looking at her, giving her a silent nod. Lilith's heart instantly settled, the cold breath dissipating in an instant. After realizing that the creature was heading towards the restaurant, Chen Yan's focus swiftly returned from the alley, regaining control of the main body of the store. After signaling Lilith not to panic, he stood up and walked to the door. At this moment, not a single diner remained in the restaurant, leaving an empty hall. Chen Yan stood at the door, looking up towards the direction where the invisible giant was approaching, choosing his unique method of recklessness. He carefully observed. As the oppressive feeling drew closer, Complex golden patterns composed of non-Euclidean geometric shapes quietly emerged and rotated in the depths of his eyes. His vision was reconstructed at that moment. He finally saw something. In the gap between reality and illusion, a low-resolution, massive shadow was slowly moving towards him. It was a dragon equipped with all the classic elements: a massive body, double wings, covered in black scales, with mesmerizing golden vertical pupils. Chen understood. He was right. By deliberately inviting these dreamers in for a meal, using delicious food to impact their muddled consciousness, he indeed attracted the reaction of the will behind the dream. However, was it all its means? Or was it just a prelude? Chen glanced again at the collapsed clock tower, and once more, he felt a cold gaze coming from there. Looking at the increasingly close dragon's shadow, he hesitated. Should he directly confront it or activate the restaurant's invisibility mode first to see if he could evade it? Just as he was about to try the invisibility, a dark figure appeared at the street entrance of the restaurant without warning. With the appearance of this figure, it was as if a switch had been flipped. The fleeing residents turned around and surrounded the place from all directions. Their faces showed no trace of fear, replaced instead by a fervent excitement. A sudden turn that felt like a poorly acted drama. It's Old Jack. Old Jack, you finally arrived. Master Jack, show this ignorant dragon what you're made of. Cheers erupted. Chen Yan's gaze instantly locked onto that dark figure. Is this Old Jack that Oliver mentioned? His heart stirred. The golden light in his eyes intensified as he attempted to see through the layer of darkness. Finally, within that pure blackness, he vaguely saw some outlines. It was a tall, straight-backed old man, with rugged facial features that bore the marks of time, seemingly wearing a wide-brimmed cowboy hat. Under Chen Yan's vigilant gaze, the dark shadow slowly raised an arm. In his hand, he held an object that was similarly formed of shadows, with a blurred outline resembling a gun. He aimed the gun at the enormous dragon, now almost within reach. Bang! A dark stream of light shot out from the gun's muzzle, tracing a dark trajectory through the air. There was no explosion, no loud noise. When they made contact, the space rippled violently like the surface of water. Immediately afterward, the massive dragon's shadow twisted and flickered violently, like a poorly projected image, before completely disappearing from Chen Yan's sight. The momentum of the collapsing buildings also came to a sudden halt. At that moment, something even more interesting happened before Chen Yan's eyes. From beneath the ruins of the recently collapsed buildings, countless active azure vines burst forth, growing wildly and intertwining, like blue arms, lifting the residents buried under the debris unharmed. This scene made Chen Yan's eyes flicker, and new guesses sprang up his mind. Meanwhile, the surrounding residents underwent a bizarre transformation again after the dragon vanished. The fervor on their faces faded instantly, returning to a hollow and numb expression. They ignored Old Jack at the entrance, as if everything that had just happened had never occurred, dispersing to continue their lives as they perceived them. Only Old Jack, that dark shadow, remained quietly standing at the entrance of the restaurant, not disappearing. Chen Yan's heart stirred, and a kind smile appeared on his face. He actively opened the restaurant door, making an inviting gesture towards that shadow. "Guest, please come in. Thank you for your act of bravery against the dragon earlier. To show my respect, I have decided to provide you with a complimentary meal. Would you like to come in and talk with me?" However, the shadow did not enter. It merely stood silently at the door. New diners were already walking into the store in a daze, passing by Old Jack as if they couldn't see him at all. Just when Chen Yan thought this exchange had failed, a deep, hoarse voice, indistinguishable between male and female, echoed directly in his heart. "Go to the clock tower. No matter your purpose, there you'll find the answers you seek." As the voice faded, the dark shadow quietly dissolved like snow melting in the sunlight. Chen Yan stood at the door, pondering for a moment. He turned to glance at the graceful figure standing behind the counter. The girl's silver hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, and under the orange light, her ruby-like eyes looked at him with a hint of inquiry. "I'll step out for a bit," Chen Yan said succinctly. "The restaurant will operate as previously discussed. If there is something special, just give me a nudge." After saying that, he returned to his chair, closed his eyes again. In the dark alley, Chen Yan, who had originally appeared somewhat dazed, suddenly regained his focus. He lifted his head, his gaze crossing the broken walls towards the collapsed clock tower not far away. A trap? Very likely. But to understand what had really happened here, it was clear that he had to go to the clock tower, which had repeatedly given him the feeling of a cold stare. He planned his route and stepped out of the alley. Soon, he arrived at the foot of the collapsed clock tower. Looking at the scene before him, Chen Yan's expression turned serious. Here, there wasn't a single vine. Previously, from a distance, he hadn't paid much attention. Now that he stood close, he discovered that the tower, which had collapsed significantly, was eerily clean, showing no traces of azure vines at all. According to Fern, abnormalities often signify something significant. Chen Yan made a decisive decision, flipping a finger to reveal an order coin, which quickly transformed into a layer of faint golden shield that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, enveloping him. After making the preparations, he stepped into the ruins of the clock tower. However, as soon as he stepped through the door and took a few steps, Chen Yan's vision suddenly blurred. Everything around him changed in an instant. The broken walls and ruins disappeared, replaced by a raging sea of flames. The scorching heat wave hit him in the face, and the air was filled with choking smoke and the smell of burning. The flames greedily licked the walls and beams, crackling and popping. Chen Yan's heart sank. This was a trap. He instinctively turned to leave, but he realized that behind him, what should have been the entrance to the ruins had transformed into a complete, flame-clad bell tower door. A dark figure stood silently at the doorway, raising the gun in its hand, the black muzzle aimed directly at him. It was old Jack. Bang! The familiar gunshot rang out. The dark bullet pierced through the scorching air, even penetrating the pale, golden shield on his body, and struck him squarely in the forehead. The last thought before his consciousness fell into darkness was, his aim is accurate, isn't it? Just wait. When I revive, I'll make you fly. However, to Chen Yan's surprise, his clone did not declare death. When he regained his sight, he found himself sitting behind an office desk. The sea of flames and thick smoke had vanished without a trace. Instead, he was in a spacious and bright office, with the sun shining just right outside the window. On the wall hung badges and some yellowed commendations he had never seen before, and the air was filled with a mix of the scent of old paper and coffee. It felt like an old-fashioned office. Just as he was in a daze, a large hand suddenly slapped heavily on his shoulder. "Jack, what are you daydreaming about?" A gentle yet powerful voice rang in his ear. Chen Yan turned in shock. What came into view was an elderly man dressed in a crisp black uniform. His hair was gray, but his back was straight, and he wore a sincere and caring smile on his face. Chapter 38. The past of Westia, but when Chen Yan was about to say something, he unexpectedly found himself unable to control his body. The man named Jack was still in control, and he was merely sharing his five senses. Soon, a wry smile appeared on Jack's face. "Thinking about my retirement fund, Ryan." Jack's voice was hoarse and steady, carrying the fatigue of a long journey. "If it weren't for your damn letter, I should be sitting in a rocking chair in a seaside town right now, considering whether to have my whiskey on the rocks or neat." The old man named Ryan's smile deepened at Jack's words, but the worry in his eyes did not dissipate. "Come on, old buddy, I know you too well. Keeping you idle is worse than killing you." Ryan then sat down across from the desk, his expression becoming serious as he pushed a document in front of Jack. "No more jokes, Jack. This time, I really can't handle it. By the order of the Lord Viscount, I'm responsible for the recent serial murders in the city. But all the clues point to something we can't deal with." Chen Yan's gaze followed Jack's hand and landed on the document. The cover was stamped with the words, "Westia Security Team." Jack, a seasoned investigator. Ryan, the captain of Westia's security team. A troublesome serial murder case. Signs of supernatural forces. Countless fragments of information intertwined in Chen Yan's mind, and he immediately understood the situation he was in. This was the past. It was Westia before the city fell into decline, and the name of the man whose perspective he was sharing gave him even more associations. Then, he sensed the essence of the main store in his heart and confirmed that his consciousness was not trapped in this memory regression, after which he relaxed and began to patiently watch this memory that might hold the truth. All right, since you put it that way, Jack closed the file, stood up, and stretched his stiff shoulders. "Then let's go see the body first." The two walked out of the office one after the other. Outside the door stood a young man in his early 20s with short flaxen hair, who straightened his back the moment he saw them come out. Mr. Jack. Ryan's gaze fell on the young man with a hint of curiosity. Who is this? Lucas, Jack casually introduced, a trainee investigator. I think he's got a decent head on his shoulders, so I'm taking him along since I'm nearing retirement. A good lad, Ryan said, patting Lucas on the shoulder with an encouraging smile. The morgue was in the basement of the security office, cold and damp, with a faint smell of decay in the air. Chen, who was sharing senses with Jack, couldn't help but feel a bit nauseous. A body covered with a white cloth lay quietly on the table. Ryan stepped forward and unveiled the cloth. The deceased was a middle-aged man, his face peaceful as if he were merely sleeping. There was a very fine wound on his chest. Besides that, there were no other injuries. The deceased was the town's clockmaker, found dead in his workshop last night. Ryan's voice sounded particularly heavy in the silent morgue. The workshop door was locked from the inside, and the windows were also barred from within. Moreover, there were no signs of a struggle, no stolen property, and no murder weapon found. Jack put on gloves and bent down to carefully examine the wound. A locked-room murder? That is indeed tricky. Lucas took out his notebook and quickly recorded the information. A single blow to the heart. The murderer has a deep understanding of human anatomy. Jack's voice was calm. Did you find anything unusual at the scene? Yes. Ryan's expression grew serious. We found a strange pattern drawn with charcoal on the floor by the deceased's feet, which is not the emblem of any known sect. Including him, there are a total of 5 victims, all with the same cause of death. Ryan's tone was grave. They were murdered in sealed homes, and apart from this pattern, the scene was so clean that we couldn't find any clues. Is there a connection between the victims? Jack's expression was more serious than ever. No, one was a miner. 2 were thugs from the gray alley, and another was a laundress. They hardly had any commonalities and no interpersonal connections. Jack pondered for a moment. What about that strange symbol? Show it to me. Ryan took out a folded piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Jack. Jack unfolded it, revealing a complex and bizarre pattern. It was composed of several twisted, interlaced lines, occupying the center of the paper in a way that defied visual logic. At first glance, it resembled the distorted joints of some unknown creature or a door pried open with force. Just staring at it induced a sense of dizziness and discomfort. It indeed looks like a symbol associated with those heretical deities. However, if that bunch of lunatics has infiltrated, there should be other movements in the city, Jack said. Ryan nodded and continued. There are indeed some abnormal aspects. The gray alley boys in the city have been unusually quiet lately, as if they were scared out of their wits. But when we brought them in for questioning, we didn't get any results. The moment we mentioned related matters, they acted as if they were stunned, mumbling nonsense about light and fire, and even torture didn't work. Jack straightened up, took off his gloves, and his expression was unusually serious. Locked room murders, an unknown symbol. Unusual movements from lower-tier gangs. He stared at Ryan and frowned. It's very typical of cult activities. Did you not notify the White Tower? A hint of helplessness and anxiety flashed across Ryan's face. The Viscount sent someone with a letter a month ago, but it has fallen on deaf ears. He said with a bitter smile, perhaps because Westia is just a remote town. So, I wrote to invite you over to help, Jack. That's very unusual. The White Tower never delays. Jack was silent for a moment, his brow furrowed. I understand. I'll use my connections to contact the White Tower to inquire about the actual situation. After that, they met with several suspects, but as Ryan had said, they basically all had alibis, and their statements had almost no flaws. In the evening, Jack and Lucas returned to the hotel room that Ryan had arranged for them. After an investigation, there weren't many leads. Teacher, Lucas closed his notebook, looking puzzled. I just feel that the atmosphere in this city is off. No kidding. Jack leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. In just 7 days, so many murder cases with unknown causes have occurred. If the atmosphere were normal, that would be strange. However, just as they were discussing, there was a sudden knock on the door. It was Ryan, but this time he wasn't there for the case. The Lord Viscount has heard that you two have arrived and has specially set up a dinner at the castle to welcome you. Jack and Lucas exchanged glances and gladly accepted. The Viscount's castle was not as luxurious as imagined. It resembled a solid military fortress. The banquet was not grand, but the dishes were exquisite and plentiful. However, When a master of Westia appeared, both Jack and Lucas were stunned. It was a girl who looked only about 14 or 15 years old. She wore a well-tailored blue dress, and her chestnut-colored hair was elegantly styled into a bun at the back of her head. Her features were delicate, and her eyes were clear, deep blue like a lake. But beneath those beautiful eyes were dark circles that even makeup could not conceal. "This is the master of Westia, Lord Alice Lacey," Ryan whispered to Jack. Upon hearing the surname Lacey, Jack's eyes flickered slightly, revealing a hint of realization. "Gentlemen investigators, welcome to Westia." The girl's voice was soft, yet carried an unexpected steadiness for her age. "I apologize for the lack of hospitality." "You are too kind, my lady," Jack said with a slight bow. "This is already the best meal Lucas and I have had in the past few months." A faint smile appeared on Lady Alice's face as she raised her glass to the two. "You have traveled all the way to Westia to investigate the conspiracy lurking in the city and help us eliminate the hidden malignancy. On behalf of all the citizens of the city, I thank you for your assistance." The lady's voice remained steady and firm. However, through Jack's eyes, Chun Yin could clearly see that the hand of the young lady holding the glass, adorned with a white lace glove, was trembling ever so slightly. Chapter 39 Dream Speech. Jack keenly caught the key point in the girl's words. "My lord, it seems you are quite certain that there is a conspiracy in the city?" Facing Jack's probing question, the clear blue eyes of Lady Alice, the Viscountess, flickered with a hint of fatigue and determination that was not befitting her age. "Inspector, my surname is Lasian." Her voice was soft, yet it carried an innate, undeniable confidence. "You should know what this means." Jack straightened slightly, and his expression grew solemn. "Of course." He slightly bowed, his tone imbued with respect for the ancient bloodline. One of the 13 noble families of the kingdom, inheritors of the extraordinary bloodline of Dream Speech. The girl nodded slightly, but her hands, which she unconsciously clasped together, betrayed her inner tension. "Since the night the first victim appeared, I have dreamed of the same great fire every night." Her voice began to drift as if she were once again immersed in that terrifying dream. "I dream of people in black robes gathering in an unknown secret chamber, chanting blasphemous prayers. Flames rose from the magical array beneath their feet, engulfing the entire city in an instant. I dreamt of Westia wailing in the sea of flames, ultimately sinking." Jack's gaze sharpened, his tone low. "A precognitive dream for 7 consecutive days. I can understand it this way, right?" "Yes," Alice nodded. Jack pressed on. "Forgive my intrusion. Captain Rye mentioned that you had sent a letter to the White Tower, but there was no response. Is this true?" "Yes." Alice's tone regained calmness, but it was evident that anger was suppressed beneath that calm. "I followed the procedures issued by the White Tower and immediately presented the unusual case along with my precognitive dreams through the alchemical array. But it was like a stone sinking into the sea. After that, I directly dispatched the most elite messenger, carrying my handwritten letter, seeking assistance from nearby cities and the capital." The girl's gaze turned cold, and a self-mocking smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Similarly, there was no response. Perhaps someone is hoping this mess gets bigger, like my dear cousin in Andrea, so he has enough excuses to take over my territory." She quickly reined in her emotions, regaining the demeanor of a lord. "Sorry, I misspoke. In any case, gentlemen inspectors, Westia can only rely on you now." "I understand." Jack took a deep breath. The warning from the Dream Speech bloodline was far more serious than any case itself. The White Tower could not possibly remain unresponsive, unless they never received the message at all. Thinking of this, his heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly stood up, disregarding the lavish dinner before him. "Since we have your precognitive dream as a guarantee, I will immediately use my channels to contact the White Tower." As he spoke, he pulled out a neatly folded special paper covered in complex alchemical arrays from his pocket and quickly spread it out on the empty ground. Then, he removed the investigator badge from his chest, a black-feathered raven engraved with one eye open and one eye closed, and solemnly pressed it in the center of the array. However, the expected light did not appear. The raven badge lay quietly on the array, dull and unresponsive, without any reaction. Nothing happened. How is this possible? Jack's eyes widened in disbelief. This emergency contact array is the pinnacle of White Tower alchemy. It has never failed. However, just as his mind was shaken, an unexpected change occurred. In the banquet hall, a servant closest to Jack suddenly flashed a strange red light in his eyes. One moment he was standing respectfully, and the next, a cold gleam flashed from his sleeve, and a dagger silently lunged toward Jack's unguarded back. Quick, accurate, ruthless. The timing was perfect, but what he faced was a seasoned investigator. Even though his mind was greatly shaken, his battle-hardened body instinctively reacted faster than his thoughts. Jack didn't even turn around. His body suddenly slid half a step to the left, executing a turn that was impossible for an ordinary person, allowing the deadly blade to graze past his clothing. Immediately after, he slammed his elbow back. Ugh! The servant let out a muffled grunt, and his arm holding the dagger instantly went numb and weak. Jack then spun around like lightning, his right hand clamping down on the opponent's wrist with an iron grip, twisting forcefully. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was painfully sharp. The dagger flew from the servant's hand, but Jack caught it steadily with his other hand. In the next moment, the cold blade was already reversed, pressed against the servant's throat. The entire process flowed seamlessly. Lucas, who was nearby, only had time to stuff a piece of roasted meat into his mouth. Soul control. Jack looked at the dazed servant beneath him, whose eyes were vacant like a puppet, his expression grim. This is the method of a cultist. He suddenly looked up, his sharp gaze fixed on Lady Alice, whose face had turned pale due to the sudden turn of events. My lady, the user of the soul control cannot be far from the puppet. That cultist must still be in this castle. I suggest you immediately seal off the castle and search for all suspicious individuals. Crash! Before Jack's words had finished, the glass of a nearby window shattered. A shadow leaped out from the broken window, stumbling slightly as it landed, then limping away into the darkness. Alice reacted quickly. Although her beautiful eyes still bore a trace of lingering fear, she almost instantly issued a clear command. Guards, immediately seal off all entrances and exits of the castle. Search every corner. Knight Ryan, you take a team and chase that fleeing shadow, no matter what it takes. Take this controlled servant down and lock him in the dungeon. My lady, Lucas and I will go after him too. Jack immediately said. After speaking, he yanked Lucas, who was frantically stuffing roasted goose into his mouth, and dragged him toward the door. However, as soon as they burst out of the castle gate, Jack did not immediately follow Ryan's large group, but pulled Lucas into a nearby shadowy alley. What's the point of eating at a time like this? Jack looked at Lucas, whose cheeks were stuffed like a squirrel, and couldn't help but laugh in anger. With this mindset, you deserve to be an investigator. Teacher, I've been running with you all day. Isn't it normal to eat something? Lucas mumbled in protest, his tone filled with grievance. Do you really think everyone is as much of a physical monster as you are? All right, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Jack's expression became serious again. He glanced around to confirm there was no one else before lowering his voice. The array to contact the White Tower has failed. Something has cut off all communication between this castle and the outside world. You need to try to get out of the city immediately and be clever about it. He emphasized the word try. Lucas quickly swallowed the food in his mouth, and his expression turned serious. Understood, it's to act as bait, right? Jack nodded heavily. All messages sent out have sunk like stones. The only letter meant for me arrived safely. I'm afraid that the two of us, or rather I, have been targeted from the very beginning. So, your action this time will be very dangerous, and I cannot guarantee your safety. As he spoke, Jack paused, his gaze intensely fixed on his young apprentice. Are you afraid of death, kid? Lucas scoffed, pulling out a silver flintlock pistol intricately engraved from his leather bag. He skillfully checked the ammunition and poured himself a bottle of orange-red potion. If I were afraid of death, would I become an investigator? He lifted his head, displaying the arrogance and confidence of youth. Don't worry, teacher, I am an excellent graduate of the academy. Just then, Ryan hurried back with a team of guards. Jack, that shadow was a decoy, he said with a serious expression. It disappeared not far after running out. It must be an illusion spell. The real one is likely still in the castle. About what I guessed, Jack nodded. He patted Ryan on the shoulder. Then I'll leave the safety of this kid to you. I'll head back to interrogate that cultist. Ryan nodded, and the group immediately split up. Jack turned around and re-entered the castle. But as soon as he stepped inside, he bumped into Countess Alice, who was coming out. The young girl had regained her composure. Upon seeing Jack, she calmly nodded. "We've already captured the person, and they are currently in the dungeon." Chapter 40: Interrogation in the Castle Dungeon. In an isolated cell, the captured cultist was chained to the wall with heavy iron chains. His black robe was torn from the previous struggle, revealing skin that was pale to the point of transparency. His face was young, perhaps only a few years older than Lucas, but his eyes held none of the vitality of youth, only a dead, fanatical stillness. He hung his head low, disheveled black hair obscuring his brows and eyes. Yet the corners of his mouth held a strange and serene smile. Jack stopped outside the cell door, examining this excessively calm young man through the cold iron bars. "You're calmer than I expected." Jack's voice echoed slightly in the empty dungeon. The cultist slowly raised his head, the smile on his pale face becoming more pronounced, carrying a sense of condescension and pity. "Those like you, the unbelievers, naturally cannot understand the nobility of dedicating oneself to the Lord." His voice was soft yet exceptionally clear. "Sacrifice is a gift." He scoffed, his hollow gaze sweeping over Jack and Alice. "And do you really think you've won? Don't be naive. In the grand plan of our Lord, this little disturbance is merely the first note of the prelude. This city, this land, is destined to become kindling for the heavenly fire." Jack remained expressionless, uninterested in the fanatic-esque cliches. He wasted no more words and took out a slender crystal vial from his pocket. The vial contained a viscous, ominous-looking purplish-black liquid. He signaled for the guard to open the cell door, and before the cultist could react, he grabbed his chin and brutally forced the entire vial of potion into his mouth. The cultist struggled violently, coughing, but the potion had already slipped down his throat into his stomach. Almost instantly, the fervor in his eyes faded, his pupils dilated suddenly, becoming hollow and dazed, like a puppet from which the soul had been extracted. Jack released his grip, allowing him to slump against the wall, drool flowing unconsciously from the corner of his mouth. He turned to Alice, his expression serious. "My lady, this is the mental diminishment potion. It can temporarily break down the target's will barrier, but the side effects are significant. It will take the user several hours to recover to a state suitable for questioning. To obtain the clues we need as soon as possible, I dare to ask for your assistance." Alice nodded solemnly. "That is precisely why I am here, Mr. Jack." She stepped in front of the cultist and slowly raised her right hand. A faint blue light emerged from her palm. She gently pressed her glowing palm against the cultist's forehead. The light flashed and disappeared. Alice withdrew her hand, her face slightly pale. "All right, you can begin questioning now." Jack stepped forward, lowering his body, his gaze sharp as he fixed on the cultist's hollow eyes. "We're your accomplices now. What is your ultimate plan?" The cultist's lips moved, mumbling incoherently like a sleepwalker. "My companions are all waiting at the final site of the ritual. We are to ignite the heavenly fire. Where is the final location?" Jack pressed, his voice carrying an irresistible authority. The cultist's body trembled violently, and his hollow gaze suddenly refocused in an instant. No, it was not the original gaze. The previous fervor and the later days had disappeared, replaced by a bottomless, ancient will tinged with mockery. Alice's eyes widened in uncertainty, and she exclaimed, "No, there's another consciousness inside him." The cultist, whose body had been occupied, slowly turned his neck, examining Jack with a scrutinizing gaze, as if confirming a long-lost collection. Then he smiled, a smile completely incongruous with this young vessel, an ancient and knowing smile. A strange voice emerged from his mouth, calm, clear, and carrying a hint of relieved satisfaction. "Fortunately, the item is still with you." "That's good." The moment Jack heard this voice, it felt as if all the blood in his body had frozen. His pupils constricted suddenly, and his expression darkened. It's you." However, he received no answer. The will that had occupied the cultist's body seemed to have completed its confirmation and withdrew in an instant. The cultist's body lurched forward and then collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, his head drooping weakly, completely silent. Jack's expression turned extremely grim in an instant. "Mr. Jack?" Alice supported his swaying body, her tone filled with concern and confusion. "Do you know that strange wolf from just now?" Jack turned his head with difficulty, his Adam's apple bobbing, and finally nodded. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded at the entrance of the dungeon, and Ryan and Lucas appeared in the firelight. They both bore the marks of battle, covered in dirt and blood, especially Lucas, whose left arm was tightly wrapped in thick bandages, with dark red blood seeping through. Jack's gaze immediately fell on his injured arm. Lucas noticed the teacher's gaze and waved his right hand nonchalantly. "I got ambushed by those madmen by accident." He grinned, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. "It was a withering spell. Fortunately, I took the survival of the fittest potion in advance, or I would have left this arm behind." Knight Ryan stepped forward, his expression grave as he took over the conversation. "Just as you predicted, Jack. We were ambushed. Lucas had just left the city not far when a group of cultists and the thugs they controlled suddenly appeared out of nowhere. They surrounded Lucas directly. But luckily this kid is quite capable and held on until we arrived to rescue him." Jack furrowed his brows, catching the key point. "Appeared out of nowhere." "Exactly." Lucas nodded immediately, the confusion on his face far outweighing the fear. "I also found it absurd. The road out of the city is a flat plain with excellent visibility. I was vigilant the whole way and can say with absolute certainty that there were no hiding places around. But they just walked right out from the open space in front of me, as if tearing through an invisible curtain. A group teleportation spell of this scale would require burning out a lot of cultists' brains. What if that's not a mystical spell?" Jack's voice lowered, carrying an unsettling certainty. "What if it's alchemy?" Lucas was taken aback, then his eyes widened in shock. "Alchemy? Teacher, do you mean that a sorcerer has betrayed the White Tower? The ability to so precisely and specifically disrupt the White Tower's communication array already indicates a lot of issues." Jack fished out his pipe from his pocket, hesitated for a moment, but did not light it, merely holding it in his hand. "But we'll discuss this later." He glanced at the corpse in the dungeon, redirecting the topic. "First, tell me about your results. Did you capture any live ones? Have you contacted the White Tower?" Ryan shook his head, a hint of frustration on his face. "No live ones. Those guys died quietly not long after being captured. We examined the bodies, and the cause of death was the same as those found in the city. However, there's some good news." Lucas interjected, his fatigued face finally showing a hint of excitement. "After leaving a certain distance from Westia, the communication array could be used normally again. I've reported the situation here to the White Tower, and they have already made arrangements according to the emergency plan for the arrival of an unknown evil god. Reinforcements are on the way." Jack's shoulders visibly relaxed. Finally, there was some good news. He turned to Alice, his tone becoming unusually serious. "My lady, in order to stabilize the situation, please give the order for a citywide curfew immediately. The urgency of the situation may have far exceeded our imagination." Alice nodded without hesitation and immediately issued the command. Ryan took the order and hurried off to make arrangements. Alice looked at Jack, her eyes filled with inquiry. "So now, Mr. Jack, can you explain who that unknown consciousness that possessed the believer earlier was?" She paused and added, "And what did that strange phrase he said mean? The thing is still with you?" Chapter 41, A Commission. Jack fell silent for a moment, and after a while, he let out a deep sigh. "The matter must start from a commission I took a year ago." His gaze became distant, lost in memories. "At that time, I had just returned from a holiday in Kienlia, and Tali had assigned me a security inspection task, which had a good pay and was quite simple. I just needed to confirm that an alchemist living in the Black Forest outside the city was not conducting any illegal experiments. I accepted it without much thought. But when I found a location according to the map, I saw a tower." Jack's voice halted, a dry rolling sound coming from his throat. "Hey, alchemy tower." "An alchemy tower?" Lucas exclaimed. "Are you sure you're not mistaken? In such a desolate wilderness? An independent alchemist having a fully equipped laboratory would be considered wealthy. The cost of building an alchemy tower is enough to equal a duke's territory's annual taxes. Moreover, without the source of miracles connecting to the capital's White Tower, an alchemy tower cannot operate at all. I was as shocked as you are now." Jack shook his head, but that tower was indeed right before my eyes, radiating the unique, pure energy glow of a large alchemical array. Then the tower door opened, and a white-haired boy walked out. He looked only about 16 or 17 years old, wearing a simple white robe, appearing relaxed, and waved at me as if welcoming an old friend. Jack paused for a moment, seemingly searching for the right words. Then suddenly, I felt a wave of dizziness, my mind going blank, and I followed him into that tall tower. He walked ahead, and I numbly followed behind. Then we arrived at an extremely bizarre room. At this point, Jack's breathing became somewhat rapid, and he instinctively tightened his grip on his pipe. The ceiling of that room had a layer of deep crimson, eerie liquid that looked like blood. Yes, you heard it right. That liquid seemed lighter than air, suspended beneath the ceiling like an inverted sea of blood, rippling slightly. I took just one glance and felt an indescribable terror, stemming from a primal instinct of life, and hurriedly lowered my head. Alice and Lucas held their breath. After lowering my head, I finally saw the floor of the room, which was an incredibly complex alchemical array. At the center of the array lay a massive, irregular black crystal stone about the size of a carriage. And at the top of that giant stone was a seed. A seed? Lucas's eyes widened. That's right. Jack's expression became extremely complicated. It was an oval-shaped, white transparent crystal about the size of a walnut. But the moment I saw it, I naturally understood it was a seed. Cognitive indoctrination. Lucas was startled again. This was a sign of contamination. Yes, a typical knowledge-based contamination, Jack nodded, a hint of bitterness appearing on his face. But at that time, my thoughts were already quite numb, and I couldn't respond in time. Then the white-haired boy spoke. He told me that the black giant stone came from beyond the heavens and was obtained by accident. He used this stone for experiments, but was caught off guard by the contamination hidden within it. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and used the power of the entire alchemy tower to temporarily suppress it before it got out of control. However, this contamination could not be eradicated. He had to self-exile with the entire tower and sink into the real world. But before that, there was one thing he had to deliver. It was that crystal seed. It was the pure experimental result he obtained after eliminating all contamination, which he referred to as the seed of the heart. At this point, Jack suddenly stopped, his right hand uncontrollably brushing against his chest, where there was clearly nothing. Then, he handed that seed to me. Suddenly, I went black before my eyes and lost all consciousness. When I woke up again, I was lying at the edge of the Black Forest. That white alchemy tower, that white-haired boy, had all vanished, as if they had never existed. Alice frowned. So you mean, the unknown will just now was that mysterious alchemist you encountered a year ago? And what he referred to as the thing is the seed of the heart that was given to you back then? That's right. Jack's voice was extremely certain. The voice of that cultist after the sudden change was exactly the same as that of the alchemist back then. Then Sir Lucas immediately asked, "Did you not hand over the seed of the heart to the White Tower?" Jack smiled bitterly. The problem lies here. After I woke up, the first thing I did was check all my pockets and searched every inch of the surrounding land. But I couldn't find any so-called seed at all. I realized that I might have been set up and immediately contacted the White Tower. Guess what happened next? Jack looked at his apprentice, speaking each word slowly. The White Tower had never issued this commission at all. Lucas's eyes widened. What? There was no information about my task in their mission records. My commission letter had also disappeared, leaving only my memory as solitary evidence. After that, I was recalled to the White Tower for the highest level of inspection, from body to soul. But the result was that nothing was found. Even Sir Leo, the sage, personally met with me, but even he could not see anything. The air in the dungeon seemed to freeze. The occasional crackling sound of the torches became the only noise. Jack's story came to an end. That bizarre experience weighed heavily on his heart for an entire year. At this moment, when he finally recounted it completely, that weight did not lessen in the slightest. Instead, it transformed into a deeper shadow, enveloping this small prison cell. After that, I was kept under observation at the White Tower for nearly half a year. One round after another of mental evaluations, one soul probing after another, yet still found nothing. It was because of this incident that I truly considered retirement. He raised his head, and in his weathered eyes, there flickered a sharp light that was almost self-deprecating. But I never expected that the aftermath of that bizarre experience would await me thousands of miles away in Westia. Now it seems that all the messengers seeking help have vanished without a trace, and only I received a letter from Ryan. This is not a coincidence, but a carefully orchestrated inducement. Jack tightened his grip on his pipe, the joints turning slightly pale from the pressure. They deliberately led me here. I just don't understand what position I, an old man about to retire, hold in their plans. Silence fell again in the dungeon. The arrogance and confidence on Lucas's face had long since vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor in the face of the unknown. But no matter what, Mr. Jack, you're still safe now. The young Lady Lord's clear blue eyes showed no signs of panic, but instead sparkled with astonishing calmness and rationality. Her voice was not loud, but each word was clear. This means that their plan is still a distance from complete success. Moreover, Alice's gaze swept over the bandage on Lucas's arm, her tone growing more resolute. Mr. Lucas has successfully sent out the distress signal. This means we are not too far behind, and we still have a chance to fight back. The atmosphere in the dungeon has finally eased a bit. Jack nodded slowly and forced a smile. That's right. We still have a chance. This time, I must catch that sorcerer and find out what he really is. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from above the stone steps. A guard rushed to the cell door, knelt on one knee, and spoke loudly. My lord, there are 5 individuals claiming to be investigators outside the city, requesting to enter. In the next moment, joy uncontrollably spread across everyone's faces. So soon, Lucas was the first to speak, his fatigue swept away, replaced by the excitement of having survived a disaster. Great! The response speed of the White Tower is still so reliable. Alice's shoulders relaxed slightly, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Jack let out a long breath, as if trying to expel all the pent-up frustration from the entire night. A long-lost, genuine smile appeared on his face as he heavily patted Lucas's shoulder. The first batch of reinforcements has arrived. His voice was loud and powerful, echoing in the cold dungeon, dispelling the last traces of gloom. Kid, get ready. Next, let those sneaky rats see what it means to be investigators who know how to fight. Chapter 42. The boy and the silver coin. Then, in Chen Yan's eyes, everything seemed to be pressed with the fast-forward button. Reinforcements arrived in waves to this small town shrouded in dark clouds. Investigators from the White Tower, with their unique shrewdness and competence, seeped into every corner of Westia like water. Deep in the streets, abandoned warehouses, and filthy, chaotic slums, they left no suspicious inch unchecked. In front of these professionals, a group of mad cultists had nowhere to hide. The alchemical array nodes concealed beneath the city's fabric were precisely identified one by one and then destroyed. The scales of victory were visibly tilting. Ultimately, all clues pointed to the same place, the bell tower. Inside the bell tower, an underground secret chamber, concealed by magic, was violently breached. When Jack, Ryan, Lucas, and the young lord stepped in with several elite investigators, everyone felt a sense of relief. On the ground, a complex and sinister alchemical array quietly emitted a faint residual glow. As long as they dealt with this, it would be over. Finally, it was about to end. Lucas let out a long breath, his face unable to hide its relaxation. Jack took out a bottle containing a silver liquid from his pocket, twisted the cap open, and was about to pour the potion onto the array on the ground. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Without warning, without any magical fluctuations, and not even a ripple of air, a figure appeared in the center of the chamber, where the core of the array should have been. He wore a simple white robe, and his long white hair fell gently. It was the mysterious alchemist who had appeared in Jack's memories. The boy casually raised his hand, his fair fingertips lightly tapping the air. A pure white microarray composed of countless intricate runes emerged at his fingertips, spinning and then dissipating. Everyone present, including Jack, instantly froze, as if held in place by invisible shackles, unable to move even a finger. Jack's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. It's you. He struggled to squeeze out a voice from his throat. What exactly are you? The boy smiled gently, even friendlily, in response. Me? I'm just an alchemist. His voice was soft, yet clearly reached everyone's ears. However, compared to you mundane people, I know a bit more. Impossible. The ease on Lucas's face had long vanished, replaced by extreme shock. Even an evil god, without rituals and mediums, would never be able to interfere with reality so easily. You. Before Lucas could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the boy's laughter. The boy seemed to find it amusing, laughing heartily. An evil god? The greatest threat you can imagine is those strange beings gathered around the dining table, feasting on the world's fallen scraps. Authority? It's simply ridiculous. He shook his head, and in his eyes, which seemed to contain stars, there was a hint of pity. You have no idea what kind of existence this world is about to face. Jack stared at him fixedly, his voice hoarse and deep. What do you want to do? Yes, let's get back to the point. The boy seemed to find explaining troublesome and nodded slightly. In short, in order to save this world, I need a flame from the stars. And this city is the carefully chosen kindling. After finishing, he slightly raised his head, as if his gaze penetrated the thick rock layers and ceiling, looking toward the boundless night sky. He smiled and said, "There is still a bit of time until the right moment. We can continue to chat." Sigh. Lighting kindling like this should have been the work of those fools. But they're simply too useless, incapable of even stalling for time. He suddenly turned his gaze to Jack, shifting the topic. However, this also proves that my deliberate choice of this city and bringing you here was indeed not redundant. Jack's heart sank. What do you mean? The boy, however, did not look at him again, but directed his gaze toward Alice. My lady, the young lord. Alice did not respond, only glaring at him fiercely, her azure eyes filled with hatred and anger. The boy paid no mind, continuing to speak to himself. In 3 minutes, the stars will reach a specific position. At that time, heavenly fire will descend, sweeping through this city, and you and your people will turn to ashes in the fierce flames. But I can give you a chance to save them. Don't you think your words contradict each other? Alice said coldly. Of course not. The boy's smile remained gentle. Because what I need is a flame that lasts long enough. But even just a glimmer of light from that one would burn down the entire Westia in the blink of an eye, which is not enough. So, I thought of a better idea. A dream. For the first time, a look of near madness appeared on the boy's face. Dreams are the most special existence in this world. They exist on the boundary between reality and illusion, a reflection of reality, a breeding ground for imagination. Even what we call reality may just be the foolish dreams of some great being. Therefore, with the seed I have refined, a sufficiently firm dream can carry and sustain this heavenly fire, allowing it to burn longer. And your people, they can survive the disaster, living on in your dream. He spread his hands, a proud smile on his face. So how about it? Isn't this idea perfect? On what basis do you think I would do as you say? Alice's face had turned ashen. Because you're the Lord, I carefully chose. The boy's tone was full of confidence. In this day and age, it's hard to find a noble who genuinely benefits the commoners. If limited to the Lasian family, it's even harder. Your determination, your kindness, and your laughable, outdated sense of family honor guarantee that you will do as I say. You will have no choice but to do your utmost to give birth to that dream. Alice coldly looked at him. What if I say no? A hint of mockery appeared on the boy's face. The gentle disguise finally ripped away. Then I would burn this city down and go somewhere else to try again. There will always be new methods. He stepped forward, looking down at the girl. My lady, don't you understand? The ones who truly have no choice are always the weak ones like you. My lady, Jack's tone was heavy. Don't believe him. What he says isn't necessarily true. And even if it is true, as the one who activates this power, you will undoubtedly pay an unimaginable price. Alice slowly shook her head. Her gaze swept over Jack, over Lucas, and finally landed on the boy's face. Her voice was dry and hollow. Yes, not wrong. We have no choice. The moment her words fell, the boy snapped his fingers with satisfaction. Then he began to chant a long string of obscure syllables. In the center of the alchemical array on the ground, a faint crimson flame appeared out of nowhere, quickly swelling into a fire that devoured everything. At the same time, the boy raised his right hand, aiming at Jack from a distance, making a grasping motion. Pop! A hole silently tore open in Jack's left chest. A crystal seed, translucent and radiating a soft white light, slowly flew out from his flesh and drifted in front of Alice. The young man gestured to Alice as if inviting her. The invisible shackles binding Alice quietly unraveled. She let out a long breath, as if that breath took away all the vitality from her body. She raised her head. using all her strength, seemingly wanting to deeply engrave the smiling face of the demon into her memory. Then, she extended her trembling hands and grasped the seed. It instantly emanated from her palm, filling the entire basement. Immediately afterward, countless vines, accompanied by rapidly spreading crimson flames, surged madly from the basement, covering the entire city. Above the plain, the small border town named Wasteland, at this moment quietly, disappeared in a distortion of silent light. How spectacular! In the basement interwoven with flames and vines, the white-haired young man sighed softly. He allowed the vines to wrap around Jack, Lucas, and others, dragging them into the depths of dreams. The entire world was left with only him and this blazing, eternal fire. He slowly closed his eyes, as if sensing something. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. He abruptly turned his head to look at the place where Jack had just fallen, and for the first time, pure surprise appeared in his indifferent eyes. "Who are you?" In a sea of fire, Chen Yin still stood there. Since Jack fell, his body had regained control. He didn't team move, just quietly watched this memory reach its final scene. Now, looking at the white-haired boy, he belatedly realized he was no longer in that memory, and the culprit had always remained deep in the ruins of this clock tower. Chen Yin thought for a moment and seriously replied, "I don't want to tell you." Before his words fell, he flipped his palm. Hundreds of order coins appeared out of thin air, converging into a pure, brilliant golden torrent. That light was warm and majestic, as if it were the embodiment of order itself. The moment the coins floated in Chen Yan's hand, the surprise on the boy's face instantly transformed into complete shock. This purity of order. In the next second, the golden torrent rushed in, completely engulfing him. No screams, no struggles. The boy's body melted in the golden light like ice and snow. But in the place where he completely disappeared, a silver coin, flickering with a faint light, quietly hovered in the air, also radiating the aura of order. At the same time, a voice filled with longing and jealousy directly echoed in Chen Yan's mind. "That deity truly has a twisted sense of humor. I have painstakingly researched for countless times, paying any price, yet I couldn't comprehend the highest level of alchemy. And yet, he directly granted such pure authority to you." Chen Yan listened to his words and replied expressionlessly, "Yeah, I'm just better than you. Does it annoy you? You can't just feel it's natural when you're the one benefiting, bro." Then, his gaze sharpened. The hovering silver coin suddenly turned to ashes. In his mind, the boy's voice also completely vanished. In the sea of fire in the clock tower, Chen Yan turned around and looked at the dark figure of old Jack standing at the door, shrugging his shoulders. "Very well, then. What should we do next?" Chapter 43, Alchemy and Civilization. The sea of flames deep within the clock tower did not diminish in the slightest due to the disappearance of the white-haired youth. The crimson flames continued to burn silently, scorching the contours of space. At the entrance, the dark silhouette of old Jack remained still, like a silent guardian. However, at this moment, there was an additional figure beside him. It was a girl radiating a soft blue light. She was still dressed in a well-tailored blue gown, with delicate features and a dignified demeanor. It was the young Countess Alice from his memories, but this time she did not have dark circles under her eyes. Chen Yan's gaze swept over the two of them. In his view, within old Jack's dark shadow, there was an old-fashioned flintlock pistol reminiscent of the former evil spirit Mike. The glowing girl seemed to be composed of pure light, presenting a semi-transparent texture similar to Ophelia, but with a touch of eerie blue effect. Upon hearing Chen Yan's question, the dark silhouette of old Jack slightly bowed and then dissipated into the air. The blue-glowing Alice took a few steps forward, came before Chen Yan, and performed a standard noble curtsy. "Thank you, foreign guest, for expelling the demons from Westia." Her voice was soft, carrying an inhuman hollowness, with emotions so flat that joy could not be discerned. It was just a small effort. Chen Yan waved his hand, then seemed to remember something. "But by the way, if that's the case, why did you arrange for a dragon to attack my restaurant?" Alice's blue eyes flickered slightly. "I'm very sorry, but after seeing you help Oliver, we judged that you might be a benevolent presence. Therefore, we also want to show you our goodwill, so..." At this point, Alice paused. Her expression seemed a bit conflicted, as if unsure whether she should say more. Seeing her expression, Chun Yan's curiosity was piqued, and he pressed on. So, according to my memory, people tend to have great fondness for heroes who defeat evil dragons, so you staged a hero versus dragon performance in front of my restaurant? Chen Yan's expression became extremely strange. Now he felt like he had guessed a conspiracy, only to find out that they were merely expressing goodwill. Alice fell silent for a moment, and even the glow she emitted seemed to dim a few degrees. After a long while, this young lady of the nobility continued. I apologize. I do not understand humanity very well. If this has caused you any trouble, I sincerely apologize. It's nothing. Chun Yan waved his hand. From the outcome, your actions weren't wrong. Let's talk about what we should do next. Chun Yan's gaze swept across the surrounding crimson flames. Clearly, this matter was not over yet. Do you have a way to extinguish the flames? Chun Yan asked. Alice shook her head, her tone revealing a sense of powerlessness. No. This flame burns the very existence of the city of Wasteland itself, igniting the past, present, and future all at once. It burns on every branch of mine and has long since merged with me in this dream. She paused and then shifted her tone. However, if you can find a way to temporarily detach the consciousness of all the residents from my power, while ensuring they do not remember this fire, then I would be able to sever the connection with the flames and completely end this disaster. Chen Yan thought for a moment, but ultimately had no clue. He raised his head to look at Alice. Let's first go check out the source of these flames. Alice nodded slightly, then turned and walked towards a descending staircase deep within the sea of flames. Chen Yan followed closely behind. Unlike the sea of flames in the upper part of the clock tower that burned everything, the basement presented an entirely different scene. Countless tendrils radiating a ghostly blue light grew from every crevice in the walls, floor, and ceiling, intertwining and coiling to create a dreamlike spectacle. The air was filled with specks of light dust, making one feel as if they were in a dream. In the center of the basement, there was a cluster of crimson flames shooting upwards, tightly bound by countless layers of intertwining vines, extending upwards to support the sea of flames in the clock tower. However, Chen Yan's attention was focused on a skeleton in the corner. It sat quietly against the wall, its hands crossed over its chest, in a peaceful posture. Looking at it, Chen Yan's gaze couldn't help but fixate. As you can see, she is the true Countess Alice Lakian. Alice's voice sounded beside Chen Yan. On that day, she wove a beautiful dream with her bloodline and soul as the guide, bringing everyone into this sanctuary constructed from her will. And the girl stretched out her translucent hand and gently caressed the top of the skeleton's head. I merely seized the will of the seed that robbed her of all her memories. So I do not understand humanity. Everything I know comes from her memories, not from my personal experience. That was a pure chaos. No time, no space, no self. Until a certain moment, a warm and long dream slowly unfolded from afar, like a tide submerging it. The resurrecting seed was instinctively drawn into it, beginning to extend that dream while simultaneously drawing upon the power that sustained it. It took a long time for it to realize that the power came from the owner of this dream, a girl exhausted to the bone. When it understood all this, the girl's breath had already become as thin as withered leaves. I'm sorry. This was its first time speaking. The girl raised her eyes, as if confirming something, and revealed a faint smile. So you can talk too. She did not show any expression of blame or resentment. Actually, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. At least, I can finally get some sleep. From the moment of birth, the glory carried in her bloodline had prevented her from resting. Those disasters that might occur, the mysterious and terrifying shadows filled every one of her dreams. But this time, I can finally have a beautiful dream. Her voice gradually lowered. I will dream of a quiet city, dream of a hero who can protect it. Dim light fell from her fingertips, transforming into tiny, star-like particles in the air, carried away by the wind into the void. In this way, Westia can continue to exist. She looked up at it, her gaze gentle. Finally, if possible, please help me maintain this dream. Okay? At that moment, the naive consciousness felt a dull, stinging pain. Later, in the inherited memories, it learned the name of this feeling, sadness. Thus, it gathered the scattered memories of the girl and silently made a promise. I will maintain it. In your name, Chen Yin looked at the Alice before him, transformed into the will of the vines, and felt no surprise. After all, the inhumanity she exhibited was too strong. She had done everything she could do. He shook his head, centering his mind. So now it's our turn. He focused his gaze on the source of the flames before him, but the text in his mind declared his helplessness. Detected a glance from the entity. Would you like to spend 100,000 gold to interrupt? Warning, insufficient current gold amount, 100,000 gold. Chen Yan's eyelid twitched. So expensive. Chen Yan cursed inwardly. It's not that he was to blame for developing a reliance on spending money. It was mainly because he truly did not understand the logic behind these extraordinary powers. The only thing left to do is to throw money at it. But the problem is he doesn't have enough money now. He took a deep breath and raised his head. Perhaps I have a way, but I need money, a lot of money. Is there money here? I mean, real money. Alice nodded. The Viscount's treasury, as well as the resident's own savings, have been preserved along with the dream. That's good. A smile appeared on Chen Yan's face. Can you adjust the dream so that everyone in the city goes to my restaurant to eat and pays with real gold and silver? A hint of confusion flashed in Alice's blue eyes, but she nodded without hesitation. As you wish. Chen Yan nodded in satisfaction and then found a clean corner in the basement, leaned against the wall, and closed his eyes. Inside the main store, Chen Yan's body trembled suddenly, and then he opened his eyes. He immediately stood up, clapped his hands, and the crisp sound echoed in the hall. Don't just stand around. Get to work. A big order is coming. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of clattering sounds from the kitchen seemed to respond to his call. Lilith walked out from behind the counter, her ruby-like eyes looking at Chen Yan with curiosity, but also hesitance. However, Chen Yan didn't make her wait long. He directly pulled over a chair, sat down, and waved at her. He then briefly shared all his experiences. Lilith's eyes widened slightly in shock, but quickly turned into a thoughtful expression. After speaking, Chen Yan's gaze passed over Lilith and landed directly on the skull on the counter. Enka, don't you have anything to say? Chen Yan's voice was neither heavy nor light. For example, that silver coin that also contains the power of order. Or that so-called the highest level of alchemy? After a series of grating sounds, Enka's unpleasant voice rang out. Manager, your experience this time is indeed quite interesting. As that mysterious sorcerer said, the so-called ultimate pursuit of alchemy in this world is for you, the order that is as easy to manipulate as your own limbs. Enka's voice carried an indifferent tone of knowing everything. What is so strange about gold itself? Why do those sorcerers insist on naming the technology that catalyzes the transformation of all things as alchemy? The answer is simple. What they seek has never been gold. Rather, it is the value bestowed upon gold by civilization. In other words, it is the only order that permits civilization among the myriad of extraordinary veins. After all, the equivalent circulating among people is precisely the original thread of civilization. And you, manager, have probably encountered a sorcerer who has made significant achievements in this field. So, if I am not mistaken, what he left here is just a doppelganger, right? Chen Yan asked coldly. Enka let out a hoarse laugh. That is not something I can know. After all, I'm just a poor prisoner locked in this tiny space. However, if you, manager, are willing to grant me a moment of freedom to explore outside, then don't even think about it. Chen Yan interrupted him directly. Then he squinted. You've never shown any intention to leave here before. Why the sudden change of heart this time? Enka's laughter became strange. Because I'm a bit curious too, about that boy you mentioned who might have already touched the threshold. Perhaps he could be an old acquaintance? Chen Yan frowned and ignored this riddle. Because at this moment, the restaurant was once again filled with shadows. Through the glass, Chen Yan could clearly see that this time, they were no longer holding glowing vines, but coins shimmering with gold and silver luster, as well as various jewels. Seeing this, his mood finally brightened. However, just then, Enka's voice rang out again, carrying a hint of obvious mockery. Manager, you're not planning to forcibly cut off that presence in the corner of your eye by directly spending order gold coins, are you? Chen Yan turned to look at the counter, his tone filled with confusion. Isn't that possible? Of course it is. It's just that the final cost may be much higher than what you currently know, much higher. So, why not try a more cost-effective method? Chapter 44. development of new dishes as soon as the restaurant's door opened. It could never be closed again. The residents from the dream world poured in one after another, like puppets pulled by invisible threads. Their faces still bore that hollow and numb expression, but in their hands, they held genuine treasures from the past. Gold coins, silverware, and brooches embedded with gems sparkled under the orange light. Lilith stood behind the counter, her pale fingertips gently tracing the air. A miniature magical array made of pure darkness quietly emerged at her fingertips. Whenever a resident placed coins or jewels on the counter, those treasures would silently vanish, devoured by the array. It was just a simple spatial displacement spell. Lilith noticed Chen Yan's gaze and explained softly. It was small in scale, a fixed-point teleportation that consumed almost no sanity, only a bit of mental energy. Her voice was steady, indeed lacking the severe side effects of sanity loss from before. Chen Yan felt relieved and nodded, watching piles of old treasures disappear at Lilith's fingertips. However, the constantly refreshing golden text in his mind made his smile gradually freeze. Transaction completed, transaction amount assessed. 1 order coin, transaction completed, transaction amount assessed. 2 order coins, transaction completed, transaction amount assessed. 1 order coin. An emerald jade pendant that could be exchanged for 10 coins in the shady port was worth only 1 here. A diamond-studded necklace barely fetched 2. The conversion efficiency was outrageously low. Chen Yan's face darkened. He abruptly turned to Enka, but before he could ask, Enka's unpleasant laughter, tinged with schadenfreude, rang out. Hee hee. That sorcerer is indeed a genius with significant achievements in alchemy. You should be grateful that his skills aren't perfect. Otherwise, you might not even receive a single coin now. Chen Yan felt the veins at his temples throb gently. At that moment, his hatred for the white-haired youth had reached an unprecedented level. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's financial path is like killing their parents. This was no ordinary enemy. He had to strike hard. With that in mind, Chen Yan suppressed his anger and coldly asked, "What did you mean by a more economical way earlier?" Very simple. Enka's voice carried an obvious delight. Since spending pure order is costly, why not try converting the power of the dream itself? Have you forgotten? There's a unique specialty ingredient here. Chen Yan's heart stirred, immediately understanding what he meant. The whispering dream vine. He then walked out of the restaurant and picked a fresh piece of the dream vine. It emitted a ghostly blue glow, surrounded by what seemed to be stardust swirling around. It looked quite dreamy, but obviously didn't stimulate appetite much. He cast a layer of protection on himself and took a small bite. The texture was between that of radish and raw yam, soft with a hint of plant bitterness. So, how to use it to make food? A flurry of ideas flashed through Chen Yan's mind, only to be dismissed one by one. Nothing seemed reliable. Just as he was at a loss, he remembered something. Mike's dice. Effect 1. Throw it to divine the success or failure of a matter. It will likely predict accurately, but has a very small chance of being wrong. After all, gamblers always tend to overlook that small probability events can also happen. A smile crept onto Chen Yan's lips. He tightened his grip on the dice, mentally setting the point boundaries for success and failure, then proceeded to divine those uncertain methods one by one. In the end, only 2 methods were determined by the dice to produce special effects. The first was to mix the vine's juice with beer in a certain ratio. The second was to blanch it first, then use it for soup. Thus, he immediately took action. First, he poured a glass of beer, then added the dream vine's juice in a specific ratio. The liquid in the cup was instantly dyed a dreamy, deep blue, resembling a concentrated night sky. Countless tiny bubbles rose from the bottom of the cup, bursting, each bubble seemingly containing a fleeting miniature galaxy. A mix of malt aroma and some peculiar fragrance spread through the kitchen. Chen Yan's gaze lingered on the beer for a moment before he carried the stunning drink to find Lilith to confirm its effect. "Lilith, come take this." Stepping out of the kitchen, Chen Yan handed the prepared beer to Lilith, who was sitting behind the counter. Lilith looked up, and, upon seeing the cup that resembled a work of art, a glimmer of astonishment flashed in her ruby-like eyes. She then gently nodded and accepted the glass with both hands. At the same time, new text appeared in Chen Yan's mind. Starry Dream Beer, special, description, dreamy colors, rising bubbles. As if a whole summer night's sky has been captured in the cup. Drinking it will attune you to the dreams of this city. Consumption effect. Fully restores physical and mental energy. Grants entering dream state. Consciousness will briefly sink into the dream origin of Wasteland and converse with the Weaver of Dreams. Warning. This effect carries unknown risks. Looking at these descriptions, he couldn't help but frown. Conversing with the Weaver of Dreams? That meant meeting Alice? Then the effect was completely opposite to what he needed. He shook his head, preparing to try the second dish. Seeing Chen shake his head, Lilith was a bit puzzled. Manager, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Oh, it's nothing. Chen Yin turned back. The effect just doesn't meet my expectations. Lilith hesitated for a moment. Then, can I drink this? Chen Yin tilted his head and scrutinized her for a moment, then glanced at the cup of beer and said, you can give it a try. The effect should be quite interesting, but it's best to find a comfortable position first. After saying that, Chen Yin turned and returned to the kitchen, leaving Lilith alone. She was even more confused. Lowering her head, she carefully examined the dreamy drink, hesitating for a long time without making a move. But in the end, she cautiously brought the rim of the cup to her lips and took a small sip. The icy, slightly sweet liquid slid down her throat. In the next second, the girl's body suddenly shuddered. Her gaze instantly lost focus. Then, a vast expanse, made up of ghostly blue vines, suddenly appeared before her eyes. In the center of this realm, Alice, the will of the vines, sat quietly on a swing made of vines, emanating a soft glow. Seemingly sensing her arrival, the girl looked up with a trace of surprise on her face. Lilith was also surprised, but just as she was about to say something, the surrounding scenery suddenly began to ripple like water. After a dizzying spin, Lilith snapped back to reality, finding herself still standing behind the counter, still holding the cup of Starry Dream beer. The experience just now felt like a brief yet vivid dream. At this moment, she recalled Chen Yan's earlier words. Suddenly gaining some insight, her gaze returned to the beer in her hand, and her crimson eyes gradually filled with a light known as eagerness. However, she seemed to feel that this was inappropriate, her brow furrowing slightly in conflict. Ultimately, curiosity triumphed over everything. She murmured to herself, as if persuading herself. Since the manager said so, then it should be fine, right? Then, she tilted her head back and downed the remaining starry liquid in one go. Chapter 45. Forgetting worries in the kitchen, Chen Yin placed a suitable piece of purified, whispering dream vine on the cutting board. The vine was a deep blue, and under the light, tiny sparkles flowed within it, resembling a segment of a starry river. As Chen Yan's fingers touched the vine, a cool sensation spread from his fingertips, its texture unique. However, he did not rush to process it. Instead, he first summoned a fine piece of pork rib. The ribs were evenly marbled, with a balanced bone-to-meat ratio, making them ideal for soup. After soaking in clean water and blanching to remove the odor, he skimmed off the foam. After the entire process, the meat became firm and clean. Then, he refocused his attention on the piece of dream vine. He first blanched it in boiling water. Next, the kitchen knife gently sliced through, easily peeling away the tough outer skin to reveal the jelly-like, translucent core within. A strange, ethereal fragrance instantly filled the entire kitchen. The aroma penetrated his nostrils, relaxing the tense nerves that had been taut for a long time. Hud, hud, hud. The knife fell. With a crisp sound, the semi-transparent vine core was cut into chunks similar in size to the ribs. He heated the pan with a little oil. The blanched ribs were placed in the pan, frying until the surface turned a slight golden brown, locking in the meat juices while also forcing out excess fat. The meaty aroma instantly rose in the kitchen. He transferred the fried ribs into a clay pot, added sufficient clean water, a few slices of shiitake mushrooms, and a small handful of goji berries. He brought it to a boil over high heat, then switched to low heat to simmer. Time passed slowly amid the bubbling sounds. An hour later, Chen Yin lifted the pot lid and added the cut dream vine pieces into the pot. As those crystal-like vine chunks entered the boiling broth, they melted rapidly like ice and snow, transforming into wisps of light blue, flowing essence that swirled and merged in the milky broth. Eventually, the whole pot of soup was tinted with a clear, light blue, resembling the sky after the rain. The ethereal fragrance grew even stronger, blending harmoniously with the meaty aroma, creating a unique scent that was hard to describe, bringing a sense of tranquility. Chen Yin nodded in satisfaction, covered the pot again, and let the flavors meld for a while longer. When the time was about right, he ladled out a bowl of hot soup. However, when he approached the counter, he found a girl asleep with her head resting on the countertop. Her fair cheeks rested on her arms, and her silver hair cascaded like a waterfall, with a few playful strands gently swaying with her steady breathing. Her eyes, which usually held a hint of tension and vigilance, were now peacefully closed, casting a small shadow beneath her long eyelashes. Beside her hand, the glass that once held Starlit Dream beer was already empty. Lilith had once again arrived in this vast realm composed of deep blue vines. She curiously surveyed her surroundings. The blue vines converged beneath her feet to form solid ground and intertwined above her head to create a fantastical dome, with countless motes of light dancing like fireflies in the air. "You're back again." A clear voice sounded beside her. Lilith turned her head and saw the girl in the blue dress again. She was sitting on a thick vine, her smooth legs dangling in the air as she curiously observed Lilith. "Hello," Lilith greeted somewhat shyly. She could guess that the girl before her was the vines mentioned by the restaurant's manager, but she didn't know how to communicate with her. "Hello," Alice said, jumping down from the swing, her bare feet landing on the vine-formed ground as she walked briskly to Lilith. "I know you. You're from that restaurant. Did that amazing gentleman send you here?" "No." Lilith shook her head awkwardly. "I came on my own, through the beer." "Beer?" Alice tilted her head, looking confused. "Yes, the new beer made by the manager," Lilith explained softly, as if searching for a reasonable excuse for her actions. "The manager said it would be interesting to drink." Alice tilted her head, not pressing the issue any further, and slightly raised her left hand. The vine beside Lilith immediately began to grow and twist, quickly weaving another identical swing. "Do you want to swing?" Alice asked uncertainly. Lilith hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. The swing made of vines was surprisingly soft, yet sturdy. The two sat side by side, gently swaying, with neither speaking. Lilith gazed at this strange and dreamy realm, momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she turned to look at the quiet girl beside her, who was as still as a plant. But just as she was about to say something, a slight push suddenly came from behind her, as if someone were gently shaking her shoulder. Lilith's vision began to blur. "I have to go back," she said to Alice. "Huh? So soon?" A hint of obvious disappointment appeared on Alice's previously calm face. "Will you come again?" Lilith looked at her and, almost involuntarily, nodded. "If the restaurant still has that kind of beer." "Lilith, wake up." Chen Yan's voice rang in her ear. Lilith's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. In her ruby-like gaze, confusion flashed momentarily. But as she recognized Chen Yan before her, clarity quickly returned. "Manager." She sat up abruptly, a hint of embarrassment coloring her fair cheeks. "I'm sorry, I accidentally fell asleep." "It's fine." Chen Yan pushed the bowl of fragrant clear soup in front of her. "Just in time. The soup is ready. You take it, and I'll see how it turns out." Lilith took the soup bowl, and a refreshing, tranquil fragrance wafted over, instantly dispelling the drowsiness in her mind. She looked down. The soup was clear, displaying a light blue color reminiscent of the sky after rain. A few pieces of tender, stewed ribs lay quietly at the bottom of the bowl, adorned with bright red goji berries, creating a peculiar, yet harmonious appearance. Though the color was cool-toned, it didn't make it seem unappetizing. On the contrary, the strange blend of fruity aromas tempted her to take a sip immediately. Meanwhile, new golden text appeared in Chen Yan's mind. "Forget worries, clear soup, fine." Description: from exotic dream vine, resonating with mundane bones and meats, achieves a wondrous harmony through slow simmering. Drinking it will temporarily make you forget those worries and realities that do not belong to you, returning to your purest self. Consumption effect: completely restores stamina and spirit. Gains forget worries status. For 15 minutes, the target's cognition will be reshaped, temporarily forgetting all extraordinary related memories and knowledge, returning to ordinary person status. Warning: this effect is influenced by divinity. Lilith looked up at Chen Yan. At his nod, She picked up the spoon and carefully scooped a spoonful to her mouth. The next second, her eyes widened in surprise. There was no taste, or rather, it was not a flavor that could be described as fresh, salty, sweet, or fragrant. It was a feeling of being washed over by warm, pure water flowing from the depths of her soul. All fatigue, all dust, all weariness and tension were soothed and cleansed with that spoonful of soup. The warm broth slid into her stomach, transforming into a wave of warmth that instantly spread through her limbs. A pure, ultimate sense of peace and tranquility enveloped her. Chapter 46. Awakening from a dream, the moment the broth entered Lilith's mouth, her body trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. Soon after, the girl's ruby-red eyes, which always carried a hint of detachment and vigilance, began to radiate a pure curiosity and liveliness. An unprecedented sense of ease surged from the depths of her soul, prompting her to let out a long, soothing breath. "Wow, manager, this soup is so delicious." The girl's voice was crisp, infused with a bright tone Chen had never heard before. She lifted her head, and for the first time, her exquisite face displayed a smile devoid of any gloom. Chen paused for a moment, looking at Lilith, who seemed like a different person, momentarily bewildered. "How do you feel?" "I feel amazing," Lilith replied without hesitation, even playfully elongating the last syllable. "It feels like I forgot something." As she spoke, she scooped another large spoonful of soup and happily squinted her eyes. "Is this really Lilith?" Chen gazed at her lively demeanor, feeling a momentary daze. "Is this the effect of forget worries?" So, after forgetting all the extraordinary and suffering, she's like this. "Manager, why are you looking at me like that?" Lilith set down her empty soup bowl, tilting her head curiously, a strand of silver hair sliding off her shoulder. "Is there something on my face?" "No." Chen snapped back to reality, averting his gaze. "Just thought it was nice." "Huh?" Lilith blinked, feeling somewhat confused. "What's nice?" "Nothing," Chen replied. Just then, a thought struck Chen, and he briefly switched his consciousness to the clone in the clock tower basement. He quickly informed the vine-formed girl of his plan. "So next, I need you to guide all the residents to choose to buy my Forget Worries Clear Soup." "Understood." Alice nodded solemnly. Consciousness returned to the main body. Chen stood up and said to Lilith, who was enthusiastically watching the pots and pans fly around, "All right, you maintain some order. We will only sell Forget Worries Clear Soup from now on." "Okay." Lilith responded energetically, immediately taking action, using her clear voice to direct the dreamlike customers in the restaurant. "Everyone, don't push. One at a time. Come this way to pay first." In no time, the sound of coins clinking filled the air. From the kitchen window, bowls of clear soup, emanating a sky-like light blue glow, flew out continuously. The empty soup bowls flew back to the kitchen, entering the washing process, and then rejoined the assembly line. The entire restaurant maintained a bizarre, yet efficient order under Lilith's command and the restaurant's own rules. Chen watched her, a smile unconsciously tugging at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps, occasionally forgetting some worries isn't a bad thing. However, guided by Alice's will, the residents of Westia surged toward this small restaurant like a tide. The line extended from the shop door all the way to the end of the street, winding around a few corners, creating a spectacular scene. "Left for payment, right for soup, no crowding," Lilith shouted at the entrance. But her clear voice seemed a bit weak amidst the bustling crowd. Chen looked at the scene comparable to a sea of people, his expression growing increasingly serious. The shop was too small. Even with the kitchen fully automated, the speed of serving couldn't keep up. Moreover, Forget Worries only lasted 15 minutes. Time was limited, and this wouldn't do. If this dragged on, everything would be in vain. Although it was possible to speed up service by spending money, the kitchen was only so big, and it still wasn't enough. Just as his mind raced, contemplating possible solutions, a series of golden words began to refresh in his mind like a waterfall. "Transaction successful. Transaction amount assessed. 210 order coins. Current coins held, 10,010. Current coin count has surpassed 10,000 for the first time. Shop star rating increased by 1. Current star rating, 2 stars. Probability of creating fine quality food increased by 50%. Probability of creating rare quality food increased by 10. Maximum number of branches increased by 1. Current branch count. 1, 2. Unlock shop upgrade function. Current cost to upgrade shop is 5,000 coins. Would you like to upgrade? Chen Yan's eyes lit up instantly. What a timely opportunity. Without hesitation, he switched his consciousness to the clone beneath the clock tower. Establishing a branch. 300 order coins deducted. Branch establishment in progress. In front of the ruins of the clock tower, golden light suddenly appeared on the once empty ground. Flowing golden liquid surged out of nowhere, quickly outlining and pouring to form a restaurant identical to the main shop. Good again. After completing this, Chen Yan's consciousness returned to the main shop, silently reciting. Upgrade the shop. 5,000 coins consumed. Shop level upgraded from LV1 to LV2. Shop upgrading. The next moment, a change occurred. In Westia, both the main shop at the street corner and the branch in front of the clock tower were enveloped in a thick, unbreakable golden glow. Within the light, the outlines of the shops began to stretch and rise in a way that defied the laws of physics. The originally 2-story building rapidly grew in the golden light to 3 stories, then 4, finally transforming into a 5-story, elegantly styled building. The shop's footprint expanded several times, making the interior space more spacious and bright, and the kitchen size directly multiplied several times. This miraculous creation, the power to alter space, caused all the residents witnessing this scene to pause their actions, their vacant eyes flashing with indescribable shock. Meanwhile, in the distant twilight harbor, the branch on the hillside was also wrapped in brilliant golden light. Survivors dining in the restaurant felt as if the space around them had suddenly expanded several times. What happened? My goodness. It's the manager. It's the miracle of the manager. Farn, holding a wine glass, was boasting about his heroic deeds from his youth to Ophelia when he suddenly stumbled, nearly spilling his drink. He steadied himself, staring at the suddenly spacious and bright restaurant, which even had an extra floor, with his mouth agape, able to fit an egg inside. What is the principle behind this? Ethan murmured beside him, feeling as if his worldview had been refreshed once again. Westia, beneath the clock tower. As residents drank the forget worries clear soup, the ethereal blue light strands connecting to them began to snap one by one. Finally, when all the light strands were severed, the countless vines binding the crimson, celestial fire suddenly lost their strength. The flames, freed from their restraints, began to rage back. Alice let out a painful groan, her ethereal body becoming unstable. The light surrounding her dimmed at a visible rate. Without the support of the entire city stream, she could no longer suppress the flames originating from beyond the stars. But she did not retreat. Countless vines rolled back from every corner of the city, converging at the clock tower, forming a massive canopy made of vines and leaves, like an open giant umbrella, unhesitatingly plunging into the sea of flames. She wanted to let this disastrous fire burn out with her. Below the clock tower, Chen Yan's clone stood quietly. He looked at the spectacular scene of the sky burning in shades of blue and red, yet he felt no inclination to appreciate it. The vines were rapidly turning to ashes. Alice's figure also became thin and transparent, as if she would completely dissipate in the next moment. Is this your way? He finally spoke. Yes. The girl endured immense pain but still nodded, her voice faint. This is the only way. Chen Yan fell silent, until finally, only a small, crystal-clear vine, emitting a faint blue light, remained, about to disappear along with the flames that had also weakened to their limit. A relieved smile appeared on the girl's face. She slightly bowed to Chen Yan. Thank you for your help, foreign guest. The dream of Westia should awaken here. This is the best ending we could think of. Goodbye. However, just as she was about to completely dissipate, Chen Yan raised his hand. If you want to thank me, his voice was calm, as if he were chatting casually, then how about you supply the ingredients for the new dishes in the shop for free? Would you like to spend 50,000 gold to interrupt the glimpse? Yes. 50,000 gold has been deducted. Current gold amount, 25,680 in an instant. A pure golden light erupted explosively from Chen Yan's avatar. The golden light soared to the sky, like a sun, instantly covering the entire clock tower. The last vine, about to burn out, was gently enveloped by the golden light, and the last flame on it flickered violently like a candle blown by a strong wind, then extinguished. Everything returned to calm. Chapter 47. Demon hunting. Lucas felt that Westia was a nice place. He couldn't remember when he arrived here or why he stayed. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that the sun was shining and the neighbors were friendly. Even the air was filled with a mix of toasted bread and grass. A fragrance he called peace. Today, this peace had an added hint of novelty. The aroma came from a newly opened restaurant at the corner, and it was tempting. So he decided to try the soup there. Although he hadn't tasted it yet, he just knew that the soup must be delicious. However, when he reached the corner, he couldn't help but pause. Was that restaurant bigger than when he saw in the morning? A wary thought flashed through his mind. But soon, this thought vanished as if it had never appeared. Why be cautious? A larger restaurant could serve more customers. Wasn't that a good thing? He thought to himself as he looked toward the clock tower. It seemed there was another identical restaurant there. How impressive. Lucas admired it in his heart and brushed off this little incident. He saw that a long line had formed at the main entrance, and if he didn't hurry, he didn't know how long he would have to wait. He quickened his pace and joined the crowd. At the front of the line, a girl with cascading silver hair was orderly directing the process. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, and her red eyes were strikingly beautiful. She looked so lovely. Lucas felt his heart race a little faster. Fortunately, the restaurant was efficient, and the line moved quickly. In no time, it was his turn. He gently placed a bag of shiny gems on the counter. "Hello, I'd like a bowl of soup, please." "Thank you for your patronage." The silver-haired girl flashed him a brilliant smile, and the bag of gems disappeared from the counter. Immediately after, a bowl of clear soup, radiating a light blue glow reminiscent of the sky, flew into his hands. He suddenly felt something was off, but what was it? He shook his head, picked up the bowl of soup, and found a spot to sit down. The soup slid down his throat. In the next moment, Lucas felt as if the entire world had become extraordinarily clear. It was as if he had wiped the dust off a glass. The outlines and colors of everything became vivid, but at the same time, he felt like he had forgotten something very important. What was it? He frowned, unable to remember. Well, it didn't matter. He leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, Lucas suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils filled with uncontrollable shock and horror. He looked around in confusion, but the scene before him had completely changed. The warm sunlight was gone, replaced by a thick, blood-red sky, the clean streets, intact houses, and friendly neighbors. Everything faded in an instant, peeling away to reveal a desolate, lifeless ruin beneath. Broken walls and overgrown vines surrounded him. The residents gathered together, their expressions filled with fear, reflecting the terror and confusion that reality had torn them apart with. Their memories had returned. Lucas remembered too. He recalled the sacrifice of his teacher, the demon who called himself an alchemist, the Count's final resolution, and their ultimate failure. Westia was long gone. Lucas stood there in a daze, overwhelmed by the flood of information that left him unable to think. Just then, a pitch-black figure silently appeared before him. The deep darkness was denser than any shadow around, as if it were trying to swallow his soul. It was old Jack. Lucas's heart skipped a beat. A feeling of indescribable bitterness and sadness seized him. But he didn't look away. He could understand the meaning of that darkness. After a long silence, Lucas took a deep breath, his voice hoarse yet remarkably firm. "I understand now, teacher. Goodbye." He slowly drew the silver flintlock pistol from the holster at his waist. Even after being lost in dreams for countless years, the gun was still well maintained. Its surface polished as new. He raised the gun, aiming at the pitch-black figure. At the moment he lifted the gun, the profound darkness, like a receding tide, revealed its rusty, corroded form inside. It was an old flintlock pistol, worn and rusted. It just hovered silently in the air, its muzzle pointing at the ground, completely unguarded. Bang! Lucas pulled the trigger. The bullet whizzed out, precisely hitting the old gun. There was no explosion or loud noise. The gun shattered silently at the moment it was hit, turning into a cloud of dust. Along with that pitch-black shadow, it dissipated beneath the blood-red sky. Only a strand of blood-black power flew out from the dispersing dust, wrapping around the flintlock pistol that Lucas held high. In the end, it left a winding, flowing blood-red mark on the silver surface of the gun. Demon hunting. Description. From now on, this gun will inflict damage that ignores rank effects on all non-human entities, provided you can pay an equivalent price. Hunters and prey have always been two sides of the same coin. Effect. Consume specified portions of life and sanity to exchange for equivalent damage effects. Strange knowledge naturally surfaced in Lucas's mind. He slowly lowered his arm, staring at the familiar yet unfamiliar gun in his hand, momentarily dazed. Chen stood not far away, witnessing this final scene. He sighed softly. He had already learned everything about Jack from Alice. Under the influence of a dream, the deceased Jack had transformed into an echo. But over the long years, his humanity had ultimately been worn away, turning into an evil spirit. The reason this evil spirit had completely lost control was that it had been under the control of this dream from the beginning, continuing to fulfill its duty to protect the city in the identity of old Jack. But that was ultimately an evil spirit, not the Jack of the past. As the dream continued, the power from reality constantly accumulated within it, making it far stronger than an ordinary evil spirit. Gradually, even Alice found it difficult to control it completely. In the shadow of the dream, it began to randomly display aggression towards those unfortunate residents. This was the truth of the so-called monsters in the shadows that Alice had filtered. Now that the dream had dissipated, it was farewell from his own student. It had become the last lingering obsession of Jack wrapped around this evil spirit. Chen shook his head, no longer thinking about it. The matter of Westia had come to a close. Chen avatar returned to the counter of the clock tower branch and resumed its idle state. With Alice around, the subsequent arrangements should not pose a problem. Meanwhile, his main consciousness instantly crossed a vast distance, returning to the Port of Gloom. He needed to check on the situation at the port branch, and he had many questions to ask Ethan and Farn. Chapter 48, The People of Huigang Sanctuary. Chen consciousness instantly crossed a vast distance and returned to the divine avatar shell in front of the Huigang branch. The golden statue quietly lost its brilliance and transformed into flesh and blood. He opened his eyes and walked straight into the store, finding Fawn boasting to Reese about how he used to come and go in the cult's stronghold during his youth while they were drinking together. Upon hearing Chunyan's voice, Fawn immediately turned his head. Once he realized it was Chunyan, he quickly pulled a bottle of Survival of the Fittest from his pocket and drank it. Chunyan was already accustomed to this. Ever since Fawn could use soup-like food to dissolve pollution, his use of alchemical potions had become a part of his daily life. Not long after drinking the potion, Fawn's gaze became clear again, and he followed Chunyan to a nearby table. "Is it over on your side?" His voice was very low. "Yes, it's over." Chunyan nodded, briefly recounting his experiences in West Asia, including that grand dream, the appearance of the white-haired boy, and finally Jack's fate. With Chunyan's narration, the expression on Fawn's face grew increasingly serious. When he heard that the white-haired boy claimed to be an alchemist and easily imprisoned all the investigators, including Jack, the fingers holding the wine glass tightened suddenly, turning pale. "That's about it," Chunyan concluded, taking a sip of ice water and waiting for this seasoned investigator's professional interpretation. Fawn downed the remaining beer in his glass and let out a heavy sigh. The city with erased memories, the flames that burn existence, the dream carrying reality. He rubbed his temples, his voice hoarse and filled with emotion. So, such things happened in that vanished city back then. However, about that white-haired boy you mentioned, Fawn's eyes flickered. "I heard rumors about a white-haired boy when I was young." "Oh." Chunyan became interested. When the White Tower fell, Fawn lowered his voice even more. Almost only audible to the two of them, there was chaos, and all sorts of messages were flying around. Among them was an unconfirmed rumor that someone had seen a mysterious white-haired boy in the core area before the White Tower collapsed. He shook his head, uncertainty crossing his face. But it was just a rumor. No one could confirm it. After all, there were too few survivors. Chunyan remained silent, silently raising the danger rating of that white-haired boy in his mind. Just then, Fawn's eyes suddenly lit up. He slammed the table, startling Reese, who was dozing off at the next table. "So," Fawn raised his head, his eyes shining brightly, staring intently at Chunyan. "Doesn't West Asia now have nearly 300 formal investigators from the early Bizarre era?" "Yes," Chunyan confirmed. Fawn's breathing quickened. In today's era, having so many investigators still alive, even if they weren't in the same place, was excellent news for Fawn. I have some things I want you to pass on to them. Fawn's expression became unusually serious. About this era, about everything we are facing, they must know. Sure. Chen Yin naturally wouldn't refuse. After chatting with Fawn, Chen Yin left the somewhat noisy branch. He planned to find Ethan to discuss alchemy topics. But halfway there, he spotted a familiar figure. Ophelia was sitting alone on a flat rock at the edge of the sanctuary. She was hugging her knees, resting her chin on them, quietly gazing at the turbulent sea in the distance. The dim crimson light in the sky cast a light red hue over her, making her look less like a ghost and more like a figure from an oil painting. At the end of her golden eyes gaze, at the dark horizon, a worn-out single-masted sailboat drifted like a specter. Since the boat had appeared through the mist near the shore, it had remained anchored, not approaching nor leaving. The people in the sanctuary tacitly treated it as a backdrop, with no one wanting to provoke it, except for Ophelia. Chen Yin walked up to her and followed her gaze to that boat. Still thinking about it, the sudden voice startled Ophelia, causing her to shiver and nearly fall off the rock. After realizing it was Chen Yin, she patted her chest and sighed in relief. How can you walk without making a sound? She complained, then shook her head with a frown. I'm not going. That boat seems to have a bad temper. Not long ago, I saw several fish-headed people sneaking onto the boat, but they never came back. After a while, strange creaking sounds came from the cabin, like something was chewing bones, which scared me to death. Chen Yin twitched at the corner of his eye. So you did go over and take a look, huh? What are you planning to do next? Not going back. He asked casually. By the way, aren't you a ghost? You shouldn't drown, right? Can't you just float back? Ophelia's face fell even more. I won't drown, but I'm afraid of the dark, she said weakly. The sea is so vast and so dark. I'll definitely get lost on my own. If I accidentally sink to the real side, I'm done for. So I'm planning to build my own boat. Changing the subject, she perked up again, her eyes shining with determination. I'm currently gathering wood, but unfortunately, all the trees here are dead, and the cores rot really fast, making them unusable. Chen Yin raised an eyebrow. You can build a boat? Ophelia immediately shook her head like a rattledrome. No, I can't. But mister, Fawn said he built a boat when he was young and even crossed the shattered strait. I'm planning to ask him for help later. Chen Yin. His expression became somewhat subtle. When Fawn told you this, he wasn't drinking, right? Although they hadn't known each other for long, he had some understanding of this investigator, who was only in his 40s but often liked to portray himself as an elderly man. Simply put, as long as Fawn had been drinking, he was just an ordinary investigator wandering the cult's lair, snatching offerings from the altar of the evil god. Ophelia paused for a moment, recalling uncertainly, I think. He did drink a bit. What's the problem? No problem. Chen Yin shook his head. Let Fawn deal with the headache of his own bragging. He looked at the spirited girl, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, Do you remember what happened when you died? I remember. The girl replied calmly. That priest stabbed me, and then I died. Chen Yan's gaze turned to the sea, casually asking, Don't you find it strange? Normal echoes wouldn't remember these things. Talking about death in front of them is a taboo. However, before Chen Yin could finish, the girl's voice rang out as if it were a matter of course. Because I'm gifted. I'm the princess of the Vidoan Empire. Of course, I'm different. Chen Yin paused for a moment, looking at her deeply, then smiled. That makes sense. Well then, you carry on. I won't disturb you. He was about to turn to leave when he suddenly remembered something and turned back to ask, Aren't there a lot of woods in that western forest? Ophelia said angrily. They don't want to lend. I can't beat them. I asked Leighton for help, but he won't go. That guy's just an ungrateful little man. Chen Yin silently nodded, acknowledging the princess's remarkably healthy mental state, which seemed more vibrant than that of a living person. He then waved his hand as a farewell. Soon after, Chen Yin found Ethan next to a newly cultivated experimental field. To his surprise, the alchemy apprentice looked quite good at the moment, the dark circles under his eyes having faded significantly. Hey, you look good, Chen Yin greeted him. Ethan looked up, saw Chen Yin, and showed a slightly embarrassed smile. I was researching formulas here and unknowingly fell asleep. I just woke up. Chen Yin nodded, his gaze falling on the drooping plants in front of him. How is your crop growth plan progressing? Ethan's face instantly fell. The new reagent still doesn't work because the problem lies in the soil. I don't know why the soil is so excessively barren. I'm currently researching whether I can use nutrient agents directly for cultivation. Chen nodded and brought the conversation back on track. He told Ethan about the white-haired boy and Inca's definition of alchemy. Ethan listened in shock, forgetting to put down the test tube in his hand. He stared blankly at Chen Yin, his expression incredibly complicated. Manager, do you know what all this means to me? Chen Yin was taken aback. What? Ethan displayed an expression of deep shock, his worldview shattered. What you're saying is as absurd as telling a swordsmanship apprentice that there are people in this world who can split mountains with a single sword. The kind of alchemy you're talking about, besides the name being the same, I really can't find any common ground. The air fell into a dead silence. After a while, Chen Yin looked at the dejected boy and said in a soft tone, Ethan, you need to keep going. From now on, when you come to my place for hot water, it's free. Ethan's mouth twitched violently. I'll try. In the southern church district of the Dead Zone, a group of black-robed fanatics was dragging a ragged old man with chains deeper into a dark and cold alley towards the core of the parish. Their actions were both devout and frenzied. At the end of the road, atop an altar, a grotesque mass resembling a blood-and-flesh tumor, forcibly stitched together from dozens of human bodies, was writhing and howling. The monster had no facial features, only faces twisted in pain embedded on its surface. With countless murky eyeballs turning simultaneously, fixating on the ragged old man being dragged in. The eyes were all filled with the same emotion, desire. Chapter 49. The mutations in the Dead Zone and the investigators. The conversation with Ethan ultimately ended in a slightly awkward atmosphere. Chen Yin looked at the young man, who had a face that seemed to ask, "Are you kidding me?" And he shook his head helplessly. Although a bit disappointed, it was not unexpected. After all, the white-haired youth did seem to have a high profile, potentially even at the final boss level. It was understandable that Ethan didn't grasp this. Chen Yin had initially approached it with a let's give it a try attitude. Since no results had come from it, Chen Yin decided not to linger. And after a brief farewell to Ethan, he turned to head back to the plaza in front of the store to idle there. However, just as he stepped onto the dirt path leading back, he bumped into a hurried figure. It was Leighton. The young captain of the guards had a furrowed brow and an unmistakable look of worry on his face as he quickly walked toward the restaurant, not even noticing Chen Yin approaching until he was right in front of him. Leighton, Chen Yin called out to him. Leighton abruptly halted, turning his head, and the moment he recognized Chen Yin, the worry on his face was instantly replaced by a solemn respect. He straightened his body, clenched his right fist against his left chest, and performed a standard knightly salute to Chen Yin. Sir, he said, his voice steady and formal, carrying a maturity that belied his 20-something age. Chen Yin was already accustomed to this, and chose to respect his style. Although their interactions had been few, Chen Yin was certain that this knight was genuinely respectful, but if it came to a fight, he would not hesitate at all. Leighton was straightforward. Behind his adherence to etiquette was an extreme pragmatism loyal to his principles. Speaking of which, in the entire shelter, besides that old trickster Fane, Leighton was probably the only one who treated him with a mix of respect and fearlessness. However, this made communicating with Leighton feel somewhat easier for Chen Yin. What happened? Chen Yin casually asked, noticing how anxious Leighton looked. Leighton was just about to respond, but the moment his lips parted, the entire world, all sounds suddenly, vanished without warning. The wind, the distant knocking, the hushed conversations of people, even his own heartbeat and breath. All sounds disappeared in that instant. The world fell into a bizarre, eardrum-bursting absolute silence. Leighton's pupils constricted sharply, and then he abruptly closed his eyes. Almost simultaneously, Chen Yin also tightly shut his eyes. In his last glance before closing them, he clearly saw Leighton's lips moving rapidly in silence, as if transmitting some message with his mouth. Although Chen Yin didn't understand lip reading, he knew what Leighton was saying. Extra mundane quality, tangible sound. When it passes, all sounds within a certain radius will instantly disappear. At this moment, people must immediately close their eyes. Otherwise, they will be overwhelmed by excessive sound, leading to their eyes and brains being blown apart. Remember, eyes are not a suitable auditory organ. The mad sage noted. The suffocating silence lasted for an unknown duration. It was not until a gentle breeze brushed against their cheeks that they slowly opened their eyes. Leighton let out a long breath, a fine layer of cold sweat beating at his forehead. "This is what I was about to discuss with Fane," he said, his voice still steady, but now tinged with an undeniable gravity. "For some reason, the extra mundane quality has been appearing too frequently in the dead zone lately. Just now, our team even encountered a rare type known as unignitable fire at the edge of the district. This is very abnormal." Chen Yan's expression grew serious as well. "I remember Fane mentioned that the essence of the extra mundane quality is a phenomenon stemming from pure chaos, representing a breach in the fabric of reality." "So, that's right." Leighton nodded heavily. "The activity of extra mundane quality often indicates instability in the structure of reality. Additionally, there's another strange phenomenon. The followers of the Church of Suffering and Joy, who have been active in the streets of the dead zone, have suddenly vanished without a trace." Leighton's expression grew more grave. "All signs indicate that there may be mutations occurring in the dead zone that we are unaware of. That's why I was going to find Mr. Fane to discuss countermeasures when I ran into you." As he spoke, he looked at Chen Yan with some uncertainty, seemingly waiting for his guidance. Chen Yan shook his head. "Fane understands this better than I do. He is still in the restaurant, so go find him directly. If there is any urgent situation, you can contact me again. Just pray for me or give me a nudge." Saying this, he couldn't help but yawn. "I've been quite busy today and need to go rest for a bit." Leighton nodded at this and bowed again. "Very well, sir. Wishing you sweet dreams." "Ma'am, goodbye," Chen Yan replied, turning and walking back to the center of the plaza, transforming once more into the silent golden statue amidst the awed gazes of passersby. However, he did not return to the main store's body directly, but instead first descended onto the avatar of the clock tower branch. Westia, behind the counter of the clock tower branch, sitting in a chair, Chen Yan, who had previously appeared dazed, suddenly regained his focus. The first thing he saw upon opening his eyes was the familiar yet strange scene outside the store. The thick crimson dawn still enveloped the sky, casting an ominous hue over the ruins of the city. Yet above this desolation, there was an eerie, vibrant atmosphere. The residents wore calm, even happy smiles as they cleared the rubble from the streets, moving large stones, busy rebuilding their homes. Beside them, tendrils emitting a ghostly blue light helped lift heavy stones and prop up fallen walls. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that the residents' eyes still held a certain emptiness and confusion unique to dreamers. Yes, these awakened residents had once again been drawn into a dream by Alice. This was a decision made after discussions between Chen Yan and Alice, a gentle cognitive filter enveloping the entire city. By doing this, it could prevent uncontrollable mass panic and chaos from arising in the wake of the harsh reality. Additionally, it would allow Alice, who had just emerged from a state of lethargy and was extremely weakened, to quickly recover by drawing power from the dream. The dream that had cast a reflection of reality through coexisting with flames had vanished. Westia had returned to the present reality, and it was a reality post-disaster. Thus, it needed an extraordinary power to protect it. Of course, Chen Yan could do that as well, but having an extra boost wouldn't hurt. The new dream wouldn't possess such powerful abilities. It was merely a cognitive filter guiding people to calmly rebuild their homes. Naturally, it also required them to recognize the single dining establishment to return to. Chen Yan shifted his gaze from the busy residents to an open space not far from the branch's entrance. There a large group of people was gathering. Their clothing styles were starkly different from those of Westia's residents, exuding a ruggedness and competence honed by experience. They were nearly 300 investigators who had awakened from the dream. At this moment, their expressions varied. Some were surprised, some were scrutinizing, some were contemplative, but without exception, they all maintained a basic calmness. At the front of this group of people stands an old man with hair and beard already gray, his face covered in deep wrinkles. Yet his eyes remain bright and spirited. Opposite the investigators are Alice, Ryan, and several guards. Although Chen Yan can clearly see that the attitudes of these investigators vary, nearly 300 of them have not erupted into any chaos. This is the nature of investigators. Even if there are some human supremacists from the early Strange era that Fawn warned Chen Yan about, they have not acted irrationally. Rationality and adaptability have always been their most distinctive traits. Those who couldn't manage this have long since perished. Just as Chen Yin pushed the door open to step outside, Alice's conversation with them seemed to be coming to an end. He heard Alice's ethereal voice say, "This is basically the situation. If you don't believe it, feel free to investigate on your own. As long as it doesn't endanger this city, I won't interfere." At this point, she noticed Chen Yin and raised her translucent arm to point at him. "If you have any questions, you can ask this powerful and friendly shopkeeper. He knows more than I do." In an instant, nearly 300 mixed gazes of suspicion, scrutiny, and curiosity focused on Chen Yin, who had just stepped through the door. Chen Yin felt a little uncomfortable under the scrutiny and could only raise his hand and awkwardly greet them. "Hello, everyone." The next moment, the leading old man took the first step toward him. He approached Chen Yin, adjusted his somewhat worn but still neat investigator uniform, and then solemnly bowed to Chen Yin. "Hello, shopkeeper. My name is Griffin Hall, the head of the 3rd investigation team in the Western Kingdom, as senior investigator." His voice was old but strong, each word clear and powerful. "According to Miss Alice, it was you who defeated that demon and ended the endless flames of disaster that hung over Westia. Here, I extend my highest gratitude for your good deed." As he finished speaking, the old man bowed deeply. Behind him, nearly 300 investigators, including Lucas, also bowed to Chen Yin in unison. This scene made Chen Yin feel even more uncomfortable. He quickly waved his hand, saying, "No need, no need. I'm just trying to open up a new market." He continued, "If you really want to thank me, just remember to patronize my business more." After saying this, he cleared his throat and adopted a serious expression. "However, I do have some important news that I need to share with you." His gaze swept over every investigator present. "I believe you should already know that it is now the era of disaster, nearly 100 years after your time. And this information comes from the descendants living in this era." Chapter 50 paraphrase, rest. And thanks Chen Yin stood before nearly 300 investigators from the old era and calmly relayed everything that Farn had entrusted him to share. He spoke of a fragmented time, of how the sacred place known as the White Tower, which held a special significance in the hearts of all investigators, collapsed overnight. He narrated the disintegration of the kingdom, the decay and corruption of the nobility, and how survivors struggled to survive on the wasteland known as the hazy port under a blood-red dawn. His voice was steady, without any deliberate embellishment of sadness, simply presenting a not-so-promising future a century later. Initially, the investigators maintained their composure, but as Chen Yin continued, the calmness of the professionals began to crack. When he uttered the words, "The White Tower has collapsed," a suppressed gasp erupted from the crowd. This gasp quickly spread like an infection among them. Even Griffin, the elderly man who stood at the front with a calm demeanor, had a storm brewing in his sharp eyes. Chen Yin paused his narration, allowing them some time to accept the reality. After a long while, Griffin finally raised his head again, his weathered face still revealing little emotion. He did not respond immediately, but turned to exchange a glance with his colleagues behind him, who wore similarly complex expressions. A silent communication transpired among them. Eventually, Griffin turned back to Chen Yin. "I'm sorry, Mr. Shopkeeper, the impact of the news you brought is too great. We need some time internally to hold a meeting to decide our next steps." "I understand." Chen Yin nodded, then a merchant-like friendly smile appeared on his face. "If the meeting gets too long and you get hungry, feel free to come to my place for a meal. Or you could just hold the meeting in one of my private rooms. There's plenty of space to chat." He pointed to the brand new 5-story restaurant behind him. "This restaurant behind me is fine, but the one on the corner will close soon, so that one won't work." Griffin paused for a moment upon hearing this. Then, his tense face relaxed, and he even laughed nonchalantly. "That's just what I need. To be honest, the cold wind outside is getting to my old bones." The old man moved his shoulders a bit and looked up at the sky. "And this red sky is hurting my eyes." While he spoke, Chen Yin noticed a faint, imperceptible glimmer in Griffin's left eye. Deep within that eyeball seemed to be some kind of intricate mechanism, resembling mechanical gears, in motion. Chen Yin was momentarily taken aback by Griffin's agreeable attitude. Then he smiled in return. "Of course you're welcome." He actively pushed open the door to the branch store, gesturing for them to enter. Once all the investigators had gone upstairs, Chenmu nodded to Alice outside the door. Only then did the tension on her face relax. Her body, composed of light flow, slightly bowed, then silently dissipated into the air. Chen Yin turned back inside and resumed his seat behind the counter, entering a standby state. At the corner, in the main store, Chen Yin opened his eyes again, and the first thing he saw was Lilith waiting beside him. However, the girl looked a bit different at this moment. She was no longer wearing the somewhat shabby plain dress she had received from the survivors of Hazyport. Instead, she wore an elegant black gown with a complex design. The main body of the dress was made of velvet, exuding a subtle and profound sheen. Layers of black lace adorned it, extending from the neckline all the way to the hem, while the sleeves were gathered into beautiful ruffles. Silver threads embroidered thorn and rose patterns on the dress, flickering in the light. A matching lace choker encircled her fair, slender neck, accentuating her snow-white skin, and her ruby-like eyes appeared even more vivid. Looking at her new outfit, Lilith's pale cheeks unconsciously flushed with a light pink, and she nervously fiddled with the hem of her dress. "It was sent by Miss Alice," she explained softly. "She said she thought I would look good in this kind of clothing, so she sent several sets over very insistently so." Lilith's voice grew quieter until she slightly lowered her head. "Indeed, it's a bit strange. I think it looks quite good." Chen Yin interrupted her self-doubt. "Besides, I had planned to look for some nicer clothes for you here in Westia, but things kept coming up, and I never got the chance." Chen Yin looked at her with a gentle smile. "So, you don't need to feel embarrassed." At his words, the girl lifted her head, and her initial unease gradually faded, eventually giving a gentle nod, regaining her composure. Watching the now quiet girl, Chen Yin felt an inexplicable pang of sadness in his heart. He recalled the carefree, lively Lilith who had smiled so joyfully under the forgetfulness soup. He hesitantly asked earlier, "How did you feel about drinking the forgetfulness soup?" Lilith raised her head, a faint smile passing through her beautiful red eyes. "It felt great." She nodded, but then shifted her tone. "However, I also forgot many things I shouldn't have forgotten, so it's not particularly good. Occasionally drinking a bowl might be okay, but I don't intend to rely on it to regain my past mindset." As she spoke, a hint of cunning appeared in her gaze. The calm expression she usually wore was replaced with a feigned, innocent look. Could it be that the shopkeeper likes that kind of thing? Absolutely not. I was just asking casually. Chen Yin quickly waved his hands, feeling a bit embarrassed in front of Lilith for the first time. Seeing his reaction, the smile in Lilith's eyes deepened, but she did not pursue the topic further, simply standing there quietly. Chen Yin soon adjusted his emotions, his expression returning to calm as he smiled and said, "But you do seem a bit different. Is that so?" Lilith smiled faintly. Although the effect of the soup has worn off, the memory and mindset of briefly forgetting some burdens and seeing the world anew remain. "So, I can say that it helped me see some things more clearly. Is it a positive aspect?" Chen Yin asked. Lilith nodded vigorously. "That's good." Chen Yin nodded in agreement. Then he glanced at the clock on the wall and stretched. "It's getting late. I'm going to head upstairs for a nap, conserve my energy, and then wait for the next shop transfer. Good night, Lilith." Lilith nodded, and as Chen Yin turned to go up the stairs, she suddenly called out to him, "Shopkeeper." Chen Yin turned around in confusion. The girl's smile was sincere and gentle. "Thank you." After saying this, she suddenly bent forward, bowing deeply. The gesture was so earnest it seemed as if she was throwing herself entirely into it. Chen Yin was momentarily stunned. Then, he chuckled helplessly. "What's this? Suddenly so polite. There's no need to thank me. You've actually helped me a lot. For example, at the beginning, you made sure I didn't feel scared of this somewhat daunting world." The girl slowly straightened up, shook her head, arched her brows and eyes, and smiled brightly. She should be thanked. Looking at the girl's exquisite and captivating face under the lights, Chen Yin was momentarily stunned. Then, he immediately turned his head awkwardly and shifted his gaze away. All right, I'll go rest now. If you're tired, you could just close the shop and go to sleep. Goodbye." After saying that, he hurriedly turned and went up the stairs. Lilith watched his somewhat hurried departure, and the smile at the corners of her mouth became more pronounced. Then, she walked to the door and gently hung up the sign that read "Closed for business." Chapter 51 Meeting and Strolling in the Clock Tower branch. Several large private rooms on the second floor are brightly lit. The walls are smooth and flat, glowing with a soft ivory sheen. Several round crystal stones embedded in the ceiling emit a uniform bright light, illuminating the entire space like daylight. Huge round wooden tables are neatly arranged, each polished to a mirror finish. In the center of the table, there is even a rotating disc designed with great craftsmanship. Investigators gather here, seated around the round tables. While marveling at the exquisite luxury of the place, they watch as plates of unheard-of delicacies float down in front of them, as if lifted by an invisible hand. I have attended the royal night banquet in the capital, and Griffin, gazing at the array of dishes before him, could not help but exclaim in wonder. In terms of grandeur, perhaps it is more magnificent than here, but in terms of the delicacy of the dishes, the uniqueness of the aromas, and the peculiar design of the dining experience, it is far inferior. He picked up a pair of smooth, slender utensils made of an unknown type of wood, studying them for a long time, yet could not figure out how to use them. In the end, he reluctantly took the equally exquisite spoon that resembled a work of art. All right, everyone, regarding our future. Retrieving his gaze, Griffin cleared his throat, his aged yet powerful voice echoing in the spacious private room. However, before he could finish speaking, he noticed that his colleagues had long since lost interest in his words. Everyone was already engrossed in the dishes in front of them, devouring them with such speed that only shadows remained. The crisp sound of spoons clinking against plates became the only background music in the room. The rest of Griffin's words got stuck in his throat. He was both amused and annoyed. Is it really that delicious? Let's not forget our main focus is the meeting. His gaze fell on a middle-aged man with a sinister scar on his face, whose demeanor was particularly cold and hard. Fin, Griffin Schneidet, aren't you the most steadfast, pure human faction member? How can you enjoy this mysterious weird food so much? The man called Finn looked up from a plate of oil-braised prawns, his mouth stuffed full, and mumbled indistinctly, "Principles are principles, reality is reality." He forcefully swallowed the shrimp meat and quickly peeled another one, his movements incredibly skilled. If nothing unexpected happens, we will be eating here for a long time. The situation is stronger than the person. What can I do? He tossed the peeled shrimp into his mouth, a look of enjoyment on his face. You really can't say this dish is damn delicious. Better than the top delicacies I ever imagined in my dreams. Finn. Griffin's eyebrows immediately shot up. You. Griffin looked at his expression, feeling a surge of anger, and defiantly picked up the spoon, scooping a piece of soy-braised pork that was a deep reddish brown into his mouth. In the next moment, Griffin's eyes widened in shock. Then, he too joined this silent war. Griffin, why aren't we having a meeting? Finn teased while rapidly shoveling food into his mouth. Griffin, without stopping his movements, simply lifted his head from the plate and shot him a glance. We can have the meeting after we finish eating. It's the same. After saying that, he swiftly and precisely scooped up the last meaty lion's head from the table. Finn's eyes instantly widened in anger. I haven't even had a bite of that meatball yet. You old dog, you have no sense of etiquette. After the last leaf of vegetables was completely devoured, the well-fed investigators finally resumed their sharp and capable demeanor. Griffin leaned back in his chair, comfortably took out a pipe and lit it, slowly exhaling a smoke ring. All right, now let's get down to business. He surveyed the room, his gaze becoming sharp and profound again. First, regarding the information provided by Miss Alice and the mysterious store manager, I believe its authenticity is quite high. I did not sense any smell of lies from them. Of course, necessary investigations and confirmations still need to be conducted. Finn added in a deep voice, what about the proposal from Miss Alice that we cooperate with it to jointly manage and maintain this city? After all, it is a weird thing. Griffin took a puff of smoke, narrowing his eyes slightly. It's simple. There are only two questions. First, are the vast majority of the residents in this city ordinary people like us? Second, under the current circumstances, with internal and external troubles and unclear situations, can we find a second refuge that is safer and more stable than here? He looked at Finn and the other core members at the table. The answer is obvious, isn't it? Therefore, her proposal is our best option at the moment. Of course, during execution, we must be fully alert and vigilant at all times. Seeing no one opposing, Griffin continued, the second matter is that we cannot abandon our plan to explore the outside world. This will be an extremely dangerous task. Finn took over, his tone serious. If those two are not lying, the dangers outside in today's world may far exceed our imagination. We must be sufficiently cautious. We can take it step by step. Griffin said solemnly. First, focus on Westea, expanding the reconnaissance range in small circles along the edge of the city. Actions should be conducted in teams, with no fewer than 15 people per team. In the Clock Tower restaurant branch, brightly lit, in a private room, a group of survivors from the old era is discussing how to carve out a path to the future for themselves and their compatriots in this strange, fragmented world. Meanwhile, in a lobby downstairs, the residents of Westea are enjoying steaming hot food, their faces adorned with the tranquility of dreams. Under the dim, eerie crimson light, in this half-collapsed city, this small restaurant stands like a lighthouse on the wasteland, radiating warm and steadfast light. In the main store, which has already hung the temporarily closed sign, is quiet. Lilith sits on a high stool behind the counter, quietly flipping through several magazines in the soft light. These are old items that came through with the restaurant, forgotten in a corner. Lilith had discovered their existence long ago, but today was the first time she had taken them out from under the counter. The pages of the magazines are made of a peculiar material, smooth and resilient, printed with various patterns she has never seen before. There are people dressed in more outlandish outfits than the store manager, their smiles confident and flamboyant. There are beautiful landscapes she has never encountered, towering snow-capped mountains, endless green plains, and a field blooming with pink flowers. Those are flowers whose names she cannot recall, clusters of them coming together to form a sea of pink, blooming brilliantly in the sunlight. How beautiful! Unknowingly, she became engrossed, her fingertips repeatedly stroking that image, as if trying to touch that warm sunlight. The book also mentions many things with strange names, like airplanes, computers, and smartphones. Even though she can understand the meanings of the words, Lilith cannot imagine what these things actually are. But she can feel that it seems to be a very good world. No blood-colored skies, no twisted monsters, and no omnipresent fear. So, the store manager comes from such a wonderful world? As the girl pondered, a faint sound of footsteps came from the direction of the stairs, bringing her thoughts back. Lilith? Aren't you resting yet? It was Chen. He was awakened by the alarm he had set, still a bit bleary-eyed. When he reached the stairway, he noticed that the lights in the hall were still on, and Lilith was sitting below, her head lowered as if she were looking at something. Upon hearing Chun Yan's voice, the girl's shoulders suddenly tensed, and she instinctively stood up. When she saw Chun Yan's gaze fall on the magazine in her hands, a hint of panic crossed her face, and she immediately began to explain, "Manager, I found this under the counter. It's fine," Chun Yan said as he walked down the stairs, signaling her not to be nervous. "If you want to read it, go ahead. It's not anything important," he smiled. "You spend all day alone in the shop. It's already boring enough. Reading is a good way to pass the time. By the way, I have some books in my room. I'll bring them to you later, and you can see if you're interested." Hearing this, the girl relaxed her tense body, gently nodding, and the faint blush on her cheeks gradually faded. Chun Yan glanced out the window and then at the clock on the wall. There's still some time. He withdrew his gaze and looked back at Lilith, and a thought suddenly popped into his mind. "If you're not sleepy yet," he paused, suggesting in a tentative tone, "how about accompanying me for a walk?" Lilith's eyes widened in surprise. "Not too far, just around the restaurant," he added. "As long as we don't leave this neighborhood, it should be relatively safe. What do you think? Want to go out and take a look?" There was obvious astonishment in Lilith's eyes, but soon that surprise was replaced by an uncontrollable joy. A blush returned to her fair neck as she looked at Chun Yan and nodded vigorously. "Yes, great." Chun Yan pushed open the restaurant's door, and a cool breeze mixed with the scent of earth and plants rushed in. Then he turned to the side and handed Lilith a gold coin. "Hold on to this, just in case." The girl carefully took the glowing coin, gripping it tightly in her palm, her voice very soft. "Okay." The two walked out of the restaurant side by side. This was Lilith's first time stepping onto this land that was both familiar and unfamiliar to her. Under the crimson sky, the outlines of the city's ruins were blurred, exuding a sense of serene beauty. Among the ruins and old houses, countless vines emitting a ghostly blue glow grew quietly. Like the rivers of stars in the night sky of the past, they flowed gently over the broken walls. Lilith constantly looked around, filled with curiosity about this city that she could only observe through glass before, a city that had endured much hardship. As they walked, all the vines in sight suddenly brightened with their emitted glow. The soft, ghostly blue light dispelled the oppressive crimson light of the sky, creating a nearly fairy tale atmosphere instead. Both Chen Yin and Lilith were a bit surprised and instinctively stopped in their tracks. Chen Yin looked at the gently swaying vines beside him, smiled, and softly said, "Thank you." The vines swayed even more, as if responding to his gratitude. In this dreamlike scene, the two continued to walk side by side. No one spoke, but the silence at this moment was not awkward. Instead, it became a kind of tacit understanding. The girl's gaze curiously chased every novel corner around her. Chen Yan's gaze, however, kept inadvertently landing on the girl. Her profile, the tips of her hair, the slightly raised corners of her mouth. Then, before the girl could look over, he hurriedly averted his eyes to the thick, crimson sky in the distance. Chapter 52. Conflict and Anomaly. After finishing their walk, the two returned to the store. Lilith went upstairs to rest first, leaving only Chen Yin alone in the large hall on the first floor. He poured himself a cup of hot tea and quietly sat at the counter, waiting for midnight to arrive. When alone, time seemed to pass particularly slowly. Chen Yin idly twirled the teacup in his hand, his gaze sweeping across the empty hall. Suddenly, a thought popped into his mind. He turned his head to look at the silent black skull on the counter. With a flicker of thought, a familiar virtual list, radiating a golden sheen, unfolded in the air before him. His gaze bypassed the usual ingredients and landed at the very bottom of the list. There, the words "Whispering Dream Vine" were still clear. "Inca." Chen Yan's voice echoed in the silent restaurant. "If I hadn't saved Alice at that time, allowing her to burn with that fire, could I still buy Whispering Dream Vine from you?" After a sound that made one's teeth ache, Inca's unpleasant voice rang out, tinged with obvious delight. "Of course. You can buy it. Gold can be converted into these items, though you might think this isn't equivalent. But even in orderly civilizations, equivalence has never been a necessary condition for transactions, has it?" Inca's voice carried a detached understanding of everything. "So, do you realize that your previous extravagant spending has yielded no actual benefits?" It paused, seemingly waiting for the possible expression of regret from Chen Yan. But seeing that he remained calm, it continued. "You clearly didn't need its existence, yet you spent most of your hard-earned assets to save it. I must say, this is the dumbest thing you've done since coming to this world." This was the first time Inca had openly and directly given a negative evaluation of Chen Yan's actions. However, there was still no anger on Chen Yan's face, not even a flicker of emotional fluctuation. The skull's tone was indeed unpleasant, but its vocabulary for insults was simply too poor. As a young man well-versed in the internet battlegrounds of the information age, Chen Yan's psychological defenses had long since become immune to such attacks. He merely smiled, his tone casual. "She was dying in front of me. I wanted to save her. Then, I happened to be able to save her. So I did. As for whether it was foolish..." He shifted his tone, his black pupils reflecting the shadow of the skull on the counter, his eyes filled with mockery. Can it really get any worse than you? A fool who confines yourself and imprisons your own mind? But I need to remind you, dear store manager." Inca's voice was devoid of emotion. "Our journey is not a leisurely sightseeing trip. If you keep indiscriminately squandering hard-earned power for some superficial kindness, then you'll probably find it difficult to reach the end of this experiment. You'll fail even earlier and more thoroughly than your predecessors." "Experiment?" Chen Yin scoffed. "Then tell me, what is the purpose of this so-called experiment of yours? To save the world? Or to create new gods? Or perhaps some sort of sacrifice? Or a kind of boring pastime in the eyes of beings like you?" He stood up and walked slowly to the counter, slightly leaning over. His black pupils reflected the two hollow eye sockets, his gaze openly mocking. "When you chose me to come here, you never asked for my opinion. So why should I care about your experiment, which I still don't know whether it is good or bad?" This was Chen Yan's consistent style. Since growing up in the orphanage and understanding what it meant to be an orphan, he had gradually developed this personality. Since the world didn't ask for his opinion when it brought him here, and even those who brought him believed he was superfluous. Why should he care what kind of person he wanted to be, what principles to follow, or why he should consider the world opinions? He maintained this attitude towards the world after his crossing. What Enko was plotting, what this experiment was about, whether this world still had hope, what his fate would be. He didn't know and didn't care. He just wanted to focus on doing what he wanted to do and could do at this moment. For someone who was neither particularly clever nor unique, that was enough. Enka did not speak again. Chen also ignored it, because midnight had arrived. The wall clock's hour, minute, and second hands perfectly aligned at that moment. That strange feeling of suddenly derailing from the surrounding world descended once more. Chen Yan's perspective was instantly elevated infinitely. The entire world transformed into an endless, deep darkness beneath his gaze. The scattered points of light on the dark earth reappeared before Chen Yan's eyes. But his heart suddenly sank. This time, the number of light points in his eyes was noticeably fewer than the last. These light points were being swallowed by the darkness. However, before he could observe further, a sensation completely different from the last store transfer suddenly emerged. The restaurant seemed to be forcibly turned in a new direction by an invisible hand. His perspective flipped upside down. He was no longer overlooking the dark earth, but was forced to stare directly at the thick, crimson sky. The inverted sea of blood was now as calm as a gigantic mirror, and the restaurant was plummeting straight towards this mirror. At the same time, an inexplicable, chilling gaze from an unknown source pierced through the blood-red mirror, gripping his heart and mind tightly. The ultimate terror washed over him like a cold tide, instantly drowning him. Just as his reason was about to be completely torn apart by this fear, the two golden stars in his mind suddenly erupted with an incredibly intense light. Warm and majestic golden light flowed throughout his body, dispelling the ominous deep red mist that had invaded his mind. Then, the restaurant, as usual, fell towards a point of light. Only this time, the target was a point of light reflected on that crimson mirror. Meanwhile, the original position corresponding to this point of light on the dark earth had already been swallowed by boundless darkness. The restaurant plunged straight into the deep crimson tide that Chen Yan dreaded immensely. Everything happened so fast that he had no time to react. When Chen Yan regained his sight, he was still sitting in the chair in front of the counter, as if nothing had happened. However, the scene outside had completely changed. Bright sunlight streamed through the clean glass windows, casting light on the polished wooden floor. The streets were wide and tidy, flanked by elegantly styled stone buildings, their walls covered with blooming roses. Children chased and played in the street, their laughter ringing like silver bells. Vendors lined the street, enthusiastically beckoning to customers. Pedestrians strolled through, all wearing peaceful and serene smiles. Looking at this calm and harmonious scene before him, the two golden stars in Chen Yan's mind showed no reaction. This was not an illusion, or rather, this was a kind of illusion that transcended his current capacity to resolve. Lilith was dreaming. She dreamed of a deep, dark sea. The cold water flowed slowly around her, and all she could see was darkness. However, there are occasionally chaotic and immense light shadows swaying beside her, quietly drifting by. The girl does not feel unfamiliar with this, as it is precisely the appearance of the reality behind the veil of reason that she often peeks at. But this is her first time dreaming of this scene. In a daze, there seems to be an indescribable sound gently ringing in her ears. Thus, she takes a step forward. She does not know how long she has walked. The girl raises her head and is astonished to find that she has actually reached land. She has never seen land in the reality. All she has witnessed is the deep, endless sea, and peaking is an irreversible, infinite sinking into this sea. But now, she has stepped onto a vast desert made of black gravel. At the end of her line of sight is a palace that is difficult to describe in any words, grand and immense to the point of being unbelievable. It stands quietly in the center of the desert, entirely black, as if forged from solidified shadows and eternal silence. It is certainly not a dwelling for humans. This is the only thought that arises in the girl's mind. Chapter 53. The strange town warm, bright lights streamed through the spotless glass windows, casting sharply defined patches of light on the floor. Outside the window was a town slightly smaller in scale than Westia. Children were playing and laughing as they ran through the streets, and pedestrians exchanged friendly smiles and nods. It seemed like a peaceful and beautiful scene. However, Chen Yin could see very clearly that at the corner at the end of the street, a group of brightly dressed children had just laughed and called out as they disappeared from view. Almost at the same moment, another group of children appeared on the street. Identical clothes, identical hairstyles, and identical games of chase. Not a single detail was different, or rather, they were just the same, them. The pedestrians on the street walked in small groups, and at first glance, their smiles seemed warm. But upon closer inspection, one could see that they were very insincere, as if they were forced to smile despite not wanting to. Moreover, despite the bustling street, all the pedestrians maintained a mutual distance. No one had their arms around each other. No one whispered intimately. Even the adults and children kept a distant separation. The clock on the wall indicated that the hour hand was just past midnight. Yet outside the window, the sunlight looked more like it was around 8 or 9 in the morning. As he looked at this scene that was normal to the point of being abnormal, a chill crawled up Chen Yin's spine. He had considered any situation he might encounter after falling into that crimson sea of blood, a rotting realm of flesh and blood, the abyss of mad murmurs, or even confronting some nameless existence. But he never imagined it would be like this. Everything was so normal. It was too abnormal. It was clear to anyone that something was definitely off here. The only uncertainty was where the deadly danger was hiding. 100 order coins paid, advanced shelter activated. Remaining time, 23:59. As soon as he realized he was about to fall into the sea of blood, he immediately activated the advanced shelter. The reason was simple. Expensive things always made people feel a bit more at ease. He turned back, his gaze falling on the silent skull on the counter. Does this mean our cooperation is broken? The grinding sound of Inca's bones echoed again, causing discomfort. Of course not, dear store manager, you misunderstood. As long as this journey continues, I will never stand in opposition to you. Chen Yin remained non-committal, his gaze returning to the blinding sunlight outside the window. So, is this transfer considered a normal situation? Not really. Inca's tone seemed to carry a hint of amusement. Perhaps someone has taken an interest in you, which is also quite normal. After all, surprises are part of the journey. Chen Yin chose not to press further. Outside the restaurant, several residents had gathered. They curiously examined this suddenly appearing restaurant, their faces still wearing that standard smile, showing no signs of panic. Chen Yin pondered for a moment, then stepped forward and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, several customers walked in. They looked around the restaurant with curiosity, marveling at the decor and layout. Boss, your restaurant is really nicely decorated. A middle-aged man smiled and spoke. I haven't seen you before. Are you from out of town? Yes, just arrived. Chen Yin intentionally mimicked the smiles on their faces and added, I hope you'll take care of me from now on. They were using the currency of this world, the old-fashioned gold and silver coins. Considering the scene before him was too normal, and to avoid complications, Chen Yin decided to do some surface work. The kitchen continued to serve food automatically, but every dish that was ready was personally delivered to the table by him. Here, your specialty dish. Take your time. This is the chicken soup you ordered. He played the role of a warm and hospitable restaurant owner without revealing his inner thoughts, while his ears were carefully listening to the conversations of the customers. Have you heard? The stench from the East District mill has gotten worse again. A middle-aged man whispered mysteriously to his companion. I've heard about it for a long time. My wife's cousin's neighbor lives nearby and says they can always hear a crunching sound coming from the walls at night, like someone gnawing on bones. Another person nodded seriously. Isn't that right? I also heard that old Harris, the gravekeeper at the cemetery to the south, saw a shadowless thing dancing on a tombstone the night before yesterday. And over in the woods on the east side of town, several incomplete corpses were discovered. I'm telling you, yesterday I passed by the tower in Ashtontown and smelled a strange odor. It was so foul, like something had rotted for hundreds of years. Don't talk nonsense. There's no tower in Ashtontown. How could there not be? I clearly remember. The conversation abruptly stopped, and the customers exchanged puzzled glances, each wearing expressions of confusion, as if they couldn't recall what they had just been about to say. Chen Yin silently noted down this information. However, the moment he turned around, the words that surfaced in his mind made his heart sink. Transaction successful. Transaction amount assessed. Error. Detected influence. Unable to obtain coins. His smile remained unchanged as he delivered the last portion of fried rice to the customer's table. But inside, a storm was brewing. There was indeed a significant problem here. After sending off this batch of customers, he decisively locked the restaurant door and hung up the close sign. What a joke. If I can't make money, what business am I running? Of course, the real reason was that he needed to try asking for external help first. You mean you're in the sky? In Haikong, inside Fawn's residence, an uncontrollable exclamation broke the surrounding silence. Fawn, who had just been awakened from sleep by Chun Yan's call, was still a bit groggy. But after hearing Chun Yan's brief opening statement, he instantly became fully alert. He turned to let Chun Yan in, but after glancing at his dim, cluttered room that still carried a mix of alchemical agents and cheap tobacco smell, he rubbed his face and turned away. Let us talk in your restaurant instead. As they walked, Chun Yan quickly recounted the strange happenings in Ashtontown to Fawn. The door to the branch automatically opened, and the two found a window-side seat. Have you heard of Ashtontown? Chun Yan asked directly. Fawn's answer was decisive. No, I've never heard of it at all. How much do you know about the sea of blood in the sky? Fawn shook his head with a bitter smile. I don't know either. We don't have wings, so how could we possibly learn about things in the sky? However, Fawn's expression became serious. I might know something about the children you mentioned. The evil spirit, the homeless children. An evil spirit active during the mid-strange era. Those targeted by it would be forced to play a game with it. But during the game, one must constantly remind oneself that it or they're definitely not your family. Moreover, you absolutely cannot agree to play hide and seek with them. This evil spirit mysteriously disappeared later, and no one knows what happened. However, since it is an evil spirit, no one intended to look for it. They just hastily recorded a note in the files and left it at that. The strange children you mentioned are very similar to the manifestations of that evil spirit. I understand, Chen nodded. Fawn thought for a moment, a look of genuine concern appearing on his face. Are you okay? Since you can't obtain what you want from there, should I have the people in the shelter increase their meal frequency a bit? In private, after so many years as an investigator, he rarely encountered a being that possessed both mysterious power and human-like qualities, and he had a very good impression of Chen Yan. Publicly, Chen Yan was currently the only safeguard for the shelter. If he were to disappear, it would essentially mean doom for their group. Therefore, no matter what, their only option was to fully support Chen Yan. Chen Yan waved his hand. Not for now. I'll first investigate the situation myself. If it really comes to that, I'll let you know in advance. Afterwards, Chen Yan contacted the investigators and Alice from West Asia through his avatar. Unfortunately, those investigators were from an era long past. And in terms of understanding the current version, they were even less knowledgeable than Chen Yan himself. As for Alice, he could rely on her even less. In the main store, Chen Yan reopened his eyes. He stood up and waved his hand. 10 order coins fell to the ground, their light flickering as they quickly outlined a humanoid figure. An avatar that looked exactly like him stood before him. Since there was no new information, he could only search for clues himself. Chapter 54. Misfortunes never come alone. Although Lilith had just gone to rest, Chen Yan still left a note on the counter. It simply outlined the current situation of the restaurant, so if she woke up early, she could understand the circumstances right away. After doing all this, his consciousness shifted to the clone he had just created. The clone's previously empty eyes were instantly illuminated. It stood up, adjusted its collar, and put on a standard smile that was no different from the pedestrians around, then pushed the door and stepped onto the street. The warm sunlight filtered through the branches of the sidewalk trees, casting mottled shadows on the cobblestone road. Speaking of which, this was the first time since his arrival in this world that he was truly basking in normal sunlight. Unfortunately, faced with such a bizarre situation, he couldn't muster any joy in his heart. Then, he took a step forward, blending into the crowd. To be safe, he carefully maintained a similar distance of detachment from everyone. He wanted to appear as just another ordinary part of this strange painting. Until he understood the actual situation here, imitating others was the safest way to survive. As he walked, he discreetly observed his surroundings. In the bakery by the street, the baker was placing trays of golden bread on the shelves, wearing a friendly smile. At the flower shop entrance, a woman was bending down to smell a bouquet of roses, her expression one of rapture. Everything seemed so peaceful, but the baker's actions had repeated at least 3 times, and the woman had maintained her pose of smelling the flowers without changing since he left the shop. Just as he turned a corner, a group of brightly dressed children ran past him, laughing. Chen Yin instinctively looked up, averted his gaze, and continued walking nonchalantly. However, shortly after the children brushed past him, he suddenly felt a cold and intense gaze coming from behind. He couldn't help but curse inwardly, realizing he couldn't escape. The next moment, the scene in front of him twisted without warning. The 5 children who should have run far suddenly appeared in front of him, surrounding him completely. They looked up with innocent, rosy faces, their black and white eyes staring directly at him, wearing bright smiles. However, to Chen Yan's surprise, they didn't invite him to play any children's games as Fawn had described. "Where did you come from? Take us out, okay? Brother." They spoke in unison, their voices overlapping to form an eerie, echoing, childlike tone. Especially when the word brother rang out, Chen Yan's consciousness momentarily blurred. But at that same moment, a golden star in his mind emitted a faint glow, easily dispelling this layer of confusion. The arc of his smile remained unchanged, but his eyes narrowed slightly. "I'm not your brother." His voice was calm and gentle, devoid of any emotion. And asking for help shouldn't come with this attitude. The smiles on the children's faces froze for a moment. They exchanged glances, and deep within their innocent eyes flickered a non-human light that Chen Yin couldn't comprehend. After a moment, they spoke in unison again. "What do you want?" "All the information about here." Chen Yin unhesitatingly stated his price. Upon hearing this request, the children exchanged glances once more, and they seemed to want to say something, their lips parting slightly, but they simultaneously frowned and took a step back. The next moment, they hurriedly tossed out a sentence. "Remember, Ashton has no casino." Before the words had faded, their figures vanished like smoke blown away by the wind, leaving Chen Yin standing there, frowning. Before he could ponder the meaning of that warning, a fawning voice rang in his ear. "This gentleman, you must be from out of town?" At some point, a small, shifty-eyed young man appeared in front of him. The man bent over, forcing a flattering smile, his small eyes glinting with greed. "Seeing your extraordinary demeanor, you must have good luck. Are you interested in coming to our casino for a few games?" Chen Yan's smile remained unchanged. He simply stepped around the man as if he didn't exist. Ashton had no casino. Therefore, someone actively promoting a casino shouldn't exist either. However, he hadn't taken 2 steps when a cold hand suddenly grabbed his wrist with surprising force. Chen Yin turned his head and met the man's slowly straightening body. The flattery and servility on his face had vanished without a trace, replaced by a sinister and twisted smile. "You bypassed me." The man's voice had turned low and hoarse, as if squeezed out from deep within his throat. "So, you can see me, right?" The moment the words left his mouth, Chen Yan's vision suddenly went black. "Clone has died. Do you want to expend 10 order coins to revive?" "Error. Do you want to expend 100 order coins to revive?" In the main shop, Chen Yin suddenly opened his eyes. His brow furrowed as he looked at the exorbitant revival cost in his mind, and without hesitation, he chose to give up. "So, just showing I might be able to see it leads to death? And what kind of power is shrouding this place that demands such a 10-fold revival cost?" He stood up and paced back and forth in the empty hall, his brain racing to sort through his thoughts. However, at that moment, the clone he had left in the Twilight Harbor felt an urgent call. It was Fawn. Something happened in the Twilight Harbor. Chen Yan's expression changed, and he immediately directed his consciousness to the divine clone in front of the Twilight Harbor branch. Twilight Harbor, Refuge Square. The surface of the golden statue quietly faded, transforming into flesh and blood. Chen Yan opened his eyes, and the door of the branch automatically opened for him. Fawn and Leighton were waiting at the door with serious expressions, and between them, Reese looked pale as a sheet, trembling uncontrollably, his eyes filled with lingering, extreme terror. "Manager, you finally came." Seeing Chen Yin appear, Fawn seemed to find his anchor and immediately approached him. "What happened?" Chen Yan's voice was calm, carrying a reassuring effect. Fawn didn't answer immediately, but pointed at Reese. Reese took a deep breath, seemingly trying to calm himself down, but his voice still trembled uncontrollably. It's the dead zone. I was leading a scavenging team, and over there I saw a monster." He seemed to recall that scene, and his face paled even further. That thing looked like a mountain of flesh made from dozens or hundreds of corpses still writhing, covered in eyes and mouths, all screaming. Even more terrifying was that Riza's tone conveyed strong confusion and fear. On that flesh mountain, I saw an old homeless man whose half-body was merged into that monster, crying out for help. Riza's tone grew more confused. That old man seemed to be an innocent victim. Chen Yan's pupils constricted, and he turned to look at Fawn. The latter nodded gravely and then spoke. I suspect this matter is related to absconded. Although you already know his true form is rotting. Since it can act in the name of suffering and pleasure, it indicates that perhaps it indeed possesses some fragments of authority in that regard. It may be trying to use the innocent victim, a particularly unique individual among many evil spirits, to further strengthen its own authority. This might be the source of the Dead Zone's mutation, but we are still unclear about what consequences this will lead to. Leighton took over the conversation, his voice heavy. In addition, there have been mutations in the nearby sea, and we don't know if it's due to Absconded's influence. But a massive whirlpool has appeared on the surface of the water. I understand. Chen Yin nodded, then turned to look in the direction of the Dead Zone in Huigang. In his line of sight, the entire southern part of the Dead Zone was shrouded in a thick layer of gray-green mold that exuded an ominous aura. Near Huigang, a colossal whirlpool was slowly taking shape on the sea surface, stirring the dark waters and emitting a deep, rumbling sound. Countless distorted forms with fish-like heads, known as deep divers, were crawling up from the cold sea. They were densely gathered along the shore, seemingly engaged in some ancient and sinister ritual. In the depths of that bottomless whirlpool, a massive outline covered in slippery tentacles was faintly visible. It seemed to be confronting the deity of the southern parish from a distance. An ominous aura enveloped the entire Huigang. Chapter 55 Authority and Accidents Authority. This is the most unique part of the extraordinary power system in this world. Divinity means the ability to gather faith, but faith itself cannot be directly converted into power. What truly distinguishes deities from mortals is the level of control over the fundamental concepts of the world. Only those who master the authority or its fragments, which represent various concepts of the world, are qualified to append God to their titles. Chen Yin first understood this when he gazed directly at the essence of absconded. Knowledge about authority inherently possesses the quality of being disseminated. At the moment he saw clearly, he naturally comprehended everything. A more comprehensive understanding came after his communication with Enka. In Enka's words, the extraordinary powers of this world resemble a chaotic, intricately woven web. Its ugliness and disorder represent the chaos and madness of the world's essence. The so-called authority consists of the nodes formed when these tributaries intertwine. They are relatively independent, yet interconnected. The lines between the nodes represent the possibilities of their mutual transformation. This is also why absconded can influence the concepts of suffering and joy with its essence of decay. As long as it can reinterpret the other two concepts with the definition of decay, ultimately pointing them all towards decay itself, it can gradually approach or even devour the other two concepts. However, this will be an extremely lengthy process, especially since the authority of decay it possesses is incomplete. This process will be even more prolonged. On the hillside, Chen Yin gazed at the two massive powers confronting each other below, quickly recalling this knowledge in his mind. Absconded was indeed trying to devour that evil spirit. Chen Yin furrowed his brow, his tone grave. It seemed to want to plunder the suffering from the latter. But that doesn't make sense. His tone carried confusion. It was not an existence with complete authority, just an evil god with partial authority. Although it was stronger and freer than the evil spirit, in terms of rank, it was only slightly more divine, not at all having a definitive advantage. Not to mention, the innocent victim might still possess fragments of authority. Was it not afraid of failing to devour, and instead being backfired by genuine suffering? I don't know. Farron shook his head, his expression serious. But based on my experience, these evil gods rarely take risks without assurance. Such actions usually occur either when they have made sufficient preparations, or when there is some unknown, terrifying danger threatening their existence, forcing them into a corner. But judging by the current situation, it was evident that they had not made adequate preparations. Leighton added in a low voice. Right, Chinya nodded. Leaving the diocese so ostentatiously exposing themselves in front of us, and in this incomplete form, What difference is there from actively seeking a hammer? That means Farron paused, drawing an unsettling conclusion that some unknown, terrifying change has occurred in the shadows that we are unaware of. The level of danger is even enough to scare an evil god. Regardless, I should first try to find that guy to understand the situation, Chen Yin sighed. At least I need to know what has happened in the Twilight Harbor, or what is about to happen. You all should refrain from entering the danger zone for now. Discard the shelter. Chen Yin currently had no clue about Ashen's problem, so he planned to quickly resolve the issues at Twilight Harbor while there was still no obvious crisis, to avoid things piling up together later. However, considering that he would likely face situations where reason would not apply and only physical strength would matter, both here and in the eerie Ashton, Chen Yin looked again at Farron and Leighton. There have been quite a few troubles lately. I might be short on money, so I'll temporarily raise the prices of the meals. You all should gather whatever wealth you have and hand it over at once. Let me get the money first, and after that, you can eat for free during this period. This was his emergency strategy to quickly increase the current amount of gold coins. He had also conveyed the same message through his avatar to Westia. All right, I understand. Farron immediately nodded. I will arrange it right now. After finishing the instructions, Chen Yin turned and prepared to head down the mountain. But he hadn't taken a few steps when a strong sense of unease suddenly gripped him. Everything around him appeared to slow down in his eyes. Farron's serious expression, Leighton's lowered gaze, even the dust swirling in the wind, turned into an almost frozen scene. At the same time, a cacophony of noise, as if hundreds or thousands of people were screaming at once, erupted in his mind. Chen Yan's eyes widened instantly. He immediately raised his hand, and a pure golden barrier appeared out of thin air, instantly enveloping the entire shelter. Don't leave the protective range. Wait for me. Chen Yin turned back and shouted at the frozen Farron and Leighton. However, before he could finish his words, his whole being transformed back into that silent golden statue. In the main shop, Chen Yin suddenly opened his eyes. A severe, dull pain surged from deep within his brain, causing him to instinctively clutch his head. Gasping for breath, the projection of consciousness was forcibly interrupted. Although he could still vaguely sense the presence of the branch shop and his avatar, it felt as if there was a heavy barrier separating him from them, making it impossible to project his consciousness clearly. He was trapped in this main shop. Damn! Chen Yin cursed under his breath, the feeling of unease reaching its peak. But soon, he realized another issue. The sounds outside the restaurant were wrong. He abruptly lifted his head and looked out the window, instantly rendered speechless by the scene before him. The sky outside the restaurant had shattered. The sky, which had been normal just moments ago, now resembled glass that had been violently smashed, covered with a dense array of web-like deep red cracks. And deep within the cracks, a darker, more ominous dark red light shone through, casting a doomsday-like blood hue over the entire town. In the center of the town, a bizarre black tower, dozens of stories high, had appeared at some point. All the townspeople were now rushing toward that tower and killing each other. Yes, killing each other. People, regardless of gender or age, were frantically attacking each other with anything that could cause harm. Knives, guns, stones, wooden sticks, even their own teeth and nails. Blood and flesh flew, and screams shook the heavens. This was exactly the noise he had heard in his mind earlier. Outside the restaurant, the entire town seemed to have gone completely mad. The level of madness was even enough to scare the evil spirits. Chen Yin witnessed the evil spirit he had encountered earlier, the homeless child, now being chased and hacked at by a group of frenzied townsfolk. The whole town resembled the apocalypse descending. Chapter 56, the first, ending looking out at the sky that was on the verge of collapse, covered in spider web-like cracks, and at the people below who seemed madly attacking one another. Chen Yin felt an indescribable chill creeping up his spine. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he turned sharply to look at the wall clock. 2:59. His eyes widened in shock. No way. When he summoned his avatar to go out, it was around 12:35. When his consciousness was forcibly cut off and he returned to the Twilight Port, it was probably around 12:50. At the Twilight Port, he had only briefly caught up with Farn and the others. Altogether, it definitely couldn't have been more than half an hour. How could it already be almost 3 o'clock? He looked sternly at the skull on the counter and calmly asked, "Inca, how long has it been since my consciousness returned to the twilight port until I just woke up?" Inca's voice, like decaying wood rubbing against each other, slowly echoed, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. "Of course, the flow of time is consistent with the clocks in the shop, my dear shopkeeper. However, perhaps for you, the last few seconds before your return may actually have been a much longer time than you thought." Chen Yin suddenly realized, so he had been ambushed this time. Then, his expression turned extremely grim. "Can even time be manipulated? What am I supposed to do now?" "It's not about controlling time." Inca's voice remained as calm as ever, yet carried a strange emotion. "It merely utilizes the peculiar nature of this place to create some differences in the flow of time compared to the world above. As for the purpose, perhaps it aims to make you more focused. After all, the master of this place seems to be quite concerned about your existence." Chen Yin frowned, then smirked wryly, "But looking at the situation now, there's no room for me to act." Before his words fell, the sky outside emitted a sound akin to shattering glass. Deep red cracks suddenly widened, and ominous dark red tides surged behind the fissures. It looked as if they would descend and completely engulf the town. Chen Yin gritted his teeth, staring intensely at the apocalyptic tide. Deep within his eyes, complex golden patterns composed of non-Euclidean geometric shapes radiated a strong light. He was already prepared to expend everything for a final struggle. However, just as the deep red tide was about to reach the ground, 3 o'clock. Buzz! A ghostly green light suddenly illuminated from the top of the eerie black tower in the center of the town, then instantly spread, covering the entire town. The deep red tide, upon touching the green light, quietly dissipated like a mirage. 3:01. Outside the restaurant. The sunlight was even brighter and more blinding than the last time Chen Yin saw it, shining down on the ground once more. Time seemed to have reached noon. The town still looked peaceful and serene, with clean streets and smiling pedestrians. The black tower that had brought destruction and madness, along with the chaos and corpses, had vanished without a trace. It was as if everything that had happened before was merely an absurd nightmare. Chen Yin even saw the evil spirit, the homeless child, who had been chased by the frenzied townsfolk, once again laughing and running freely in the streets. What a runner! Chen Yin couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, then shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts. It seemed this encounter was a looping type of instance, but thankfully it wasn't a kill-on-sight scenario. That meant he could still play. If it was a 3-hour loop, his mind stirred. Hundreds of order coins appeared out of thin air, floating in the air. Then, with a flash of golden light, a translucent version of Chen Yin, similar to Ophelia, radiating a faint glow, appeared in the shop. Since the production cost of ordinary avatars had already risen to the same level as spiritual avatars due to the peculiar rules of this place, why not directly create a spiritual avatar? Moreover, the strength of ordinary avatars was indeed too low for this eerie instance. The reason for not using a divine avatar directly was that he was still uncertain about the death rules here. If the divine avatar were eliminated while scouting, coupled with a potential death price increase mechanism, his assets would truly suffer. Therefore, the most cost-effective choice at present was the spiritual avatar. Looking at this new body, eyes closed and silently floating in the air, Chen Yin recalled the information he had heard about the casino from that evil spirit and the lecherous man. He pondered for a moment, then took out Mike's dice from his pocket. He walked up to the spiritual avatar and slowly pressed the dice into the avatar's translucent chest. The dice sank in, like a beating heart, emitting a faint glow. The spiritual avatar could absorb and perfectly utilize the abilities of extraordinary items in this manner. This was the usage instruction that had automatically flowed into Chen Yin's mind after the avatar was created. After doing all this, Chen Yin returned to the counter, chose a comfortable position to lean back, and placed a note meant for Lilith in the most conspicuous spot. This time, he had to figure out what this damn place was all about. The spiritual Chen Yin opened his eyes, familiarized himself with his body, and then switched to stealth mode. He then slowly floated out of the shop, opting to phase through walls instead of using the door. Westia, under the dim scarlet sky, a team of weary investigators returned from the plains. At the city gate, the cold and hard Finn stood straight, obviously waiting for them. The middle-aged investigator at the forefront quickly approached and shook Finn's hand firmly. Good work, Moody, Finn said in a deep voice. What's the situation? The investigator, named Moody, shook his head, his tone grave. The plains are desolate, and there are no signs of life on the main roads leading outward. Only some wandering anomalies or distorted creatures that have been contaminated. After saying this, Moody looked around and lowered his voice. Additionally, one of our team members noticed something unusual. We seem to be being watched by something. He turned around and waved his hand toward the back. Dressed in a black uniform, Lucas immediately stepped out of the team and walked briskly to the two, saluting. Lucas, explain the situation, Moody said. Lucas's expression was serious as he pulled out a small notebook from his pocket, opened it, and presented it to the two. When I was out, I was responsible for the stir-fried rice with green peppers and shredded meat. In aftertaste mode, my senses are much sharper than usual. On my way back, I distinctly felt that there was something wrong within the team. However, I couldn't pinpoint the exact source. So I ignored all extraneous information and only recorded the number of biological entities present. Then he pointed to the clear number in his notebook. 17. And our team has only had 16 people since we set out. Finn's expression darkened. Anomaly with a high cognitive distortion ability. Is it? I understand. I'll report to Griffin immediately. Moody, take people to notify the alchemy team to prepare cognitive protection potions and cognitive isolation alchemical formations. Although there's that anomaly. Miss Alice in the city, we must have our own contingency plan. Moody nodded solemnly. Subsequently, the group swiftly walked into the city, which appeared both eerie and serene under the crimson sky. Not far above the desolate plain, a dark figure gazed at the vine-covered city from a distance, its scarlet eyes filled with unabashed greed and desire. Chapter 57. Greed in the state of a spiritual entity. Chun Yan's movements became much faster. It must be said that floating was indeed much quicker than walking. Without the constraints of a physical body, he resembled an invisible wind, effortlessly drifting several meters at the thought of it. This was undoubtedly a good thing given the current situation. He did not linger on the street for long. After quickly determining the direction, he floated straight toward the eastern side of the town. Originally, he intended to find the evil spirit to continue their interrupted conversation, but after circling around the area, he could no longer find the children. So, he decided to change his plan and headed toward the mill that had been mentioned by the previous group of customers, which clearly had some abnormalities. Before long, a solitary stone mill standing at the edge of the town came into view. Before he could get close, a heavy, almost tangible stench of decay assaulted him. The smell was like the corpses of countless creatures rotting in a closed space for months, mixed with the sourness of fermenting organs, strong enough to make any living person vomit on the spot. Can spiritual entities actually smell? Chun Yan muttered to himself, feeling intrigued. However, he quickly thought that since his vision and hearing were no different from those of a normal person, it seemed reasonable for his sense of smell to be normal as well. Although at this moment, he would prefer that his sense of smell not be so acute. Frowning, he bore the nearly soul-eroding stench and passed through the wall. Inside the mill, it was unexpectedly clean and tidy. There was not a speck of dust on the stone mill, and the sacks of flour piled in the corner were neatly stacked. But the foul odor filled the air nonetheless. Chun Yan looked around and found no abnormalities. The source of the smell was completely untraceable. Seeing this, complex golden patterns began to emerge in his eyes. This time, he finally noticed something was off. In the shadow of a corner of the mill, the darkness that should have been solid appeared to have a wave-like illusion in his vision. Through that shimmering illusion, he could faintly see an ancient stone staircase leading underground. So it was hidden here. However, just as he intended to approach, a figure actually emerged from that illusory shadow. The person stepped onto the barely visible staircase and slowly walked up. His expression was dazed, his eyes vacant, and his face bore a look of defeat and emptiness, as if he had suffered a significant blow. But the moment he completely stepped out of the shadow, his ethereal form quickly solidified. Immediately, all the emotions in his eyes receded like a tide, leaving only numbness. A standardized, false smile returned to his face. He slowly walked out of the mill, his steps stiff. At that moment, a few passers-by happened to walk by outside the mill. Chun Yan could see that the man seemed very nervous about being discovered coming out of the mill. He immediately quickened his pace. hurriedly merging into the crowd and disappearing into the distance. Interesting. Chen Yin watched this scene, confirming that something was indeed wrong here. But what he did not expect was that shortly after the man left, another man leisurely emerged from the shadowy staircase. It was a familiar figure, none other than the sleazy young man who had first tried to drag him to the casino and had successfully caused his avatar's death. After stepping out of the shadow, the young man timidly glanced around, and his small green bean-like eyes soon sparkled with excitement and greed. He looked out the door, quickly locking onto a target. It was a middle-aged man in tattered work clothes, with a scruffy beard, casually passing by the mill while carrying a hoe. This man also wore the kind of false smile, but Chen Yin could keenly sense that he was different from others. He had something extra, a kind of indescribable vitality. Compared to this man, the other pedestrians in the town seemed like hollow shells from which some core essence had been drained, leaving only a deadened numbness. Just as Chen Yin was observing, the sleazy young man had already approached him. In a flash, he appeared like a ghost, blocking the middle-aged man's path. But the man with the hoe seemed completely unaware of him, continuing to walk straight ahead, passing right through the young man's translucent body. After being passed through, a hint of frustration appeared on the young man's face. But just then, crack! A crisp sound, like glass shattering, came from the high sky. Chen Yin instinctively looked up. He saw a fine, deep red crack unexpectedly appearing in the clear blue sky. At that moment, the foul stench in the mill suddenly intensified several times. Meanwhile, the man with the hoe seemed to undergo some kind of change. In his previously somewhat numb gaze, a hint of unmasked sorrow and a hint of desire appeared. Noticing this change, Chen Yin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Then he saw the middle-aged man, who had almost walked far away, as if drawn by something, inexplicably turned around and deeply looked back at the mill behind him. He seemed to hesitate, to struggle, but in the end, he shook his head as if giving up some tempting thought and resumed his steps. Seeing this, the young man's eyes instantly lit up. He then flashed once more in front of the man. This time, the middle-aged man saw him. He was startled by the suddenly appearing figure, causing him to shudder, and his steps immediately stopped. In the next moment, the young man employed the same trick again. He reached out his cold hand and grabbed the man's arm. What happened next made Chen Yan's eyes widen in disbelief. He saw the young man suddenly yank back. A translucent shadow that looked exactly like the middle-aged man was pulled out from that physical body. The soulless body then collapsed to the ground like a piece of rotten meat with its bones pulled out, limp and lifeless. So this was how he died? Chen Yin immediately understood the cause of his avatar's death. His avatar was essentially a projection of consciousness and did not possess an independent soul that could be pulled out. Such an attack targeting the soul on the avatar naturally resulted in a forced severance of the connection, directly leading to a determination of death. After being pulled out of the body, the middle-aged man's spiritual form was quickly stained with an ominous shade of green. The sorrow and struggle in his eyes completely vanished, replaced by pure frenzy and greed. He did not even say a word to the sleazy young man before abruptly turning around and quickly rushing toward the shadows of the mill. Seeing this, the young man's mouth curled into a smug smile. Meanwhile, the corpse lying on the ground was visibly crumbling and disintegrating at an observable rate, ultimately turning into a pile of ash that dissipated in the sunlight. Without hesitation, Chen Yin immediately followed the man who had rushed in, descending the staircase leading to the unknown. At the end of the staircase was a half-open wooden door. Behind the door was another world entirely different from the one above. A deafening cacophony of noise rushed toward him. Countless figures were crammed into a vast underground space, surrounding gambling tables, either excitedly shouting or despairingly wailing, their expressions insane. The air was filled with an increasingly severe stench, but these people seemed completely oblivious, wholly immersed in the gambling. Although the form was somewhat different from what Chen Yin was familiar with, it was clearly a sizable underground casino. Chen Yin noticed that once people here lost everything, they would immediately be kicked out by several individuals who looked exactly like that sleazy young man. Those who were driven out became like the hollow puppets that Chen Yin first saw on the stairs, as if they had lost all emotions. Moreover, every person here was surrounded by an ominous green glow. It made Chen Yan's eyes dizzy. However, He soon discovered that the green radiance on all the gamblers was slowly converging in the same direction. Thus, he no longer paid attention to this group of frenzied gamblers and instead followed the flow of the green light, moving forward. Eventually, he arrived at a wall. On the wall was a huge, bizarre relief carving. At the core of the relief was a greedy, gaping mouth filled with sharp teeth, emanating a heart-pounding, sinister aura. Chen Yin could feel that this place was sealed by some kind of power. After thinking for a moment, he raised his hand and pressed it against the wall. A layer of faint golden light emerged from his hand and covered the wall. The sense of obstruction vanished instantly. He easily passed through the wall. Behind the wall was a deep and narrow corridor. On both sides of the corridor stood rows of life-size soldier statues holding long spears. They stood silently in the darkness, like silent guards. At the end of the corridor was a tightly shut black door that exuded an ominous aura. Faced with this obviously strange arrangement, Chen Yin showed no hesitation. The golden light on his body suddenly surged, forming a thick protective shield around him. In the next moment, he maximized his speed, and his whole being transformed into a golden streak of light, shooting straight toward the black door like an arrow. A golden illusion flashed through the corridor. After a while, the statue closest to the entrance seemed to move slightly, a flicker of ghostly light passing through its eye sockets, but quickly returned to silence. After passing through the door, the scene before Chen Yin opened up. To his surprise, what lay behind the door was not a palace or altar, but the top of a tall tower. Beneath his feet was a cold black stone floor, and around him was a howling wind carrying a strong stench. Above him was a sky that seemed to be within reach, with several blood-red cracks appearing, and the black door behind him had vanished without a trace. Before him stood a handsome young man in a luxurious white robe, with dazzling golden hair, standing with his hands behind his back, smiling at him. His gaze was fixed on Chen Yin's chest, where Mike's dice was located. "So it was you who killed Mike." The young man's voice was gentle and magnetic, but it sent a chill down Chen Yin's spine. Chen Yin shrugged, his expression unchanged. He charged into my gun muzzle. What could I do? He scrutinized the golden-haired youth before him, his heart understanding. However, it was truly unexpected that he was merely a clone. But upon closer thought, Chen Yan's gaze ultimately locked onto the young man's hand, which was casually toying with a peculiar die, his expression becoming extremely serious. A crazed, money-grabbing gambling spirit, whose true form was a deity wielding the power of greed, seemed quite reasonable. It was a standard 20-sided die, seemingly carved from black crystal. At that moment, it was enveloped in a rich, ominous green glow, skillfully bouncing at the young man's fingertips. Chapter 58. The second, ending the wind at the top of the tower howled, carrying a dense, almost tangible stench of decay. Chen Yan's spiritual body swayed slightly as he looked at the golden-haired youth in front of him, who looked exactly like the evil spirit Mike from his memories, and felt a twinge of toothache from a perspective of whether it is beneficial to humans. People in this world are accustomed to dividing deities into righteous gods and evil gods, but this is merely the one-sided wishful thinking of mortals. In a transcendent sense, deities are only divided into true and false. Those with fragments of authority are false gods, while those with complete authority are true gods. That Asputin from the Dark Harbor, who loves to exhale, is a false god. Its authority over decay is incomplete. However, the one standing before Chen Yin at this moment possesses an incredibly complete and pure power, fully fitting the definition of a true god, except for the fact that he felt no divinity for some unknown reason. Hearing Chen Yan's words, Mike smiled and shook his head. "Guest, you misunderstand. I'm not a deity. I'm just an alchemist." Here we go again? Chen Yin felt a bit overwhelmed. Why does everyone keep claiming to be an alchemist? Is this group really that impressive? Seeing the expression on Chen Yan's face that seemed to say whatever you say is right, Mike's smile deepened. Alchemy is, after all, a technique that utilizes all extraordinary materials to achieve preset goals. Since that's the case, authority can naturally also be a kind of material. As he said this, he changed the subject, his gaze landing once again on Chen Yin, revealing a hint of self-deprecation. "Oh, discussing these matters in front of you, who has truly mastered the power of order, which does not exist within the network of extraordinary powers and is completely opposed to the essence of chaos, is indeed my ignorance of the heights of heaven and depths of earth. However, at this moment, Chen Yan's attention was entirely focused on the text in his mind. Detected complete chaos node, greed. Would you like to spend 1,000,000 order coins to correct it? Warning, current coin amount insufficient. 1 million. The corner of Chen Yan's, I twitched violently. Could it be any more expensive? Even if I drained both Westia and Dark Harbor, I couldn't come up with this amount. Is the enemy camp's numbers inflated to an excessive degree? He shook his head and coldly looked at the golden-haired youth in front of him, too lazy to discuss these trivial details further. What do you want to do? Do nothing. The youth's tone was flat, as if discussing the weather. What needs to be done has already been done. The fate of this small town has long been predetermined. I merely prepared this good show for you before the curtain falls, due to your sudden visit. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow, his tone unfriendly. Speak plainly, please. Mike seemed very patient and actually began to explain. In short, I want you to understand that order is merely a false and ephemeral power. This world ultimately belongs to chaos. Just like when facing greed, the order you attempt to uphold is utterly powerless. Even in the heyday of the kingdom, when the power of order was at its strongest, greed could still easily lead people to violate iron laws and cross boundaries. This is simply because it is rooted in the deepest impulses of life and is true humanity. As he said this, Mike slowly walked to the edge of the tower and pointed down. His tone carried a trace of barely perceptible, suppressed anger. Just like them, the hypocritical residents of Ashton. My teacher, Lysander Ashcroft, a reclusive master alchemist, sacrificed his life to protect this place, stopping the evil god who sought to be crowned with greed. But what was the result? The day after his death, those noble nobles and gentlemen in the town, eager to satisfy their desires, couldn't wait to offer sacrifices to that dying evil god, treating my teacher's sacrifice as a bargaining chip. They cared nothing for the severe consequences of nourishing an evil god who wields greed. The only reason they made such a decision was that the evil god promised them gold. Haha, guest, don't you find this very laughable? Anger that could hardly be contained appeared on the youth's face. And when I exposed their crimes to the public, the townspeople immediately received a generous fortune. Then, the next day, my teacher became a suspected convert to the evil god, executed in the name of justice, while I was captured as a cultist. Seeing the trembling excitement on the opposite side, Chen Yan couldn't help but frown. At this moment, however, Mike suddenly calmed down, a near-satisfied smile appearing on his face. Since they are so greedy and despicable, I will use greed as bait, allowing them to personally experience whether what an alchemist truly wishes to do as an evil god is something they can resist and execute. Thus, Ashton has become what you see. People hypocritically play the part of decent individuals on the streets, yet behind their backs, in order to satisfy their insatiable greed that normal efforts can never fill. They throw everything into the game of chance, either plundering everything from others in an instant or losing everything and becoming worthless shells. I hardly need to do anything. Their endless desires have become my best source of power. At this point, he withdrew his gaze from looking down and looked back at Chen Yan, smiling. So, do you understand? Order is just a temporary illusion, while chaos is the true underlying essence of all things. However, Chen Yan's expression remained flat, his tone devoid of waves. Oh, so what? Mike's smile froze for a moment, then he laughed again. So it's nothing. I just didn't expect to meet a guest like you at this moment of impending destruction, so I couldn't help but vent a little. As for what you want to do, feel free. After all, we are not far from destruction. As he said this, Mike looked up at the sky. The deep red crack in the sky had widened a bit more. It seems that this time they still couldn't determine a winner. What a pity. Mike suddenly looked down at the tower, his smile becoming incredibly sincere. You see, the show is about to begin. Chen Yan frowned and looked down. He saw the pedestrians who had been smiling hypocritically begin to attack each other once again, and the situation escalated. What have you done? Nothing. Mike shrugged and spread his hands. I just told each of them the same thing. The world is about to end, but the first person to reach the tower can survive. Look how hard they are trying for the most primal desire of living. In the face of such desire, any order is meaningless. Hmm. Looking at Chen Yin, who was slowly raising his hand, Mike raised an eyebrow, his smile widening. Do you plan to use your incredible power to save them? I must remind you that each of their souls has been sown with the divinity of greed, and all your power directed at them will double back to you, right? Chen Yin answered directly. That's right. Mike nodded proudly, spreading his arms as if embracing the incoming power. Of course, if you are so full of love, then I can only graciously accept it. Love is not the issue. I just dislike overly noisy environments. Watching Mike's increasingly obvious smile, Chen Yan's tone remained calm. However, why do you think that to stop them, you must directly use force against them? As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the 5-story restaurant at the end of the street suddenly swung open. In the next second, countless shadows rushed out from within. Frying pans, soup spoons, rolling pins, iron pots, and even chairs. All kinds of kitchen utensils and restaurant clutter, like a swarm of bees with the sound of rushing air, accurately and efficiently struck the back of the head of each resident caught in madness. Bang, 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 bang. The crisp and rhythmic sound of strikes echoed throughout the street. Just a moment ago, people were engaged in bloody fighting, one by one rolling their eyes and collapsing to the ground with ease. The scene was momentarily harmonious. On the tower above, Mike's smile slowly froze. Chen Yin looked at him and shrugged. You see, isn't this more efficient? Chapter 59 Dilemma. On top of the tower, the howling wind roared. A black torrent made up of countless kitchen utensils and restaurant debris circled the street before returning in an orderly fashion to the 5-story restaurant. The door creaking shut behind it. The entire town was left in dead silence, save for the sound of the wind. Mike's smile froze on his face as he looked down at the corpses scattered across the ground. He glanced at the spirit opposite him, who had their hands spread out, and his eyelid twitched uncontrollably. Your Excellency, it's no wonder you've reached the pinnacle of alchemy. He paused for a moment before continuing. Your line of thinking is indeed quite unique. Chen Yin rolled his eyes. Just admit your own rigidity. Don't think you can avoid awkwardness by complimenting others. Although he spoke lightly, Chen Yin felt no joy looking at the words that appeared in his mind. Detected large alchemical error, unable to assess damage due to influence of greed. Would you like to spend gold to correct? Question mark. They couldn't even assess how much gold was needed. Faced with the authority of greed, Chen Yin had no intention whatsoever of using gold to test it. The outcome was almost certain to be a wasted effort. With no return, he couldn't fight back, nor could he dismantle it. Great, now I'm going to be beat. Chen Yin looked up at the increasingly dense crimson cracks in the sky, his expression growing more serious. It seems you are indeed in a dilemma. Mike finally regained his calm demeanor, as if everything was under his control. But you need not worry. Even if this round ends, you still have 2 chances left. If there's anything you wish to try, feel free, and then face your inevitable destruction. Oh, Mike seemed to remember something suddenly and added, let me tell you something interesting. Did you know? Before I completely took control of the town to prepare for the sacrifice, I gave them a chance. I let them decide a winner at the gambling table, and that winner could gamble against me. If he won, he would gain everything of mine, which naturally included stopping my sacrificial act. But unfortunately, they never managed to decide on a winner until the end. He looked at Chen Yin, a hint of amusement in his smile. By the way, Your Excellency, why don't we make a bet? Bet on what? Chen Yin raised an eyebrow. However, the blond youth did not respond. His figure quickly faded in the howling wind, ultimately disappearing without a trace. Damn it, Chen Yin cursed bitterly. In the remaining time, Chen Yan's spirit avatar searched throughout the town, shrouded in greed. At that moment, he felt like a student trying to find questions on a blank exam paper, his mind swirling with countless ideas, yet feeling utterly lost. One thing was certain, that thing born out of nowhere wasn't wrong. In this round, he indeed hadn't found a good breakthrough. 6 o'clock, the sea of blood poured down. It was still that eerie green light that flashed by. Everything returned to normal. This time, when Chen Yan's spirit opened his eyes again, the sunlight outside was already slanting to the west. He found himself right at the entrance of the foul-smelling mill. Without a moment's hesitation, he floated down the familiar staircase. On the way, he even took a moment to punch a lewd young man who was just about to go out and catch someone, finally feeling a bit of relief. The casino, as the most unique place in this small town, was undoubtedly where clues to potentially break the current situation could be found. This time, Chen Yin did not rush to the top of the tower to meet that ordinary alchemist. Instead, he wandered between the gambling tables, observing the chaotic frenzy around him. No currency was collected here, but those half-human, half-ghost attendants would assign chips for everything brought in by each person. Wealth, family, friendship, memories, health, future. Through this process, everything about a person was quantified into specific chip amounts. What was even more terrifying was that those who had not entered the casino would be treated as chips that could be exchanged at any time, based on their relationship with the gamblers. You have no chips left, but you still have family, right? One attendant whispered to a gambler who had lost his mind. How could I use her to exchange for chips? A flicker of struggle crossed the gambler's face. As long as you turn around and win back, won't that be enough? Just think, you've already lost more than 20 times. What are the odds of losing the next round? You need to make a decision quickly. If your family comes in here later, they might just exchange you for chips first. I understand. Ultimately, the gambler's struggle was replaced by fervor. With this rule in place, it was nearly impossible for anyone in this town to remain uninvolved. Failing to act first, betraying, or plundering meant being betrayed and plundered in return. Thus, the order casino rules here was perfectly directed towards the expansion and fermentation of greed. Chen Yin finally understood why he could not gain power from transactions with the townsfolk. Because all the wealth, or rather value, of this small town had already been consolidated and categorized into the chips here by the authority of greed. The coins in the townspeople's hands held no real value. They themselves were merely worthless failures cast out from here. I still have money. I'm willing to exchange myself for chips. Let me continue. At that moment, an excited, twisted voice caught Chen Yan's attention. It was a middle-aged man, his face flushed, clearly having lost everything. Oh, a familiar face. 2 pixel points raised on Chen Yan's glowing eyebrows. It was precisely that man with the hoe who had been dragged in front of him in the last round. Seeing the excitement on the other's face, Chen Yan floated over. The man, who had just exchanged everything he had left for a small pile of chips, wore a smug expression. He was about to return to the gambling table to sweep everything away when suddenly he stumbled, falling heavily to the ground. Just as he was about to curse, a standard 20-sided die made of brass rolled in front of him. At the same time, a voice that seemed to come from nowhere gently echoed in his ear. Do you want to win? The man's eyes widened suddenly. Vistaya. In that consciousness space woven from azure vines, Alice sat opposite a vague shadow that was slowly coalescing. The thing had no fixed form. Sometimes it was twisted limbs, sometimes shattered illusions. The only constant was the pair of scarlet eyes gleaming with greed and brutality. Have you thought it through? A detached voice emerged from the shadow. Do you want to cooperate with me? Together, we will squeeze out these people's dreams and fantasies. Alice, sitting on a vine swing, wore a cold expression and remained silent. Seeing this, the shadow spoke with disdain. You're not feeling pity for your food, are you? No wonder, despite controlling such a large number of humans. Your power is so weak, it's truly laughable. In that case, I want T-hole back. The tone of the shadow became excited, revealing unmasked greed. Since you've woven yourself in, don't blame me for swallowing you whole. After all, dream is also a fragment of one of the 3 supreme authorities. Em truly lucky. You will not succeed. Alice's tone was flat, as if stating an established fact. Ha, the shadow sneered. In order to filter out my pollution, you have been trapped here. Meanwhile, I can roam freely in this city with my new friends. Who do you think has the better chance between us? That dangerous restaurant has suddenly stopped operating, hasn't it? Perhaps it has already been devoured by a greater existence. In Westia City, that restaurant remains brightly lit, but no cutlery moves on its own anymore, and the valuables on the counter yield no response. Even the manager's clone behind the counter has become like a statue. And on the street, a patrol team of investigators is walking alongside a shadow that flickers in and out of sight. They don't find anything wrong with this at all. In the harbor of darkness, the refuge, beyond the pure golden barrier, a grotesque creature made of countless corpses and flesh is slowly and steadily approaching. Wherever the monster passes, gray-green mold proliferates wildly, corrupting everything on the mountain road. Inside the barrier, Fawn, Ethan, and Leighton are on high alert with the remaining guards of the refuge. Each face is filled with gravity. Chapter 60, the third ending time, slowly passed in the underground casino. Under Chen Yan's subtle guidance, the middle-aged man who had lost everything, nearly forgetting his own name, began his comeback with Mike's dice. Each time the dice landed, it was accompanied by gasps from the crowd. Each time a card was flipped, it meant the opponent's financial ruin. The chips in his hand piled higher and higher, soon surpassing anyone else in the casino. The surrounding gamblers noticed this anomaly. Their expressions shifted from initial astonishment to blatant jealousy and greed, ultimately turning into a near-worshipping fervor. Under the rule of greed, extreme luck itself became a supreme power. My name is Mike, and I am the last winner. When a middle-aged man gathered all the chips from his final opponent, he raised his head and loudly declared to the awestruck and greedy gazes around him. He remembered his name. Chen Yan's spirit floated nearby, and upon hearing this name, his eyebrows involuntarily raised. "You're also called Mike?" A voice rang directly in his mind. The man was momentarily stunned, then seemed to understand something, his face showing a fervent respect. "Divine Envoy." "This is not surprising," he humbly explained, "let alone Ashton, even in the entire Inal County. If you walk down the street and shout Mike, at least 1/3 of the people would turn around." Chen Yan. All right then. Having become the only winner in the casino, hope reignited in Mike's eyes. With anticipation, he stepped onto the path leading to the tower, a road only winners were qualified to walk. The corridor was deep and silent, with soldier statues on both sides standing like mountains, exuding a cold aura. Mike's heart raced in his chest. He could feel victory was just ahead. However, just as he was about to reach the black door at the end of the corridor, the two soldier statues closest to the door suddenly came to life. They crossed their long halberds, and the cold stone blades ruthlessly blocked his way. What? Mike's expectation froze in an instant, turning into disbelief and anger. "I am the winner. The rules say that the winner can challenge him." A gentle voice, laced with a smile, drifted from behind the door, echoing through the corridor. "Why would you naively think that winning according to my rules would truly allow you to challenge me?" The voice was filled with unabashed mockery. "You don't even have the qualification to stand in front of me. You don't follow the rules." Mike screamed in despair, unable to accept this cruel reality. "Rules?" A hearty laugh echoed. Someone who would unhesitatingly bet their loved ones, memories, and even their soul for a win is actually demanding that I follow the rules. You think it's fine to betray everything to become a winner, yet you naively believe I am a trustworthy person? After a long while, the laughter subsided. "Moreover, I haven't broken any rules. What I said was that you have the right to gamble with me. But I never guaranteed that you would reach me." The moment the words fell, the eyes of all the soldier statues on both sides of the corridor lit up with a ghostly green glow. They raised their halberds in unison, aiming at the tiny and desperate figure in the center of the corridor. At the critical moment, a golden flash swept by. Mike felt a blur before his eyes, and the next second, he found himself out of the death corridor, back under the sunlight. Not far away, the ominous black tower stood tall in the center of the town. The terror of having survived was completely ignited by the fury of shattered dreams. Mike didn't even glance at Chen Yan, who had saved him. He just cursed madly, his fists smashing into the ground until they were bloodied and mangled. But soon, all the anger turned into powerless despair. He collapsed to the ground as if all his bones had been pulled out. Chen Yan's spirit appeared beside him. Looking down from above, his voice devoid of any emotion. "What is wrong? Don't you want to win?" "Win?" Mike let out a bitter laugh. "How to win? He is too powerful. He is the rule. I can't win at all. Relying on yourself, of course, you can't." Chen Yan's voice was flat, yet carried a strange allure. "But you can ask for help." A glimmer of light flashed in Mike's eyes. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Chen Yan eagerly. "Divine Envoy, you will definitely help me, right?" Chen Yan shook his head, his tone calm. "I said, you must win on your own. I will not interfere excessively." As Mike fell into a daze, Chen Yan continued slowly, his voice growing deeper. "Have you forgotten? There are many losers in this town, according to the casino's rules. Everything they have theoretically belongs to you, the only winner. So why not try to use them?" Mike's eyes suddenly lit up. Moments later, as the only winner in Ashton, Mike gathered all the adult townsfolk who had been expelled from the casino. When those expressionless, zombie-like people gathered around, Mike could clearly see the jealousy and greed filling their eyes. Those piercing gazes made his scalp tingle. But soon, after two townsfolk attempted to rush up and attack him only to be sent flying by Chen, the greed among the crowd was somewhat suppressed by fear. Taking a deep breath, Mike straightened his chest and loudly declared, "I think you all should understand. You have lost everything. You are now worthless losers. There is no second path but to wait for death here. But now, I, the only winner, am willing to give you a chance. As long as you help me reach the top of that tower and let me gamble against that bastard. Once successful, I will share half of the wealth I win with you." A stir ran through the crowd, with voices of doubt rising one after another. Mike raised his voice sharply, responding with a nearly frenzied tone. "Do you have any other choice? This is your only chance. A chance to win again. If you don't help me, you will forever have nothing." Under the immense temptation of winning again, the crowd eventually quieted down. A loose alliance, each with their own motives, was formed. This was clearly not the result Mike wanted, but he had no better way. Just then, Chen Yan's voice rang in his mind again. "Do you think this motley crew can avoid collapsing in the face of those statue soldiers?" A flash of dissatisfaction crossed Mike's face. "What can I do then?" "You can't, but I can." Chen Yan smiled. The next second, the 5-story restaurant door slowly opened in front of Mike. "You have already experienced my power. So, you should understand that my dishes have real effects. Fried rice, common. Eating effect, fully restores stamina, gain a temporary state of peace of mind, slightly increases mental resilience. Less prone to panic. Steamed pork, common. Eating effect, fully restores stamina, gain a temporary state of vitality, slightly reduces physical damage taken, provides extra resistance to fear status." As Chen Yin informed Mike of the effects of the dishes, the latter's eyes instantly lit up. "If only everyone could. I need food. A lot of food," he shouted impatiently at Chen Yin. However, Chen Yan's spirit floated in front of him, unmoving. A restaurant, after all, requires transactions. Moreover, I only accept that unique chip in your hand. As for the others, they have no value. The fervor on Mike's face instantly faded, replaced by strong resistance. "This is impossible. These chips are mine, are they?" Chen Yan's voice was light, yet carried a deadly temptation. "Just think about it. What kind of wealth might exist atop that high tower? This little bit you have in your hand pales in comparison to him, doesn't it? As long as you win and possess the power to set the rules, what is it that you can't get? Now, are you sure you want to give up the only opportunity for this trivial gain? Think about the dice in your chest. Do you think you will lose? Are you willing to live your whole life without ever standing before him?" Mike gasped violently, his eyes torn between conflicting thoughts. In the end, greed triumphed over reason. He gritted his teeth and nodded with difficulty. "All right." Just like that, bowls of steaming fried rice and steamed pork flew out from the main store's window, landing in the hands of every townsfolk. Inside the main store, before Chen Yin, golden text refreshed like a waterfall. "Transaction completed. Transaction amount evaluated. 126,385 order coins. Current held coins. 167980. Current coin count breaks 100,000 for the first time. Store star level increases by 1. Current star level, 3 stars. Probability of producing high-quality food increased by 100. Probability of producing rare-level food increased by 50. Probability of producing epic-level food increased by 10. Maximum number of branch stores increased by 1. Current number of branch stores, 3. Number of store upgrades increased by 1. Current coins required for store upgrade, 10,000. Do you want to upgrade? Unlock branch store teleportation function." Chen Yin looked at all this indifferently, his gaze penetrating the glass, landing outside. That group of people was crazily gulping down the food, their numb eyes rekindling with life, their hunched bodies slowly straightening, the scattered momentum coalescing into a torrent driven by greed. Under Mike's hysterical shouts, this army of failures surged towards the Black Tower. Everything happened just as he anticipated. Even real beasts would temporarily unite for a greater prey. Let alone, this was a group of humans merely enslaved by greed. They could not refuse that greater temptation, so they would instead exhibit a temporary, fragile order and cooperation, even to some extent ceding their own interests. Even if this alliance was incredibly weak, it was enough to symbolize that greed could also point towards order. That was enough. It was sufficient for Chen Yin to tear a hole in this town shrouded in greed and complete this sufficiently lucrative transaction. Just then, a slight sound of footsteps came from the stairs. Lilith rubbed her somewhat sleepy eyes and came down. Store manager. Chen Yin turned around, his expression softening. "You're up? Did you sleep well? I didn't wake you, did I?" Lilith shook her head. "No, I slept. Well enough, I guess." "Well enough?" Chen Yin was somewhat puzzled. "It's nothing serious." Lilith shook her head, seemingly confused, just that it felt like I had a strange dream. But I can't remember it clearly now. "But you, store manager, seem a bit unhappy. Did you encounter a tricky problem?" It is a bit tricky." Chen Yin nodded, his gaze returning to the window. Not far from the tower, a war was underway. After a long silence, he continued, "I just feel that this play is really quite boring." Chapter 61. The inevitable destruction, what was called a war, was actually a bit exaggerated. In reality, it was merely a group of people who, driven by greed, had thrown their lives into the final gamble. Every villager's face was interwoven with excitement and fervor as they waved various weapons and charged towards the black tower standing in the center of the town. Chen Yan's spirit floated inside the tower, quietly observing it all. The stone soldiers at the base of the tower came to life, wielding cold, long spears, trying to block this surge. However, the effects of the dishes were indeed remarkable, and their combat power exceeded Chen Yan's expectations. This group of people, driven by greed and tempted by the prospect of winning this ultimate goal, unleashed astonishing fighting strength. It was only a matter of time before they climbed from the base of the tower to its summit. In Chen Yan's view, the emerald green light, symbolizing the authority of greed, which was perched atop the tower, was becoming increasingly unstable with this absurd war. Detected complete chaos node greed. Would you like to spend 800,000 order coins to correct it? Detected complete chaos node greed. Would you like to spend 600,000 order coins to correct it? The text refreshing in his mind indicated that the authority of greed was gradually weakening amidst this contradictory behavior. Finally, after paying a heavy price, the army composed of losers surrounded their only winner and charged up to the top of the tower. They didn't even need Chen Yin to intervene again. At this moment, the people were already bloodthirsty, led by Mike like a pack of bloodthirsty beasts, rushing straight towards the blonde youth standing at the edge of the tower. To everyone's surprise, the blonde youth did not resist in the face of this crazed mob. He didn't even show the slightest surprise. He merely smiled and looked at the man, who shared his name, charging at the forefront. "Mike, you won." His voice was gentle and clearly reached everyone's ears, drowning out all the shouts and gasps. "I bet you wouldn't reach me, but you did. So you won." After saying this, he gently tossed a 20-sided die carved from black crystal into the air. The die traced a graceful arc before landing in Mike's hand. Then, the youth standing at the edge of the tower did not hesitate to lean back like a feather. Falling from the top, detected complete chaos node greed. Would you like to spend 100,000 order coins to correct it? A line of new text appeared before Chen Yan's eyes. The cost to correct the authority had finally dropped to a range he could bear. However, after seeing the true flow of this authority's power, Chen Yin felt no joy. Mike, who should have been overjoyed, had his wild laughter freeze the moment he caught the die. He instinctively looked up at the sky, and in his eyes, which had just burned with the flames of greed, there was now only endless fear. Chen Yin also slowly looked up. He watched the scarlet sky, which had already been shattered beyond recognition, accelerating its collapse at a visible speed, and took a deep, uncontrollable breath. Since the first time he met that alchemist, the most unsettling suspicion that had lingered in his heart had come true. The power that overshadowed this town was not a restriction, but a protection and maintenance. That blonde alchemist, using greed as a fulcrum, forcefully maintained this world in its last moment before complete destruction. This was a place destined for destruction. Its demise did not stem from within, but had already been determined by the horrors beyond this world. In Westia, at the temporary headquarters of the investigators, veteran investigator Griffin was alone in a room with a vague shadow. "William, thanks to you, We were able to contact the survivors of the White Tower and finally have the chance to escape from this bizarre illusion created by the entity. Griffin said, wiping a silver flintlock pistol stained with blood with a soft cloth, revealing a look of relief. Just thinking about how we were deceived by that entity, actually believing that the White Tower had been destroyed, obediently staying here to be its firewood. That's truly terrifying. Yes, it's truly terrifying. A voice from the shadow sounded as if countless people were speaking simultaneously, overlapping with each other. But fortunately, we have now discovered the truth. Let us quickly end that entity's life, then we can return to the real world. Griffin nodded in agreement. But then, he slowly aimed the gun in his hand at the shadow in front of him. The shadow's crimson eyes flashed with confusion. Griffin, what are you doing? My old friend. You were right about everything. Griffin's eyes revealed a hint of pain, but I am a suspicious person. You should know that I have never had a good temper. And I don't have many friends among the investigators. Only you have always understood my temperament so well. We have hardly ever had conflicts, not even differences in thought. It's truly incredible. So I suspect you, my old friend. When exactly did you arrive in Westia? The shadow's voice was filled with disbelief. Old buddy, do you not even trust me? Just because our personalities match, you want to turn against me? Have you gone mad? Or have you already been corrupted by that entity? What was the first line of the investigator's oath, William? Griffin's tone was calm, ignoring the other's questions. The shadow paused for a moment before continuing. We willingly devote ourselves to the shadows of the world, unafraid of sacrifice to protect the land under the sunlight. I have always remembered this line. So, old friend, now you should trust me, right? You have no flaws. Griffin's tone carried a hint of admiration, but the gun's muzzle remained steady. But the problem is, if you have a problem, then we, along with everyone in this city, may fall into an irretrievable situation. Therefore, I must make a final confirmation before everything becomes irretrievable. Your confirmation is to aim a gun at me. Your only close friend? The shadow's eerie tone took on a hint of perfectly timed anger. In response to its question, Griffin slowly nodded. Yes, my friend. This is my sin, but I must do this. The shadow suddenly laughed, the laughter sharp and piercing. Can you do it, friend? Shooting your closest friend is, for someone as upright as you, akin to suicide. However, Griffin also smiled. Yes, my friend. That is why I'm using this gun. I'm sorry. As soon as the words fell, bang, a gunshot rang out, as endless fear flashed in the shadow's eyes. A bullet burning with dark red flames pierced through the twisted shadow, carrying with it all of Griffin's remaining vitality. In the harbor of gloom, in the refuge, beyond the golden barrier, the grotesque and repulsive monster had stopped moving its bloated body. In front of it, a myriad of gray-green, complex patterns resembling mold mycelium were rapidly spreading through the air. The next moment, a gray-green beam of light, containing the ultimate corrupting power, shot out from the center of the patterns and struck the golden barrier. The light of the barrier visibly dimmed. At this moment, only Leighton and Fawn remained by the barrier. Ethan and the other guards had already been sent ahead to evacuate the remaining people in the shelter through another route. When facing a malevolent god that had descended into reality, numbers were meaningless. The soldiers would fall into madness the moment they laid eyes on him. In fact, even with temporary resistance-enhancing potions, Fawn and Leighton were not faring much better. The scenery before them was violently shaking, and their ears were filled with nauseating murmurs. We should retreat. Fawn's voice was hoarse. Even alchemical explosives are ineffective against this monster. We have no means left. But if they left like this, it would mean giving up the last possible chance of survival in this world. Leighton's tone remained steady, but his words were steeped in deep reluctance. Suddenly, he lowered his head to look at the back of his hand, where faint thorn-like patterns had mysteriously appeared. Mr. Fawn, I remember you said my bloodline concentration was insufficient to inherit the power of thorns, and I wouldn't suffer its consequences. Fawn also noticed the anomaly on Leighton's hand and appeared somewhat surprised. That's right. Theoretically, your bloodline shouldn't be able to awaken. Could it be? Fawn's gaze crossed the barrier to the monster, which had already merged with a significant portion of the innocent victim, and then he tentatively speculated. Perhaps it's because of the influence released when that malevolent god forcibly merged the shattered, suffering authority. After all, Thorns is also a supernatural power belonging to suffering. Does that mean I can use this power to seize that authority? A hint of madness crept into Leighton's voice, but Fawn directly dismissed his idea. The gap between mortals and gods cannot be easily bridged. You can't even get close to him, even if you manage to approach him. The human mind cannot bear the authority. You would only become the second, innocent victim. Madness and death are your only outcomes. Before Fawn finished speaking, a crisp cracking sound came. The golden barrier shattered, earlier than the two had anticipated. At the same moment, the barrier broke. The pollution from that malevolent god spread out completely and without any weakening. The entire world, in Fawn and Leighton's eyes, was coated in a thick, oil paint-like gray-green. The air was no longer air, but a viscous, foul-smelling substance exuding a decaying aura, pressing against their lungs and flooding their minds. Fawn let out a muffled groan as the scene before him began to spin violently, tearing apart, with countless gray-green mycelium wildly sprouting at the edge of his vision. He felt something inside his bones trying to burst out. At the same time, the thorn-like patterns on the back of Leighton's hand, which had only been faintly visible, suddenly turned pitch black and grotesque, visibly spreading up his arm at a rapid pace. Intense pain surged from the depths of his soul, as if countless red-hot iron needles were repeatedly piercing every inch of his nerves. But along with this pain came a faint, intermittent calling. The call came from the grotesque mound of flesh below, from the malevolent spirit that had already merged with most of itself. It was calling for a power of the same origin. Leighton's body uncontrollably took a step forward. Another step. However, just as he was about to completely lose himself and plunge into that rotting abyss, a soft, warm, pale, golden light suddenly spread from the side. It was Ophelia. She was floating in midair, her translucent body radiating a pure golden glow, her expression one of unmasked urgency. The people in the shelter have already gone down the back mountain route. Why are you two still here? Come with me. Her voice was urgent, tinged with a hint of fear. Before she finished speaking, two solid golden threads shot out from her fingertips, aiming to forcibly pull them away from this dangerous place. The thread successfully wrapped around Fawn's body. However, just as the other thread was about to reach Leighton, an unexpected change occurred. A burst of black, thorny shadows erupted violently from Leighton's body, thrashing wildly and deflecting the golden thread away. Ugh! Leighton let out a suppressed groan of pain. Dropping to one knee, sweat pouring down his face, his expression twisted in agony. But in stark contrast to this extreme pain were his eyes, which had regained clarity. What is wrong with you? Ophelia floated to his side, looking at the strange black thorns on him, her beautiful golden eyes filled with shock and confusion. When did you gain this ability? No, this isn't the time to discuss this. Hurry and come with us. Leighton, however, lifted his head and slowly shook it. Its target is undoubtedly the shopkeeper's restaurant. That's our only avenue of survival. I must do everything I can. His voice was hoarse yet exceptionally calm. At the very least, I need to buy some time. He struggled to stand, his gaze fixed beyond Ophelia, staring intently at the writhing mound of flesh below. Can you help me? Take me to that old man who's been half swallowed. Are you crazy? Ophelia's voice rose uncontrollably. She simply couldn't understand what this knight was thinking. That's a malevolent god. However, Leighton no longer gave her a chance to persuade him. He stopped suppressing the brutal power within him, allowing the black thorn patterns to completely cover his body. In the next second, he staggered towards the monster. The sound of the wind howled in his ears, and the young knight's eyes reflected the ever-growing, despairing mountain made of flesh and corpses. In his eyes, there was an uncontrollable fear. Chapter 62, the fourth, ending the blood sea falls again. Atop the tower, the black crystal, tightly gripped in Mike's hand, burst forth with its final glow. Time, for the last time, rewound. When Chen Yan's spirit opened his eyes again, he still stood at the top of the tower. This time, it had only returned to dusk. The thick, seemingly solidified, blood-red sunset was slowly sinking below the horizon. Above the sky, the web-like cracks appeared one after another, grotesque and ugly, as if they were about to completely collapse at any second. Below the tower, the townsfolk had refreshed back to the streets, numbly looking up, their hollow gazes reflecting the deep red in the sky, their faces filled only with confusion and fear. Chen Yan glanced around. The blonde alchemist had not appeared. Beside him, Mike had also not been rewound. He was now holding the dull die, slumped on the ground, his body uncontrollably shaking violently. Are we already dead? He suddenly raised his head, looking at Chen Yan with a pleading expression. Chen Yan's eyes flickered. He looked at the completely broken gambler and calmly said, I don't know. But the feeling you give me is indeed quite different from the living people I encountered before. However, one thing is certain, Chen Yan's gaze fell on the dull die in his hand. That is, this die you hold represents, in a sense, the truth of this town. So, Chen Yan did not continue. He simply reached out and grabbed the back of Mike's collar. Leaping from the top of the tower, they floated down lightly to the central square of the town. Chen Yan released his grip, letting Mike sit limply on the ground. Then he looked around at the townsfolk who seemed like puppets, merely staring blankly at the sky, and spoke loudly. I know everyone is very confused right now, but that's okay. I will explain the situation to you shortly. So, please come over to this side of the square. As his voice echoed, an order coin quietly appeared at his fingertips, then transformed into a circle of invisible golden ripples, spreading outwards in all directions, clearly delivering his words into everyone's ears. Upon hearing the voice, the people stiffly turned, as if receiving orders, gathering like walking corpses. Seeing that enough people had arrived, Chen Yan snapped his fingers. Not far away, the 5-story restaurant's door suddenly swung open. Bowls of prepared, forget-worry clear soup swiftly flew out from the entrance. The people didn't even have time to react before an invisible force held them down, rendering them immobile. One by one, they were forced to drink the light blue soup. As the clear soup went down, the lifeless numbness in the townsfolk's eyes faded somewhat, and they finally looked a bit more lively. Seeing this, Chen Yan raised his hand again, revealing 10 coins that transformed into another circle of golden ripples, sweeping over everyone present. It was a memory experienced from Chen Yan's perspective about the truths of these cycles and the final destruction. After a moment of absolute silence, the crowd erupted into chaos. Some looked at the grotesque cracks in the sky, their faces drained of color, their eyes filled only with endless fear. Others seemed to have all their strength drained, their legs giving way as they fell to the ground, hands covering their faces, suppressing their sobs. Some shook their heads in disbelief, repeatedly murmuring impossible, as if trying to deny this cruel reality. Chen Yan quietly observed all this, his tone calm. Well, now you all know everything. Before you die, do whatever you want. Of course, don't violate public order and morals, and avoid disturbing me. That's all. After speaking, he let out a long breath and turned to float back to his restaurant. His plain yet almost cold words, accompanied by the golden ripples, spread for the last time throughout the entire town. After a brief period of chaos, the people gradually accepted this destined outcome. An old man with gray hair trembled as he walked home, carefully tending to the long-abandoned flower bed behind his house. A young couple held hands tightly and began to stroll down the empty street slowly, just like on their first date, wearing serene smiles. A usually miserly merchant opened the expensive food he had always hesitated to eat, clumsily feeding it to the child he had long forgotten in the corner. Inside the main store, "Manager, are you okay?" Lilith's voice carried a hint of concern, her beautiful ruby eyes anxiously watching Chen Yan, who had been silent since earlier. Chen Yan shook his head. "I'm fine." He paused, his gaze directed out the window at the increasingly dark blood-red sky, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. But next, we may have to face that deep red tide. Although he had made a big profit here, it did not mean he had enough confidence to confront that strange blood sea. He turned his head to look at the silent skull on the counter. Is there no emergency strategy for this special situation? Inka did not answer immediately. After an unsettling silence lasted for several seconds, the sound of its painfully creaking bones slowly echoed. "Unfortunately, manager, the shop's transfer happens once every 24 hours, and nothing will change until you reach a certain level. So, you can only pray that your current strength can hold out in his body until the shop's next transfer." "What if I can't hold out?" After asking, Chen Yan couldn't help but chuckle at himself, and Inka's answer was just as he expected. "Then I can only say, very regrettable, manager. This is truly unreasonable. The world is inherently an unreasonable existence." Inka's voice was calm and unperturbed. Chen Yin turned his head to look at the quiet girl beside him, apologizing. Sorry. Now you've been dragged into my bad luck. However, Lilith, who had been quietly listening to their conversation, gently shook her head. Dragged in? Her voice was soft but exceptionally clear. Are you referring to dragging me into this possibly irredeemable world, where I can still briefly live as human? Chen Yin was taken aback. But Lilith interrupted the words he was about to say. She looked up, her usually cold, red eyes now staring at him unwaveringly. Are you afraid now? Chen Yin instinctively shook his head. Not afraid. But meeting the girl's clear gaze, he honestly added, Okay, I am a little. Just as he finished speaking, a cool, soft hand gently grasped his left hand. Chen Yin's body stiffened for a moment. He stared blankly at the smiling Lilith. The girl's face illuminated by the increasingly intense red light streaming in from the window, her lips slightly curling up, her tone cheerful. Then, I am very glad, at this moment, to be by your side. Just then, a slightly hurried sound of footsteps came from the store entrance. Chen Yin raised his head and saw a familiar figure standing at the door, somewhat flustered. It was Mike. Initially appearing a bit awkward, he quickly relaxed, revealing a smile on his face. He walked in, facing Chen Yin's puzzled gaze. God, oh no, I mean manager. Then, Mike's gaze fell on Lilith, and he couldn't help but exclaim, Is this your wife? She's really beautiful. Clearly, he misunderstood something, but Chen Yin had no intention to explain at that moment. He simply asked, Did you come here to eat? Yes. Mike nodded heavily. Manager, I want to invite everyone in town to have one last meal. He scratched his head a bit awkwardly. I would like to order some food from you. Right now, I only have this. He carefully placed 2 dice on the counter. One was Chen Yin's own brass 20-sided die. The other was the black crystal die that once held the power of greed. Now dull and lifeless. I don't know if it's enough. If not, we can order fewer dishes. We have some food at home that we can make do with. Chen Yin looked at Mike, a bit surprised, but he still reached out and took them. Transaction established. Transaction amount assessment. 0 order coins. Current coins held. 167980. Seeing the text appear in his mind, Chen Yin couldn't help but smile, revealing a genuine grin. Of course it's enough. I'll cover the cost of your meal. Consume 10,000 coins. Shop level LV2 to LV3. Shop upgrading. The scale of the restaurant expanded once again, and the townspeople gradually gathered in the restaurant and the square in front of it. Dish after dish of steaming food flew out of the kitchen like meteors, landing accurately on each dining table. The final feast had begun. People ate heartily and chatted joyfully. A usually quiet blacksmith, now blushing, sang loudly, and although he was off-key, it prompted a group to join in. A slick tailor clumsily performed his one and only trick, accidentally igniting a handkerchief, causing everyone to burst into laughter. The singing was loud, and so was the laughter. No one looked at the sky anymore, and no one mentioned the apocalypse. They simply ate, drank, laughed, and made noise as if the end of the world was not coming in the next moment. Watching this scene, Chen Yin also smiled. He turned his head to look at Lilith, who seemed a bit dizzy, and gently said, Let's go eat. Lilith looked at him and nodded lightly. Then, she was led by Chen Yin to sit at the dining table. As the feast began to disperse and the effects of the wine set in, the crack in the sky finally reached its limit. The sea of blood fell one last time. However, this time, the deep red tide that could swallow everything paused at the moment just before it touched the ground. A pure white light flashed from the horizon's edge. At that moment, the entire world, along with the surging sea of blood, was pressed on the pause button. Except for Chen Yin and Lilith, everyone and everything stopped in the white light, then transformed into countless floating, pure white dots of light. Countless light points gathered and eventually coalesced into a familiar figure in front of Chen Yin and Lilith, still dressed in that luxurious white robe. Still with that dazzling golden hair, it was none other than Mike, the self-proclaimed alchemist. He smiled and sat down opposite the two, his tone calm, as if inviting friends for afternoon tea. In the final moments of this small town, why don't we have one last chat? Chapter 63, the fourth possibility inside the restaurant. The banquet had already dispersed. Outside the window, the world was silently dissolving. Chen Yin looked at the blond young man sitting calmly across from him, feeling not much surprise. This self-proclaimed alchemist had acted too contradictorily and exited too hastily. It was almost inevitable that he would reappear at the end. Lilith's body was slightly tense, her ruby-like eyes filled with vigilance. Mike noticed her anxiety, but only smiled gently, then turned his gaze to the world outside that was turning into specks of light, his tone carrying a strange sentiment. A small town for regressions, ultimately leading to the same ending of destruction. The young man's voice was soft, yet it echoed clearly in the silent restaurant. However, everything seemed a little different this time. His gaze returned to Chen, his eyes filled with a complex scrutiny. At least in this final moment, those long withered souls had, under the premise of facing the end, elevated themselves from their desires. Souls that had once sunk into greed could also undergo a whitening process. In the realm of alchemy, you truly leave me in the dust. Chen-Yin's expression showed no change. He simply listened quietly. Mike didn't need his response and continued speaking. I was once a young bastard who fell into gambling addiction. However, my teacher recognized my talent for alchemy, corrected my self-destructive life, and presented the vast world of alchemy before me. To me, he resembled a father more than my alcoholic gambling father did. Even just to honor him, I wanted to learn the knowledge of alchemy well. So after my teacher sacrificed himself for the town, I fell into despair. Then, an acquaintance of my teacher, a white-haired youth, appeared before me. He guided me, who was drowning in grief, to discover the misdeeds of the town's nobles and told me that my teacher's sacrifice was meaningless. At that time, I was filled with anger. My only thought was to kill all those who had betrayed my teacher's sacrifice. The complicity of others in the town only fueled my hatred further. Mike paused. The gentle smile on his face faded, replaced by a cold calm. Even to this day, I still do not regret punishing their actions. If you do something wrong, you must be prepared to pay the price. However, looking back now, if I hadn't stubbornly fallen into the obsession of testing whether humanity is worth my teacher's sacrifice during the time when those bugs were spreading propaganda and confusing the truth, perhaps everything would have a different ending. His gaze became somewhat vacant, as if piercing through this collapsing world to see the distant past. Unfortunately, it wasn't until the moment of failure in the experiment, before the inevitable death, that I truly understood my teacher's last words. I know this world never cares about the existence of people like me, but I also have no intention of seeking an ephemeral eternity. I only wish to have fought for the preservation of humanity and civilization in this life. His gaze refocused on Chen-Yin's face, revealing a relieved and sincere smile. Humanity is not always noble, but that does not mean it is inferior. It simply needs the right soil to grow. Thank you for teaching me this lesson. It also made me understand that my teacher's sacrifice was never for those greedy villains, but merely to protect the path to a beautiful possibility. Mike's words echoed in the quiet restaurant, his gaze sweeping over the collapsing world before finally resting back on Chen-Yin's face. The world is about to be destroyed. Foreign guest. He shifted his tone. Can you withstand the tide of annihilation? Chen-Yin did not answer. Mike didn't need an answer. A hint of self-mockery appeared in his smile. Under the guidance of that white-haired youth, I joined his plan. The intent was to use greed as the axis to unify and refine all the souls in this town, creating a new, higher life form that could survive in the tide based on the principle of equivalent exchange. A being more fit to live in this world. His voice was soft, as if telling a story unrelated to himself. However, he ultimately misjudged the pollution of this blood sea. As soon as I entered here, I understood that what we called an experiment had failed from the very beginning. The creature ultimately created would not inherit any of my traits. It would merely be a pure, polluted monster. Of course, perhaps for that person, this was an acceptable outcome. Mike shook his head, the complex expression on his face finally transforming into one of relief. But I do not intend to accept this outcome. This is a meaningless story. Its guardian died before the story began, and its savior came late after the story ended. Yet even so, you have given it its final piece. So I believe that even if you cannot save this civilization on the brink of destruction, you can still give it a better ending. Therefore, rather than creating a non-human monster, I would rather bet that you can leave here alive. He slowly stood up, his movements carrying an unprecedented solemnity. Moreover, since you have proven to me that my teacher was not wrong and that his guardianship was meaningful, Then I should also give you a gift, a token of gratitude from Ashton. The moment his words fell, countless pure white specks of light detached from the dissolving world outside the restaurant, like stardust drawn towards Mike's body, gathering frantically. At that moment, I finally understood. The essence of alchemy is actually a technique for capturing the instant, the order of the moment, or the sublimity of the instant. The radiance grew more intense, and Mike's voice became grand and solemn amidst the light. Since, through your hands, all souls here have been elevated, what I am about to complete will not be an act of creation based on equivalence. Instead, it will be the final refinement based on miracle. Using this meteorite from beyond as a foundation, I will reverse the authority of greed. A complex and enormous alchemical array appeared out of thin air around Mike. Pure white lines were dyed crimson the moment they appeared. But this red was entirely different from the ominous blood sea outside. It was bright, scorching, revealing a primal and noble sense of life. At the same time, a dye uncontrollably flew out from Chen Yan's pocket. It was the dim, black crystal 20-sided die. It flew steadily into Mike's hand, and at the moment it touched his palm's crimson light, the surface of the die suddenly cracked open into a monstrous maw. This was the medium given to me by that youth, a miraculous stone from beyond, used to carry the authority. Mike's voice directly resonated in Chen Yan's mind. This giant mouth symbolizes endless greed, but can also represent the drive of desire, the initial urge of life to consume the outside world, to declare its rightful existence in this cold world, and take the first step in searching for meaning. Boom! A vibrant, pure crimson instantly filled Chen Yan's entire vision. By the time his vision restored, Mike's figure had already vanished without trace. In its place was a pure white, translucent regular tetrahedron crystal, quietly suspended in midair. It slowly floated towards Chen Yan. After examining it for a moment, Chen Yan finally extended his hand and took it. Almost at the same time, a series of dense golden texts refreshed in his mind like a waterfall. Detected reversal node desire. Received converted order coins. 1,000,000. Current coins held. 167,980. Current coin count has exceeded 1 million for the first time. Shop star rating increases by 1. Current star rating. 4 stars. Probability of producing rare level food increased by 100. Probability of producing epic level food increased by 50. Chance to produce legendary level food. Maximum number of branch stores increased by 1. Current number of branches. 2-4. Number of shop upgrades increased by 1. Currently can consume 50. 000 coins to upgrade the shop. Do you want to upgrade? Unlock main shop directional movement function. Chen Yan looked down at the tetrahedron in his hand. Fourth possibility. Pollution level. None. Description. An alchemical creation based on miracles and souls. A blessing from a lost traveler. May you possess the fourth possibility beyond world, and fate. Effect. Different patterns were engraved on the 4 faces of the crystal. One was a complex geometric figure made up of intricate lines, exuding a sense of solemnity. Another was a pattern resembling a lively flame, as if it had life. The third was a pattern like a flowing river, resembling a tightly woven net. The last face bore a simple question mark. Chen Yan looked up again, gazing at the place where Mike had disappeared. Only a few strands of fading crimson light remained. A harsh sound, like glass being crushed, came from outside the window. The stagnant tide of blood surged once more, heavily crashing against the golden shield of the restaurant, creating spiderweb-like cracks. Chen Yan no longer hesitated and immediately issued the command in his mind. Directional teleportation. In an instant, the scene before him transformed again into that dark land below. Limited scattered points of light flickered in the boundless darkness. Without a moment's thought, he directly chose the nearest point of light. Target selected. Estimated consumption of order coins. 200,000. Confirm teleportation. The next second, the entire restaurant turned into a dazzling stream of golden light, forcefully tearing through the living blood-red ocean in an unstoppable manner. The violent tremors finally calmed down, and the scene outside had changed once more. This time, in front of the restaurant was a bottomless massive canyon, like a gruesome scar stretching across the earth. The restaurant was located right on the edge of this canyon, surrounded by an endless wasteland. Looking at the scenery outside the door, Chen let out a long breath, his shoulders relaxing. Finally, they had made it out. Chapter 64. New employee winter in the capital arrived early and abruptly. The leaden gray clouds hung heavily over the city, and the cold wind whipped like a whip at everyone trying to make a living on the streets. Leighton felt he might not survive this winter. He huddled in a corner of an alley that smelled sour, wrapping himself tighter in a tattered burlap sack. But the chilling cold still seeped into his bones. He could no longer remember how he had come to this capital, only that he seemed to come from a very distant place. But that didn't matter anymore. The real issue was that he hadn't eaten all day. Hunger burned like a fiery blaze in his stomach. Just then, a loaf of bread, baked to a crisp golden brown and steaming, rolled to his feet. Leighton froze for a moment and slowly looked up. A brightly dressed little boy, seeming no more than 7 or 8 years old, stood at the alley's entrance, looking at him with a hint of shyness. Behind the boy was a well-dressed woman, her face showing just the right amount of pity. It was she who had thrown it. "Take it, poor child," the woman said from her elevated position, her tone lacking warmth. Leighton scrambled like a dog to grab the bread and then skillfully bowed his head. Thank you for your kindness, ma'am and young master. You will surely be rewarded for your good deeds." But an uncontrollable thought surged in his heart. What hypocritical charity! You dress so well, yet you only throw me the cheapest loaf of bread, as if to shoo away a stray dog. How disgusting! I can't understand why such hypocritical people can live better than me when I've done nothing wrong. Despite these thoughts, Leighton still expressed his gratitude. Though hypocritical, at least she was willing to give. Compared to the passers-by who cast either disdainful or indifferent glances at him, she was at least a bit better. Driven by hunger, he devoured the dry bread in just a few bites, which slightly quenched the fire in his stomach. But before long, Leighton, who had been begging on the street, heard a child's anxious cries. Following the sound, he discovered it was the little boy who had thrown him the bread. He seemed to have gotten separated from his mother. Standing helplessly in the bustling street, crying as passers-by glanced at him, yet no one approached. That dark thought surged uncontrollably again in Leighton's mind. The hypocritical woman's child is lost. How wonderful. Let him cry. Let him be taken by those traffickers. Let him taste the bitterness of being displaced. That would be fair. Leighton silently stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and walked towards the boy, muttering to himself, I truly dislike that woman, but she'd give me a loaf of bread. He reached the boy, crouched down, and forced out the gentlest smile he could muster with the little strength he had left. Don't be afraid. I'll take you to find your mother. However, he steered clear of the area where traffickers were active, took the boy's hand, and found the woman who was anxiously scanning the crowd. Instead of gratitude, he was met with fury. You filthy beggar. What do you want with my son? The woman's face changed instantly upon seeing Leighton, ragged and holding her child's hand, and she let out a sharp scream. 2 guards beside her immediately rushed over, pummeling Leighton with fists and kicks. The terrified little boy simply stood there, dumbfounded, forgetting to defend him. Leighton instinctively covered his head and curled up, allowing the heavy blows to rain down on him. He did not resist. Resisting would only earn him harsher punishment, and explanations wouldn't be believed by decent people. He should have let the boy come over on his own. He shouldn't have harbored the thought of possibly getting another loaf of bread, naively seeking to earn merit. Only when the guards grew tired did they curse and stop, hurriedly escorting the shaken mother and child away. Leighton lay on the cold cobblestone street, feeling as if all his bones had come apart. He cursed the mother and child in his heart. He had helped them, yet was met with ingratitude. They truly deserved to die. Kindness is utterly meaningless in this world. It only brings disaster upon oneself. After a long while, Leighton slowly got up from the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood-tinged spit, and shook his head in resignation. Forget it, the favor of the bread is repaid. He muttered to himself. By dusk, Leighton unexpectedly encountered a somewhat kind blacksmith family. Seeing his pitiful state, they offered him a job splitting wood and working the bellows in their backyard, providing him with a hearty meal and letting him sleep in a storeroom piled with junk. Although the work was exhausting and the sleeping place cold and hard, at least he wouldn't have to suffer hunger and cold anymore. They live in a warm and comfortable big house, eating steaming meat soup, yet only give me leftovers and make me sleep in the storeroom. How selfish. However, this family's stingy actions still left Leighton quite dissatisfied, and he couldn't help but think so. But soon he silenced those thoughts in his heart, reminding himself they didn't have to take me in. Kindness without reason is more precious than anything. That same night, a gang of thieves broke into the blacksmith shop. They knocked the blacksmith unconscious, ransacked the place, and even attempted to harm the blacksmith's wife and daughter. Leighton heard the commotion. Run. He must run quickly. This family's bad luck has nothing to do with him. He was trading labor for food. He owes them nothing. Even with such thoughts swirling in his mind, he unhesitatingly grabbed an axe and rushed out. A knight should not stand by while his benefactor is harmed. He must repay the kindness. When the chaos ensued, he felt little pain, only regretting that he still couldn't save anyone. When Leighton woke again, he found himself lying in an abandoned mass grave. His head felt as if it would split open. His body alternated between chills and fever, and his throat itched terribly, making him cough violently. He had contracted a strange illness and wanted to seek help. But soon, he realized this illness seemed contagious, and people began coughing on the streets he walked. Thus, he hurried back to the pile of corpses, voluntarily isolating himself from the outside world, quietly waiting to die. Are you crazy? You're about to die. You've suffered your whole life. Is this what you deserve? Your kindness, your persistence, what have they brought you? Nothing. Go. Go spread the disease to those healthy people. Why should only you die? The voices in his mind, filled with unprecedented madness and resentment, crashed over him like a tidal wave. Leighton leaned against the cold stone wall, coughing violently as if trying to expel his lungs. Yet, a cold smile appeared on his face. You finally revealed your true self. You're not me at all. His voice was hoarse but exceptionally clear. I never believed my suffering was deserved, nor did I think of this as a noble deed. I am simply doing what I truly want to do. Everyone will die, but I want to be a true knight. At that moment, Leighton himself was taken aback. A knight? When have I ever been a knight? That was an excellent question. It seems yourself has not been completely worn away. Then, wake up quickly. A familiar yet somewhat cheerful voice suddenly echoed deep within his consciousness. In his gradually fading vision, a pure golden light suddenly illuminated the surroundings, dispelling all darkness and cold. In a daze, he heard that voice casually add, You've been hungry in the dream for a long time, right? Come to the restaurant for a feast, wrapped in an indescribable, warm current. Leighton felt that the person was right. He was indeed hungry and tired. He needed to eat something delicious at the manager's restaurant. So, he opened his eyes. Then, he was completely shocked by the sight before him. What came into view was an incredibly vast hall. The floor was covered with a mirror-like polished wooden surface, and from the ceiling hung several enormous, uniquely shaped, glowing fixtures that seemed to be made of colored glass. The peculiar wooden dome soared high, and the space was so open that it could even create an echo. The most striking feature was the pure golden statue that had originally stood in a shelter square. It was now moved to the center of the hall. It stood there quietly, radiating an air of majesty and holiness. This is the restaurant? Leighton stood there in a daze, feeling his mind go blank. His memories were still stuck at that luxurious restaurant on the 5th floor that had leveled up once. But compared to the current restaurant, it was on a completely different level. Just then, a gentle voice sounded behind him. You're awake. Leighton instinctively turned his head. He saw the manager, who always seemed a bit lazy yet incredibly reassuring, standing behind him. Chen raised a white object that looked like paper in his hand and smiled kindly at Leighton. Congratulations, you are now my employee. Chapter 65, a brand new restaurant in the central square of Huigang. The refuge has been completely occupied by a brand new behemoth, which is the new restaurant that Chen has upgraded to level 4 after 2 consecutive promotions. From a distance, the 10-story main building of the restaurant rises into the sky, with its ancient palace-style eaves stacked layer upon layer, extending upwards as if to touch the dim crimson sky. Huge vermilion columns support the wide eaves, their bodies carved with intricate and antique cloud patterns. At the top of the main building, an array of hundreds of large lanterns hangs, emitting a warm and bright orange glow that illuminates the surrounding square as bright as day. On both sides of the main building are two slightly shorter six-story, semi-open courtyard annexes. Clear streams of water are drawn down from high above, forming small waterfalls and creeks that meander through the complex, the sound of flowing water pleasant to the ears. Under this dim, crimson sky, the restaurant's glazed tile roof does not reflect the ominous red light. Instead, it emits a cool glow akin to moonlight. The light flows between the tiles, intertwining into waves of splendid light patterns, dispelling the surrounding gloom. It is like a fairy mansion that should only exist in fantasy. Chen Yin stood in front of the restaurant, looking at this magnificent palace that nearly occupied the entire core area of the refuge. Unable to help but gaze at it again and again, he looked at the towering flying eaves and the starry array of lights at the top. A surreal sense of happiness surged in his heart. He never dreamed that his small restaurant would one day become so grand, so imposing. In contrast, Lilith, who was following him, and Farn, Ethan, and others standing nearby, quickly accepted this miraculous sight after their initial shock. "Manager, your lights are truly unique. I wonder what their energy source is?" Ethan had already taken out his notebook, starting to jot down notes and sketches of the colorful lanterns, muttering to himself. Farn's gaze was drawn to the distant winding stream. "This scenery is also quite unique, but by the way, where does this water come from?" Ophelia had already happily floated to the stream surrounding the courtyard, curiously poking at the delicate floating lanterns shaped like lotus flowers on the water surface. Seeing this unusually calm group of companions, Chen Yin helplessly shook his head and pushed open the heavy and ornate door that was several times more magnificent than before. Inside was a vast hall capable of accommodating thousands of people. Hanging from the ceiling were hundreds of crystal-clear glass scale lights. The lamp bodies slowly swimming through the air like a school of fish, the light passing through the amber glass, reflecting shimmering waves on the mirror-like wooden floor. In the center of the hall stood the pure golden statue that was originally in the square, now completely moved indoors. Under the illumination of the myriad scale lights, it appeared even more majestic and sacred. A cocoon of soft white light floated quietly in front of the statue, which was none other than Leighton, who had been signed as an employee by Chen Yin unilaterally. At that time, feeling that something was wrong in Huigang, Chen Yin immediately shifted his consciousness here. And when he opened his eyes, he saw Ophelia dragging Leighton, whose body was covered in tumors, rushing over. Without delay, Chen Yin printed a new labor contract using the printer, as this was a proven treatment method. Later, through Ophelia's excited narration, Chen Yin pieced together the whole story. Leighton had used the black thorns sprouting from his body to entangle the small portion of the innocent victim that had not merged, trying to seize power, in order to delay the monster summoned by Asputin. This successfully stalled its movement, but immediately afterward, it was about to swallow Leighton as well. However, at that moment, the branch stores suddenly emitted a burst of golden light, shining on the monster, which let out an extremely unpleasant scream and hurriedly fled. Taking advantage of this, Ophelia used the golden thread to forcibly pull Leighton out, and then she dragged him toward the restaurant, coincidentally running into Chen Yin and Lilith, who were exiting. After unlocking the branch store's teleportation function, Chen Yin can connect the entrance of any store to another store, allowing Lilith to return to Huigang as well. At this moment, the light from the cocoon was slowly fading, ultimately disappearing completely. Leighton's figure reappeared, and the tumors and thorn patterns on his body had vanished without a trace, though his complexion was still somewhat pale. However, when he opened his eyes and saw the scene before him, he froze in place without exception. Seeing this, Chen Yin couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and explained the situation to him with a smile. "In short, theoretically, you're now my employee." Under Chen Yin's explanation, Leighton finally understood the situation, and then he stood up straight and performed a standard knight salute to Chen Yin. "Yes, manager." Chen Yin waved his hand with a smile. All right. No need to be so formal. I was just joking. The contract is just a formality, mainly to help you heal. You can continue doing what you used to do. I don't need your help in this little shop." Leighton silently nodded, saying nothing more, but in his once again resolute eyes, there was an indescribable emotion. However, Chen Yin changed the subject. his expression becoming serious again. One thing you need to know is that the crisis in Huigang is far from over. After he finished speaking, he turned and walked toward the door, and Leighton and the others immediately followed, exiting the brand new restaurant together. Then, when the scene outside the door came into Leighton's view, his pupils suddenly contracted. Between the sea surface near Huigang and the dim crimson sky, a narrow crack was suspended in mid-air, seemingly expanding continuously. Inside the crack was a pure, pitch-black darkness deeper than any shadow, like a scar on the world, emitting a chilling and ominous aura. "What is this?" Leighton's voice was grave. "I'm afraid this is the reason why Aspidin suddenly went insane. The truly terrifying change in Huigang," Chen replied heavily. In his vision, the opposite side of the crack was filled with chaotic light and shadow, making it impossible for him to see clearly where this crack led. He stared for a long time, ultimately choosing to give up. Chen shook his head and said to Farn, "No, still can't see clearly. I'll have to talk to Aspidin about this later. But right now, I need to go check on the situation in Westea. Continue to stay vigilant and observe the changes from a distance. If it really comes to it, since the branch doors can transfer now, I can just move you all to Westea." Farn nodded. "I understand. I've arranged for people to take shifts to observe. They will notify you immediately if there's any special situation." At this point, Farn paused, then hesitantly asked, "Manager, since your stores can connect now, can I go with you to Westea? I want to see those investigators in person." Chen was taken aback for a moment, then readily agreed. "Of course." Chapter 66. The funeral and next steps. The sky over Westea remained that sticky, unsettling shade of crimson. However, against the backdrop of the brand new branch that had completely replaced the ruins of the old clock tower, this ominous hue seemed to be somewhat diluted. At this moment, the residents of the city were not gathered in restaurants. They were silently standing in the cemetery at the edge, where two funerals were taking place. One was presided over by Alice and Ryan, belonging to the true Viscount. The other was conducted by the investigators, belonging to Jack. Of course, due to environmental constraints, the funeral proceedings were greatly simplified, and some segments that could be merged were conducted together. There were no elaborate rituals, nor were there lengthy eulogies. People simply stood quietly, gently placing the wreaths made of ethereal blue vines in front of the tombstones. The glow on the vines swayed like silent candle flames in the wind. Chen, Fan, and others who had just been teleported over walked over as well, placing their wreaths down and bowing deeply in front of the two tombstones. Once the rites were completed, the crowd gradually dispersed, but all the investigators remained, and seeing this, Chen and his group also stayed behind. Then, on the other side of the cemetery, a special funeral began. The gray-haired veteran investigator Griffin stood in front of a grave pit prepared for himself. At this moment, his body exhibited a translucent quality, surrounded by a ghostly blue light, just like Alice. Ahem. Griffin cleared his throat, appearing relaxed and even somewhat amused as he surveyed his grave pit. "First of all, thank you all for attending my memorial service. This pit was dug quite well, the size is just right, and the shape is quite beautiful." Fan couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth at this absurd scene. He turned his head and whispered to the young investigator Lucas beside him, "What's going on here?" Lucas's expression was also somewhat strange, and he lowered his voice to explain. Captain Griffin sacrificed himself in the previous battle against that shadow. But at the moment of his sacrifice, Miss Alice dragged his soul into the dream. So now, he exists in this city's dream in a form similar to a soul body. Fan's eyes widened slightly. His first reaction to a soul body was an echo, but Griffin's state clearly did not belong to an echo. He retained complete rationality and memory, and could even preside over his own funeral, seeming more akin to an anomaly like Ophelia. She can do such a thing? Chen, standing nearby, also widened his eyes. Originally impossible, Alice's emotionless voice sounded from behind the group, but that strange entity severely injured by Griffin possesses a power similar to the dream. I control projection. It uses this to disguise itself, making people unconsciously believe it perfectly matches their fantasies, hiding within their self-projections. There's such an operation? That's too sinister. Chen raised an eyebrow, and not just him, The people around also showed expressions of lingering fear to varying degrees. Lucas spoke with a heavy tone. It is precisely for this reason that Captain Griffin sacrificed himself. Alice nodded, then continued in a monotonous voice. After I devoured it, I could briefly project an image almost identical to those who had previously entered the dream. This just happens to serve as a perfect dream vessel for the soul. And the soul can spontaneously dream to maintain its dream existence. Or rather, he is dreaming a dream called awakening. Chen Yin listened in astonishment, and after a while, he let out a sigh. This is really quite magical. Dreams are, after all, the most unique existence in this world. Alice's tone remained calm. Just then, Griffin's eulogy also approached its conclusion. In summary, I, Griffin, as an investigator, have no regrets in my life. The only pity is that I can no longer personally see what the world has become after the White Tower fell. At this point, the old man turned his gaze to the investigators standing solemnly nearby, a hint of a smile in his bright eyes. But you still have the opportunity. So in the end, I entrust this wish to you all. In the Clock Tower branch, in a quaint private room, Chen Yin, Fan, Griffin, Finn, and several other core members of the investigators were gathered around a rectangular table. After listening to Fan's more detailed description of the current disaster era, even an experienced elder like Griffin fell into a long silence. So, Griffin slowly broke the silence, saying, "The world, as we know it now, only has the two human gathering points of Hazyport and Westia left. That may not be the case." Chen Yin shook his head, denying his statement. There might be other places. Just as he finished speaking, cups of Starlit Dream beer flew in from outside, landing in front of everyone. Seeing the puzzled looks on their faces, he explained, "Well, it's not easy to demonstrate outside. It's more convenient in the deeper dream." Then, everyone raised their cups and drank the starlit beer, except for Griffin, who could directly enter the dream in his current state. In the next moment, they found themselves in a vast space supported by ethereal blue vines. Surrounding them were dreamlike blue vines, and in the distance, a girl in a blue dress was sitting on a swing talking to a silver-haired girl. Upon seeing them, the two looked over. Chen Yin waved at them. "It's fine. You can keep talking. We're just borrowing the place for a bit." He then turned his gaze back to the people in front of him. Except for Fan, who had been in Hazyport earlier and could not connect here even after drinking this Starlit Dream beer, the others remained relatively calm. Chen Yin cut to the chase. "Everyone, please look." In an instant, boundless darkness unfolded before their eyes. It was a dead silence, a cold, desolate land. This was the map that had appeared in Chun Yan's mind when he was transferring shops. At first, everyone was a bit confused, but after careful observation, their expressions quickly shifted from puzzlement to astonishment. "This is?" Fan looked at Chun Yan in disbelief. Chun Yan nodded at him. "Just as you thought. This is the current map of this world." As he spoke, at the edge of everyone's sight, points of light of varying sizes, emitting faint glows, suddenly appeared out of thin air. They were like scattered lights on a dark sea, lonely and fragile. Based on my experience, each point of light on this map likely represents a place like Westia and Hazyport, where life and civilization still exist. Chun Yin shifted his tone. But as you can see, the number of light points is very limited. Moreover, they are being consumed by darkness compared to my first observation. The number of light points has already decreased significantly. We must do something. Finn was the first to speak, his hands clenched into fists. Griffin's expression also became extremely grave as he looked at Chun Yin and tentatively asked, "Are you suggesting?" Chun Yin pointed to the closest point of light to Westia, then raised his head and said, "I hope you can consider going here to check the situation." After finishing, he paused before continuing. "I can't manage so many areas at once, so I need help, and of course, it will definitely be dangerous along the way." As soon as he finished speaking, Finn took over the conversation, saying, "But this is our only way out. The malice of this world is already blatant, and we cannot sit and wait for death." "That's right." Chen Yin nodded and continued. "I think you've guessed it too. My restaurant needs more people to engage in transactions. So, our goals are aligned. I will provide a divine avatar as your shelter, and you will take it to places where survivors might exist." "I understand. This plan can work," Griffin nodded. Soon, the enthusiasm of the entire investigation team was ignited, and they immediately gathered around the map, starting intense discussions about routes, candidates, supplies. And this more detailed discussion could be handled by this group of professionals. Chen Yan wasn't interested in pointing fingers in areas he wasn't skilled at. So he directly exited the dream and walked into a private room on another floor. There, Ethan, who had been brought along by Chen Yan, was discussing another matter with a group of investigators knowledgeable in practical alchemy, all while sporting dark circles under his eyes. This was another of Chen Yan's plans, the West Asia Transformation Plan. Chapter 67. The alchemy of supermodels sharing the map he saw while teleporting with the investigators. Allowing them to organize teams to explore certain areas was an idea that Chen Yan had long conceived. After all, those light spots were constantly disappearing, and with only Chen Yan's main shop moving, he would probably be too busy to explore many places. Moreover, one obvious fact was that if the expedition in West Asia succeeded, Chen Yan's map opening speed would significantly increase, which was immensely important for him at this time. After all, since Chen Yan unlocked the shop's directional movement function, the shop's random movement had naturally been overridden. This meant that while it was beneficial for Chen Yan to be able to run his shop anywhere at any time, it came at the cost of needing to spend money to reach the next light spot. To make matters worse, Chen Yan discovered that moving from his current location to the nearest light spot would cost a whopping 600,000 gold coins, which was quite expensive for a shop owner who had just crossed the million mark. Not to mention, the new location might not even recoup the travel expenses. So developing another way to open the map was undoubtedly crucial for Chen Yan at this moment. As for the plan to transform West Asia, it came to Chen Yan after he observed the current state of the Huigang shelter. He then turned his gaze to Ethan in the booth. At that moment, he was animatedly gesticulating at several investigators, his already pronounced dark circles further highlighted by his excitement, making him look like an overloaded engine. Opposite him, several investigators, who were quite experienced in West Asia, looked bewildered, their expressions a mix of confusion and awe, as if they were thinking whether this guy was brilliant or just crazy. Seeing this scene, Chen Yan couldn't help but recall his earlier experiences in the Huigang shelter. That was undoubtedly the biggest cultural shock he had felt since crossing over, aside from facing those bizarre creatures. Shortly after returning to Huigang, his attention was drawn to the stable lights in the survivors' shanties near the restaurant. Chen Yan was completely stunned at the time. Although he had considered whether electricity could be brought out when Farn suggested taking water outside, he was overwhelmed by the complications. Firstly, his restaurant had to change locations every day, creating a lot of trouble. Secondly, he wasn't an electrical engineer and didn't understand much about it. So, he only briefly described the idea to Farn and Ethan, intending to think it over later. Yet just a few days later, the Huigang shelter was illuminated by the light of civilization. After discovering this miracle, Chen Yan immediately sought out Farn. He then learned from Farn, who was busy gulping down fish soup, that it was all Ethan's work. Thus, Chen Yan quickly found the alchemical apprentice with the dark circles under his eyes. Ethan did not disappoint him. In front of Chen Yan, he used some powders and liquids that Chen Yan completely didn't understand to magically duplicate a light bulb from a complex alchemical array. The look in Chen Yan's eyes at that moment was probably as clear as when he first saw Lilith transform back into her human form. Buddy? So your so-called equivalent exchange means a handful of sand plus some bizarre powders equals a light bulb infused with modern industrial technology? Didn't you say your alchemy wasn't impressive? Immediately after, Ethan demonstrated how he connected the restaurant's electrical wires, which automatically grew and extended like vines under the influence of a special potion and the driving force of an array. At that moment, Chen Yan truly felt the shock of a real, otherworld civilization. Ethan indeed didn't understand what parallel circuits were, nor did he grasp voltage and resistance. But it didn't matter. Alchemy could work wonders. This discovery instantly sparked Chen Yan's imagination. With such unreasonable alchemy, he could completely begin transforming his branches into energy cores and technology centers for the survivor communities. Without hesitation, he brought Ethan, the only budding alchemist in the two survivor camps, along with his research materials, to West Asia. Although there were some investigators in West Asia who possessed practical alchemical skills, such as potion brewing and standard exorcism or sealing arrays, they were not true alchemists. They merely applied some classical techniques and could not develop new transformation methods like genuine alchemists could. In fact, according to Farn, true alchemists had always been an extremely scarce resource. Even during the kingdom's heyday, only the alchemists of the White Tower might have been a bit more plentiful. This was because the conditions for learning alchemy were very stringent. One had to have high inspiration. Otherwise, even if a book on alchemy was placed before them, they wouldn't be able to understand it. At the same time, they also needed high resistance. Otherwise, they would be prone to dangerous fluctuations. Therefore, each alchemist could be considered a walking, unstable explosive and was rarely sent out on field missions. After all, if they happened to see something they shouldn't see during a mission due to excessive inspiration, the entire team could be in grave danger. Ethan was originally just an alchemical apprentice, preparing to report to the alchemist headquarters in the royal capital, originally the White Tower, but it had fallen, and take the exam. However, before he could set off, the world ended. Yet, due to his innate high inspiration in the post-disaster world, he described his dreams as being filled with exceptional talents gathering together, which was the true reason he developed the habit of refusing to sleep. Fortunately, with the appearance of Chen Yan's restaurant, his situation improved significantly. In the restaurant, he finally stopped having those strange dreams often, though his habit of staying up late was hard to change immediately. Bringing his thoughts back, Chen Yan walked over to the group, cleared his throat, and interrupted Ethan's passionate speech. "So about the plan I proposed, can we do it?" Upon turning around and seeing Chen Yan, Ethan's eyes instantly lit up like two 200-watt bulbs, and he excitedly nodded, "Of course. Manager, your idea is brilliant. As long as you agree, we can start working right now. Using the existing materials and equipment, at the very least, lighting up the entire West Asia is absolutely no problem. Lighting up is just the beginning." Chen Yan shook his head, his tone calm. "My goal is not just to make this place bright." Saying this, he handed over a stack of photocopied papers filled with text. "These are some of my personally organized, relatively unique knowledge systems. You can take a look." Chen Yan wasn't worried about them not understanding, because based on his knowledge, although this place still retained a noble system, the steam revolution had already occurred. It was said that in the distant continent, the Vidor Empire even had a whole fleet of steam-powered ironclad ships, only for technological development to be abruptly cut off by the sudden disaster. Among the last two remaining intellectuals in the shelter, Ethan already had a certain foundation in natural sciences, and Farn was even more skilled in this area. The materials Chen Yan presented were all compiled from memory, reworked with Farn, using language and logic they could understand, encompassing all the science-related knowledge he could recall. As for the investigators, Chen Yan wasn't too concerned. Although their versions might be a bit outdated, these people had sharp minds and had been exposed to all sorts of bizarre things from all over the place. Just like Fawn, who once had a bit to drink and started bragging to Chen Yan, saying that when he was young, he had helped a group of slender alien beings fix their egg-shaped spacecraft in a ruin similar to a pyramid. When leaving, those aliens even urged him to come along, saying that the world was about to end. Fawn didn't believe it at the time, but he doesn't regret it now. In his words, "Even if I'd gone with them, as a human, would I just eat nutrient paste every day? I might as well stay and have a couple of drinks." Fawn told this story vividly, leaving Chen Yan momentarily stunned. So he had high confidence in the acceptance ability of these people. However, when the investigators saw the paper that Chen Yan handed over, their expressions changed instantly. Except for Ethan, the others had tense faces and serious expressions, taking the stack of paper as if they were generously walking to their deaths. This left Chen Yan somewhat amused. He had forgotten that in this world, knowledge is often equated with pollution and madness. Especially this kind of unique knowledge with an unknown origin, in their eyes, was probably no different from a scripture written by an evil god. "Don't be afraid." Ethan, who had just finished a cup of high-quality, hot tea, reacted quickly and immediately explained to his startled companions that the knowledge given by the store manager was not polluted. It was just some natural science knowledge. Upon hearing this, the investigators visibly relaxed, and their gazes towards the stack of paper transformed from fear to curiosity. Chen Yan gave Ethan an approving look. "All right, you all keep up the good work, and come find me if you have any questions. But if there's no rush, let's wait until I get up to discuss it." He yawned widely, a wave of uncontrollable drowsiness washing over him. "I need to go sleep for a bit." Due to the Ashton incident, he hadn't closed his eyes for almost 20 hours, and if he continued like this, he would become the second Ethan. Back at his room, Chen took a quick look around. With the store upgrade, his personal space had expanded quite a bit. The originally simple modern style had also taken on an ancient charm, with pearwood tables and chairs, a screen with elegant patterns, and a faint, pleasant incense scent lingering in the air. This smell was nice and seemed to have a calming effect. However, just smelling this fragrance made Chen feel increasingly drowsy. He didn't want to think any further and directly dove into that long-lost, warm, and soft big bed. The next moment, his consciousness sank completely into darkness. Almost at the same time, on the swing in the courtyard, Alice, who was chatting casually with Lilith, suddenly frowned slightly. "What's wrong?" Lilith tilted her head, curiosity glimmering in her ruby-like eyes. Alice's tone carried a hint of uncertainty. "Just now, I seem to feel a vast and profound dream sweep across Westia." She carefully sensed it, but found nothing unusual, so she could only shake her head. It should be an illusion, right? In his dream, Chen felt as if he was constantly falling, cold liquid brushing against his skin. In a haze, he opened his eyes. He found himself descending in a pitch-black, cold, and silent body of water. Countless tiny light dots floated around him, like plankton in the sea or distant stardust. In front of him, on the bottom of the unfathomable sea, a colossal architectural outline, unimaginably huge, lay quietly. It was a vast city composed of countless Gothic spires, grand arches, and bizarre structures that could not be described by geometry. It seemed to be buried beneath the entire ocean, exuding a heart-pounding, deathly grandeur in the darkness, like a massive ruin forgotten in the deepest part of the world. Chapter 68. Dreams sleeping the deep sea in this tranquility resembling the deep sea. Chen floated in a daze among the profound architectural ruins. It felt as if a thin fog veiled his mind, making it impossible for him to think clearly. It wasn't until the 4 golden stars in his mind lit up, their warm and majestic radiance enveloping his entire being, that his eyes regained clarity. Before a pitch-black staircase that extended upward, Chen immediately stopped. Looking around, he noticed that the walls of the surrounding ruins were covered with numerous twisted, non-Euclidean geometric patterns, more difficult to decipher than his own hasty handwriting. Just gazing at those patterns brought a wave of nausea and dizziness rising from the depths of his soul. So, he quickly turned his head, no longer staring at those things. Great, dreaming about strange things again. Although this place seemed eerily silent, Chen could clearly feel an indescribable, colossal aura deep within the ruins, like a mountain or a sea. That aura was incredibly powerful and ancient. Just sensing a hint of its outline from a distance made his soul instinctively tremble. It was a power that transcended this world. He couldn't help but think. Furrowing his brow, Chen made a decisive turn, preparing to distance himself from this haunted place. He was not one of those investigators who would rush toward a ruin without a second thought. As a restaurant owner and chef, he felt that being a bit cowardly suited his professional identity better. However, just as he was about to speed out of the ruins, vague human figures suddenly emerged from the dark, deep waters surrounding him. They had fish-like heads, grayish-green skin, dorsal fins, and strong, powerful limbs. They were deep divers. Their appearance was almost identical to the monster he had first killed upon arriving in this world. Seeing them appear, the tension in Chen heart settled back down. The unknown fear was the most terrifying. But now, the mastermind had actively revealed itself, and it was an old acquaintance, which clarified the situation considerably. However, to Chen surprise, this group of deep divers showed no signs of aggression. They simply floated quietly around him, forming a loose encirclement, their gazes calm to the point of being solemn. This was vastly different from the frenzied monster he had encountered before. Chen surveyed his surroundings, confirming he was temporarily safe, and his expression turned cold. "What do you want?" His voice echoed in the ruins, but received no response. Just as his patience was about to run out, a cold voice resonated directly in his heart. "We just want to ask you for a favor." At the moment the voice spoke, the water in front of Chen rippled slightly, and a giant fishman shadow, seemingly over 6 meters long, flashed by. Chen Yan's eyes shifted, and he silently thought, "What favor? Why would I help you?" "Because our enemy is also your enemy." The cold voice sounded again. In the next second, a strange memory surged into his mind without warning. The perspective rapidly ascended, piercing through the endless dark waters, returning to the sky above the twilight harbor. A sinister, black crack, resembling a scar on the world, dominated his entire field of vision. Then, the perspective surged forward, passing through the crack. Beyond the crack was not the chaos and madness he had imagined, but a tranquil bay shrouded in blood-red light. The perspective descended once more, submerging into the cold sea. A massive city lay quietly asleep at the bottom of the sea, countless towering buildings covered in seaweed and coral. A wealth of gold and silver treasures emitting tempting glimmers in the dim waters. Countless flying lights danced wildly among these silent structures, forming a bizarre yet beautiful scene. At the very center of the sunken city, an oversized alchemical array, emanating deep blue light and featuring an incredibly complex pattern, was slowly rotating. At the moment he saw this array, Chen Yan's heart skipped a beat, because he had seen this array before. At the clock tower of West Asia, which had been burned by heavenly fire, he had encountered a similar array. It only disappeared after he eliminated the clone of that white-haired youth. Thinking of this, Chen Yan's attention sharply shifted, his gaze quickly scanning the underwater city. Sure enough, near a church spire that had been mostly destroyed, he saw that familiar figure again. A head of snow-white hair floated gently in the water, wearing a simple white robe. It was the mysterious alchemist. He was floating in the water, seemingly gazing into some direction deeper in the ocean. "He is a blasphemer. We need you to destroy his node. We saw your dream. We know he is your enemy." The cold voice resonated in Chen Yan's heart once more. Chen Yan's eyes flickered, and he looked up at the giant fishman shadow that appeared intermittently in the deep waters. "Since he is a blasphemer, why don't you deal with him yourselves? Can't you defeat him? He made a deal with us. We promised to protect his node." The voice paused for a moment, but he deceived us. This time, there seemed to be an uncontrollable anger in the cold voice. "So we want him to pay the price, but we cannot act ourselves." "But didn't you say you were going to protect his node?" Chen Yan keenly seized on the contradiction in their words. "We have always been protecting, but the prisoners inside tore open their own cages, and that was not part of the agreement. Moreover, we are about to hold an important ritual. All our kin will return to the deeper sea." Chen Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. Were those prisoners? And why does that place connect to the Twilight Harbor? However, his questions received no answer. The surrounding scenery began to distort violently, like a shattered mirror. When he opened his eyes again, he was looking at the elegantly wooden ceiling of his bedroom. Chen Yan instinctively rubbed his temples, recalling the incredibly vivid dream he had just experienced. Momentarily unable to distinguish whether he had been asleep or awake, he sat up in bed and waved his hand. A cup of starry dream beer, radiating a dreamy glow, appeared out of thin air in his hand. Regarding dreams, there happened to be an authority on the subject here. In the deep dream formed by vines, Alice was speaking softly to Lilith. "I'm sorry. I didn't sense any abnormal aura from you. Perhaps it was just an ordinary dream. Or maybe it's because you've been exposed to that side of the world too much that you dreamed of it. I suggest you take a break from that kind of peeping behavior for a while." Lilith nodded gently. "Yes, that is what I was planning to do." Just then, Chen Yan's figure appeared not far away. "Manager." "Hello." The two immediately greeted Chen Yan. He nodded and got straight to the point. "Alice, I came to ask you about a strange dream I had." As soon as he finished speaking, Alice's puzzled voice rang out. "You also had a strange dream?" Chen Yan was taken aback for a moment, then realized, looking at Lilith beside her. "Oh, were you just talking about the strange dream Lilith had? How was it? She is okay, right?" Alice shook her head, saying, "At least I don't sense anything unusual. But dreams are always special, so I can't be sure that there are no problems at all. In any case, it's better to be cautious." Chen Yan nodded in agreement, and then described his dream in detail to Alice. After listening to Chen Yan's account, Alice fell into a long contemplation. After a while, she slowly spoke, her face made of flowing light displaying a serious expression. "I see. Originally, I should have been able to sense the dreams of everyone in Westia. However, during the time you were sleeping, I did not feel your dream. Now, Hearing your description, I think your dream may have been captured by that existence sleeping in the depths of the ocean. An existence in the depths of the ocean? Chen couldn't help but ask. Alice nodded, and a hint of undeniable fear appeared in her deep blue eyes. My power is related to dreams, so I'm very sensitive to changes in dreams. Since I became conscious, I've been able to sense a vast and profound dream lurking in the distant deep sea. But sometimes it rises like the tide, periodically covering the entire world. That dream is powerful and heterogeneous. I cannot control it. I can only carefully avoid it. Because it does not belong to the dream I have control over. It is not a power of this world. Its origin is a great existence in the sea. Hearing this, Chen was not too surprised. Reflecting on the immense aura he felt in his dream, he could only marvel at the fact that human civilization has survived to this day. It was truly a miracle. Alice's tone carried a hint of apology. I'm sorry, but I may not be able to fight against that dream. However, if it appears again, I will do my best to confront it. No, it's not necessary. Chen immediately waved his hand. It seems it cannot harm me. I just came to ask you about the situation. You don't need to take the risk of confronting it. Just continue with the current strategy of staying low. We don't need to confront it directly for now. All right, now that we understand what's going on, I will go find Fawn and discuss the information we gathered from the dream. You two can continue your conversation. Goodbye. After bidding farewell to the two, Chen figure disappeared from the dream. He walked out of the bedroom and headed straight to the conference room where the investigators were. Reflecting on the experiences in the dream, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Although the danger lurking in the deep sea was quite frightening, judging solely from the information he had obtained, it seemed that this time the situation in Huigang might be turning around. Chapter 69. The Death of Absconded, you mean? Fane's voice carried a tone of effort to remain calm, yet was unable to suppress his surprise. You dreamed of an existence resembling the leader of deep divers, and it told you that the crack in the sky is actually a passage. On the other side of the passage is a place suspected to be the Gold Coin Bay, and there is the arrangement of that mysterious alchemist you mentioned before. Fane felt that, even with his experience as a seasoned investigator, this matter seemed a bit too absurd. He stood in the bright and spacious private room, looking at the calm-faced Chen in front of him, momentarily unsure of where to begin expressing his disbelief. Chen nodded, affirming Fane's summary. That's basically the gist of it, although I know it might be a bit hard to believe. But that underwater city resembles the scenes I saw in my memories of Ophelia and Aspeton, he added. If I'm not mistaken, that place could indeed be Aurelia. As for further verification, I plan to have a chat with Aspeton. Chen tone was as flat as if he were saying he was going next door to borrow a bottle of soy sauce. Since it came from there, it must know something. Fane fell silent for a moment before uncertainly asking. So, you mean we were going to war with the church in the southern dead zone? No. Chen shook his head, correcting his statement. To be precise, I will be going to solo Aspeton and its followers. My request from you is, his gaze swept over Fane, to follow me and clean out all the useful things left in the dead zone. After all, whether that crack will undergo further changes in the future is uncertain, and we must prepare for the worst. All right, I understand, but let's be careful, Fane said solemnly. Chen nodded. Don't worry, I have it under control. Subsequently, Chen and Fane returned directly to the Twilight Harbor. Fane quickly gathered the most experienced scavengers in the shelter, along with all the soldiers capable of fighting. Under the leadership of Chen and Leighton, the group once again stepped into the abandoned streets of the dead zone in Twilight Harbor. However, this time, their mindset was completely different from before. The tension of being cautious and walking on thin ice was gone. Everyone appeared relaxed, with steady steps, because at the front of their group, Chen had fully unleashed his divine domain. A magnificent, pure, golden light curtain spread out from him, enveloping the entire team. Outside the light curtain, the distorted, aberrant creatures that had been wandering in the streets, upon sensing this aura, fled as if they had seen a ghost. Then, it became just a safe and efficient scavenging journey. Team A, check that apartment building on the left. Take away all the useful metals, fabrics, and wood. Team B, go to the commercial street. Focus on collecting all jewelry, coins, and precious metals. Don't miss any safes. Team C, follow me. Leighton commanded in an orderly fashion, his voice loud. The efficiency of the people was astonishing. Without the worry of any danger, their speed in scavenging resources was completely unleashed. Bag after bag of jewelry and coins, bundle after bundle of useful living supplies, were quickly packed and transported. Soon the team headed south, arriving at the southern church district that had always been regarded as a forbidden zone by the shelter. Before they got close, the sounds of heavy objects rolling and anguished cries reached everyone's ears. However, since they had all eaten dishes that improved mental resilience and reduced panic before setting out, no one showed signs of fear. Chen stopped, turned around, and said to Leighton behind him, "You all stay here for now. I can go in alone." After saying that, a golden flow of light flashed at his fingertips, and a heavy golden shield appeared out of thin air, firmly protecting Leighton and the others. Leighton nodded solemnly and performed a standard knight salute. "I understand. Wishing you success." Chen smiled, then turned and walked alone into the area covered in gray-green mold. As soon as he stepped into the church district, a heavy, almost suffocating smell of mold hit him. Everywhere he looked was a patchwork of colorful mold, as if alive, covering every inch of land and every wall, making the place look like a gigantic and disgusting petri dish. The church followers, dressed in black robes, lay quietly on the moldy ground. Their eyes were tightly closed, and their faces bore a strange and serene smile. Only when a deformed mound of flesh, composed of countless corpses, rolled over their bodies would they emit a short and mournful scream before being completely devoured and merged by that bloated mass of flesh. Almost without Chen needing to search, Aspeton appeared before him. However, at this moment, or rather its container, it was rampaging and crazily crushing and devouring its followers. But from the looks of it, this stage should have just begun. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many followers still alive. At this moment, it seemed to have noticed Chen. Then, it stopped crushing its followers, and the surface made up of hundreds of human faces turned all its eyes toward Chen. Immediately afterward, it crazily rolled toward Chen position. Looking at the frenzied, deformed monster before him, Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow. It didn't seem in a state to have a normal conversation. As it was about to close in on him, Chen no longer hesitated. He slowly raised his right hand, and a vast, pure golden light appeared from his palm, quickly expanding like a small sun rising out of thin air, instantly covering everything in front of him. Under the suppression of the golden light, the distorted monster let out a piercing shriek. Its rolling momentum abruptly halted, and its massive body trembled violently, convulsing. However, Chen brow furrowed even deeper. Something fell off. Aspeton's power was much weaker than he had expected. Then, an even more unexpected scene unfolded. The monster struggling in the golden light began to dissolve before his eyes, its flesh melting like a wax figure, rapidly turning into a pool of foul-smelling blood. The entire process was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, the monstrous mound was reduced to a stinking pool of blood, and a half-formed, shriveled heart made of black mist suspended in mid-air. The surface of the heart was entwined with circles of fine black thorns. But Chen remained frowning, his gaze sweeping around. The mold was also rapidly weathering and disappearing. Aspeton was dead, but it wasn't killed by him. This feeling was more like its true body had perished, along with the power that descended here, being dissolved. A chill rose in Chen heart as he recalled what Lilith had mentioned, the endless abyss sealing it. Then, his gaze slowly turned to the menacing black crack on the distant sea surface. Could that place be the sunken Aurelia? If so, what was happening there at this very moment? Chapter 70. Ethan's new idea under the reflection of the blood sea covering the sky. The entire wasteland was shrouded in an ominous scarlet hue. However, in Westea, around the incongruous Good Come Again restaurant, this oppressive tone was easily dispelled by warmth. Through the ornate wooden windows, soft and bright light poured out, illuminating the empty space in front of the door as if it were daylight. After a day of work, Lucas brushed off the dust from his clothes and pushed the door open to enter with familiarity. He then walked straight to the counter, paid the full amount in coins, ordered a newly launched pig stomach chicken, and chose a clean table nearby to sit down. Before long, A steaming bowl of pig stomach chicken floated out from the kitchen and landed steadily in front of him. In the ancient clay pot, the milky white thick soup was bubbling, emitting a rich and warm peppery aroma. Lucas lifted the soup spoon first, carefully scooping a spoonful of the thick soup into his mouth. The next second, a spicy warmth slid down his throat, reaching his stomach, instantly dispelling the fatigue and chill accumulated throughout the day, causing him to widen his eyes in surprise. Then, Lucas clumsily attempted to pick up a piece of tender chicken with chopsticks, and after chewing it thoroughly, he squinted his eyes in satisfaction. Inside the restaurant, customers came and went, and children chased and played, of course, not too excessively, or they would be scolded by the kitchen utensils. The entire space was filled with a warm and lively atmosphere. Watching this scene, Lucas almost forgot what kind of world he was in. Here, there was no hunger, no fear, and even the oppressive scarlet sky seemed merely an innocuous decoration. In contrast to the bustle of the main hall, an independent private room on the third floor of the branch was currently filled with choking black smoke. Boom! A dull explosion sounded within the room, stirring up a small wave of air. But both the sound and the impact were firmly contained within the room by an invisible golden barrier, not leaking out in the slightest. Ethan crawled out from behind the experimental table, wiping the black ash off his face, and looked at the messy table in front of him with a hint of discouragement in his eyes, but he quickly cheered up again. He didn't care about failure. After all, it couldn't cause much danger. In the restaurant of the shopkeeper, the only thing he needed to worry about was whether his thought process was correct. Sure enough, it still didn't work. Ethan muttered to himself, quickly recording the data from just now in his notes. Alchemy, in essence, is a technique that relies on perception. Whether an alchemical formation can take effect, whether a potion can be successful, largely depends on the alchemist's perception of elemental potential. The so-called elemental potential is the key to the equivalence rule, but it can almost only be discerned through feeling. Even two substances that appear completely identical to a mortal may contain vastly different potentials in the perception of an alchemist. This is also why only true alchemists can set up those intricate, complex, and possibly one-time formations. The techniques mastered by investigators are merely formulas summarized by predecessors, which do not require high stability and have relatively high success rates. Even so, their success rates are still far lower than Ethan's, who can inherently see the flow of elements. However, Ethan knew very well that his talent was not that great. During the long-gone school years, he was always the most inconspicuous student in the teacher's eyes. If it weren't for the increasingly bizarre times making it difficult for the teacher to find better prospects, he might not have even had the chance to step into the door of alchemy. His perception abilities were far inferior to those of his more inspired seniors. Thus, when the White Tower fell and the teacher received an emergency summons to take the apprentices to the royal capital, he was the only one left behind. The teacher only gave him a few introductory books and told him to explore on his own, saying that when he felt he had learned enough, he could go to the royal capital for an assessment. And then, there was no then. Ethan always thought he would only wander at the threshold of alchemy for the rest of his life, until he met the shopkeeper, who first provided him with dishes that could dissolve pollution, allowing him to freely learn the knowledge that was originally to be approached with caution in textbooks. Then, there came a knowledge from another world that overturned many of his understandings. Although, as the shopkeeper himself said, the knowledge he provided was shallow, at most only informing them that such a thing existed, it was still far from becoming an applicable technique. This would likely take a long time. But the greatest gain Ethan obtained from that information was not those specific formulas or techniques, but a way of thinking, a way of how to study the invisible things. Measurement, digitization, calculation. A bright light flickered in Ethan's eyes. Since he did not perceive the more complex transformations within the alchemical formations, why not try to piece together its entirety in a repeatable and verifiable way? He then began to experiment, from finding a method to indirectly measure elemental potential to piecing together an alchemical formation he was incredibly familiar with without any sorcerer's vision. To any orthodox alchemist, this would be akin to utter nonsense. But he didn't care, because no alchemist would come to criticize him anyway. Moreover, he had already succeeded once. Ethan took a deep breath and walked back to another clean, experimental table. This time, He did not try to perceive anything. He strictly followed the steps recorded in his notes, precisely weighing each powder with a balance and controlling the volume of each liquid with a dropper. Then, he dripped the prepared indicator into the mixture. The color of the reagent changed from colorless to light blue, then from light blue to deep purple. Now, he quickly poured the mixture into the groove at the center of the formation. Buzz, a soft, stable glow illuminated from the center of the formation. It was the simplest foundational alchemical formation, which was also extremely difficult for a non-alchemist to successfully set up due to its stringent requirements for elemental potential. And now, Ethan had succeeded solely through calculation and reasoning, without employing any perception abilities. He had managed to complete what could originally only be done through feeling in another way. Although this made the formation significantly more complex, cumbersome, and inefficient, its success represented another path closer to the truth. Thinking of this, Ethan's body trembled slightly with extreme excitement. Just then, the door of the private room was knocked on. It was Fawn. "Ethan, the shopkeeper is looking for you. He wants you to head to the main store." Fawn's expression was somewhat strange. "The shopkeeper is looking for me? What for?" Ethan raised his head in confusion. Fawn furrowed his brows and spoke in an uncertain tone. "The shopkeeper said, it seems he has encountered someone from your profession." "Ethan, huh?" Above the canyon, in the main store, Chen was in the kitchen conducting research on dishes. After a Spartan died, the threat from the dark port had been temporarily lifted. Although the crack in the sky suggested that the fish-headed monster leader wanted Chen to directly intervene in Aurelia through it, it was evident that such an operation seemed a bit far-fetched. Therefore, after careful consideration, Chen concluded that he still had to send a clone to dive in and see the situation. There was no other choice. The known information was too scarce. And even though this was dangerous, it was indeed the most straightforward and quickest method at present. However, this matter is not urgent. At least, it should wait until the group of fish-headed people by the sea, who are still engaged in some sort of ritual, leave. So, Chen rarely found himself with a moment of leisure. Therefore, he decided to take this time to study the dishes thoroughly. With the shop's upgrade, he could clearly feel that his culinary skills had reached a certain sublimation. It manifested in the fact that now, whenever he came into contact with ingredients, the perfect cooking methods would naturally appear in his mind. Just like at this moment, in front of him was a pot of freshly stewed chicken with pork belly. The milky white broth emitted a rich, meaty aroma, mixed with a unique, warm, and spicy scent of pepper. Chicken with pork belly, rare, description. This dish, with its complex preparation, is itself a testament to the continuity of civilization. In the milky white broth, the spiciness of the pepper transforms into a scalding warmth that can wash away the coldness and filth deep within the bones, combating the decay of the entire world with the purest vitality. Consumption effect: fully restores stamina and spirit. Gains vitality of the 100 bones status for 1 hour. Vitality continuously recovers significantly and enhances resistance to negative effects such as cold, shadow, and corruption. During the status duration, you will be exempt from the next curse effect received. This effect is undoubtedly the most suitable for the investigators who are about to embark on a journey. Chen nodded in satisfaction. However, he was still somewhat puzzled. According to the shop's prompts, he should now have a 50 chance of creating an epic dish. Yet, after many attempts, the highest he achieved was only rare level, which left him quite perplexed. So, he simply walked out of the kitchen, ready to ask that old riddle master, Inca. However, just as he entered the hall, the two staggering shadows outside immediately captured all his attention. They appeared to be a pair of teenagers, seemingly only 16 or 17 years old. They were ragged and panicking, desperately fleeing towards the canyon, as if something terrifying was chasing them from behind. Notably, the boy's right arm seemed severely deformed, looking particularly swollen, with yellow-green skin covered in something resembling moss. Meanwhile, the girl had a pair of broken, deformed wings made of black feathers protruding from her back. However, focused on their escape, they would not have expected that right in front of them stood a hidden, grand restaurant. Chen looked at this familiar scene and immediately felt intrigued. He reached out into the air, and a gleaming, well-balanced frying pan flew into his hand. Since fate has brought them together, let the business of this new place begin with you. Chapter 71. students and teachers the flickering candlelight cast twisted, dancing shadows on the walls of the secret chamber. The air was thick with the musty scent of stale dust and moldy old book pages. This was the Academy's storage room, a forgotten corner. Piles of rusty instrument parts and broken tables and chairs filled the space, while large patches of wall plaster had peeled away, revealing the mottled brick structure beneath. The only light in the room came from a pockmarked square table, where a butter candle burned with a tiny flame. A petite figure stood atop the table. It was a girl in a black robe, currently on her tiptoes, nervously observing the outside through an unnaturally high window. After a moment, she seemed to confirm something, relaxed her body, and turned her head, her voice ringing with a teasing clarity in the chamber. "You came in last again on this exam, Leo. The third wind is about to wash over you. So, what is your last wish? Given our years of friendship, I might consider granting it if it's not too difficult." From the shadows of the chamber, a figure slowly emerged. "Go ahead and make your snide remarks. After all, this is probably our last meeting." It was a boy dressed in a green robe, his messy red hair tousled, with a delicate, handsome face, though his complexion was somewhat pale. Most striking was his right arm, which appeared sickly yellow-green and grotesquely swollen, covered in a bizarre, moss-like texture. The weight of it dragged him down, making his stance unsteady. The girl jumped down from the table gracefully, landing silently. She looked at the boy, candlelight illuminating her face. It was a slightly childish, exquisite little face, with charming features, especially her large, bright, light purple eyes that exuded a unique aura. She frowned slightly, the previous teasing disappearing, her tone turning somewhat cold. "Giving up so soon?" The boy, called Leo, scoffed and awkwardly sat down at the table where the girl had just been standing, his voice laced with fatigue. "What else can I do?" He looked down at his deformed arm. "This hand not only swells, but has almost lost the ability for fine manipulation. I can't even pick up a test tube. My talent only reaches this level, and with this contaminated hand, it's useless." Leo forced a bitter smile. "The only thing I can do now is hope to survive from that win tomorrow, though that was highly unlikely. After all, he was the only one who had endured 3 wins so far. Moreover, he had actively sought to experience them, unlike me, who was simply a passive recipient." He paused, as if convincing himself, and managed to pull out an ugly smile. "But that's fine. At least it's a clean way to die. As for my last wish, Sophia." "No, I have no last wishes." The girl named Sophia displayed clear disdain on her face. "Humph, you have no ambition at all." She lifted her foot and lightly kicked Leo's leg, causing him to stumble away from the edge of the table. "Get off my table." Leo wasn't too angry. He obediently stepped aside, scoffing dismissively. "Humph, when did this broken table in the storage room become yours?" Sophia ignored his retort, pulling out a vial containing a ghostly blue liquid from her pocket. Then, in response to Leo's puzzled gaze, she uncorked the vial and poured the liquid all over the table. At the moment the liquid touched the surface, there was no corrosion, no sound. A blazing blue flame erupted from nowhere, instantly engulfing the entire table. Leo, who had initially appeared indifferent, widened his eyes in shock, exclaiming, "You're illegally using alchemy outside the lab. Aren't you afraid?" Before he could finish, Sophia coldly interrupted him. "The storage room has no sensing array. Besides, it's already quiet time. The Academy's patrol automatons are shut down. As long as you don't say anything, no one will know what I've done." Her light purple eyes glanced at Leo, holding a hint of scrutiny. "Where are you planning to report me?" Leo immediately shook his head. "Of course not. But what are you trying to do? Also, when did you set up the transmutation array here? Why didn't I notice at all?" "Huh. That's because you're too incompetent." The girl's lips curled into a slight smile, her beautiful eyes revealing an innate pride. "Set up in advance? Why would I do something so unnecessary? Only someone like you, lacking talent, needs to draw the array in advance and follow the steps. But for me, why prepare extra for something I can directly see?" As her words fell, the square table had already burned away completely, leaving no ashes behind. A complex blue magic circle appeared in the spot where the table had been, slowly rotating. In the center of the magic circle was a dark, deep circular void that seemed to lead to some unknown abyss. Leo furrowed his brow. He had long since grown accustomed to the arrogance and sarcasm that the girl often displayed. It was merely her way of protecting herself. What concerned him more was another matter. So, what exactly are you trying to do? Sophia's tone returned to a flatness, as if discussing something trivial. I'm going to escape. During last week's field test for gathering materials, I left an anchor array outside the academy. This is exactly at its maximum teleportation distance. We can escape from here. Escape? Why? Leo's voice was filled with confusion. Sophia looked at him as if he were an idiot. Huh. You're about to be sent off as a sacrifice, and you still ask me why I want to escape? That's because I came in last. Leo countered urgently. But you're one of the top 10 students in the academy, eligible to wear a black robe. Excellent. Sophia stepped forward, leaning closer to Leo, her beautiful light purple eyes fixed intently on his face. Then let me ask you, how many students are there currently in the academy? 300, 50 or 60, maybe. Then let me ask another question. Sophia's voice dropped lower. At the start of this assessment plan, how many students were there in the school? 2,000. Around 300. Leo's pupils suddenly contracted. He seemed to finally grasp the girl's intention, but still found it hard to believe. But Sophia interrupted him again. The fact is, we don't know when this assessment will end. Have you ever considered what would count as a qualified student worthy of survival in the eyes of that adult? Or how many of us he actually wants to keep alive? There is simply no answer. I can't entrust my fate to such an unknown judgment. Rather than waiting to die here, I'd prefer to explore outside, even if it means dying out there. But Teacher Daisy said that everything outside has been destroyed, that there is no one left, and that it's a dead end if we go out. Leo's brow furrowed tightly. He still disagreed with Sophia's thoughts. Sophia looked at him, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. What if? Have you ever thought that the teachers might be deceiving us? Don't forget that archive. That must be ignored. There are obviously other secrets in this school. So, on what basis do you assume that the teachers have not deceived us in this matter? No, this is too risky. The boy still wanted to persuade the girl to stay. At least he understood one thing. Sophia's chances of surviving by staying in the academy were far greater than escaping. Sophia's tone finally carried a hint of anger. Fine, if you don't want to come with me, then stay here and wait to die tomorrow. I'm leaving. After saying that, she turned around without hesitation and leaped into the circular black hole at the center of the blue light array. Sophia, seeing the girl's figure swallowed by the darkness. Leo immediately panicked. He barely thought and rushed forward, diving into the deep darkness. A cold wind brushed past his cheeks, and Leo opened his eyes to find himself on a steep cliff in a canyon. Sophia stood in front of him, looking at him with a satisfied expression. Not bad. Not too cowardly. She snapped her fingers, and the magic array on the cliff behind them transformed into specks of light, dissipating into the air. Leo felt a bit frustrated and looked around. They were currently in the middle of a huge canyon. A certain distance behind them stood a massive building complex, entirely black, composed of countless spires and strange towers, like a slumbering giant beast, quietly looming there. That was their school, Ashcroft Academy. So, genius lady, which way are you planning to go? Leo asked irritably. Don't tell me you have no plan at all. If so, I suggest you go back to the academy now. Of course I have a plan. Sophia shot him a glance. But for now, we need to go up. After saying that, she grabbed Leo's shoulder. Then, the black robe behind her suddenly billowed, and a pair of large, magnificent wings made of pure black feathers suddenly unfolded. The wings flapped rapidly, lifting both of them into the sky, flying toward the top of the canyon. Meanwhile, in the highest spire of the pitch-black academy, a slender man dressed in a white robe with a gloomy expression frowned. He looked at a figure leaning against the window. It was a mature woman in a cool silk gown, with a stunning figure, her wine-red wavy hair casually cascading down, a faintly seductive smile playing at her lips. Daisy, the man in the white robe said coldly, the seed you were keeping an eye on has secretly slipped out of the academy. Aren't you going to do something about it? The woman named Daisy turned around, her soul-stirring purple eyes looking at the man in the white robe. Why should I care? If she is truly talented enough, she will survive outside and realize her mistakes, eventually returning here. Otherwise, doesn't that just prove she isn't good enough? Professor Haig. The man named Haig let out a dissatisfied snort. Suit yourself. I just need the next experiment to successfully gather enough participants. Daisy licked her bright red lips, her smile becoming even more enchanting. Don't worry, there will definitely be enough. Chapter 72. The Two Who Fled. With a panic scream from Leo, he crashed heavily onto the ground at the top of the canyon. Sophia landed lightly, folding her black wings behind her, and then kicked Leo, who was still groaning on the ground. You should lose some weight, she complained, brushing off the non-existent dust on her robe. Lao, dazed from a fall, took a while to recover. He propped himself up on the ground, his face pale. If you use a bit more strength, you might really kill me. Sophia merely snorted, ignoring him, and scanned their surroundings warily. They were standing on a vast, desolate plain. Beneath their feet lay barren, lifeless land, with countless tiny dust particles swirling in the cold wind. Above them, a thick, crimson sky pressed down heavily on the world, casting a heart-stopping light. There were no trees, no wild grasses, not even a decent rock in sight. As far as the eye could see, there was only endless desolation and silence. On the ground, deep red lines resembling veins faintly appeared, stretching from one end of the horizon to the other, as if the entire world were a giant, dying organism. In this place, they felt as small as two ants that could be crushed at any moment, though the reality wasn't too much different. Sophia pulled out an old, yellowed map, seemingly made of some kind of animal hide, and carefully studied it under the dim light. This way, she pointed in a direction, her tone firm. Then, each of them took out a slender glass vial from inside their robes. Inside the vials was a half-filled liquid that emitted a soft orange glow, like two small lanterns in the dim wilderness. They were silently heading towards the capital city of Imperia. After a long while, Leo finally couldn't help but break the oppressive silence. Are we really going to the capital? What else? Sophia replied without looking away. That's south the place on this continent where it's most likely there are still survivors. But what if everyone there is dead too? Leo's voice carried an unmistakable hint of pessimism. Sophia paused for a moment, then resumed her normal pace. She turned her head and glanced at Leo, her tone overly casual. Then we can find a nice spot, dig a pretty hole, and bury ourselves. Leo was left speechless by her response, letting out a helpless sigh. You're quite optimistic. You seem to assume we'll definitely make it to the capital. Leo. Just then, a drop of cold liquid unexpectedly hit his forehead. He instinctively looked up. Unbeknownst to him, fine raindrops had begun to fall from the crimson sky. What is this? Zan? Leo's pupils dilated suddenly. Sophia's face also turned pale in an instant. She grabbed Leo's arm tightly, her voice sharp with fear. It's rain in the street. Don't look back. Run. As soon as she finished speaking, the surroundings began to twist rapidly. The desolate plain vanished. Instead, they found themselves in an eerie, ancient street shrouded in heavy rain. The houses on both sides had their doors and windows tightly shut, but blurred, dim yellow lights seeped through the cracks, as if countless eyes were watching from the darkness. The torrential rain poured down like a waterfall, crashing onto the cobblestone path and splashing up countless droplets. The two fought against the wind and rain, desperately running forward. The exit of the alley was just ahead. They needed only a few more steps. However, Sophia slipped, her body uncontrollably falling sideways. At that moment, the raindrops falling from the sky and the pooled water on the ground seemed to come alive. Countless transparent ropes, made of rainwater, surged from all directions, binding her tightly and dragging her backward. She struggled, but could not break free, helplessly watching as Leo's figure grew farther away in the rain. Despair flashed across her face. But at that moment, the figure that should have escaped suddenly broke through the heavy curtain of rain, forcefully rushing back. Leo was also entangled in transparent rain bands, and every step he took felt like he was bearing an immense weight. With sheer brute force, he pushed his way to Sophia's side, yanked her up from the ground, and growled through gritted teeth, "Aren't you leaving? Do you plan to stay here forever?" Sophia's eyes flashed with surprise, emotion, and anger. But she quickly gritted her teeth and stood up with Leo's strength, struggling to move forward together with him. "You're crazy. We're almost out, and you came back to die. Now we're both going to die here. Not a chance." Leo rarely shouted back at her. We'll definitely get out. The bindings formed by the rainwater tightened, almost turning into a giant water sphere that aimed to completely swallow the two. Sophia's stamina was far less than Leo's, and her steps grew heavier. Yet Leo held her hand tightly, his veins bulging, inching forward step by step. The exit was right ahead. He suddenly stopped, using all his strength to push the girl forward. Sophia instantly understood what he was about to do, her light purple eyes filled with terror. You can't do this. If you're going, we go together. However, at that moment, Leo was completely enveloped by the heavy water sphere, and his consciousness was rapidly sinking into darkness. Chen pushed open the restaurant door, looking curiously at the two young figures not far away. Their movements were strange, as if they had been pressed on the slow-motion button or were enduring some immense, invisible resistance, pushing and pulling like they were performing a nonsensical silent play. What was even stranger was that, although it wasn't raining, the air was thick with the earthy smell that followed a heavy downpour. He shook his head and walked over. The two, who were struggling until then, suddenly stopped as the water sphere unexpectedly dispersed. The rain seemed to receive some command, neatly and uniformly rolling back up into the sky. The eerie street scene around them also twisted, peeled away, and reverted back to the silent wasteland. They survived. Before the two could recover from the shock of having escaped death, a slender young man with black hair and black eyes abruptly appeared before them. He wore a simple white outfit they had never seen before, and his face bore a gentle, harmless smile. "Hello there, would you like to eat?" But that wasn't the main point. The focus was on the building behind the man. It was an indescribably magnificent structure, with layers of twisted eaves pointing toward the blood-red sky. Countless enormous, oddly shaped crystals emitted an abnormal glow, illuminating the surrounding wasteland as bright as day. That didn't seem like something that belonged in this world. The two exchanged a glance, seeing the same fear and horror reflected in each other's eyes. The next second, they turned and ran without a word. Chen. "Hey, don't run. You too," Chen shouted from behind. However, the two paid him no mind, running even faster. Thus, on the calm wasteland, two crisp sounds echoed. Bang, bang. Chen walked over to the two unconscious figures lying on the ground, letting out a helpless sigh as he retracted the frying pan in his hand. "I told you not to run. Why did you have to take this hit? What was the point?" Later, during the process of dragging the two back to the restaurant, Chen discovered the alchemical potions on them, and suddenly had a thought. Contacting Farn. Chapter 73 Journey Westea. The sky remained a lifeless crimson. A solemn and grave atmosphere lingered at the city gate. After lengthy discussions and preparations, the investigators' journey was finally ready to be implemented. From over 300 investigators, Griffin selected 180 members with the best overall qualifications. They were divided into 6 teams with 30 members each. In this twisted world, numbers were no longer an advantage when facing those anomalies that disregarded the laws of physics. A bloated team was more likely to be entirely wiped out in an accident. Therefore, it was more rational to explore separately and share the risks. 30 was a number carefully weighed. It ensured sufficient personnel to respond to conventional threats while minimizing losses against excessively dangerous anomalies. The 6 teams would set out along 3 different routes, departing in 2 batches at intervals. At the entrance, 18 reinforced carts were neatly arranged. Each team had 3 carts, with 1 cart in each group carrying a pure golden statue of Chen. This was their agreement with the powerful shopkeeper and their greatest trump card for this journey. Lucas stood in his team, quietly checking the equipment at his waist. His first squad was one of the first teams to set off, led by the experienced and unsmiling middle-aged man Moody. After a final check of the equipment and supplies, Moody's deep and powerful voice echoed in the team. Upon hearing the command, Lucas skillfully conducted a final check of his equipment. Then his gaze fell on the other 2 carts. They were filled with essential supplies, especially dishes from Good Again. Their first team had brought extra supplies of dishes like pig stomach chicken and Angelica lamb soup, which had restorative effects on life. Because of him, the story began with his unexpected attempt at pig stomach chicken. After that meal, Lucas was surprised to discover that the warm, continuous restorative effect could offset the cost he incurred when using Demon Hunter to some extent. during the duration of the warmth of all bones state. His special silver flintlock gun almost became a weapon without side effects. He could inject nearly 1/3 of his life force into the gun's chamber in an instant, firing a shot with considerable power without suffering any substantial damage himself. He reported this finding to Griffin immediately. Thus, his team logically increased their stock of dishes that had been tested to restore life force. Set off. Finally, the first 3 teams, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, slowly pushed the carts carrying the golden statues out of the vine-constructed city gate of Westea and onto the vast wasteland. The wind remained as cold and lifeless as ever. The ground beneath their feet exhibited a morbid dark red color, as hard as rock, creaking underfoot. The crimson clouds in the sky appeared like a huge, solidified blood clot, weighing heavily above and making it hard to breathe. The team moved forward in silence. No one spoke. Only the sound of the cart wheels and the rhythmic footsteps echoed across the desolate wasteland. Lucas tightened his grip on the flintlock, the winding blood-red mark on the gun appearing faintly under the crimson sky. His mind was highly focused, vigilantly observing his surroundings. Less than half a day after their departure, they had already encountered some trouble. Some distorted beings, polluted and twisted, were lurking on the wasteland, like hyenas drawn by the scent of blood, trailing the team from a distance. However, they seemed to be filled with fear of the golden statue, daring only to linger at a distance. But there would always be exceptions. For instance, the thing blocking the team's path ahead. It was a well-dressed, suave, middle-aged gentleman who appeared out of nowhere, as if he had always been there. He wore a warm smile, polite and gracious, looking like some refined nobleman. However, before he could speak, "Get lost, Moody." The team leader suddenly stopped, his face darkening as he reprimanded in a stern tone, "We don't have time for you, and want to do anything for you." The smile on the middle-aged gentleman's face instantly froze. In the next moment, his figure vanished like smoke blown away by the wind. In the team, several young investigators visibly sighed in relief, their backs already soaked with cold sweat. Lucas watched this scene, recalling Mr. Fawn's updated information on the evil spirits of this era before their departure. The apologizer, it appears, is a well-dressed, suave gentleman and, upon appearing, will politely say to the target, "I'm sorry, excuse me." Then it will disappear. Those who have been apologized to will encounter an unavoidable, certain death crisis within 3 minutes. Fortunately, the solution is not difficult. As long as you firmly reject it before it speaks, it will suffice. Thinking of this, Lucas tightened his grip on the demon hunter once more. They had attracted such an evil spirit shortly after setting out. This was not a good omen. This seemingly barren plain was much more lively and dangerous than it appeared. Sure enough, not long after the team resumed their journey, a mutation occurred. A clear sound of flowing water suddenly came from high above. Lucas abruptly looked up, his pupils contracting sharply. In the thick crimson sky, a circular black shadow the size of a plate had appeared out of nowhere. Ripples formed around the edges of the shadow. Soon, a shade of eerie blue seeped from its center. The blue hue looked strange and chilling against the blood-red sky. "It's the ghost moon." Moody's voice instantly turned grave. This was also a phenomenon that Mr. Fawn had emphasized. Since the outbreak of the disaster, the world had lost its moon. Therefore, Fawn named this peculiar phenomenon, which occasionally appeared during high tide and emitted a ghostly blue light, the ghost moon. As Moody warned, slender threads, seemingly made of pure blue light, began to descend from the eerie blue glow. "Quick, pull up the black cloth and hide underneath," Moody commanded decisively. Before he finished speaking, the team members skillfully untied the black tarp from the carts. The huge, opaque tarp was quickly spread out, completely covering the entire team along with the carts. Mr. Fawn had named these descending threads moonlight. They appeared delicate and harmless, but once they touched the skin of a living creature, they would transform the creature into light particles, merging into the threads. Therefore, they had to avoid contact with the threads. It was best to block them with something black, because their physical properties were similar to light and could not penetrate opaque barriers. Thus, the team cautiously and slowly moved forward under the cover of the tarp, carefully avoiding the dangling blue light strands. Time passed, and they continued to advance. "Captain, ahead," a team member responsible for observation said nervously. The attention of the group was immediately diverted, and they saw a solitary farmhouse quietly standing on the wasteland not far ahead. It was a typical wooden farmhouse with an old-fashioned style, featuring a slanted roof and a huge barn surrounded by a crooked fence. However, in this desolate wasteland where not a blade of grass could be seen, the appearance of such a farmhouse was an extreme oddity in itself. The windows of the farmhouse emitted a flickering, dim yellow light, as if someone were living inside. But that glow did not bring any warmth to the investigators. Instead, it made the entire farmhouse look like a gaping mouth, waiting for prey to walk into its trap. A gentle breeze passed by, carrying a foul stench of rotting grain and stale blood that invaded everyone's nostrils. Everyone's hearts sank immediately. Chapter 74. Infiltration plan in the restaurant's lobby. The warm orange light dispelled the dead silence of the wasteland outside. Leo and Sophia were hunched over a massive round table made of pear wood, devouring the mountains of food piled in front of them. Their eating manners were anything but graceful, resembling refugees who had been starving for centuries, their movements so swift that they left only afterimages behind. The steaming fish head stew that had just been served was quickly reduced to nothing, the tender fish lips and succulent brain devoured in an instant. Not far away, Chen withdrew his gaze from the blue light strands that fell from the blood sea above and looked at Ethan, who wore a complex expression. So are they alchemists? Ethan nodded heavily, his tone dry. Without a doubt, and their level is far beyond mine. His voice carried an incredulous shock. Otherwise, they could never have constructed such a complex transmutation array in such a short time. Just moments ago, to verify the identities of these unexpected guests, Chen had asked them to demonstrate their professional skills on the spot. As a result, the girl named Sophia casually waved her hand in the air, and a ball of ghostly blue flame ignited out of thin air. It danced and transformed at her fingertips before finally condensing into a lifelike flame butterfly, which circled around Ethan before slowly dissipating. The entire process was seamless, requiring no prior drawing of an array. The boy named Leo, despite the awkwardness in his movements due to his deformed arm, quickly set up a complex transmutation array as well. This scene had a tremendous impact on Ethan. Chen, however, was less concerned about Ethan's complicated emotions. His focus was on another matter. Have you heard of the Ashcroft Academy they mentioned? Ethan shook his head in confusion, breaking free from his self-doubt. No, I've never heard of an academy specifically teaching alchemy. Before the disaster, the term academy usually referred to the seminary organized by the Church of Truth. Later, some independent schools focusing on natural philosophy emerged, but they had nothing to do with alchemy. As far as I know, the inheritance of alchemy has always been through the traditional master-apprentice system. Ethan's brow furrowed. Although a teacher might take on several apprentices, it was fundamentally different from the kind of institutional teaching they described. It seemed to be another secret organization hidden in the shadows of the world. Chen was not surprised. After all, it was perfectly normal for those who survived in this bizarre world to have a few secrets. He patted Ethan on the shoulder and changed the subject. However, Ethan, I'm more concerned about another question. Will this academy be helpful for your research? This was the first thought that popped into Chen mind after hearing the two kids' descriptions. He was well aware of what Ethan was working on. In fact, due to his special identity, he understood better than Ethan himself the immense significance behind that seemingly clumsy research. What Ethan was trying to pry open was the cornerstone of the alchemy pyramid, the chasm named talent that kept countless people outside the door. If he could succeed, this troubled world would truly possess its own, readily available black technology. Upon hearing Chen question, Ethan was momentarily stunned, and then his eyes lit up. It should. No, it will definitely be helpful, he said excitedly. My knowledge has always been limited to the few introductory textbooks left by my teacher, but I've basically mastered that content. If what they said is true, at least the library in that academy would be an unimaginable treasure trove for me. He paused and added uncertainly, but shopkeeper, since they're much more powerful than I am. Chen waved his hand, interrupting him. Don't be so quick to feel inferior. Everyone has their own capabilities. Your path is not necessarily one they can walk. What I'm asking now is, if I give you a chance to infiltrate, would you want to go? Ethan almost blurted out, of course. What alchemist wouldn't be curious about the truth? That's good. Chen Yin nodded in satisfaction. You go ahead and take care of your business. I'll notify you when the time comes. He then turned around and walked towards the two children who were stuffing their faces. Although Leo and Sophia were engrossed in their meal, they had been keeping an eye on Chen Yin from the corners of their eyes. Now, seeing the inscrutable shopkeeper approaching them, they immediately sat up straight, even slowing down their pace of shoving food into their mouths. I have a question for you, Chen Yin said, and as soon as he finished speaking, a chair behind him slid forward on its own and stopped steadily. He took a seat and calmly looked at the two nervous children. If I were to ask you to return to that academy, would that be possible? Sophia immediately spoke up, her tone resolute. He can't go back. He'll die if he does. Chen Yin raised an eyebrow and looked at her. So you can go back? Sophia and Leo exchanged anxious glances, and the girl hesitated before saying it should be fine. My grades are decent. As long as they confirm I haven't been subjected to dangerous pollution, I should be able to receive leniency. She emphasized the word pollution. Good. Chen Yin nodded, extending his right hand. In the corner, the spirit clone that had been quietly floating like a balloon instantly transformed into a stream of light and entered his palm. When the light dissipated, an ancient brass 20-sided die lay quietly in his hand. He handed the die to Sophia. I need you to take this back to your academy with a long name. Don't worry, I will ensure your safety. This will count as payment for your meal. Chen Yin paused and revealed a friendly smile. Oh, by the way, I've taken your boyfriend as collateral. You don't mind, do you? As soon as he said this, the expressions of the two children went blank in unison. The next second, they almost simultaneously flushed red and protested in unison. We're not in that kind of relationship. Sophia regained her composure first. She shot a glare at Leo before turning to Chen Yin, explaining in a flustered manner, I have no such relationship with this stupid pig. We're just partners in flight. I understand your request, and I will do as you say. However, I can't guarantee they won't discover the existence of this die. That's all I need you to agree to, Chen Yin replied calmly. As for this die, don't worry, they won't find out. Leo frowned, seemingly wanting to say something, but Chen Yin cut him off, reaching out to put an arm around his shoulder with a smile. You are currently a collateral hostage. You have no say, understand? After a moment's thought, he said, by the way, do you want to solve the distortion problem with your right hand? Leo's eyes instantly brightened, and he looked up at Chen Yin. In fact, by the time he took his first sip of hot soup, most of the resistance he and Sophia had felt towards this place had already vanished, although it seemed like the lair of some indescribable entity, which evil gods' dishes were meant to reduce pollution and restore sanity. So, after assessing the current situation, they decisively chose to betray. Of course, in reality, they had no choice but to do so. At this moment, upon hearing Chen Yin's words, hope suddenly ignited in the boy's heart. Since this mysterious shopkeeper said so, there must be a way to heal his arm that was severely tainted by wind. Chen Yin looked at his expectant eyes and took out a neatly folded piece of paper from his pocket. Very well, then sign it, young man. Once you sign, you will welcome a second life. The hopeful expression on Leo's face suddenly froze. This scene was just like those stories where demons skilled at manipulating hearts deceive mortals into signing contracts. Sophia, standing beside him, also became visibly tense, instinctively wanting to say something. Chen Yin saw through their thoughts and placed a paper titled Labor Contract on the table. I'll give you the things first. Whenever you want to sign, it's not too late. You can read the terms on it slowly. Don't be so nervous. I'm not a devil. As soon as he said this, the two children visibly shuddered. Then, they nodded repeatedly like chicks pecking at grains. Chen Yin looked at their expressions and didn't mind. Trust is something that will naturally fade after a few meals together. He stood up, no longer paying attention to the two children with different thoughts, and walked down the spacious corridor. However, after circling around the empty hall, he still did not see that familiar figure, which made him furrow his brow. Does anyone know where Lilith is? Please point me the way. Thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the hundreds of glass scales lights on the ceiling, which were slowly swimming like a school of fish, quietly detached from the group. It floated down lightly, hovering in front of Chen Yin, emitting a soft amber glow, quietly guiding him. Chapter 75. The dream of perdition and the authority of the divine Lilith walked alone in the empty corridor. The wooden floor beneath her feet was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the wondrous sights of the courtyard outside, as well as her own figure. This place was too vast, so vast that it occasionally made her feel an unreal sense of disorientation. She walked aimlessly, her gaze drawn to the palace lanterns hanging from the eaves of the corridor. The lanterns were hexagonal, covered with delicate rice paper, upon which exquisite seasonal flowers and birds were painted in light ink, a painting style she had never seen before, and it was beautiful. As she passed a lantern adorned with what the shopkeeper called peach blossoms, the image on the lantern suddenly came to life. A few pale, pink peach petals floated out from the lantern, swirling and lightly landing on her hair and shoulders, only to quietly dissipate like a dream. This was the unique projection effect of these lanterns. Passing by the summer lotus, a few glowing fireflies would dance around her. Approaching the autumn chrysanthemums, a few swirling red maple leaves would appear. Passing the winter plum, delicate snowflakes would silently fall. Lilith couldn't help but reach out her hand, wanting to catch one of the illusory snowflakes. Her fingertips passed through it, leaving only a barely perceptible coolness. She couldn't help but smile, and some of the unease in her heart dissipated. Leaning against the intricately carved railing, she looked down. In the courtyard, clear streams meandered, splashing gently between the rocks, producing a pleasant babbling sound. Elegant lotus lanterns floated on the water, drifting slowly with the current. Occasionally, a few fireflies, formed from glowing dust, would rise from the water's surface, twinkling as they crossed the corridor, flitting past her eyes and soaring into the higher sky. The sky here was devoid of that unsettling crimson. Towering eaves obscured the zenith, and only countless giant lanterns hung like stars, radiating a warm orange light. How beautiful! Then, her gaze crossed the courtyard, looking toward the wilderness beyond the restaurant. There, slender blue strands of light fell straight down from the blood-colored sky, perfectly vertical to the ground, quietly wandering over the desolate land, as if the divine were casually fishing. The scene was gorgeous yet strange, but she felt no fear, because she was certain that this was the safest place in the entire world. Guided by the glass lantern fish, Chen passed through several corridors and soon found that quiet figure on a spacious second-floor terrace. The girl was leaning against the intricately carved railing, quietly gazing at the winding water in the courtyard. She wore a new dress. It was a complexly designed, moon-white long gown, with delicate silver threads embroidered with subtle patterns of irises, shimmering softly under the light. The layered, sheer skirt swayed gently with the breeze. Her silver hair was tied up with a simple white headband, with a few strands falling beside her fair neck. Fireflies flew past her, the orange light casting a warm halo around her profile. In that moment, she seemed so quiet that she didn't belong to this world. Beautiful, yet imbued with an indescribable sense of detachment and sadness. Chen instinctively lightened his footsteps, just as he was lost in thought. The girl noticed his arrival and turned around. Upon seeing him, a gentle smile emerged in her usually cool ruby eyes. She raised her right hand and gently waved at Chen. Then, with a slightly brisk step, she walked toward him, her skirt swaying. "Hello, shopkeeper. Do you need something?" Her melodious voice echoed in the corridor, dispelling Chen Yan's momentary distraction. Chen Yan unconsciously scratched his head, feeling a bit foolish for his earlier behavior. "Nothing major." He organized his words. "I just felt like I haven't seen you for a long time, so. Chen Yan suddenly realized that his words might carry some ambiguity, and he stumbled. The girl's lips curled slightly, the smile in her eyes deepening. "I understand. Thank you for your concern, shopkeeper. Actually, I was planning to find you, but this place is just too beautiful, and I got a bit lost in thought. I'm sorry for worrying you." "It's fine." Chen Yan shook his head. "If you like it, you can wander around freely." The two naturally walked side by side along the corridor. After walking for a while, the ease on Chen Yan's face gradually faded, and his expression grew serious. "Do you still have those dreams?" The serene smile on the girl's face faltered slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, she gently nodded. "Yes, and this time, I got a bit closer to that palace." She had intended to wait until he was free to tell him. Chen Yan suddenly halted, turning to look at Lilith with a serious expression. Lilith, things will always happen, but there are priorities. Your situation could be a big problem, and you shouldn't delay it. He watched the surprise in the girl's red eyes, his voice unconsciously softening. I'm very worried about you. What did Alice say? A complex ripple appeared in Lilith's eyes, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she just lowered her gaze. I dreamt in front of her, but she said that at the moment I fell asleep normally, my mind disappeared from her perception. She said my dream might no longer exist in this world. She suspects my dream might have completely fallen to the side of reality. What should we do? Chen asked anxiously. She has no way to help. Lilith shook her head. Because she can't track my mind. Reality is too vast a world. Is it because I carelessly let you peek into that world often? Chen Yin's tone unconsciously carried a hint of regret. But Lilith raised her head, looking at him seriously, and shook her head. No. First of all, I made this decision myself. If I didn't want to try, you wouldn't have forced me, so it shouldn't be your fault. Moreover, I asked Alice, and her answer was that the possibility is extremely low. Even the completely insane madman only goes mad to death in reality. My dream is more likely to have been forcibly dragged away by some existence. Chen Yan's brows furrowed tighter. The next moment, a golden light flew from his hand, forming a thin golden shield around Lilith. I don't know if this will help. Let's just try it first. We should ask Genka. Saying this, Chen Yan's pace suddenly quickened. At the counter, after listening to Chen Yan's account, Enka's tooth-grinding skeletal sounds slowly echoed. Oh, there is such a thing? How interesting. Its tone showed no hint of worry, but rather filled with interest. Perhaps this is the work of some old friend. But, shopkeeper, this may not necessarily be a bad thing. After all, Miss Lilith does indeed want to get something from there, doesn't she? Chen Yan's face suddenly turned cold, his gaze sharp. But that should be a controllable exploration. Not like now, where it's clear that someone is watching. Or is this actually your doing? The aura around Chen Yan grew colder. As he stepped forward, his hand pressing against the counter. Just then, a hand gently tugged at his sleeve. It was Lilith. She shook her head at Chen Yan, her eyes carrying a hint of plea. Chen Yan looked at her. In the end, he took a deep breath, suppressing his anger and regaining his composure. Now, I only have one question. Do you have any way to cope with this situation? Enka's tone was completely unaffected, simply stating, I'm sorry. I can only answer you this way. I am just a prisoner and powerless against the outside world. However, perhaps one of the three supreme authorities that support this world can bring Miss Lilith's dream back. Chen Yan's eyes narrowed. What is that? Consciousness. After the death of the god who committed suicide due to madness, his authority was shattered and scattered across the mortal realm. Your ally, that Miss Vine, possesses a fragment of it. If you can gather all the fragments, then I might be able to pull Lilith's dream back from that side, right? Chen Yan said solemnly. Completely correct. Moreover, I have good news to tell you, Enka said with a hint of excitement. In that sunken city, the remains of that being are precisely buried there. Chapter 76. Problem solving. As Enka's voice fell, the entire hall plunged into a strange silence. This time, even Lilith, who had been quietly standing beside Chen Yan, involuntarily narrowed her crimson eyes. Chen Yan's lips curled slightly, his elbow resting on the counter, watching the black skull with great interest. Interesting. First, there were those oddly shaped deep divers who dreamt of sending me to Aurelian. Now you tell me that the key to solving Lilith's problem happens to be there. What? Do you all want me to go there that badly? Chen Yan's voice was very calm. Enka, is this really just a coincidence? I'm curious. What exactly is your purpose? Enka's two dark eye sockets were fixed on Chen Yan. The grating sound of its bones rubbing together echoed again, and its tone remained flat. Perhaps it is, or perhaps it isn't. I am not omniscient, dear shopkeeper. However, if we simply talk about my purpose, its voice paused, as if weighing its words. I am just curious about how you would respond to the final question of that mad god before death. What question? Chen Yan immediately pressed. However, Enka merely let out a slight clicking sound from its skull, as if shaking its head. Sorry, I don't know. Chen Yan's brows furrowed tightly. Are you kidding me? Of course not, dear shopkeeper. Enka's voice remained calm. For certain reasons I cannot articulate, I can assure you that it would be a very interesting question. However, divine questions never maintain a single fixed form. They grow over time, so I'm not sure what it has become by now. After all, it added, I am merely a prisoner. Chunyan stared at it for a long time, eventually rolling his eyes and sitting up straight. Hell, one day, I will take you apart and throw you into a pot to make soup. He turned away, no longer paying attention to the old riddle maker, and looked at the worried Lilith beside him. The concern in the girl's eyes was almost overflowing. She gently bit her lower lip, seeming to want to say something, but unsure how to begin. Chunyan looked at her helplessly. Don't worry, and don't feel burdened. His tone was light. Even without you, I was already planning to go to Aurelian. Now it just so happens that the two matters coincide, which makes it more convenient. Lilith raised her head, her ruby-like eyes reflecting Chunyan's face, and then she gently nodded. Just then, Chunyan's brow suddenly furrowed slightly. What's wrong, shopkeeper? Lilith noticed his change. Chunyan's gaze unfocused, as if he were looking through the wall into the infinite distance. It's nothing. He shook his head, his tone calm. It's just that a team of investigators seems to have run into some trouble. On the desolate plains of the Western Kingdom, the eerie ghost moon had quietly vanished. However, Lucas and his first investigation team did not let their guard down at all. Everyone's expressions were extremely serious, because they had discovered that they were trapped. In front of them, the lonely farmhouse, exuding the stench of rotting grain and old blood, seemed to have become an inescapable curse. They had tried 3 times to bypass it from different directions. Yet each time, no matter which way they went, they ultimately ended up back in front of this farmhouse, as if their destination had been predetermined to be this farmhouse. After returning to the original spot for the 3rd time, the usually stern expression on Moody's face was now clouded with gloom. Lucas felt a shiver down his spine as he tightened his grip on Demon Hunter. This thing seems a bit fierce. It looks like there's no escaping it. Moody took a deep breath, his voice low and resolute. Prepare for battle. Let's go in and take a look. The wooden door of the farmhouse creaked open slightly, and a stronger stench rushed out. The room inside was dimly lit, with only a few candles flickering on the table. A hunched figure sat with its back to the entrance, seemingly engrossed in, gnawing on something. The crunching sound echoed eerily in the silent room. Upon hearing the door open, the figure paused for a moment and then slowly turned its head. It was a face that was half-rotten, with a murky eyeball hanging out of its socket, while the other glimmered with a toxic green light. In its mouth, it clutched a bloody bone belonging to an unknown creature. Roar! The monster let out a roar that was not human, suddenly leaping from the chair and lunging towards the investigators at the door. However, what awaited it was an already prepared attack. Bang! Lucas almost pulled the trigger the moment it turned around. He did not hesitate at all, directly converting nearly a quarter of the warm life force that had surged within him due to pig stomach chicken into energy for the chamber. A bullet, burning with dark red flames, whistled out and accurately struck the monster's head. The monster's head exploded like a watermelon smashed with a heavy hammer, splattering foul brain matter and shattered bones everywhere. Its headless body twitched a couple of times before collapsing weakly to the ground. One shot, one kill. The other investigators in the team seemed to have long been accustomed to this, skillfully avoiding the corpse on the ground as they began to examine the interior of the house. No other living beings were found. There were charred remains in the fireplace, suspected to be human. Intelligence was quickly compiled and sent to Moody. Yet everyone's brows remained tightly knitted. Too easy. So easy. It feels abnormal. Bang. Just then, a loud noise accompanied by a team member's exclamation. The wooden door that they had just pushed open suddenly slammed shut, nearly slicing the investigator standing by the door in half. And on the door panel, a huge and grotesque human face suddenly appeared. It grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow-black, uneven teeth emitting a chilling, wooden scraping laugh. The entire house came alive. The walls began to writhe. The floor turned muddy like a swamp, and countless wooden tentacle-like things dangled from the ceiling, reaching out towards the crowd below. However, just as these grotesque claws fully revealed themselves, the black tarp covering one of the carts was immediately lifted by the investigators, who sensed something was wrong. The next second, a pure, majestic golden light erupted from the silent statue. The light surged like a tide, sweeping over the entire farmhouse. The writhing walls, muddy floors, and swinging beams sizzled and melted as they touched the golden light, rapidly dissolving and vaporizing. The entire illusion of the farmhouse collapsed under this sacred radiance. In the end, only an ancient piece of parchment, exuding a faint, ominous aura, quietly floated in mid-air and slowly descended. Chen Yan's divine avatar opened its eyes and reached out to catch it. On the parchment, there seemed to be a very rudimentary map, with unclear lines that were impossible to discern. Almost simultaneously, a line of golden text appeared in his mind. Map that won't get lost. Pollution level, extremely high. Gold required for purification. 100 effect. Feed it a map, then hold it in your hand, mentally reciting the destination on the map. After that, no matter which direction you head, you will inevitably walk back to the most suitable path. After reading this passage, Chen Yan looked at Moody and the others, who still had tense expressions, and nodded. He then handed over the parchment in his hand. Take this. It should help you on your upcoming journey. After briefly explaining how to use the map, Chen Yan's consciousness left this avatar, and the statue returned to silence. Moody took the seemingly ordinary parchment with a somewhat complex expression. He knew the shopkeeper was powerful, but this level of strength was beyond his expectations. He solemnly bowed to the statue. The team set off again. However, this time, perhaps due to the effect of the map, they traveled far without encountering any anomalies. On the Wasteland, only the sound of their determined footsteps echoed in the silence. Chapter 77. The Academy branch when that eerie, ghost moon completely faded away and the blue strands of light cascading from the sky retracted into the blood-red sky. The desolate Wasteland returned to its despairing normalcy. According to their previous agreement, Sophia briefly bid farewell to everyone. Under Leo's worried gaze, she set off alone on the road back to the academy. Deep within the canyon, the outline of the pitch-black academy appeared faintly, like a giant beast lurking in the shadows, silently waiting for her return. At the entrance of the academy, two students dressed in black robes blocked her path. Their expressions were indifferent, filled with scrutiny. Sophia, where did you go out? The academy prohibits unauthorized outings. Don't you know the rules? One tall student spoke harshly, a hint of glee in his eyes. Sophia merely glanced at him calmly, her expression as serene as if she had just taken a stroll. I have urgent matters to attend to. If there are punishments, they should be decided by the professors, not you. She paused and added, don't forget, my overall ranking is 30 places higher than yours. Upon hearing this, the tall studentess' face turned crimson. Humph, the other student sneered. Even so, according to the rules, you must undergo a check first to confirm you haven't been contaminated by the outside. Sophia showed a hint of impatience, but nodded nonetheless. Fine. However, just as the alchemical detection device, glowing with a ghostly blue light, was about to touch her, a chilling voice came from a distance, making the air seem to drop a few degrees. Let her in. Everyone turned to look, only to see a middle-aged man in a white robe, slender in build and with a gloomy expression, had appeared at the entrance. His face was gaunt, with deep-set eyes that exuded a forbidding aura. Professor Haig. The students at the entrance immediately bowed respectfully. The man, however, completely ignored them and coldly scanned Sophia with his snake-like eyes, lingering momentarily on the inconspicuous cloth bag at her waist. Sophia's heart tightened. Inside was the brass dice from the mysterious restaurant. But Professor Haig merely snorted and shifted his gaze. You managed to come back alive from that cursed place. You're quite lucky. Go in. With the professor's endorsement, the two students naturally dared not say more and could only watch Sophia leave with unwilling eyes. Sophia kept her head down, quickly stepping through the academy's deep and cavernous doors, resembling the mouth of a beast. The corridors inside the academy were deep and oppressive, the walls made of cold black stone with no decorations. Only at intervals did alchemical lamps emit a faint green glow, stretching shadows into long, twisted forms. The air was filled with a faint, familiar scent of a preservative solution. Occasionally, similarly robed students hurried past from the other end of the corridor, most with dull expressions and hardly any communication between them. Sophia could clearly feel that there were even fewer students in the academy than before she left. This made the already empty corridors even more silent, but also made it easier for her to avoid others' gazes. She absent-mindedly greeted a few familiar classmates and then skillfully turned into a secluded side path, finally stopping in front of an unremarkable wooden door. This was the Academy's abandoned old storage room. After confirming that no one was around, she pushed the door open and slipped inside. The room still carried the musty smell of stale dust. Sophia closed the door behind her and finally sighed in relief. She carefully took out the ancient brass 20-sided die from the cloth bag at her waist. The moment the die was exposed to the air, a soft yet unmistakable bright light burst forth from it. The light coalesced, and a black-haired young man dressed in simple white clothing appeared before her in a semi-transparent spiritual form. Chen Yan's spirit glanced around, observing the corners piled with rusty parts and broken furniture, and spoke with some surprise. "This is your school? It looks a bit run down." Sophia, still in shock from the transformation, snapped back to reality upon hearing this, and replied in a small, timid voice, "This is the abandoned old storage room. So it looks a bit shabby. The main campus is actually quite clean and tidy." "Oh, then this is just right?" Chen Yan nodded. Sophia was puzzled. "Just right for what?" Chen Yan's gaze shifted, and a kind smile appeared on his face. "Of course. To open a branch. I'm just a small restaurant manager. What bad thoughts could I have?" As soon as he finished speaking, a thought crossed Chen Yan's mind. Under the watchful gaze of Sophia's eyes, filled with wonder and confusion, the surrounding scenery began to twist and overlap in a way that defied logic. The peeling storage room quickly dissolved, replaced by the grand restaurant hall she had seen not long ago, majestic as a temple. The mirror-like wooden floor, the glass lamps swimming like fish on the ceiling, and the warm, tear-inducing aroma of food. In an instant, Sophia felt as if she had returned to that extravagant restaurant atop the cliff. However, there was no sign of Leo in the hall, nor the imposing golden statue. Shocked, the girl widened her eyes and instinctively rushed toward the entrance. Yet, as soon as she stepped over the heavy wooden threshold, the external scene instantly reverted to the Academy's eerie corridor. Looking back, the door behind her had also transformed back into the unremarkable old wooden door of the storage room. This moment made Sophia feel as if she might be going insane. How is this possible? It makes no sense. Chen Yan's spirit floated out as well, observing the girl's expression of shattered worldview with calmness. This is also a special hidden mode of the restaurant, very suitable for situations that require infiltration. "Good, your task is complete," Chen Yan said to her. "Do whatever you want, as long as you don't try to expose me. Of course, it's best to remember to support my business. It would be even better if you could bring along a few classmates or friends. By the way, don't forget, I only accept gems, not coins or anything like that." Sophia nodded in awe, then seemed to remember something and whispered, "I understand. There's also AO. I still have some jewelry in my dormitory. I can give that to you, and then..." Chen Yan raised an eyebrow. "You want to buy them back? You two are quite close, huh?" "No, not at all. I just... Sophia's face flushed bright red, but before she could explain herself, a voice filled with confusion suddenly interrupted her. "Sophia, is that really you? How did I end up here?" The speaker was Leo, who had been brought over by Ethan from the main store. At this moment, his right hand had completely returned to normal, the skin smooth with no traces of distortion. Chen Yan didn't explain, only smiled and nodded at Ethan, signaling him to take over the explanation. Then, he looked again at Sophia, who was also in a daze. "You misunderstood. Your boyfriend signed a labor contract, not a slave contract, so there's no need to buy him back. The contract will automatically terminate when it expires." After finishing his words, Chen Yan swiftly floated out of the hallway, leaving the girl's angry and anxious retorts echoing behind him. "He and I are not in that kind of relationship." He wanted to see what this mysterious academy was all about. In the dim corridor of the Academy's highest tower, the graceful Daisy stood in the middle of the hallway, a playful smile on her face as she looked at the man in front of her, who was holding a thick stack of documents and had a consistently gloomy expression. "You deliberately let that girl in, didn't you?" "What, Professor Haig? Have you discovered something interesting?" Haig's tone was calm, without a trace of emotion. "I checked her. She's fine. Isn't it normal to let her in? Besides, isn't she the seed you have high hopes for? I'm just doing you a favor. What's the problem?" The woman seemed to have heard a great joke, her chest rising and falling as her laughter echoed in the empty corridor. "Of course, there's no problem. I just didn't expect my reputation to carry such weight. Enough. I'm not interested in wasting time with you here. Haig's tone grew heavy, clearly impatient. If there's nothing else, don't block my way. The man bypassed her and continued walking straight ahead. But the latter's calm and lazy voice rang out again. There's something. The higher-ups have given orders to summon all the teachers. I'm here to notify you. Haig's footsteps stopped, and he furrowed his brows. Summoning us at this time? Is there a change in plans? Daisy twisted her waist and walked closer, lowering her voice slightly, carrying an inexplicable meaning. It might also be for Aurelia. You don't know yet, do you? The one responsible for observing there, Owen, was found dead in his bedroom just half an hour ago. It was suicide. He used a shard of glass to cut his own throat. Haig's deep-set eyes suddenly narrowed. Chapter 78. Inside the academy, Sophia walked ahead, her old black robe completely concealing her slender figure. Behind her, two similarly dressed figures lowered their hoods and silently followed, revealing only their chins. Ethan adapted well to this attire and even felt a bit nostalgic. After all, the robe was standard wear for alchemists, and he had one under his teacher's tutelage. Of course, after the disaster struck, he no longer had it, as such clothing was impractical in the Wasteland. Leo, on the other hand, appeared somewhat anxious, frequently looking up and cautiously observing his surroundings, his deep green eyes filled with vigilance. Although he was sure no one would recognize him, since his signature distorted arm had returned to normal, which was something akin to a resurrection in the eyes of the Academy's people. He couldn't shake off his nervousness in this dark, damp, oppressive place that had nearly taken his life. Thus, the trio navigated through the maze-like corridors of Ashcroft Academy. The walls were made of unpolished black stone, cold and rough, with moisture seeping from the cracks that had long since settled. Alchemical lamps emitting a ghostly green light were spaced far apart along the walls, casting dim light that dragged and elongated the shadows of the three on the ground. This made Ethan yearn for the bright and beautiful electric lights in the restaurant, even the ruins of the shady harbor in Westia. Thanks to the efforts of him and the investigators from the alchemy team, it was much brighter than this place. With this thought, Ethan felt a bit less awe for this academy, where alchemists were everywhere, and even Leo, who seemed quite talented in his eyes, could only be considered at the bottom. Occasionally, other students passed by from the other end of the corridor, but most were hurried and expressionless, their eyes barely meeting, without any interaction, as if they were strangers walking in different dimensions. Due to the system here, students were mostly indifferent to one another, which was also the confidence that allowed the three to walk so boldly. With an excellent student like Sophia leading the way, no one would question their presence. Over here, Sophia stopped at a fork in the path and pointed to a darker passage, whispering a reminder. By the way, Mr. Ethan, you should be careful not to go over there. Ethan looked in the direction she indicated and saw a corridor completely shrouded in darkness, with a complex alchemical array slowly rotating at the entrance, resembling some kind of seal. That corridor has problems. Sophia's voice dropped even lower. Students used to disappear there frequently, and it was later sealed off. In short, keep your distance. Ethan nodded thoughtfully, silently noting this detail. After passing through several oppressive corridors, their vision suddenly opened up. They arrived at the central square of the academy. The square was large, paved with massive square stone slabs, many of which had cracked, filled with black sludge in the crevices. In the center of the square, where a fountain should have been, there remained only a dry pool, within which stood a bizarre statue. It depicted a robed humanoid figure, but its head was a smooth, featureless oval, raising its arms as if praying to the sky or grasping something invisible. On the base of the statue were faintly engraved words, and Ethan could barely make out the word knowledge. As they circled this unsettling statue, a more magnificent building appeared before the trio. It was a completely black circular structure, with no windows on its walls, only a massive double door made of some metal tightly closed. This was the Academy's library. Next to the door, on a piece of obsidian, several lines of cold text were engraved in silver. Library entry guidelines. 1. Maintain absolute silence. Any noise is prohibited. 2. Books may only be read silently. Recitation is forbidden. 3. Return books to their original position. No deviations allowed. 4. No items from within the library may be taken out. 5. If you witness someone violating the rules, do not make eye contact or alert them. Ethan looked at these rules, and his eyelid twitched involuntarily. There seemed to be something significant about this regulation. Having survived for so long in the ruins of Shady Harbor, he instinctively sensed a hint of danger. Sophia, clearly accustomed to this, walked to the door, placed her hand in a groove, and the door silently slid open, revealing the profound darkness behind it. "Stay close to me." She turned back and whispered before stepping inside first. Meanwhile, Chen Yan's spirit was also observing the academy. He floated in midair, ignoring all walls and obstacles. Like a wandering ghost, he saw the numb students conducting various bizarre experiments in their alchemical laboratories. Someone was carefully dripping a glowing liquid into a petri dish, causing a shapeless mass of flesh to convulse violently and grow fine tendrils. Another was bloodily sketching complex diagrams on a blank wall, chanting fervently, their expression fanatic. In the corner of the lab, a creature resembling half-solidified tar slowly oozed towards the center of the diagram, making strange noises. Every corner here was permeated with a bizarre atmosphere that mixed curiosity and madness. Chen Yan did not comment on this. He simply continued to float forward. Soon, he came across a rather peculiar corridor. The front of the corridor was completely shrouded in darkness, but on the wall at the entrance, a clearly glowing magical array was slowly rotating. Interesting, he could sense that there was something within that darkness. He glanced at the text in his mind. 5,000 order coins paid, existence elimination state activated, remaining time for 43:57. And then he directly passed through the layer of ceiling barrier. Inside the corridor was pitch black, with no light source other than the faint glow emanating from Chen Yan's spirit. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood and a sour stench of something rotting. Just as Chen Yan floated not far, a sensation of being watched enveloped him. In the darkness, it seemed something was moving. A very subtle sound like fabric rubbing came from deep within the corridor. Then, a vague, distorted humanoid shape made entirely of pure shadow slowly emerged from the darkness. It had no features, no physical form, resembling a constantly writhing shadow. At the same time, a young woman's voice, suppressed with pain, suddenly echoed in the dead silence of the corridor. "Help, help me." That voice was piercing and desperate, enough to evoke pity in anyone. The shadowy creature also began to writhe excitedly, as if anticipating the appearance of its prey. However, Chen Yan simply floated silently in place, observing its behavior with interest. Chen Yan did not believe it had discovered him, in the face of absolute non-existence. There was no possibility of such a degree of anomaly detecting him. This should merely be its habitual predatory behavior, which Chen Yan happened to witness. As expected, after writhing for a while, it ultimately failed to find any target and reluctantly melted back into the darkness. Chen Yan shook his head, no longer paying attention to this caged watchdog, and directly passed through the corridor. Although dealing with it wouldn't be difficult, Chen Yan currently did not wish to disturb the grass and alert the snake. That thing was deliberately trapped here by someone. As he crossed the corridor, the sight before Chen Yan caused him to pause for a moment. It was a heavy, black double door, and beside it hung a plaque on the wall. Conference room. Listening to the faint sounds of discussion coming from inside, Chen Yan raised his eyebrow and quietly floated over. Chapter 79. The conference room and archive room. In the conference room, a massive circular obsidian table occupied the center of the room. The surface of the table reflected a chandelier made of countless twisted glass tubes, emitting a sickly green glow from the ceiling. The interplay of light and shadow cast a chilling and oppressive atmosphere over the entire room. A dozen figures were seated around the long table. Most of them were gaunt middle-aged men or white-haired elders, all uniformly dressed in white robes, symbolizing the highest rank of alchemists. Hake and Daisy were among them. At this moment, these alchemists, who would have been treated like treasures by the royal family in the old days, were whispering to each other, each face showing varying degrees of seriousness and unease. On one side of the long table, a seat remained conspicuously empty. Occasionally, the participants would cast heavy glances toward that direction, only to quickly look away. How could Owen suddenly commit suicide? He was worried about the experimental data just yesterday, showing no signs of abnormality at all. said an old man with a gaunt face and a hooked nose, his fingers nervously tapping the table. Has the real cause of death been confirmed? I don't believe he would commit suicide. Was there a suicide note left behind? Daisy leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, her voice still carrying a lazy allure, yet her eyes showed no hint of a smile. There's nothing. The scene was as clean as if it had been meticulously tidied up. Besides him, there are no traces of any outsiders. It's from Aurelia. Another middle-aged man spoke in a low voice, a slight tremor in his tone. That cursed place, has it finally run into trouble? As soon as this question was asked, the entire conference room fell silent. A heavier, suffocating atmosphere spread through the air. Just then, a figure appeared in the empty seat at the head of the circular table. He made no sound, as if he had been sitting there all along, only just now being acknowledged by the world. It was a boy dressed in a white robe, looking far younger than the average age of those present. All discussions ceased at that moment, including Haig and Daisy. The dozen alchemists in the conference room immediately stood up in unison, bowing slightly and lowering their heads. Their posture was respectful, revealing a deep-rooted fear of the boy, resembling a group of elementary school students waiting for a teacher's reprimand. The boy appeared to be only 17 or 18, with long white hair flowing down to his waist, his features exceptionally handsome, and his skin pale as if devoid of blood. He sat quietly, naturally becoming the center of the entire space. An indescribable indifference and arrogance, as if he transcended all things, emanated from him, making the surrounding elders, who looked old enough to be his grandfathers, not dare to breathe. I already know about Owen's death. The boy's voice rang out, cold and flat, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, yet caused everyone present to instinctively tense up. Aurelia has indeed undergone some unexpected changes, he said, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, producing a crisp sound. However, everything is not yet completely out of control. But before the situation spirals beyond recovery, I need to retrieve the gains from there. The white-haired boy raised his gaze, his eyes, engraved with intricate silver magic circles, scanned each person present. Those who met his gaze lowered their heads even further. The feeling was not one of being observed by a peer, but more like a god devoid of emotions, coldly examining a group of humble ants. Eventually, his gaze settled on 3 individuals: Isabella, Tristan, Daniel. The 3 named trembled uncontrollably. Among the crowd, a middle-aged woman with flaxen hair and a beautiful face, yet devoid of color, a sullen bald man, and a frail old man wearing monocles stepped out from the line with stiff movements. They approached the boy, heads bowed, their faces betraying unmasked fear and despair. Meanwhile, the others who were not named let out a long sigh of relief, their gratitude evident. "Sir," the woman named Isabella stammered, seemingly wanting to say something. But the white-haired boy simply raised a hand casually, and a silver disc engraved with complex patterns appeared out of thin air, slowly floating in front of the 3. "Take this and make a trip to Aurelia," the boy commanded in an unarguable tone. "Along with my avatar there, complete the final retrieval work. The progress of the experimental project you are responsible for is far too slow. It will be handed over to Haig, whose part has long been completed. Furthermore, the evil gods you are monitoring in those cities are now dead, so the mission can be considered failure. This will be your last chance to make amends." These words were like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing the last glimmer of hope in the hearts of the 3. Their faces turned ashen, their bodies swaying unsteadily. After giving his orders, the white-haired boy's figure silently disappeared again, as if he had never been there. Once he left, the suffocating feeling in the conference room dissipated significantly. The meeting thus came to an end. Before leaving, Haig glanced at the 3 but ultimately said nothing, turning silently to depart. Meanwhile, Chen, who had been keenly observing from the start, immediately followed the 3 hapless individuals without making a sound. This meeting was highly informative for him. The mastermind behind the academy turned out to be the white-haired boy he had met once in West Asia. Though he had suspected this connection due to the boy's association with alchemy from the beginning, it was only at this moment that he was fully convinced. It seemed they had been using cities and evil gods as subjects for observation, and they appeared to be conducting some kind of experiment. Aurelia was clearly an extremely important part of their plan, and it seemed they had already lost control of the situation. Chen Yan's mind was swirling with countless thoughts. But what intrigued him most was how these three unfortunate souls planned to reach the sunken city at the bottom of the sea. This academy, after all, was established deep within a canyon, far removed from the ocean. With this in mind, Chen Yan followed the oblivious trio through several oppressive corridors, finally arriving at a door made of some white wood that clashed with the surrounding environment. A sign on the door read, "Archive Room." The three pushed the door open and walked inside. Chen Yan followed them in. However, the moment he saw the scene inside, his pupils constricted sharply. On the white wall opposite the entrance hung a massive painting. A painting so large it almost occupied the entire wall. The artwork depicted the familiar, dilapidated, and desolate abandoned area of Huigang. And on the surface of the sea, a jagged black crack, resembling a wound on the world, hung silently, emanating a chilling and ominous aura. The clarity of the painting was extremely high, almost resembling a photograph of Huigang. Chapter 80 captured the coast of Huigang always appeared lifeless. A cold wind mixed with the stench of rust and decay blew in from the dark sea, stirring up black gravel on the tidal flats. Isabella, Tristan, and Daniel stood on a relatively flat stretch of coastline, deliberately keeping their distance from the dilapidated sailboat that loomed like a ghost offshore, as well as from the silent divers returning in batches to the deeper sea. Their eyes were firmly drawn to a pitch-black crack hanging in midair. The edges of the crack distorted and tore the scarlet sky, forming an extremely unstable halo. Within the crack was pure darkness, capable of swallowing all light. Just gazing at it evoked a sense of insignificance and fear that arose from deep within their souls, making all three of them shiver involuntarily. "Stop looking. Let us get started," Tristan said, his tone cold and a hint impatient. His bald head reflected an eerie light under the scarlet sky. "The longer we delay, the more variables there are. The adults are still waiting for our results." Daniel nodded, a sense of resigned numbness evident in his murky eyes. "Let us begin." Isabella also nodded, her lovely face filled with lingering worry. She looked around, trying to find a suitable spot to set up the alchemical array. However, just as her gaze swept across the low hills behind the city of Huigang, her movements halted. A warm light, like orange crystal, was quietly glowing atop the hill. The light was not blinding, yet it stood out strikingly against the desolate wasteland shrouded in scarlet, like a lighthouse in the night, bringing an unearthly sense of peace and warmth. "Look over there." Isabella's voice held a hint of disbelief as she raised her hand to point at the source of the light. Tristan and Daniel followed her gaze, and then they were also stunned. On that hill, a magnificent and unusual building stood quietly. Its indescribable architectural style, the shimmering roof, and the hundreds of uniquely shaped large crystals created a strong and absurd visual impact against the surrounding desolate wasteland. "What the hell is that?" Tristan's brow furrowed in confusion. "I don't know," Daniel shook his head, "but doesn't he look good?" In this world, anything abnormal often meant deadly danger. This was a truth they had been repeatedly drilled on since the day they stepped into the world of alchemy. "Forget it," Tristan quickly made a decision. "Our mission is Aurelia. There is no need to complicate things." Isabella and Daniel had no objections to this. The three of them immediately spread out, each taking out a set of precise alchemical tools from their pockets, beginning to carve the array on the sandy ground. However, they did not notice that as they focused on their work, silent figures had quietly emerged from the shadows of the surrounding abandoned buildings, forming a loose encirclement. "Move!" Leighton's voice was deep and decisive. The next moment, a dozen guards in simple leather armor, along with a group of men who looked like scavengers, pounced from all directions. The sudden appearance of these barbarians was incredibly swift. Tristan was the first to react. His expression changed as he reached for something in his pocket. But a hand stronger than iron pincers had already clamped down tightly on his throat from behind, cutting off his words and actions. Immediately after, a fist the size of a sandbag struck his face accurately and efficiently. Bang! Tristan's vision went black, and he lost consciousness in an instant. Meanwhile, Isabella and Daniel fared no better. They didn't even have time to activate any defensive alchemy before being pinned to the ground by a group of burly scavengers, their mouths covered with wet burlap, and then each receiving a blow to the back of the head, swiftly and cleanly ending the fight. The entire process was seamless and professional. Then, Chen, Leighton, and the floating Ophelia emerged from the shadows. Is this it? I thought it would be some formidable character. It didn't even require this princess to show her might. Ophelia disdainfully curled her lip at the three unfortunate souls who had been easily subdued. However, it's all thanks to me that we found them so quickly. You can't back out on the 1,000 gold coins worth of free credit. Rest assured. Chen nodded, his gaze falling on the three unconscious sorcerers. I've already notified the counter. It's on your tab. In the Academy's archives, he had watched these three walk into the painting depicting Huigang. So he immediately switched his consciousness back to his avatar in Huigang and found Leighton to organize this capture. Everything went as he expected. These three unfortunate souls indeed appeared here. But the problem was the guards carefully searched the three, but did not find the intricately patterned silver disc given to them by the white-haired boy. Hearing this report, Chen narrowed his eyes, recalling Jack's previous experiences. Hiding it, huh? No problem. I have my ways to get it back. Following Chen's orders, the three unfortunate souls were tied up and carried into the restaurant of the shelter, thrown onto the bright floor of the hall. Chen wasted no time. Directly waving his hand, and three fresh contracts printed from the printer flew in front of the unconscious trio. For dealing with hostile special groups, having them sign contracts was an effective means of restraint. Previously, he had handled the surviving fanatic cultists in the south of Huigang in the same way. Moreover, after signing the contract, the spontaneous rejection and elimination of heterogeneous forces was also what Chen needed. As expected, under the gentle white light enveloping the unconscious trio, a silver disc the size of a coin with intricate patterns floated in midair. Chen's gaze sharpened. He then raised his hand to point. A golden light shot from his fingertip, instantly wrapping and sealing the silver disc, which then settled steadily into his palm. When Isabella, Tristan, and Daniel gradually woke up, they found themselves bound and thrown onto the cold floor of a strange room. The room was brightly lit, and the air even carried the aroma of food, but this warm atmosphere sent chills down their spines. Opposite them sat Chen leisurely in a chair, his gaze calmly scrutinizing them. Beside Chen were Leighton and Fawn, who had rushed over upon receiving the news. One had an expressionless face with a strong sense of oppression. The other looked grave, lost in thought. Ophelia floated in midair, circling the three captives with curiosity. Her pure golden eyes filled with unabashed scrutiny, as if she were observing some novel toy. I want to know who you are, Tristan shouted fiercely, attempting to mask the terror on his face. Isabella was